Yo, what's up? My name's Patrouski, and welcome to a special cut-up of episodes 5 through 8 of the Iron Man series. I want to make sure that nobody is rewatching these on accident if you've already seen these. I know we've already spent plenty of lovely time together. These episodes are great for two different reasons. Number one, for people who want to catch up to the series while it's still airing. Number two, it's also great for people who want to put this on their second monitor, maybe even their third or fourth, maybe even fifth monitor, and play games all day or while at work or clean the house or do whatever and have it in the background. I've even had someone told me once that they put me on their sixth monitor. That one hurt a little bit, but you know what? I'm still on the monitor. That's got to count for something, right? Anyways, I hope you enjoyed today's special cut of episodes 5 through 8 on the Iron Man. Yo, what's up? My name's Patrouski, and welcome back to another episode of my PokeMMO Iron Man account. In case you happen to not know, an Iron Man account is an account in PokeMMO that is a self-imposed challenge that cannot trade or use the GTL in any way. This includes no help on things like trade evolutions with Gengar, which you can actually wild encounter in the wild. A lot of people have asked me, how can you complete the Pokedex on an account that cannot trade or use the GTL? Do you make a stipulation for trade evolutions? And the answer is no, not even that. I want this account to be as pure as possible. I don't want to trade or use the GTL for anything. That means I can't even buy RP vouchers on the GTL to get some of the more interesting miscellaneous items over in the gift shop. And I can't credit card swipe for it either, because that would obviously be against the spirit of the game mode. So a lot of people think that means that I can't get RP at all, but that's actually not correct. There's two ways to get RP for free on an Iron Man account that cannot trade or use the GTL. One of them is by winning a catch event, which is a 3 times a week official event in PokeMMO held by the staff and developers of the game, where a bunch of people come together and catch as many of a single Pokemon as possible. And it's a little bit more complicated than this, but essentially the person who catches the best IV Pokemon wins the event and gets 1,000 free RP and a shiny Pokemon. The problem is, catch events are a really popular activity for all types of players, so they're really difficult to win. There's a lot of competition. It took me around 100 to 120 catch events before I ever won a single one on my main account. So if I do 2 catch events a week for an entire year, which is 52 weeks, I might be able to win 1 catch event on average. Maybe. This is why, in my opinion, the XP Reamplifier is the ultimate goal on an Iron Man account. It truly shows the test of will, long-term endurance, patience, and competitiveness. And I will be slowly working towards that this episode with 2 catch events coming up this week. There's a spin to catch event this Sunday on the 8th of June at 1 p.m. ET, with a shiny spin to prize with amazing IVs, and importantly for the Iron Man, 1,000 reward points, as well as a Corsola catch event this Tuesday on the 10th of June at 11 a.m. ET, with a prize of a shiny Corsola, which is kind of a rare shiny and usually a fishing shunt, and this takes a very long time, usually hundreds if not 1,000 hours, plus 1,000 RP. Keeping desperate track of the weekly catch events and being absolutely on top of that so you don't miss any, so the hunt doesn't become longer than a year on average, is only one of the few things you have to track constantly on an Iron Man account. But I'm sure you guys know a lot of this, as you've probably watched my previous episodes in the series, since this is episode number 5. Wait a minute, what's that? You haven't watched the other episodes in the series? If that's you that I'm talking to, you should go check out the link in the description to the playlist to all the other episodes right now before you watch this one. Because in my opinion, one of the most beautiful parts of the Iron Man account is that it's hard to appreciate how far we've come when you haven't seen where we came from. But I'm starting this episode at 212 hours played in the past 4 weeks or so on the account, 4 regions done, including Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Unova. Sinnoh is the last region that I need to complete, but I'm gonna be super honest, I have no plans on doing that this episode. That sounds like my personal hell. I really don't like storyline runs. Alright, but since we're not doing storyline runs in this episode, what are you doing, Patrouski? What do you even do on an Iron Man account? Well, let's take a look over at my goals list and go through a few things. First things first, I actually did go ahead and add a few new goals. For example, in the short-term goals, you can see 10 amulet coins and spend 1 million Pokeyen in 1 episode. This is hinting at a few things here. Now, I'd like to stock up on amulet coins by farming them over with my Frisk Thief Pokemon on Island 1 in Kanto, and I'll show you what that looks like at some point here soon, but we're not quite there yet. I need to start farming up amulet coins to prepare myself for gym reruns. This episode of the PokeMMO Iron Man is going to be fully dedicated to getting a gym rerun team and doing gym reruns. If you don't know what that is, I have plenty of videos on my channel that explain gym reruns, but it's essentially rerunning, refighting the gyms in PokeMMO and all the storylines you have unlocked. They end up being double battles, and you can blast through all of them with a double Typhlosion Eruption team and make around 200 to 300,000 Pokeyen per hour. The catch is you can only do it once per day, once per 18 hours to be exact, but that is still more Pokeyen than I'll almost ever need on the account. For reference, it took me 212 hours to make this first 1 million Pokeyen. But once I have my gym rerun team done and I'm making 250,000 Pokeyen per 1 hour per once a day for 7 days, that's 1.7 million Pokeyen a week for only 7 hours of labor. This took me 212 hours. I have to remind you of that. Gym rerun teams are broken. So my main goal this episode is to firstly get a gym run team, secondly spend as much Pokeyen as possible. I want to see this Pokeyen cash stack get down to 0 if I can, and then rebuild it from scratch with a gym run team. Now there are 6 Pokemon I need for a gym run team. First things first, I'm going to need 2 Typhlosians, both with 25 plus special attack and ideally 25 plus speed with a plus special attack nature that doesn't hurt the speed. So something like mild, modest, or rash all work. These are going to be the big ticket item. They're going to take a while to farm since I have to go single encounter Cyndaquils over at Route 33 or maybe some Quillavas at Route 45, which I thankfully can now do since I have Johto unlocked. I couldn't even do this prior to last episode. So after farming a bunch of Quillavas, probably around this spot where you see a lot of people doing the exact same thing, I'm going to have to breed those Quillavas up, which is expensive, which is why I need this 1 million Pokeyen and more Pokeyen from the gym run teams eventually. And then once I breed those suckers up to have the stats and the natures that I need, I'm going to have to spend a ton of hours EV training and XP training them both to at least around level 86 or so, because that is when Typhlosion actually learns Eruption, which is the move we'll be abusing for this strategy. Now, that's the first 2 Pokemon. What are the other Pokemon we need? And to be honest, I kind of fibbed a second ago. I said that we needed 6 Pokemon, but honestly, to have a functional gym run team, you really only need 4. You do need some other backup Pokemon in the back in case the Typhlosians go down. Things like level 100 Crocodiles, level 100 Blastoises, which I just so happen to have. And I can actually leave a spot to XP train a Pokemon in the back, which will be really nice to XP train while doing a gym run. That'll just be amazing Iron Man progress. But I will need either a Prankster Cottony, so a Cottony with the Prankster ability and the Tailwind move, or ideally a Prankster Murkrow, which I believe I actually caught an Alpha Honchkrow on this account, and Prankster is hidden ability for Murkrow, so I might be able to create one for this gym run team. The reason why you would go Murkrow here is that you can have a Tailwind Pokemon and a Fly Pokemon in the same slot. Normally on a main account, you would just use a Fly Ocarina. That's not really as viable on an Iron Man account where you'd have to win a catch event before you could even buy a Fly Ocarina, instead of just buying one for a few 100k Pokeyen, which I easily have right now, but I don't have the reward points. If I was a main account, this would be a no-brainer. I just buy the Fly Ocarina and go for the easier, cheaper Pokemon. But on the Iron Man, I'm probably going to have to go for that Murkrow, but thankfully I got really lucky and already caught an Alpha Honchkrow, which is why catching all the Alphas that I run into is so dang important. Now next up, the 4th and final Pokemon is just going to be a Drought Torkoal. Yep, a Drought Torkoal of any kind. Ideally, you want low level, low defenses, you don't really need any stats on it. He's super easy and chill, just look at him. But other than the gym run team, which is by far going to be the main goal of this episode, is getting the gym run team and spending 1 million Pokeyen if possible. It'd be nice to farm 10 amulet coins, but I don't know if I'll have time for that in this episode. I also added these 2 goals over into the medium tier goal list. Breed a 5x31 Pokemon, which requires like 30 different 1x31 breeders and like 300,000 Pokeyen in breeding braces, estimated around that. And then 5 gym reruns, which would net me a really nice amount of Pokeyen. I think it's really important that I start adding goals like this over to my list because it incentivizes me to do the grinds. The point of having a goals list on an Iron Man account or any account is that it encourages you to do the things that you should do to progress your account. Imagine if I just expected myself to do a gym run every single day and I never really set a goal for it. I'd be working really hard doing a 1-hour grind every single day, but not feel like I'm working towards anything, even though it would be getting me the Pokeyen. But I think keeping track of the number of gym runs that you do, whether you're a main account or an Iron Man account, could be a lot of fun. I'm probably going to name one of my Typhlosians or one of the Pokemon, Torkoal, Cottony, whatever it may be. I'm going to name them the number of gym runs that I have done and then update it every time I do a gym run. That'll be a fun way to sort of act as a ticker system. I also added 50 gym runs over on the long-term goals list, as well as getting 10 million and 25 million Pokeyen, once again, to incentivize me actually playing and grinding the account and having fun. MMOs are all about setting your own goals, especially PokeMMO, and kind of working towards them. So if you don't set goals like this, even though it may seem like an obvious one, you may kind of get lost along the way and just get a little bored. I also added have 10 5 times 31 Pokemon. I specifically changed this to have instead of breed. I want to breed a 5 times 31 Pokemon here, but I could technically catch an alpha Pokemon that's just wild 5 times 31. It'd be pretty rare, I think around 1 in 1,000, since you get 2 times 31 guaranteed on an alpha Pokemon, but I think it's an important stipulation versus the breed. But I'm not gonna lie, a lot of these goals kind of just fall under the gym rerun team situation. The only other goal that I want to focus on in this episode is going to be going for each legendary beast and each legendary bird. Now, there is Articuno right now in the wild, over in Kanto, and I spent a fair bit of time last few episodes farming for that Articuno. But I've been farming the legendary birds for most of the entire series. So what? What's new? Well, what's new is that now I have Johto done, I've unlocked an entirely new beast. A literal beast, the legendary beast. I can now go for Raikou, which is in the wild this month. Now that I have Johto unlocked, I can single encounter for it while farming my Koalavas. It's a fantastic, another example. There's so many 2 birds for 1 stone situations, maybe even 5 birds for 1 stone at times on the Iron Man account, which makes it feel so darn satisfying. But Raikou is a really good electric type raid Pokemon, so it's actually a really beneficial, tangible, powerful legendary, unlike Articuno. I'm going to be so honest, I'm literally just farming Articuno to get more elemental orbs so I can make my Moltres and eventual Zapdos more powerful. Articuno is useless. Sorry, buddy. But at least the Ice Bird helps me work towards my eventual tier 3 goal. Alright, but this has been a really long intro filled with a ton of yapping, which is kind of what I'm known for. How about we actually get into the grinding, which is also hopefully something I'm maybe known for? People might know me more for my bad food takes at this point than my grinding capabilities. But let's go ahead and jump into things anyway. Alright, now you might be asking yourself, what are you going to do to start the episode, Patrouski? Are you going to go farm Quillavas and actually go for that gym run team right now? Well, if you watch the intro, obviously, that's actually not what I'm doing quite yet. But why, Patrouski? Why wouldn't you start farming them now? Well, the reason is I actually want to go EV train my Abra first. This modest Abra with Synchronize. I want to go EV train it in the speed stat so it can successfully run away from these fights at all times and allow me to properly synchronize hunt for a Quilava. If I use this Abra, it's going to make it a 20% chance to have these Quillavas have the nature that I need, which is the most difficult part of the breed. If I can catch a modest Quilava, I can probably go ahead and breed it up from there. Oh, I see, Patrouski. So before you can start farming Quillavas, you're actually going to go speed EV train your Abra to be able to catch them more effectively, right? Would you be mad if I told you that's also wrong? Now, the reason why is because from this point forward, for a lot of my EV training and XP training, I want to go ahead and start using Heat Wave Moltres. Heat Wave is an AoE or spread fire type attack which will allow me to farm using Moltres. But why do you need to farm using Moltres? The reason being is there's a very small chance of getting elemental orbs, which I so desperately need. It's very, very rare. You only get about 1 elemental orb every 90 minutes or so of horde farming. But those 1 to 10 elemental orbs that I'll get for the rest of my account while doing EV training and SP training are honestly really going to add up and help me have legendary Pokemon. Which legendary Pokemon are obviously very, very, very powerful. I already need like 40 elemental orbs just to max out the special attack and speed on my Moltres. That's 2 more months of grinding legendaries, and that doesn't leave any elemental orbs left over for Zapdos, and it doesn't even max out defense on my Moltres, which is a pretty relevant stat. Oh, okay, Patrouski, so you're going to head over to the Unova shopping mall, pick up a Heatwave TM, and go ahead and start EV training after that. Well, yes, but also no. I actually am going to go ahead and buy the Heatwave TM so I don't forget, and go ahead and actually teach it over to my Moltres. But Heatwave is only 90% accurate, which is pretty relevant. Missing out on 1 out of every 10 hordes would really slow down EV training and be really annoying. Also, I just spent 25k out of the 1 million Pokeyen I need to spend, so we're making progress. So what I actually need to do before I can start EV training and XP training and then farming my eventual Quillavas is go get a Wide Lens. Wide Lens is an item in PokeMMO which slightly increases the accuracy of a Pokemon moves by 10%, which is exactly what makes Heat Wave a 100% accurate move. Now, they only cost 13,000 Pokeyen on the GTL, so that'll be really easy, right? Nope, I have to go Frisk, Thief, Sableye hordes and hope that they have a Wide Lens on them. And I honestly have no idea how rare this item is. Some items could be like 5 to 1% chance and be super rare and annoying to actually get them off of the Pokemon. Some are really common at like 50%, so we'll have to just go to a Sableye horde and see what rolls. But if someone out there properly guessed that today my plan was to Frisk Thief a Sableye to get a wide lens so that I could then EV train with Moltres while getting elemental orbs, so that I could then EV train Abra efficiently, so that I could then farm Quilavas while using Synchronize, so that I could then build a Jimmy Run team, then congratulations, you might be a psychic. So without further ado, let's go ahead and Frisk Thief some Sableyes. Okay, but to start farming Sableye, I need to know where to go. There's 3 different horde spots for Sableye. There's one over at Granite Cave, one at Sky Pillar, and one at Challenger's Cave. The problem is, I think the one over at Sky Pillar is pretty deep into the pillar, like pretty deep into the cave itself, and I think the same is true for Challenger's Cave, but I could be wrong. I don't know where the Granite Cave one is at, but it's not nighttime/morning. However, it's becoming nighttime in about 45 minutes in game. So should I wait for the nighttime change? Should I go check out the other spots? What should I do? I think I'm going to check out the other spots. However, checking out those spots is going to cost me multiple match repels and be really annoying on the Ironman account. So I'm going to abuse the fact that I actually have a main account that is extremely progressed in Pokemon with over 9,400 hours. We're going to head over to Challenger's Cave in Unova first and see where that spot is at, using our match repels on this account instead of our valuable Ironman. You just have to ignore the fact that I'm wasting this shiny charm and it won't hurt you. But here we are over in Challenger's Cave. I'm going to go ahead and just pop some random hordes wherever I can and see what Pokemon come up. I don't know what spawns over here. Okay. Lickitung, of course. Lickitung, the ultimate challenge for Challenger's Cave. What if I walk down one staircase? What's down here? Surely not more Lickitung, right? Okay. Not more Lickitung all the time, at least. This spot seems to be split between Boldore and Graveler, so we're good checking here. Which means Sableye is deeper into the cave, which is not ideal. Now, I'm hoping Wide Lens is not that rare of a spawn, but obviously we'll have to see. I did bring my Frisk Pokemon just in case we could kind of check how many hordes it takes before we see an item trigger. I don't really have any Lepa Berries or Elixirs on my Ironman account, so every time that I want to do another, like, inventory of hordes, I'm going to have to go to the PC and come all the way back here. Let's head down another staircase and see if this is where Sableye is at. We see some other good players down here shiny hunting. This might be, yup, this is where Sableye's at. Okay, this is quite far from a PC, and they are at level 47, but this is not a bad option, I'm going to be honest, depending on how rare the Wide Lens is. I'm going to go ahead and put my Frisk Thief Sableye up in the lead of my party and see how many encounters I have to do before I see one Frisk proc. All right, the problem so far, ooh, is that the Wide Lens though? Okay, I'm gonna go through and test to see if that's the Wide Lens. The problem so far while doing hordes here is that I think I ended up doing about 10 hordes, maybe 12 hordes. I only saw 2 Sableye hordes. Most of the spawns here ended up being, it's split between 3 different hordes. There's Mawile, Graveler, and Sableye all here at one spot. But as long as the Wide Lens is decently common, that should be fine. If I need to take like 3 trips and use like 3 match repels on my Ironman to get here, that is totally doable. I think the only item Sableye should have is Wide Lens. So if I frisked, you know, a Wide Lens after 2 encounters, hopefully I wasn't just lucky, that might be very doable on the Iron. But if I thief this item off of one of the Sableyes now, and it turns out it actually holds like an Oranberry sometimes, and the Pokedex doesn't say that, that would be pretty darn bad. I'm also taking a ton of damage right now over on my Frisk Pokemon on my main account, let alone my Iron Man's Frisk Pokemon, which is probably a bit weaker. There's the item. Let's see. Please show me a Wide Lens. Please show me. Don't show me any other item, just a Wide. Yes. Okay. That's huge. Oh, okay. That is massive. I ended up getting a Wide Lens on the main account after about 12 hordes or so total. That is going to be massive. Time to hop over to the Iron Man and try to recreate this. All right, we are back over on the Iron Man, and it's time to recreate this. We're starting from Oplucid City and heading over to the west towards Challenger's Cave. Reaching over here at this route, I'm going to go ahead and pop a Max Repel. I do have my Sweet Scent, and I am healed up. Let's head down inside of the cave. We have to go decently far inside the cave. I don't know if I have a Flash Pokemon on me either. Oh, no. Or Flash in Unova in general. So I have to traverse this cave a little blind. That should be mostly okay. I think it's through here. Yup. This is not that bad. Okay. Here's the spot. Here, yeah, this is it. This is the spot. That's not that bad. That was... I could even probably use like a baby repel. It was only like 100 steps or so. So let's go ahead and start using our hordes. This might take 2 or 3 inventories. Let's see. Yup, first going to be a Graveler. That's okay. If I had... The only problem is... Ooh, I'm not going to lie. Ooh, this is kind of scary. I didn't bring a damp Pokemon, number 1. Number 2, the damp Pokemon I have isn't very high level. If I encounter a shiny Graveler right now, it's really unlikely, but I probably couldn't stop it from exploding, and I would probably just lose it. That's terrifying, but you gotta risk it for the biscuit. I can't believe I just said that out loud in 2025. Okay, here's a Sableye horde. Show me a frisk. Show me a frisk and we're done. There's no way. There's no way. I know my Iron Man account's lucky. There's no way we get it done in 2 hordes total. No fucking shot. I don't know what to say anymore. It's a small thing, but it's also a big thing. Like, oh my goodness. How can... That's insane. I expected to be here for at least like 3 trips, which would take around like 20, not maybe like 20 minutes or so, maybe less, 10 to 15 efficiently. That's just ridiculous though. The Iron Man account has consistently had ridiculous luck. I'm sure the wide lens is somewhat common, but that's still crazy. And there is the item itself. The only horrible thing now would be if it actually did have like another item. No, there it is, the wide lens. We got the wide lens on the Iron Man account. We can just run away from this, get out of here. Oh, we're done. We're so done. Get me out of here. Run. Run away. Don't shadow ball me to death. Let me get out of here. See you later, Sableye. Boom. Wide lens achieved. That's awesome. And this is an item that we'll use. This item is actually used sometimes in raids. So we just achieved a raid level item just like that. That feels amazing. I'm not going to lie. Let's now head over to actually finally go speed EV train. I don't know if I can actually kill, to be fair. I don't know if I can kill these Kadabra or these Rapidashes with Heatwave Moltres. I might have to go to a different spot, which is totally okay. But now I can finally go ahead and XP train, speed EV train this Abra. Beautiful. And while we're at it, I don't really have any other amazingly good PvM or PvP Pokemon to EV train, but I do have 4 different synchronized Abras. So you know what? That'll do. Let's just get a bunch of synchronized Pokemon ready for future catch events. If I get a random shiny, it's going to be awkward, but once again, my encounters are pretty low, so the odds of it are pretty low. We'll see what happens. I guess the odds are always 1 out of 30,000. Let's go ahead and see Moment of Truth. Let's see if I actually can use Heatwave to kill these Rapidashes. They're level 47. Flash Fire is the hidden ability, I believe, so they can't get access to that if I'm not mistaken. Let's go ahead and click Heatwave, see what happens. No! I remembered wrong. Rapidash just does get Flash Fire, and look at this. Some of them didn't even die. One of them didn't even die. So this is definitely not going to be possible with the Moltres strat. That's totally okay. We're going to have to go speed EV train over at Linoon. Not a big deal. It really just changes. I'll get less XP slightly, but that's totally okay. Honestly, EV training at Linoon might be better because if I get a shiny Linoon, I probably can catch it with a level 83 Moltres, whereas these Rapidashes might be kind of tough. I am starting this, by the way, with 20 elemental orbs. I do want to keep track of that because if I get one, I want to take note of that. They are really rare and are really helpful to the account. All right, but now that we're over at the Linoon spot, I will just see you guys when I'm done all the EV training. All right, I finally went ahead and finished all the EV training on the 4 different Kadabras, but it is now Sunday morning. It's time to go prepare for the spin to catch event, so we'll have to put our Quilava farming on hold for now. Alrighty, we have a catch event to do today on the Iron Man account, and first things first, I need to do 2 different things. I need to head over to Unova and buy a bunch of quick balls, because I do want to give myself the best chance to win this event as best as possible, and the best way to do so will be using this adamant synchronized Kadabra to lead, and then just quick balling every Spinda, and I think quick ball should be around a 100% catch rate. And we have the Pokeyen to spend. I might even just buy 180 quick balls. Is that too crazy, chat? That might be too crazy. Maybe 120. I don't need them all for this event, but I do want to spend a fair bit of Pokeyen this episode. There we go. We're going to buy 120. 120 quick balls. You know what? While we're here, let's spend a little bit more. While we're here, let's spend all of this hard-earned, unbelievably fought for Pokeyen. We're going to get 51 Dusk Balls. Timers. You always need more timers. We'll get 43 of those. Get up to 100. Pokeball. Are Pokeballs not in the shop? Wait, that's kind of hilarious. I didn't know that. We'll go to a different shop to pick up more Pokeballs as well. All right, the next thing I have to do is something that every single person should do if you haven't done it already. A lot of endgame players have probably already done this, but over at Route 113 in Hoenn at Falibor Town, the location of the Spin to Catch event, make sure you come in here and talk to this guy, okay? He's going to give you a volcanic ash sack, and you can actually, the soot sack, when you run back and forth in this location over the little like dusty grass patches, you actually gain soot. You can go over to your soot sack like this, and see, I have 2 soot because I walked over 2 tiles. If I walk over 2 more, I should have 4 soot, right? And you can actually use this soot to turn into secret base items and decorations. Soot collecting and volcanic ash collecting is like one of the coolest little mini game things in PokeMMO for like it's a really cool goal that a lot of people forget about and don't work towards. So make sure to grab your soot sack as you do this event. It's a really cool grind, one that I've always wanted to do, honestly, on the main account. So doing it on the Iron Man will be a nice little excuse. So make sure everybody go grab your soot sack today. A quick reminder that today's catch event is the lowest score wins. So over on the Iron Man, we actually do want to catch the lowest IV Pokemon possible. A high score could still win 4th place, but you'd have to be the highest, and that'll be difficult. We definitely want some, like, usually to win the like lowest score, you want like a 20 total score Pokemon or less. For this event with like the minus scores, like Spinda being -5 and stuff, I bet you the person who wins 1st place will be like a 14, like really low score. It'll be, I would guess 14 or so, maybe even 12. It'll be an intense competition for 4th place, or for 1st place for this event. All right, the event has officially started. Here's our first catch that I'm not ready for. Here we go. We're hoping for the synchronized. We're hoping for adamant nature. This will also be a good catch event to get good breeders. I believe Spinda's in the humanoid egg group, which is a really good egg group to get certain breeders for. Yep, field humanoid. I'll also be able to get some XP on my Kadabra. I'll be very happy with that, honestly. Okay, why are you learning moves? That's going to slow me down. The move learn is funny, but that's okay. Let's see this first spin to catch. They should be 100% quick ball catch rate. Let's see this first one. We're looking for low score. Average. Just a criminally average. That's okay. That's how it's going to be most of the time. We keep farming, boys. All right, yeah, the math was just done. I should have thought about this prior, but I was a little too rushed into this event, and that's my fault for lacking of preparation. I'm going to go actually head over to Unova really quick and buy nest balls. Nest balls would be better for this event. They would have a higher catch rate and just be cheaper, if I'm not mistaken. Or they would have a little bit lower catch rate, I think. It's 4 times compared to 5 times on quick ball, but they're just cheaper. So I'd rather go, even though I already bought the quick balls, I could save those for future catch events. I'm going to head over, go buy some nest balls, and then run back to the event as quick as possible. That's a mistake on my end. Man, this is a good catch. A 152. I need low scores. It's still like this wouldn't have placed in an event. This is a great breeder. I'm happy with this. This is an amazing breeder. 31 attack, 20 plus in every stat. Hasty like could be relevant. That's a fantastic breeder. We'll take that all day on the iron. All right, I went ahead and caught 1 Starmie for the Pokedex during the event because why not? Might as well, you know, knock out a little progress. Adamant, 31 attack. I mean, I'll take it. It's pretty rare on like a physical attacking Starmie like that, but I'll yoink up a 31 attack Adamant Skarmory for free. Why not, man? Alrighty, and with Iron Pables joining the team is now full. That's kind of crazy. I didn't expect that to happen so fast. The Iron Man team, Iron Pables was the last person to join. It was first come, first serve. I try to get everybody possible. This team was created how many days ago? This is insane, actually. It's currently the 8th of June as I'm recording this. This team's been up for like 16 days. A little over 2 weeks, and it's full. Now, eventually down the road, if an account's been inactive for like 1 to 3 months, we'll start kicking people to give more space. But for now, we're going to let everybody chill and have fun. Get into it. I can't believe how many people created Ironmans. How many people wanted to join the team. It's been amazing. It's been really, it's been crazy. Like, when I started this series, I did not expect that many other people to create Ironmans. And the fact that, like, I'm sure there's more than 150 Ironmen in the game now. I didn't even expect that. I was expecting like maybe like 10 to 20 people other than me to create Ironmans. Like, this has been a really impressive showing, and I hope people go on to enjoy it. And it's been beautiful, insanely beautiful to see. Like, it's so crazy. All right, that is the end of the catch event. That is my final catch. Sandshrew, let's see the IVs. I don't think I got anything worth submitting, but we can go ahead and take this time to go clean our PC, which we need to do desperately. So let's just, let's see how much soot we got. I don't think I got that much soot because I was mostly running back and forth in like clean grass, but 51 soot, you know, it's something. We'll take it. Let's go back and clean up our boxes, do box sorting, and just see how many 31 IVs we got, you know, for breeders. All right, we have catch event results coming in 4th place with 172 points. Berserker 172 being the dude. This was a crazy event. I think a lot of people showed up for this one. Maybe since it's on a Sunday, a lot more. Honestly, I don't really think about that enough, but a lot more people can show up. It makes sense, you know, on the weekends. 172 is a crazy 4th place. Rumel caught a 166 in this, I believe. After it was a Spinda that was like 171, but it was -5. That was a crazy catch. 172 as 4th place is crazy. Obviously, it's like the highest score, but the fact that that's like a normal, the fact that people were shooting for low IVs and got that high is crazy. Like, usually like when you're shooting for the highest in a normal catch event, you would get like 172. 3rd place is 13. That's disgusting. 13 is 3rd. How many? Is first through third all 13? Someone said they saw an 8. Dude, this catch event was so fucking competitive. Oh, did you get third place? Yo, PVM Lone Wolf, congrats. Someone in chat. Hell yeah, man. Congrats. Yes, I feel like second and third place are both 13. That's so crazy. First place is a 3. Was it a Spinda that was an 8 total? And that, dude, that's insane. That's so wild. Holy crap, dude. Third place, 13. Let's see. We're for second place. Second place, also a 13. Ganja, congratulations. Caught at 5:12 p.m. Now we're just waiting for first place. Apparently, first place is a 3. If that's true, that's like, it's hard to have in perspective because we're the lowest or whatever, right? But like having a 3. The best way to phrase it, having a 3 is comparable to having a 183 store Pokemon, which would be fucking insane for a catch event, right? Like, to put it in terms. Maybe like a 182 actually, because the 0, yeah. Holy crap. First place with a huge 3 points. Emperor, this is legendary, dude. Emperor Phidias, congratulations. That is straight up legendary, like unironically. That is the equivalent of winning an event with a 182 or like a 183. That's about as high as we see in catch events. That's insane. That's so ridiculous, dude. Insanely big congratulations. That is like, it's hard to compare because it's a low score, but that is ridiculous. That is so fucking impressive, man. Amazing catch. Congrats, dude. With 11 minutes left in the event as well. 11 minutes left. Congrats, man. All right, I sorted through just the 1x31s. I still have to go through like noteds and see like what other like good nature breeders we have to sort out. But you can see my 1x31 box is super full. I've had to bleed these over to my noted box now. All right, we got ourselves an alpha encounter over on the Iron Man. This is an alpha Cottony. Now, this actually doesn't have Prankster. You get Prankster on Cottony not as a hidden ability, so it's not really going to help out with that, but I think this will be the first one in the Pokedex, actually, so that'll be nice. And I can actually catch the surrounding Cottonies and maybe get one with Prankster if it doesn't have hidden ability access, which is actually kind of ideal. And then that could be my Prankster Pokemon for a Jimmy run, but I already talked about I'm probably going to rebreed that Honchkrow down and do a Murkrow, so I can have Fly and the Prankster in one slot. And this fight was a pain in the butt, and then I accidentally killed the Cottony. Whoops. Guess we gotta grab the free hyper potion and come back for round 2. That accidental KO was totally my fault. I just zoned out. It was a really boring fight. Lots of leech seeding and Giga Draining to sustain. I could have just scrolled up and saw that my fake out did 39%, and then I tried to payday afterwards, and it only had 35% HP, so that was just negligence on my end, and that's okay. It's gonna happen sometimes. I'm not gonna lie, this alpha catch is sending me, dude. This Cottony is being such a pain in the butt. They do not want to get caught, and I forgot the skill swap here. I'm making a few mistakes here and there for sure, but the Giga Drain Leech Seed Sustain, it's really hard for me to answer. This is an alpha where it would definitely be way better to have a Breloom. Breloom wouldn't be able to be toxic just like that. He wouldn't be able to be Leech Seeded. Giga Drain would hit for like very little damage. Breloom is the perfect counter to something like this, but I just don't have mine XP trained up quite yet. All right, there it is. Man, that was a real pain in the butt, but that's okay. We got it. That'll be another breeder for the future. And it's always the most pain in the butt annoying alphas that are always the worst IVs. That's okay. Just how it goes. Still happy I went for it. Still really important to catch every alpha possible on the Iron Man. But next up on the agenda, I have a little bit more box sorting to do, but as soon as I'm done that, I can head on over to Quilavas and actually start going for the Jimmy Run team finally. Also, I hadn't mentioned it yet, but I didn't get any extra elemental orbs from using the Moltres to EV train, and that was expected. You know, EV training only takes like 30 to 40 minutes to train 4 Pokemon like that. It's just really unlikely. The elemental orbs are very rare. All right, after sorting through 90% of the stuff we caught in the catch event today, I think I'm ready to go ahead and release a ton of it. These can be moved over here just like this. So we still have about 3.5 boxes of Pokemon, which is perfect. Pretty clean if you ask me. We need to release this. Basically an entire box of Pokemon. Rip, another box destroyed for the sake of cleanliness on the Iron Man account. All right, it is finally time to begin building a Jimmy Run team from scratch. I'm going to go ahead and pop my first lure, use my modest synchronized Kadabra, and try to catch my very first Quilava and see the stats. Dude, make a really good point, David. I could get Raikou while... I didn't even think about that, honestly. I'm not used to being in Johto. I could totally get Raikou while going for the Quilava. That would be amazing. Good call, dude. Alrighty, here's our first ever Quilava catch on the account. Show me modest nature. The synchronized, boom, 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 sassy. It's honestly, even the 25 plus attack is relevant. That honestly could be a breeder right there. Ideally, we're looking for 25 plus Spatak and speed, and we can have like other breeders we can match with it, or like 25 in one stat plus the modest nature. That would be, we're looking for a combination of two things. There's 3 things in total that we could get on the Quilava: 25 plus special attack, 25 plus speed, and then the nature. If we could get 2 out of 3 of those things, we can fix it in one breed. So I think that will be ideal. Ooh, I wasn't able to escape a fight. I was a little worried about that. My Kadabra is obviously very low level, but honestly, it was working for quite a while. I think I could go XP train this, but I'm not going to worry about it quite yet. I'm going to have to EV train it first as well. I'm just going to go essentially heal. I think the strat will be just to go heal whenever it dies, whenever it fails to run. I could put a smoke ball on it as well, actually. That's probably worth it. It'll take a little bit more time per run, but I think it's worth it for the consistency of having to not heal as well. All right, we got ourselves a modest Quilava. Let's see the stats. Looking for 25 plus attack or speed. Okay, it's so bad. But we had to do it though. I just realized I need a damp Pokemon here, don't I? I totally could have just lost a shiny. Whew. You always got to try to prepare for something like that. That is a little scary. I'm going to pop a baby repel. If you don't know, if you have lures, you don't want to waste your lure steps, you actually can pop a repel and it will waste the repel steps first. Watch this. And I can keep my lure steps. So popping up, it's very micro efficiency, but popping my baby repel here will actually save me more Pokeyen than wasting these lure steps, if that makes sense. Let's go ahead and go grab that damp Pokemon though, just in case. That was actually really, really scary. Someone said Pokedex check in chat. Honestly, a great question. I'm at 144. Caught OT 144. I definitely want to start now that we have Johto done. I can actually like properly start working on that, and I would get the reward of Mount Silver, which would be so. Mount Silver will be like we're entering endgame on the Iron Man. That would feel amazing. But I don't think I can get. Mount Silver access without Sinnoh done. Someone put out 145 owned, 144 OT. Dude, I talked about this before. I actually am petrified that someone will see that and think I cheated on the Iron Man account. What happened was the Hitmontop that I got as the PvP reward counts as owned OT but not caught OT, which makes sense, but it's a good thing to call out so people don't think I'm fucking cheating. You know, it's honestly a good double check. Here, I'm gonna head back to the PC for a second and actually check something. I think I caught 2 different Quilavas. Did I not? Let's go check. What gender are they? That matters as well for the breeds. I caught 4 different Quilavas. All are male. Something I could do if I really want to stretch things. This one's modest. This one has. I have 2 that have 1 out of the things that I need. I could fix these with breeding, but it's gonna take a lot more breeds. That might be worth it to just save time on like. I could just probably catch. And I have tons. It's always good to like clear out box space is what I'm thinking, right? So what I could go ahead and do. I'd have to rebreed these with Dittos as well, though, to make them female. I don't know if I have Dittos with, like, the stats. I actually just don't at all. Okay, so I can't do that. Well, what if I could fix one of them? I'm not quite there yet. Okay, we're gonna keep catching. I wanted to double check if I could just do more breeding to fix them, then sure. I can't even fix them with more breeding. I don't have the Dittos required. That'll be a big thing in the future. Getting a bunch of Dittos, because having those Quilavas are male only. I can't breed them with female Pokemon because then it will turn out the other species, right? The female in the breed decides the species. So if I breed a male Quilava with like a female Spinda or whatever egg group, you know, it will come out that Spinda or that other Mon. So I can't do that, right? So we're gonna head back. We're gonna head over here, do a bit more farming until we get more tools to work with. 31 speed, I'll take. It's only 1, but we could use that in the future for a breed. The problem is they're all male, as we talked about, and I just don't have Dittos really to breed these. So maybe we might reach a point where we have to go breed Dittos, because this is just this is honestly taking longer than I expected. I'm getting, I don't know if it's rough luck on the Quilavas. I thought it'd be decently easy to get like with like 2 out of the 3 goals, you know, especially with the synchronize. But I'm just not getting the Quilavas that I need on, unfortunately. Man, this is like so close to being good. I could maybe use this for like a PvP Typhlosion down the road. Timid 31 speed. It's close to being good, but it's not for a Jimmy Run team. Okay, whew, there's our first, nice. There's our first Quilava catch that actually has 20 plus in the 2 stats like that. That's beautiful. I think from this point, I'm gonna have to go breed or go catch Dittos. I think I just need Dittos, like unironically, because I can't really breed because every single Quilava is male because it's 87.5% chance. I can't really breed them with any of the field A group breeders that I have, right? So I've got to just go get Dittos. So let's just go over to that. We have enough Quillavas now, I think, to start some breeds. Let's head over to Dittos and go over to Hoenn. We're going to use the Magikarp strat for Dittos just because it is easy on the Iron Man. It's something to do right now. And it's still like decently efficient. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. It's not the best for sure. It's like a turn slow, which really adds up, but it's solid. All right, time to show off the actual Magikarp strat. So on an Iron Man account, if you're like early game Iron Man, similar to how I am, like I consider myself still early game. I think mid game starts when you have all 5 regions done. I'm very much still in the early game. So the strat, when you're an early game Iron Man account, this Magikarp strat, I think it's a really good way to go about things. It's not the most efficient thing in the world, but it's pretty darn good. It's really good if you have very little resources. You just need yourself a catching Smeargle and any just shitty Magikarp. You lead with the Smeargle, you switch the Magikarp in, you let the Ditto transform into the Magikarp. It can't hurt you at all with only Splash. You go ahead and you Spore it to... The only thing you have to watch out for is that it only has 5 PP on the Splash, so it can struggle to death if you don't catch it within a few balls. But you want to go ahead and just do this, and then Dusk Ball, and then bam, boom. It should be like a 68% chance, I believe, to catch. If it fails, you just keep going, use more Dust Balls, and then after you catch 15 Dittos in a row, you can actually switch to Repeat Balls, which are a little bit like 100 Pokeyen cheaper, but this is a very good budget way to go for Dittos early on. It's crazy that every single 31 Ditto matters, like so much. Every single 31 IV Ditto is so valuable. So there's a 31 attack IV Ditto. Like it's about 1 in 5, 1 in 6 per Ditto catches to get a IV like that. I'm going to call out every single one because they are all very valuable. Oh shit! Wait, that might be what I need. I just realized. Holy shit, dude. 31 Spatak Ditto. That might be what I need. We might be able to breed 1 Cyndaquil. We still need more, but we can go start our first one, I think. Oh my goodness, I have it. That's so good. Okay. Because that's so insane. Because I have this 1 Teddiursa that is modest and 1 times 31, I can now breed a 2 times 31 Cyndaquil, and I'll show you why with modest. I could breed a 2, not even 25 plus, but a 2 times 31 Typhlosion with correct nature. Specifically having double 31 and not just 25 plus is not amazingly relevant for Jimmy runs, but it is amazingly relevant for Elite 4 reruns one day, for raids, for like that extra stats really matters on certain PVM activities. Okay. That's insane. I'm going to show you guys what the breed will look like. We have that. We need to breed that. We have another Ditto over here with... Where'd my Ditto go? I had a Ditto somewhere with the stats that I needed. Where'd it go? I lost the Mons. Okay, with these 3 breeders, I can now make a perfect Cyndaquil. I need to first get a special attack and speed brace. Let's go talk to this. Watch my Pokeyen get drained here, by the way. Attack, speed. I already have a speed, actually. We save a little bit of yen there. We're going to buy one more anyway. Speed goes onto the Quilava. Spatak onto the Ditto. And now I need to make sure I pay for this to be female or I will mess it all up. I will mess everything up if I can't do this correctly. Pay for this. Pay for female. Cost 21k. Gotta do it. 31. Random. It could. Now, theoretically, I could randomly roll the nature, but that would be insane. The odds of that are very low. If that happens, I will, I don't know, pog out. So we have that cooking, and now with that on the way, next breed, I can Spatak brace this Cyndaquil and Everstone the Teddiursa and make a perfect 2 times 31 Typhlosion. That feels so good. That is such an amazing Pokemon that will make me quite literally tens of millions of Pokeyen down the road, as well as just last me thousands of hours. This is going to be an insane Typhlosion. All right, our Cyndaquil hatched. Let's see if it came out with the... Okay, as expected, it didn't get the nature, which is what we kind of wanted, right? Also, it randomly rolled... I didn't even know that was an option. It randomly rolled 20 plus HP in defense. Oh, that is... It's not like... It's just there's an extra little... It's an extra little icing on top, you know? That is... we will take that all day. So now, we can go Everstone. The speed... will guaranteed crossover. It's so beautiful, dude. We're gonna lose the defenses though, probably is the only sad thing, because yeah, we're gonna lose them for sure, unfortunately, but that's okay. We're gonna have a 2 times 31. I'm even gonna pay for this to be female, so if I want to breed it up one day I can. I'm gonna put an Electri Ball. This will be a Typhlosion that I use for the Halloween event, for most raids, right? For any sun raid, for every single Jimmy run that I ever do. This Typhlosion will last me thousands of hours and so much content. This is so exciting, dude. I need to breed one more. Don't get me wrong, but this is a huge step. It feels so monumental. All right, now I think I can make the next one, but it's gonna be a lot more expensive because I don't really have amazing Cyndaquils or Quillavas to really breed it. So I believe that I'm going to need this Patrat. We're going to pull this in my party. I'm going to need a few other things. I'm going to need that Patrat for sure. I've got this Quilava with Modest. I'm carrying the nature over from the initial breed, which is not what you want to do when breeding. It usually costs a lot more to do that. But I have the Everstones, and I'd rather just guaranteed make sure that I get what I want, if that makes sense. So we're going to start with this. We're going to Everstone this. And then we're going to breed this guy with a 1x31. It has to be a Ditto, doesn't it? Because it's male. Yep. We're going to have to pay a lot for the genders here. So now we're going to look for a 31 special attack Ditto, I believe. Do I not have one? Or a speed? We could do speed. That's fine. Either one. Wait, do I not have one? Oh, no. I thought I had one. I thought I had a... Was the only one I had the one... Oh, no. Okay. I still can do this. So I'm going to do... This is going to be a really expensive breed. But I think it's worth it. I have the Pokeyen. We can start Jimmy running ASAP. We'll make it back. It's fine. I'm going to go ahead. We could even like brace this speed if we want to and just make it like a decent... make this one a decent Typhlosion. Let's do that. Instead of making a perfect Typhlosion, let's just do a decent one. We already have a perfect one. We only need one perfect one. I'm gonna go to... We might not even need this. We won't need this Patrat then. So much of breeding is already puzzle solving on a main account. On an Iron Man account, it's like solving a puzzle when all the pieces are like scattered around and some are on the floor, some are missing, some are chewed up. It's like way more. Okay, so Modest 25 speed. We're gonna make this female. We'll start with this, and we should have a matching breed for this for sure. All right, I think this Lillipup will end up being the perfect breeder. It is, we just need a field male Pokemon with 25 plus attack, 25 plus speed. We can go ahead and brace. We'll buy the brace for this. Brace the special attack on this. And then we'll Everstone the nature on the coming out Cyndaquil. And then we'll go ahead and end up with a 31-31 perfect one and a 25-25 modest nature. This will be beautiful, boys. We're almost there. Let's get a flame body Pokemon to make it a little bit faster. Right, here it is, fellas. The moment of truth, man. We already know. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's perfect. Now we just have to EV train and XP train this bad boy. We have our first perfect Jimmy Run and PVM Pokemon, dude. Hell fucking yes. Okay, while this next egg is hatching, so we can breed it next, I'm gonna go ahead. Do I have a... Let's first check for Torkoal. I need a Torkoal. I don't have a single Torkoal. Okay, I'm gonna have to go catch a Drought Torkoal, but I also need to breed my Prankster, Honchkrow / Murkrow. I thought I... Wait, let me delete this. I thought I had a Honchkrow. Do I not? Wait, is it a Murkrow? Wait a minute. I thought I swear I had... Do I not have a Honchkrow / Murkrow? I thought I had one. I swear I had one. Did I not catch it? Am I misremembering? I must be misremembering. I swear I thought I had a... That changes things. I thought I had a Alpha Honchkrow / Murkrow cop, but I do not. Okay. That changes how I have to do this now. I need a Cottony with Prankster, not a Murkrow. I do have one Cottony. I have an Alpha Cottony. I was confusing that. Okay. But that does not have... what's okay? So I need to go catch two Pokemon. I need to go catch a Torkoal and catch a Cottony. Okay, this Cyndaquil hatch, boys. Let's see... Wait, no. Okay, sorry. For a second, I was like, I thought I'm so dumb. I'm just so dumb. Breeding is so... Okay. I thought that I randomly rolled the Modest Nature. I just Everstoned it. I don't know what I was... That's just... Okay, yeah, as expected. Okay, so we have Everstone plus... I was like so shocked for a sec. I was so excited. There's no way we randomly... Yeah, here we go. Okay. There's no way we randomly roll that. Modest 25 plus in both stats we need. Let's go ahead and we're gonna... Yep. Are you hyped to enter Jimmy Run Jail soon? We will be in Jimmy Run Jail. We're gonna reach a point where we're gonna start every stream with a Jimmy Run. That's how the stream... It's how the Iron Man content's gonna become very, very soon. Luxury Ball, beautiful Cyndaquil. I don't care about the gender, I don't think here. We'll let it randomly roll. That's the final breed, boys. That is both of our Typhlosions done with. I need to EV train them and extra save a lot of time, you know. I need to train them up, but I'm very happy with that. Let's head over to catching our Torkoal, which is best found. Let's see. Fiery Path. We only need one really quickly. Fiery Path home. It needs to be Drought, though. We could Ability Pill, but we like to save the Pokemon possible. I know Magma Hideout better. Do I have the bike that can jump? Let's see. Yes, I do. Okay, so we can head over here because I know I have that. Okay, we're gonna catch a Drought Torkoal, and then we will go for the Cottony over in Unova. All right, and my perfect Cyndaquil is officially tagged with the name 0 Gym Runs, and then every time I do a gym run, I'm gonna rename him like 1, 2, 3, 4, and that'll be the way that I count how many gym runs I do on the account, which will be a cool thing to keep track of. And the very first Torkoal we encounter is a Drought Torkoal. You can actually tell because when he enters the battle, the sun like goes up. You can tell based on the way the fight starts. So I can go ahead and Spore and then False Swipe and catch this as soon as possible. All right, and that's the Torkoal catch. Just as easy as that. Giving him Explosion TM would be nice. Maybe I'll breed him down to level 1 before I do that. You really just want a low-level Drought Torkoal to sacrifice itself. It doesn't really matter what it has, aside you want it to be low level generally. So that is the Torkoal taken care of. Our other Typhlosion hatched. It's beautiful. 26 plus in both stats. That's exactly what you want to see. We do have a name for it. Tally Erupt. You can actually, if you want to permanently affect my Iron Man account and rename my Pokemon, you can watch my streams live on Twitch and spend these fake things called channel points you get from watching the stream for free. You can spend them to rename Pokemon. And a lot of people aren't taking enough advantage of it. Tally Hack has been doing a lot of the renaming. So feel free to watch the stream and you can name Pokemon, obviously within boundaries. Name Pokemon, whatever you really want to for the most part on my account, which is fun. Now we have a 3x Horde of Cottony, my last Sweet Scent. If I pay attention, you can actually see which one is Prankster if you see them growth before your Dragon Claw goes off, because that means they went ahead of you, obviously. So let's see. Nobody went ahead of me. So that either means there's no Prankstermon here, or could use False Swipe to check as well. False Swipe might be better, but I'm using this to clear the Horde. There's either no Prankstermon here. That one in the middle is not Prankster for sure, or the Prankster one used an attack like Mega Drain. So we know that this one's not Prankster in the middle because it used Growth and it moved after me. So I have to go for this one might be Prankster, but it also might just not be. If it uses Growth here, it's not. It could still be. Right, here's the Cottony catch. Moment of truth. Does it have? Is it Prankster? Yes, that's so. Oh, that's so good. That's perfect. Bad IV is what we want. Dude, my heart is kind of... It sounds so dumb and cheesy. I know, but my heart's kind of beating, dude. All I need to do is teach this Tailwind. I can actually either Sunstone it to evolve it, I believe, or I might as well because it's... Do I have a Sunstone? Only 2. I think it's worth because I need the evolution... Well, I don't know my party, but I need the evolution for the Pokedex anyway. And it might learn it upon level up, but I also need to buy the TM. We just caught the final Pokemon I need for my Jimmy Run team. I'm done, guys. The Jimmy Run team is like... I still have to train. I have to EV train and XP train for hours. But like the Pokemon themselves. It literally makes me like one of... I'm so excited, man. The thing that changes the way that you play PokeMMO the most out of anything in the whole game, whether you're a main account or an Iron Man, is a Jimmy Run team. A Jimmy Run team changes how you think about Pokeyen for every type of Pokemon player. It's that powerful. It's that game changing. Dude, it's so beautiful. There it is, chat. Look at it. It's fucking gorgeous, dude. Oh, we have the team done. It's just time to train, man. That is so exhilarating. Oh, perfect. I just have an Explosion TM. That's so good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and use an Explosion TM on my Torkoal. Then if I have a Tailwind TM, I might just go ahead and do that on my Cottony. I'm going to Sunstone it. I always forget. Sometimes I feel like I've seen it where Cottony does learn Tailwind when it evolves. I need it for Pokedex anyway, so we'll get 2 birds, 1 stone. Get a Pokedex entry, and then if it learns Tailwind, awesome. If not, I'll go buy a TM really quick. So we're going to get these 2 Pokemon set up, and then as soon as these guys are set up, my Torkoal's already done. My Torkoal's officially set up. No move relearn. Okay, I'm gonna go buy a Tailwind TM, teach that to the Whimsicott, and then we just need to EV train, XP train, and we can start our Jimmy runs very soon. Yes, it's a good call from Night Shadow in chat. I could just level it to 28 and get the Tailwind for free, but honestly, it's actually relevant to have your Whimsicott and Torkoal as low level as possible. So I'd actually rather just spend the Pokeyen. Also, once again, the Gym Run team is going to solve the Pokeyen problem, so I'd rather actually just go ahead and spend the extra. It's a good call, though. I appreciate chat helping out. I'd rather just I hate the way the TMs are sorted. Just sort them all by alphabet, okay? Not by type. I have to like find the flying type. There's like 10 flying type TMs in total. We're gonna buy Tailwind. Teach that to our Whimsicott. Overgrowth. Boom. Put it in the first slot, of course. There it is. Our setup Pokemon are complete. That's huge, man. All right, we're gonna plop these bad boys in here for the future. They're ready to use, and now it's time to start officially EV training. I might as well EV train as many Pokemon as I possibly can while I'm doing it. I'm gonna start off with some speed EV training over at Rapidash in Unova. I can't wait for this to actually fuck me up in the future. Someone Twitch redeemed to name the Whimsicott Torkoal, and then name the Torkoal. You said Cottony. Would you rather me do it Whimsicott? I assume to actually. I can't wait for this to actually mess me up in the future. I'm actually gonna like bring in the Ron Mons. That's so obnoxious. I kind of love it though. Good shit, Twitch chat. I think the best strat here is gonna go ahead and just do a synchronized Pokemon. I'm just trying to speed EV train, synchronize Pokemon whenever I can. I don't really have like Pokemon laying around that need EV train at the moment. Aside from this Litwick, which I will special attack EV train as I train. Those will be perfect timing. But I think with that, we're set up. Our inventory is good. I'm ready to just go ahead and start EV training, and I'll see you guys when I'm done. All right, and much later at a perfect 2 a.m., I'm finishing up the speed EV training. Don't worry, it didn't take me that long. I just kind of took a nice little break after the stream and did a bunch of other, real life activities, watched some movies, hung out, etc., etc. There we go. Speed EV training done with. Let's go set up for special attack EV training next. And this also gives me a good chance to go ahead and switch in my Litwick over my Kadabra. I'd like to special attack EV train this maybe in the future, but doesn't even honestly exactly need it. It's really just there to be a synchronized Pokemon, but we can put this XP share over on this Litwick. And this Litwick is a pretty big deal. When this turns into a Chandelure, this will be a complete and ready PvP Pokemon, honestly. It's not timid, which is kind of preferred for PvP, but it's decent enough. And the big thing is the main use of this Litwick turning Chandelure is a Halloween pumpkin boss. It could be a decent raid Pokemon as well. Raid Pokemon, somewhat of a PvP mon, but number one usage, the pumpkin boss, the Halloween event. This is one out of the 3 big Pokemon you need to be able to do the Halloween event. So that will be massive. And Typhlosion's number 2. So if I can get a nice Crocodile at some point, which I don't think I even have caught a Sandile on this account yet. Nope. I've not caught a single one. So I have one Krokorok. We'll have to go farm one of these bad boys at one point. Very powerful Pokemon. But I'm going to EV train here comfortably over at Gloom in Hoenn. I'll see you guys when I'm done special attacking. Alrighty, fellas, I am making it just in time. I haven't finished EV training my Quillavas quite yet. I totally forgot there's a catch event today at 11 a.m. I'm just barely making it. You can see everybody over here already getting their pre-catches, gaming. I went ahead and grabbed myself a quiet synchronize. It's not synchronized. I'm going to go get an ability pill really quick, I think, and go switch that. The event begins in 2 minutes. I am in a rush. I forgot the catch event was starting, but should I get here in time? Get a quiet, synchronized lead Pokemon. I also have a sticky hold Pokemon in the back just in case that's actually high enough level to work as well, but I'm not sure. Let's go ahead and go grab that ability pill. I know this costs a fair bit, 35k just to change the ability, but I think it's worth it. I've been working on my synchronized full group of Pokemon. I've been training them. Boom, synchronize. Yep, that's worth it. It's worth it. I'll be making plenty of Pokeyen soon. We won't have to worry about it so much very, very soon. Back over Cerulean City we go. I believe we have the Super Rod here, but you can just check. It's a Corsola catch event. You can check the details over here on the forum post. 11 a.m. to noon. Corsola's plus 10. Gyarados minus 5. Horsey. Quiet is the best nature by far. Plus 10 is pretty significant. Shiny Corsola prize is at risk. Let's go get ourselves. Let's go check. Pokedex. Corsola. Cerulean City Kanto. Cerulean City Super Rod Kanto. Yes, you want a Super Rod. You don't want to do any. I believe you don't want to do anything else here besides Super Rod. It's going to give you your best chance. The event officially started. I'm getting stalled by an NPC. That's okay. The event has officially started, fellas. Good luck, good luck. We made it just in time. I'm like a little bit late for my first catch, but that's okay. We couldn't prep our first catch, you know. That's okay. Now make sure, huge tip, make sure you cannot catch up here, okay? This is Route 24. Make sure you check the top left-hand corner of your screen. You have to make sure it says that you're in Cerulean City, which is over towards this area. So make sure to head over here before you actually start fishing. All right, everybody here, good luck to all participants. Good luck on your catches, and I'll see you guys with any cool catches. Or I'm trying to on the fly figure out what strategy I should use here. I don't have a Horsey in my Pokedex. Horsey should be 100% quick ball catch rate. Gyarados is only 30%, so it's not worth doing that. Corsola is 39% quick ball. So the strategy I believe is going to be quick ball all Horseys, but then anything else, I'm going to either have to switch over to my Smeargle or just lead with my Smeargle here and not worry about the nature bonus, which might be the better play to catch more Pokemon. Usually just leading your catching Pokemon and getting more catches is ideal versus synchronized, but it depends if you're quick balling or like what strategy you're employing. Like here I can quick ball the Horsey. Okay, I'm gonna be so honest, I did 1000% just catch this Krabby for Pokedex entry. It's kind of silly during catch events, but you know what? Anything we could add to our Pokedex along the way at this point in the account, at 150 Pokemon now caught OT, we'll take it. This is a great question. Harry G said, what's your most proud accomplishment so far on the Ironman account? To be totally honest, it's what's next. It's completing the Jimmy Run team. Like once I need to quick ball this, yeah. Once I get the Quilavas / Typhlosions, EV trained, XP trained, and like I do my first Jimmy Run, it'll definitely be getting my first Jimmy Run done. That'll be the most proud accomplishment for me, for sure, in my opinion. Now, I think we're just early. It's quiet without even the synchronized. Beautiful. We're just early game. I think that's the beautiful thing right now is we're still early game on the Ironman account. So every time we do the next thing, it's almost always my next proud thing, you know, like having 4 regions done, getting the shiny, the first OT shiny, getting the amount of synchronized and utility Pokemon I have, getting the catch and Smeargle was massive. Right now, like the Garchomp, right now it's almost always whatever is next is my most proud accomplishment because we're still so early on into the account. I know we're 225 hours in. We're still in the early game. We don't have all 5 regions done. We're not in mid game yet. We're in the early game, in my personal opinion. Oh, that's such a weird catch. Not worth for the catch event. An amazing breeder. Double 31, Water A and Water C. Double 31 in these stats. Phenomenal breeder. That is a really lucky catch. Nothing for the catch event, but an amazing breeder, dude. That's what you want to see, dude. Hell yeah. All right, I'm actually out of net balls for this event. We just talked about which one's better. Net balls are really good for the Corsola catches. I'm going to head over to Unova really quick and go buy some net balls, spend down a bit more Pokeyen. I was worried. It's been really funny. I was worried at the start of this Ironman episode that I wouldn't be able to spend enough Pokeyen. I wouldn't be able to spend all the Pokeyen that I wanted to. And people always ask me, you know, what do you even do with Pokeyen on an Ironman account? You can't even buy stuff on the GTL. What do you do with it? Dude, it is crazy how fast you run through Pokeyen on this account. Watch this. Like, it's crazy because you have to do so many catch events. You have to catch so many Pokemon, right? And the Pokemon you catch can't be converted into Pokeyen, like on a main account, right? On a main account, you always end up selling Pokemon, right? That's why you catch a lot of Pokemon is to sell them for profit. You can't do that on an Ironman. So all Pokemon caught all Pokeballs just get poofed into a different resource. You're converting your Pokeyen into Pokeballs and then converting the Pokeballs into breeders and into good IV Pokemon. You're never getting it back into Pokeyen, if that makes sense. So it's very different than a main account in that way, where when your Pokeyen's gone, your Pokeyen's gone. You're transferring it into a different resource as opposed to sort of spending money to make more money, if that makes sense. It's a great question. Got another Staryu encounter. I'm definitely wasting a little bit of time in the catch events just to get some of these Pokedex encounters, but eventually that won't be possible because the Pokedex will be completed, okay? So, you know what? While we can do it, I go ahead and do it. Just a quick ball on a Staryu, really easy. Get that done in the Pokedex. No IVs. Got it caught. There we go. Okay, this catch event has been kind of stuffed for me, but at the same time, look at this. Modest Horsey, 25 plus attack, 25 plus HP. This needs like 2 breed, maybe 1 breed. If I bred it with something correctly and I could like high roll and medium roll the Spadef, high roll defense, medium roll Spadef, and then brace speed. This could be a done breed if we get the correct breeder for it. That could be a Kingdra PvP ready. And I think it's very possible, I'm not 100% sure, but it's very possible that a Rain team in PvP is one of the teams that I look to like enter into OU with first, because Rain is just so good at catching free wins sometimes. Rain is really good in low tier, from my understanding. Rain is really, really good in like low tier, low rank PvP to catch some free wins, because sometimes just leading with Pelipper and then U-turning over to a Choice Specs, Hydra Pump, Indra, and just hitting Hydra Pumps in range just does so much damage that sometimes you just pull away with the wins, you know? But if someone's team is properly built and can answer it, you're probably going to get outskilled. Like, Rain is not like broken. It's just really good for beginners or someone trying to snag a few free wins like myself. I think Kindra's also win rate in OU is like not very good. Not that high. 94% pairing with Pelipper. Yeah, Rain does not have a very good win percentage, but it can snag some free wins every here and there. So that might be what I go for, but we'll see if we go for a more balanced team as well. I want to build a few PvP teams upcoming here in the future at one point. Obviously, we're pretty far from that. I got to solve Pokeyen first, but it's definitely it's getting closer and closer, where I'm like, you know what? Grinding some OU and going for like the OU PvP rewards sounds like a lot of fun. Speaking of PvP rewards, the randoms one reset. It's Steelix. I don't need that. I'm not worried about that. I don't care about Steelix. It's not a good PVM Pokemon. That's a PvP only Pokemon. Not worried about Steelix. Not nearly good enough to enter for the catch event, but 20 plus and 5 stats will always take it. That's a fantastic breeder. Will do well down the road. A free Dragon Scale catch on the Iron. I'll take it, man. Always need those. Yeah! That's a good catch. Oh! Oh my god. Okay. Yo, that's insane. My stream crashed right before this catch, which looks so sus. Holy. Okay. Chat. Fuck. Shit. That's a plus 10. That's a 176. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That might win. Ah! That's a 176. I'm so glad I woke up early. Oh my god. My face is like flushed. Dude, that's so fucked. My stream crashed like right before that. Oh my god. That's a 176. That's a 176 on the Iron Man. Oh my god. Oh my god. This might be the catch event that we win. I played this event so scuffed. I'm just done, I think, catching. Oh my god, my fucking blood is coursing, bro. Let me go pick up the... I know it's so dumb, but this is like... My Iron Man luck has been insane. There is no... Also, Spidget called we would get a crazy Corsola. There is no way. There is no shot I win my first catch event after like 10 or less catch events on the account. There is no way. This is insane. I'm gonna fucking... There's no way. Let me put this in my party. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. This could win. Oh, I don't want to get my hopes up. I shouldn't like get my hopes up. This is a 176. This is a 176 total. I shouldn't get my hopes up because it might not win. I'm like assuming I win. I shouldn't get my hopes up. Let me go heal. Oh fuck, man. Let's go heal. And let's go keep catching, I guess, for a little bit. Oh, because the 166 isn't that high of a wild touch, but it's on a Corsola, which is nice. It's a 176. I shouldn't get my hopes up too much. This could place though. If this wins, I could get the XP re-amplifier. Yeah, it's true. Any amount of RP. Okay, chat, tell me if I'm wrong. I think this is a guaranteed top 3. Guaranteed top 3. This has got to be a guaranteed top 3. I hope you win, Pat. It would literally be completing an end game goal on the account. It would be the first end game goal. Yeah, I think top 3 is guaranteed. Dude, this is insane. I think this is guaranteed top 3. It comes down to, is it rank 1? And the question becomes, if it's not rank 1, do I spend the RP or do I save it? I think I would probably save it for XP reamplifier, honestly. I want a reamplifier so bad. This is so crazy, dude. This is so insane. This is like the biggest this is like one of my I always said one of my favorite goals on the Iron Man was having to win a catch event to get RP is so cool to me. Yeah, I have a good shot to win. This is I can't believe it, dude. I almost didn't make it to this catch event on time. I almost forgot. This is gonna be so intense. I just someone saw they have a 177. Unless they linked it, the people lie about catch event points all the time. It happens almost every event. Unless they linked it, you can't believe them. But it's possible, obviously. Holy crap, man. The event ends in 1 minute. I am just shaking. I'm so fucking excited. Okay, the event just ended. I immediately whispered my entry over to Enzo. We should be good. Said my entry, smiley face, 176. This was caught with 5 minutes left in the event. 5 minutes left in the event. The nature's irrelevant. It's just Corsola's plus 10. So it's a 176. Let's make episode 5 of Banger Boys shiny Corsola incoming. I forgot that you also get a shiny. Oh my god. I'm so focused on the RP. Oh my god. I totally forgot that you even... Also, shiny Corsola is like an amazingly, like, pretty rare shiny. It's like an uncommon fishing shunt. Yeah, my brain has been so... This is gonna be very common, to be fair. It's a fishing shunt. My brain has been so locked in on... Shiny Corsola is like pretty rare. Shiny Corsola is a rare. People are saying, yeah, like shiny Corsola is a pretty rare shiny. I don't know if it's like a rare, but it's like a pretty rare. You know, great blue. It's beautiful. I haven't even thought about the shiny. I'm so locked in on the RP. That's holy crap, dude. It's blowing my brain. All right, now we simply aura farm with our Corsola in front of the mods until placements are announced, until they have everything scored and ready. Registration is now closed. Results will be announced in a few minutes. Dude, I am just so antsy. I am just so ready for this. I've been so insanely lucky on this Iron Man account. I need to say that. Like, this account has been so consistently lucky, and I need to appreciate that. Because it's just, I've been really lucky, and I don't want to deny that. It's really important to keep that in mind. You know, it's not all skill. It's a lot of grinding, a lot of hard work for sure, but I've been very lucky along the way, pretty consistently. Okay, they are back with the results, chat. I'm going to soak in every second of this because if I win the catch event, I mean, dude, I was saying a second ago, it's fucking crazy. I literally started today's stream with shout out to Senpai. I would have missed this catch event if not for him. Talk about Patrouski luck. We're like, I'm so glad I recorded that and I shouted that person out and I said thank you because now I might win a catch event that I was going to miss if it wasn't for that YouTube chatter. It's always some stars aligned shit, dude. It's crazy, man. I'm really lucky, man. I'm really lucky. Really fortunate. Okay. They've got the results. If we can just ignore the unhinged stuff happening in global chat, I appreciate it. Let's just look past that. They've got the results. Let's see what happens. Every single place that we see like matters. So like if we see me not get third, it means I could be second or higher. If we see the moment we see second place revealed, we know whether or not I won, if that makes sense. The moment we see second place and it's not me and it's a lower than 176, that probably means that I won. We'll have to see. They said they have the results and then didn't say anything. Why are the staff edging me? What is happening, bro? Come on, what do you... If Patrouski wins, I quit. Come on. Drum roll, okay. Drum roll. We gotta help the staff out with the drum roll. Get the drum roll going. Let's see, fourth place. We saw someone in my chat have a 19. There, I don't know if that's him. There's a catch time, so it might not be the person from our chat. Let's see the but congratulations, dude. Fourth place winner. I don't know if this is the... In fourth place we have Satuya with 19 points. Congratulations, Satuya. Congratulations, man. Let's give him the GGs. We are 2 placement calls away from seeing... I'm scared, chat. Third was a 172, but they showed the time. Maybe it's... It's gonna be really close. I'm actually, my heart is fucking, it's gonna be really close, chat. It's gonna be really close. Third is 172. It's gonna be really close. Don't show me at second place. If I am at second, it's still good. It's still amazing. It's still amazing if I'm second, but let's, come on. Don't show me at second. Don't show me at second. Don't show me at second. Dude, I am tapping my fucking toes. Come on. Don't show me at second place. Come on, staff. Come on. Just, come on, come on. What are you doing? Just do it. What are you doing? My heart can't take it. Come on. Come on. What are you? Please, second place. Yeah! Oh my god! I won by 1 point! By 1 point! By 1 point! Holy fuck! Holy shit! By 1 point! By 1 point! Let's go! I almost missed the catch event. I barely made it in time. I won by 1 point with 5 minutes left. Holy shit! 1 fucking point! Holy shit! Holy fuck, dude! Oh my god! Holy shit! That is insane. 1 point is crazy. 1 point, yes. In first place, Iron Patrouski with 176 points. Oh, I'm gonna screenshot this. Oh my goodness. Holy mo, streamer luck, paid actor, dude. Oh my god. How many people are gonna say rigged? That is so crazy, man. Below 10 catch events. I've done like 10 or less catch events. Dude, people are losing their faith. It's so fucked up. Oh my god. It's surreal. I should be getting a mail here. Wait, I can get a system mail because I think I can, even though it's full. My mail is full. I think they can still system mail me, I believe. Holy shit, man. They might whisper me as well. Oh my god, that's just insane. That is just, oh, it feels amazing. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Wait, look at this. Holy fuck, man. That is ridiculous. Oh my god. I cannot believe I can't believe I fucking won this by 1 point. Is crazy, man. Okay, some people are mad, but some people are, dude. Oh my goodness, man. Thank you, chat. Thank you to Senpai for letting me know the catch event was today. I almost missed it. What moves and spread? I have no idea. Dude, I'll have to think about it. Yeah, egg moves. I'll have to think about it. Oh my goodness. That is insane. Also, okay, dude, imagine queuing up. I get to queue up into PvP now with a shiny Corsola on an Iron Man account. That's gonna look so fucking drippy, dude. Oh my god. Holy shit, man. We did it, boys. I just completed the first end game goal on the Iron Man account. What a fucking rush. Okay, I think that I have to build I have to select the Corsola stats now, which I didn't know. I think I have to build this in the most Patrouski way possible. Chat, I think I'm going Choice Band, Adamant, Head Smash, Hustle Ability Corsola. High risk, high reward. I think I'm doing it, man. And it'll be in a Trick Room team because it's 35 base speed. Corsola is terrible in PvP anyway. So you know what? If I'm gonna make one, I might as well make a PvE one / one that would be really funny in PvP. So I need to tell this person, tell the staff member. Nature, Adamant, moves. I want head smash moves, head smash, and ingrain. Just because it's an egg move, I can always get rid of it. 3 selectable IVs. IVs. Let's do this. IVs, 31 attack, speed, 31 speed, and then 31 HP maybe? 31 HP. I think that's it. I think that's everything. Not speed pad. Oh, you're right. It's Trick Room. Good call. Well, okay. Do I still want to be able to use it outside of Trick Room? Do I go 31 speed? I could choose 0 speed, which is really funny. What's a mon right now in... Wait, if I want it to be Trick Room, I could go Brave. No, I'd rather go... More time. No, that's fine. Let me I think I still go the speed, because then I can go... I think it's still slow enough for Trick Room. I think I still go this, chat. I'm gonna be super honest. I think, Did my whisper not send? What just happened? I just typed it all out and clicked send, and then it deleted. Wait a minute. What the hell? All right, I think I'm done with the whole process. I think from here, we just wait until they send it to me. Usually it takes a few days to a week or so, so it's not even 2 weeks. So I think right now we're done. We've won the catch event. 1,000 RPs and the, shinies coming my way. Crazy feeling. Let's go get back to work. Let's go finish EV training our Cyndaquils into Typhlosions. Dude, you're not wrong, plushie. Catch event win, alpha Weavile for pickpocket, alpha Spindle for easier alpha catches. So much in so little time. I'm super jelly as a new Iron myself. I've been really lucky on this account, man. Single encounter for shiny. This will be my 2nd shiny coming up. This account has been dripping of luck, man. It's been fortunate. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, that's awesome. I'm at this alpha Sharpedo spawn. And I just caught this card. I quick balled it for Pokedex entry. It has hidden ability access. That's actually huge. I didn't even think about that. But now I can build a... I'm getting so... The luck continues, boys. Now I can build a Sharpedo comp with speed boost. Is it an NU? What tier is Sharpedo in? Actually, let's go check. Actually, not totally sure. You can check by going over tiers. NU? I feel like it's an NU, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Speed boost. Dude, it's a pretty powerful, cool Pokemon. Let's see the stats. PvP stats, Sharpedo, 5% usage. It's a fun Pokemon to play with. We can, now that we have one with HA, we can build it up. We can breed it up. So that's perfect from there, man. That's awesome. All right, time for this alpha Sharpedo encounter. Hopefully some decent luck. Let's see what happens. Level 68 female. I would love to get a nice IV one so we can actually just breed this one up into a comp a bit easier. Okay, we might have just fucking lost, bro. Whenever they become... No, it became indignant, chat. We're so fucked. It just did 30% with the Dark Pulse last turn, but then it did 64 and outsped. We're so cooked. Now it's so Jover. Why does it do that? If its stats get lowered too much, it becomes indignant. I usually lower the stats by -1 to help easier catch it. But then if you fail 2 timer balls, well now no way. Okay, that makes sense to be fair. Now, with it in this situation, my best strategy is just to throw timer balls, even though it's not spored, and just hope it randomly taunts. That's fine with me. I just get more timer ball throws. Like, still just getting timer ball throws with it at 1 HP, not asleep, is still a good catch rate chance. Let's see. Okay, or Insta Break, sure. Beautiful, there it is. Nice, nice, nice. We caught the Sharpedo. Let's see the IVs. Bashful. Boom. I mean, that's pretty good. I'll take that. It just needs... We can even, like, medium roll this. We just need the speed. It's female. That's, like, quite good. I'm pretty happy with that. I would love to make a Sharpedo comp. The 31 attack is very relevant. It needs nature, unfortunately, but that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm quite happy with that. All right. Back to EV training, our Typhlosions, and getting the Jimmy Run team finally made. Look at my team. I barely caught that, by the way. That was close. All right, there it is. 252 Spatak. Dude, we're done EV training the Jimmy Run team. It is now time to go XP train until my fingers fall off. All right, here's our Typhlosion evolutions. That feels pretty good. I did go ahead and teach them with Lava Plume as well on level ups. Lava Plume is something we could use prior to Eruption, but it's unlikely. You get Eruption. That does enter Typhlosion into our Pokedex as well, which is awesome. You get Eruption at level 82, I believe. Let's scroll down too much. Level 82 is Eruption. At level 82, we might be able to start Jimmy running. At least I'd try it around for fun. The next question is, how many amulet coins do I have? I only have 1 amulet coin. After I get the Jimmy Run team built and do my first Jimmy Run, I'm gonna have to start amulet coin farming a ton. I'm gonna need 1 amulet coin per day. Oh my god. I'm essentially going to need 1 amulet coin per day played on the Iron Man account, which is obviously a ton. I probably could just farm them for 1 day and get like a month's worth, like 30 or so, if I really farmed for a day, like really consistently. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, my privilege is showing. I have not XP trained without XP charms and without donor status in a really long time. This shit is taking forever. Sometimes you farm lucky eggs. The problem is they're not common enough, right? So lucky eggs, they last 30 minutes, right? They last 30 minutes and they give you a 50% boost, I believe. The small ones, correct? Let's go double check. Lucky eggs, small. Yep. They last 30 minutes and give a 50% boost. So if my math is correct, I'd have to get 1 lucky egg per 15 minutes, which I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure you definitely don't get. It would be way slower and way worse to go farm lucky eggs. It would be very inefficient for my, unless you do get 1 lucky egg per 15 minutes, but I could be, I don't think you do. I'm pretty sure they're like pretty rare, but I could be wrong. Now that's a good idea. That's the kind of backseat we're looking for, Daniel. What if you put one of the Typhlosions in the daycare while XP training the other one? Wouldn't that be faster? You're 1000% correct. That's a good fucking call. Let's go do that. That's a genius idea. Now we do actually already have 1 Pokemon in the daycare, but I think we can do 2 at once. That is a very, very good idea. Let's grab our fly Pokemon and do that. All right, now by the time this Typhlosion's level 100, for example, this one will not also be level 100. I'll still have to, let's actually train, let's do the opposite. Let's train the better one and then give the other one to the daycare. This one is only going to get like, I think it's 10 to 20% of the XP that I gain in the region. I have my Meowth as well. Raise 1 more. Yep. Raise Oldumar. There you go. All right, so now we can go XP train and have 2 Mons trading at the same time. I also have that Meowth in there as well, getting some free XP. So that'll be nice. I probably, at some point, I should go plop around Pokemon in every single daycare, but it's hard to keep track of it. It's hard to prep proper Pokemon for that. But at one point, we should do that. Now I can funnel all the XP just into this Typhlosion. And if I reach, you know what I should do? I should actually test. You know what? I'm going to do something massive. I'm going to go buy my choice specs now. I think it's finally time, chat. I think it's finally time. I have the BP. We're literally building the Jimmy Run team. I need a choice specs for when the team is done anyway. What I want to do is buy a choice specs, and then eventually I could reach a point where my Typhlosion's high enough level where maybe, just maybe, Lava Plume can kill the Tentacruels and clear the Horde. I don't know. It's kind of unlikely, since Tentacruel is a special defense wall, as well as it's obviously not very effective. Fire type versus water. But I think maybe I can even teach it Earthquake, and that's like worth it. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. But let's go get ourselves that choice specs. Look how, dude, there's so many BP items to buy, which is actually crazy. Earthquake might not do it because of our modest nature. Heavy duty boots, assault vest, Eviolite, scarf, I need a lot of these for PvP. Rocky helmet, scope lens can be relevant. We have plenty of leftovers. Toxic orb we need really badly. That'll be one of the next ones we do for our catching problem. Toxic orb is a big one. We might be able to get that off of a wild Pokemon though and save some BP. Let's just buy the choice specs. Boom. That is a lot. That is a lot of our BP. Dude, BP is so hard to farm on this account right now. We're solving the Pokeyen problem. At one point, we'll have to solve the BP problem. Hopefully here at one point. I'm going to test this. This will almost guaranteed die right now, okay? Almost guaranteed. Like 99% chances will not work. But I want to test it to see how close we are. So let's go see. Let's just see how close we are. Let's see. Sometimes randoms PvP or certain PvP rewards will also have the Toxic Orb, but it takes a long time to farm that for sure. The BP situation is insane. It's tough to get BP for sure. Let's see if this is at all close. It's not even 30%. It's not even close. 30 to 40%. Yeah, not even close. Okay, I'm being kind of cringed lazy, but this is really cool. This is so satisfying. Over on the Over on the Pokemon forums, whenever a catch event is over, they like update the catching event post and they say congrats to the winners. We can go ahead and just see first place Iron Patrouski 176. It feels pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it feels pretty cool. It was really lucky, really cool to appreciate moments like this in your Pokemon journey. All right, fellas, we got ourselves an Alpha Parasect over in Cerulean Cave in Kanto. Thankfully, I actually have the Sevia Islands fully done now, so I can actually enter the cave to go get the Alpha, so that's pretty nice. Having multiple Alpha Parasects, even though I already have one for a Damp Parasect, having multiples, always ideal. You always want multiple catching Pokemon, multiple Spore users. There's just so many times in Alpha fights or other wild battles where you want to have multiple Spores, so this is still an important catch. All right, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how I traversed through this cave so quickly. That was legit some of the most muscle memory I've ever felt. I just traversed all the way to the back of Cerulean Cave on straight up instinct in one path, no mistakes. Sometimes it happens, man. Let's go ahead and start the encounter. I'm gonna immediately still swap Contrary onto it. I might even need to use like revives and stuff to like really make sure I take this down, because otherwise this fight could be pretty tough. So we'll see how it goes. I think it goes Indignant here. I played this fight the best I possibly could, dude. Maybe it won't Indignant yet. It's turn 42 of this Alpha Parasect encounter to give you an idea. I'm just gonna catch it now. I'm gonna do the typical Iron Man luck of like, this might be my last chance. No fucking way. I don't know how this keeps happening. Turn 42, every single Alpha is like, okay, here's my last ball before I die, and I lose. The stats are kind of mediocre, but that's fine. I'll take it. I don't know. It happens every time. It's actually crazy. Turn 42, magic number. Yeah, shout out fucking it's Jackie Robinson. Is that? Sorry. That's awesome, dude. Hell yeah, man. That's amazing. We caught it, boys. We got it done. That's all that matters. Fun fact, I'm actually using my last escape rope to get out of here, so I have to go buy escape ropes right now before I forget. So let me go do that really quick. Escape ropes, unironically, very, very important item to have on any kind of account in emergency situations like that where you forget your dig Pokemon. All right, what an insane day for the Iron Man, dude. Like, it literally was insane. Finished EV training and XP trained our Typhlosions. They're not quite usable, but they're almost there. Level 82, I can try to start my first run, maybe like 86 or so. I think we'll be doing our first Jimmy run next stream on the Iron Man account. And we also won a catch event today, which I still just like can't believe. We won't get the reward from anywhere for like 3 days to 2 weeks at the max, but that is just, I can't wait for that. That's gonna be insane. But I might do a little bit of XP training off camera, off stream here, over back in home in Battlefront here. But until tomorrow's stream, I will see you guys later. All right, I went ahead and got my Typhlosion up to level 82, unlocked Eruption, and even on top of that, let's go ahead and look at this. I can actually successfully Eruption and kill an entire horde of Tentacruel now, which feels amazing. That's going to put a lot more XP into the Typhlosion itself, into wasting half of it every single horde on the Garchomp. So now XP training from this point will be a lot faster. I also don't need to XP train too much more. You probably could start running with a level 82 Typhlosion. It's not amazing, but it's doable. I probably would like to go ahead and get it to like maybe level 85 or 86 or so, and I definitely do want to use either PP ups or PP maxes or whatever I can on the Typhlosions that I do have access to. But I also actually need to go check out the other Typhlosion, right? I put that one in the daycare. Let's go ahead and go collect it. Let's go talk to the lady and see how many levels it's gained. I honestly have no idea. Meowth is up 41 levels. Typhlosion's up 13. I don't remember what level I put it in at. Let's just go ahead and check. Level 68. So, okay, I have one Typhlosion, level 82, 168. What I'm going to go ahead and do, I think the best plan will be, I'm going to go ahead and plop an XP share on this Typhlosion, and then we'll just go ahead and XP train with this Typhlosion in the lead, this Typhlosion gaining all the extra XP, and then as soon as this one, the backup one, gets to 82 and gets Eruption, that probably means we're ready to Jimmy run. So, I'll see you guys after a fair bit more XP training, and the next time I see you, we're probably ready to start our first ever Jimmy run on the account and revolutionize Pokeyen. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and use this PP up on this Typhlosion. It is my better Typhlosion, so it's definitely better to use it on this one, and it's already impacting my XP training, let alone the Jimmy run itself. PP ups and PP PP, what's it called, maxes are one of the most valuable resources on my account right now. I actually don't have any more at the moment. I could farm them once I get later in the game. You can actually craft or essentially trade for PP maxes using things like a bunch of berry powders and certain like feathers and energy powders, like really random, semi-random resources seemingly around PokeMMO. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just kind of hoping this PP up does it. I might need to grab one more at some point. We'll see. I do have a fair bit of items just laying around the storylines as well that I haven't picked up, and I do have some guides on deck to run around and go pick those up if I need to. I could even like control F through some forum posts and see exactly where like PP ups and PP maxes are. So if it comes down to it at a desperate time, it would definitely be worth to go head over to those locations. Alrighty, here it is. This should be the final horde to get this Typhlosion up to 82. That will unlock the eruption move on it, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to bed. It's currently 1:43 a.m. my time. I'm going to go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, start stream, and do the first ever gym rerun on the fucking Iron Man account, dude. Not a normal account. I couldn't just go buy the Typhlosions. You know, I couldn't do all the stuff on an Iron Man account. It's still, I know I'm saying it over and over again, but it's a big step. It's a big step. Quite literally the biggest step on the entire account for Pokeyen. Maybe one of the biggest steps on the entire account. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Good morning, fellas. Today is a special day because I am standing at the same spot that I used to stand in every single day, every single morning for years on the main account. And I'm now at that exact same spot on the Iron Man. I used to start every stream, dude. Every stream at this darn spot, at this desk over in the Green City. And you know why I'm here? It's because it's the first gym, the first location to start our gym rerun. Today, we are doing the first ever gym rerun on an Iron Man account, on my Iron Man account. And I just can't wait. It's probably one of the first ones done in the world, you know? I can't wait. This is quite literally going to solve Pokeyen for us. It's going to make us at least minimum 200,000 Pokeyen a day, probably pushing 250 to 300k, especially as we get better and faster with it and more efficient with our route. I just can't wait. The first run's not going to be perfect, but I'm curious to see how it plays out. We're starting with 273,000 Pokeyen. That's very important. Keep track of that number. And I'm going to go through, we're going to be popping our amulet coin. That'll act as a natural timer, a 1 hour timer. And we're going to be rebattling as many fights as possible. We will have to heal after every single one, which will slow us down, but that's okay. We're not trying to be the best in the world here. We're just trying to make some really solid Pokeyen. Previously, the best Pokeyen I could make per hour was payday pickuping. And that was like 100k Pokeyen an hour, right? This is going to be like 300k an hour. This is going to make me like 3 times the money. 3 times the money in the same amount of time as payday pickuping. It's going to be insane. So I'm excited for that. And then you might have noticed, look at the top left-hand corner. Boys, girls, lads, people of royalty, I can't believe it's already here. It's been 1 day. I haven't looked at it yet. I just looked at it. I just looked at it for the first time with you guys. It's been 1 day, dude. I can't believe, look at the sparkles. It's so fucking pretty. It's so pretty, dude. Oh my goodness. Sent from Head Game Master Yibu. Thank you so much. It's beautiful, man. Oh, it's so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. I still can't believe account credited with 1,000 RP. Dude, I wanna like be emotional. Like, this is an end game goal for the Iron Man. I can't fucking believe this happened. I can't believe it, man. We have an amazing shiny, and not only that, I am almost definitely going to use this on the XP Reamplifier. I think it is most definitely the best item to get here. The reason why the XP Reamplifier is so good, for those who don't know, is that it splits the ratio of XP. You don't really earn, you earn a little bit more XP, 5% more XP, and that's not that big of a deal, right? 5% XP is not that crazy. What's crazy, the benefit is the 25% extra being shared among, or sorry, yeah, it's basically what happens is when you're using XP shares, 50% of the XP goes to the lead Pokemon, aka usually a level 100 Pokemon, like my level 100 Garchomp, that I've been using to EV train and XP train, and then the other 50% goes to the rest of, you know, the Pokemon with the XP shares. When using an XP Reamplifier, 25% of the XP goes to the level 100 Pokemon. And if the XP is going to a level 100, it's going to waste. It's poofing. It's poofing into thin air. So there's not really a great way around this in PokeMMO aside from the XP reamplifier, where you're only wasting 25% of the XP as opposed to 50%. So we're going to be gaining 25% more XP every single time we XP train or EV train or anything like that from this point forward, which is just obviously massive. Now, someone asked earlier, what are the Pokeyen sinks for an Ironman account? It's a great question, because a lot of people might not understand why do I need so much Pokeyen? Why am I putting so much oomph and faith and effort into this Jimmy Run team? Obviously, the big ones are Pokeballs, Repels, Lures. It's really easy to forget how expensive all that stuff is. And on a main account, I was saying yesterday, on a main account, when you buy Pokeballs, right? You're buying Pokeballs to catch Pokemon, to then sell those Pokemon for more profits. You're getting Pokeyen back. But on an Ironman account, when you spend money on a Pokeball, it's poof, it's all, you're spending it on other resources. You're converting Pokeyen into breeders and into good IV Pokemon. On a main account, you're converting Pokeyen into more Pokeyen. So it really just poofs away way faster. I've probably already spent anywhere from, I'm trying to think. I've probably already spent an egregious amount of Pokeyen on this account. I know I've spent 800k plus 600k. I've probably already spent like 1.5, 1 point plus mil Pokeyen on this account, and I haven't even done that. I've done a lot, but you know what I'm saying. I haven't even spent a whole lot, right? The other big Pokeyen sink that's actually commonly forgotten, which I'm going to go ahead and go do now before I start the Jimmy Run for fun, and because I honestly want my Pokeyen stack to be as close to 0 as possible before we start this. The other big Pokeyen sink is the mysterious crates over in Kanto, over in the casino. And you can get certain vanities from those. You can get certain items like PP ups, PP maxes, etc., etc. I'm going to head over there. We're going to open some for fun, clear our Pokeyen count, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. All right, for those who don't know, over in Celadon City in Kanto, you can actually head inside of here and go buy 60,000 Pokeyen worth of coins, or buy the wrong amount like I just did, but buy this amount of coins. I already have some, so I don't need, I don't need the full 60k, but it's about 50 to 60k to get all the coins, and then you can go spend max coins, I believe over here, on a mystery box, if you have the max amount of coins. And the mystery box has a certain amount of things, a certain amount of random little items that are really relevant. So I'm gonna go back and forth, buying as many coins as possible, and just spend them on the mystery boxes. I could also buy TMs and stuff about other things, and maybe I'll do that. Maybe I could spend a little bit safer or smarter as well. Like get a Porygon. We want to get one Porygon, since Porygon is one of the hardest mons to get in your Pokedex. You need a swarm of it. So you know what? Let's go ahead and make sure we spend our Pokeyen a little bit carefully and buy a Porygon. But other than that, I'm going to spend down, get as many mystery boxes as possible, and then we'll start our Jimmy Run from scratch. Yep, someone asked, we have to farm amulet coins for every single run? Yes, that'll be a big thing I do after today's Jimmy Run, is just heading over to Island 1 and beginning amulet coin farming. I'm going to need one for every single day we play on the account. All right, I did just buy a Porygon. That's actually one of the only ways to get a wild Porygon spawn in PokeMMO aside from swarms. It should be sent over to, here we go, right here. Let's go ahead and check it. Random rolls, no stats, nothing worth noting about. Actually, literally nothing. The only stat it has is the stat that's irrelevant to it. That's okay. Just wanted to go ahead and get up Porygon in my Pokedex. That's a good step. We can always breed it up later on with Dittos. All right, this is my last purchase of the coins. You can see I'm down to around 16,000 Pokeyen here. I'm going to go spend the rest on Pokeballs as well. That is 5 mystery boxes. I'm going to go ahead and open them and just hope for something useful, hope for something relevant. I don't really want to see vitamins, but if I do, it's not the end of the world. Let's put it here. Are we ready to pop some boxes? Do a little bit of Iron Man gambling. This is a good Pokeyen sink. If I ever have extra Pokeyen, I can always pop it into these. Box number 1. Honestly, 3 Thunderbolt TMs. Very happy with that. Ethers, that could be usable. Flamethrowers, very happy with that. I think that is... I think that is way cheaper than buying the TMs, actually. I think it is. Move the factor. I got you. Your call. I think it is actually way cheaper than buying, because the TMs themselves would cost like 30k from the Pokemart. This might be, there's vanities in here as well, I believe. Ethers, and then ice beams. I'm honestly so happy with those TM rolls. You know, it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's efficient, right? Yeah, those TMs would cost 30k a piece from the... That's 30, 60, 90. Or sorry, 9 TMs, 30k a piece from the TM Mart, that would have costed me 270,000 Pokeyen for those TMs. And they're all really relevant TMs that I will put on Pokemon in the future. So that was actually like a huge profit for me. Hell yeah, that was very lucky rolls. Very happy for that. Fellas, it is finally time. The first amulet coin is about to be popped. This guy's been popping off fireworks this whole time. Shout out to him. He's used so many for this. Okay. The very first amulet coin ever. The very first one. This is going to boost the Pokeyen I gain by 50%. It is well worth to use, and I will be farming amulet coins as well to hopefully pop for as many Jimmy runs as possible. Every single completed Jimmy run, I will also up this number by 1 every single time. Let's go ahead and start. Boom. Okay. Our first Jimmy run begins, fellas. Thank you so much for the good luck, dude. We're doing our typical lead. For those who don't, I'm not going to show you every single gym fight because they're pretty boring after you learn what you do. But I really enjoyed it. It feels really satisfying. It feels really fun. Jimmy runs are just some of the most interesting things on a PokeMMO account, in my opinion. One of the biggest steps for any account, whether you're an Ironman or a main account, what you do is you set up your sun. You set up your sun with your drought Torkoal as it enters the fight. You want your Torkoal to be low level and slow because the slower weather sets, and sometimes you'll have opposing weather setters. And then your Whimsicott, confusingly named Torkoal, will set up Tailwind with Prankster. Prankster will allow it to move ahead of the enemy Pokemon, get priority, and now we can go ahead and bring in our double Typhlosions and just spam Eruption. And this does... I didn't heal. I didn't heal before. Ignore that. This does... Oh my goodness. We already made a mistake and it's our first gym. That's okay. This does enough damage to just blast through pretty much every single gym in all of PokeMMO. And then every single time we beat a gym, we should be getting around 13,000 Pokeyen per gym completed. So even if we do 10 gyms, it's 130k. If we do 20 gyms, it's like 260k Pokeyen. Classic Pat Jimmy run. It's a classic start, boys. Watch this. Blissey, the special defense wall beast of all of Pokemon. Why do they double helping hand? Okay. Watch this Blissey get annihilated by a special attacking move. This is literally supposed to be the strongest special defense wall in all of Pokemon. Supposedly able to tank every single... everything. Getting absolutely destroyed by... Okay, that's just embarrassing. Anyways, I was supposed to also... Okay, I've already made 3 mistakes. Made 3 mistakes. Okay, I was also... Okay, we're gonna... This is really funny. This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Making mistakes, fucking up, smoothing it out along the way. That's what the Iron Man account is all about, okay? We're going to take care of this. I'm going to put an XP share on my Moltres after because a big benefit of this kind of run is I can actually have a backup Pokemon in the back that I actually XP train along the route, which is really nice. Really some nice extra little efficiency. And I do have my level 100 Garchomp in the back with Earthquake in case I run into Flash Fire Pokemon. There's 2 chances for Flash Fire Pokemon over at Nimbasa City and Pewter City. So we're going to go ahead and continue on. Here is the first ever gym complete in the first ever Jimmy run on the Iron Man. He outspeeds, gets a Rock Slide off because I lasted too many turns. We still should be good. We have Garchomp in the back. A terribly slow gym that should hopefully kill. Okay, this is really sloppy. No, it worked. Okay, it worked. That's all that matters. That's all that matters, fellas. There it is. Our first 13k, dude. From zero. From absolutely nothing. We're going to rebuild starting right now. All right, fellas. And with that done, that is our first ever Jimmy run out of the way. I made a lot of mistakes. We had to fix a lot of things, and that's okay. That's what it's all about. We still made 235,000 Pokeyen in just 1 hour. Alrighty, after finishing our first ever Jimmy run, making 235,000 Pokeyen in 1 hour, we're going to go ahead and go farm amulet coins for our future reruns. I obviously need as many of these as possible. I need a Wingull on me. I need as many of these as possible, but even if I just get like 10 would be an amazing starting point to allow me to do 10 days of Jimmy runs, right? So every single amulet coin will equate to 1 Jimmy run in 1 day. You can only do Jimmy runs every 18 hours. So that is like the balancing of them and the downside of them. You can't just make 235k an hour over and over and over again. All right, there's a lot of things to still do this month. I've still got to go for Articuno, still got to go for Raikou. We got to take things one step at a time, fellas. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and get into Amulet Coin farming. So I'm going to be using my Frisk Pokemon here, my Frisk lead Bayonet, Sweet Sending with my Oddish, and then switching over into my Weavile every time I Frisk an item versus a Meowth. So if I see a Frisk proc here, I'll go ahead and switch over to Weavile. I don't, so I just keep doing Hordes. This is a nice spot because you don't need Lepa Berries. You can just run back and forth between the one island PC. But to farm Amulet Coins, you just sit here, you do your Friskes, you do your Hordes. You do get Ponytas sometimes. Ponytas you just ignore. You just don't worry about them. And then I'll just hopefully either be able to thief off or pickpocket off Amulet Coins. It's the same strategy as Everstone, essentially, basically. So if you're used to that, you'll be used to this. So I'll see you guys as soon as I get some Amulet Coins. I might even set like a 1 hour timer and see how many we can get within 1 hour. All right, we already got our first Amulet Coin. That only took, I think, it's the first inventory of Sweet Scents. This was four Sweet Scents only. Now we can just run. They scratched me. I got the Amulet Coin. I take it off my Weavile, and we just keep going again. There we go. Just as easy as that. Yeah, this might actually be super worth it and a great call from Mist in chat. I'm about to do something kind of complicated. I'm going to head over to Unova, but I think it will be worth it. We're going to set up our Bayonet to use Imprison, which is a move that locks out the other moves that the opposing Pokemon are able to use. So these Meowths at this spot in Kanto can use Assurance, Slash, Screech, and Nasty Plot. Assurance and Slash, I believe, both make contact, so they trigger the Pickpocket Weavile. But obviously, Screech and Nasty Plot don't. So if they use either of those moves, it slows things down and could even prevent me from getting Amulet Coins. But if I lead with my Frisk Pokemon and I stay in for one extra turn, and I use Imprison with Screech and Nasty Plot on my Pokemon, I can then switch to Weavile on a turn where the Meowths can only use Assurance or Slash, which should make it guaranteed to pickpocket the item, which is really, really interesting. So let's go ahead and find these TMs and do all that. Unfortunately, the TMs are sorted super annoyingly in PokeMMO, so I'll see you guys after I buy them. Okay, these TMs are going to cost me a pretty penny, but this was a good example of the whole point of unlocking gym runs, so I don't have to worry about Pokeyen, right? This is going to make it so I can much easier. Oh, I should have just I had a Screech. Fuck, that's okay. Screech was 5k, not a big deal. This is gonna make it so I can so much easier farm here. Imprison, we're gonna teach that. I might even just buy a few Imprison TMs while we're here over Sucker Punch, and then Nasty Plot. So let me go show you guys what this looks like. This should make our farming a lot easier. All right, we got the Frisk on the Meowth Horde. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like now that we have Imprison. So we go ahead and click. I love the like Imperial Seal, the wax seal. I love the dude, the visual of Imprison is so good. Okay, so we have the Imprison up. Now we have to wait for this turn to finish. So it slows down the fights themselves to some extent, but it should make the pickpocket guaranteed. So boom, now we get the pickpocket, beautiful, and we got an Amulet Coin. So this just makes it way more consistent. It should make it a little bit faster, way more consistent, way more comfier. This should be a much better way to farm. That's a really, really cool option. It's very niche. It's very specific. You need to have Imprison, Nasty Plot, and Screech. But if you do, you can do this. Perfect. All right, I know I keep getting Omega distracted from actually doing the Amulet Coin farm, but there's a water Pheno right now over in Unova, and I have to like really start focusing on Phenos. If I ever want to complete my Pokedex in a timely fashion, these are crucial to do when they appear and not skipping out on them. Also, getting as many mysterious gem clusters as possible is nice. Now, this is not a Pheno-only Pokemon, but it's still like a pretty annoying Pokemon to get for the Pokedex. I'm pretty happy with this. I'm gonna go try to quick ball it. If that doesn't work, that's okay. Not a Pheno-only mon, so it's not the best thing, but we'll still get a mysterious gem cluster, as well as get something knocked off the Pokedex, which is always great to see. So we'll get this taken care of here in a quick sec. But if you don't know, there's a fair bit of species, things like Audino, for example, that are Pheno only. You know, you have to get them from these random weird little Phenos, and otherwise you can't complete your Pokedex. And that is a really big goal on the PokeMMO Iron Man. So, and now that I have Johto done, and now that I, might work towards Sinnoh, as soon as I work towards Sinnoh, I can do at some point, right? There's a lot of things. Eventually, I really could complete my Pokedex now. It's a much more realistic goal. So, Phenos become that much more important. All right, but I'm going to go ahead and start my 1 hour timer now. We're going to test right now. We're going to test 1 hour of Frisk thieving these amulet coins on the Ironman, see how many I can get per hour. I think I'm hoping for like 6 to 8 an hour. And then if I could get like 10 saved up, that would set me up pretty well for a little bit. And then eventually down the road, I mean, I'd love to have like hundreds one day, but you know what? It doesn't happen for a while. That's totally okay. All right, this is the final horde of the hour. I'm not gonna lie, I think I just got really unlucky, to be fair. I had 2 amulet coins heading into this hour. I'm hoping for 6 to 8 amulet coins made from the hour, so I'm hoping to have 8 to 10 total amulet coins in my bag. I have not checked yet. I did get like 5 or 6 quick claws, so I think my luck was a little rough there. No, I did it. Honestly, I'm happy with that. I wanted 6 to 8 amulet coins in an hour. I got 6. This is a week's worth of amulet coins, a week worth of Jimmy running. So I'm honestly more than happy with that. I'm gonna continue farming a little bit more casually, but it's good to know the numbers. Aiming for around 6 an hour is a good metric. All right, I achieved my goal, fellas. I got my 10 amulet coins. This should last for about 2 weeks or so. I think that's a good place to go ahead and call it for today, fellas. Alrighty, I forgot to do this on stream earlier, but there's 2 things I want to go ahead and do really quick. Number 1, it's finally, I know I've already achieved it, I've technically achieved it, but we're actually going to redeem it, right? I'm achieving the first endgame goal on this account, and it's almost a little bittersweet. It's, you know, suffering from success. Oh, you got so lucky and won a catch event, Patrouski. I know, you're not wrong. But this was like my favorite goal on the entire account. Like I talked about that in episode 1. This is the coolest goal to me. I think it's so interesting how the only way to get RP is to win catch events or PvP tournaments. And here I am, only at episode 5, completing what I think is the coolest achievement on the account. Well, time to make some new goals, fellas, and some new achievements. There is the XP Reamplifier bot. That is my RP spent. I now have the best way to XP train in PokeMMO for so early on in the account, which is going to save me a ton of time in the future, which just feels amazing. I need to XP train my raid Pokemon, my Chandelure, my Halloween boss Pokemon, you know, whatever it is down the road, which I have so many things to my boxes, honestly, to currently level. I need to XP train my Breloom like crazy, for example. I have a lot of stuff to do. I'll be using this instead of XP shares. Just in case you don't know, I explained it earlier, but this gives 25% of the XP to the lead Pokemon and then 75% to the other Pokemon. So it actually is more efficient versus XP shares, as well as you just get plus 5% bonus XP in general, even if you're using like the lead Pokemon or something like that. If the elite Pokemon's actually not wasting the XP, for example. So that is step 1 of reaping our rewards. Let's also head over to our PC and our mail really quick and go grab that shiny Corsola. It's crazy, like when I won the event, I wasn't even thinking about the Corsola. I was so into the idea of the RP, but dude, after seeing this Corsola claim to party, it's so beautiful. It's such a, like, what a rare shiny. Oh my god, this follower sprite, it's an amazing shiny, a really rare one to flex on the Iron Man that I'm super happy about. I'm definitely excited to go EV train it, 252 attack, and then I can't decide if I'm going to do 252 speed. I want it to be a Trick Room Pokemon, but at the same time, like, you really could use it as, you could still use it in Trick Room with the speed EV training and like have it be slower than enough mons to where it's relevant, but it's tough. It should be slow enough at 35 speed. It's going to be really, maybe I want to use it like Scarfed. If I want to use it in PVM, I probably need to go ahead and speed EV train it. It's kind of a weird situation, but it's a beautiful Pokemon. I'm excited to use it in a lot of fun ways and EV train it. But for now, the main goal that I have left throughout the rest of this episode, I'm just going to go hunt Articuno and just hunt Articuno the best I can. Now, to hunt Articuno, I am no longer going to payday pickup, I think, at least for the time being, at least for now. Maybe I'll change my thoughts on that, my opinion on that, but for now, I really want to hunt the legendaries as quickly as possible. When I'm payday pickuping, I only get around 100, maybe, you know, 150 encounters per hour. If I'm just using Swarm and like expert lures or just Swarm in general, I'm getting like 280 to 300 encounters per hour, hunting way faster, way more efficiently, right? I'd rather do that than, now that I have Pokeyen taken care of, so I forgot to turn alerts off, that's fine. Thanks for subscribing, Snowy Storm, I appreciate it. Instead of hunting and getting extra Pokeyen along the way, I'll instead just focus on getting the Articuno done with as quickly as possible, and then I can do gym reruns for the Pokeyen. Gym reruns are pretty much going to be the rest of my Pokeyen on the account. I don't know if I'll ever need to worry about making Pokeyen ever again, as long as I do my gym rerun every day responsibly. But to effectively go hunt Articuno, I now need a fast swarm Pokemon, and my Beedrill is not quite fast enough. It's level 54, it's 252 speed EV trained, and it's Jolly Nature, my shiny Beedrill, but it's still not fast enough. So I need to do two things. I need to go attack EV train it, and then I need to go XP train it over at Tentacruels. We'll be using our XP reamplifier, I believe, for this process, which will feel really cool. Now, unfortunately, I actually can't even really use the XP reamplifier to its full effect at the current time because it acts as an XP all. So on a main account, this isn't a big deal because most of your utility Pokemon are level 100. On an early game Iron Man account, when this is my max PP maxed Sweet Center, and this is my Surf Pokemon, and you know, this is my Teleport Pokemon, the XP is going to be split between all of these low-level Pokemon. However, once I get all of these guys to level 100 as well, you know, that's when the XP amplifier really becomes powerful. So it's going to be weird at first, I'm not going to lie, but we'll try to fix it at one point. You want to have as few Pokemon in your party in situations like this to have it all go to the Pokemon, right? But it's kind of a little wonky here. So because of that, for the attack EV training, I am going to go ahead and go use an XP share for now. And when we go over to XP training, we'll see what I end up doing. I might do a little bit of both. I'm gonna have to swap back and forth. We'll have to decide. Now I'm gonna go ahead and go EV train over at Nidorino to the east of Fuchsia City. Pretty typical EV training spot. Nothing interesting to say here for the most part, except I will be using my Typhlosion now to actually use these eruptions and actually XP train him at the same exact time while also training my Beedrill. So the XP is not going to waste here, which is a nice feeling. Alright, I finished the attack EV training over my Beedrill, but now I want to go ahead and do some XP training, and I just want to see how absolutely silly this looks. Hilariously, I don't think I'm even able to use this item yet effectively. It's actually so sad. I've been so excited to get this item, and I don't even think it's good for me yet, but maybe I should just tank it, suck it up, deal with it, and just, like, get my utility mons to level 100, which would take forever, and then it would be good long-term. Maybe I just use the XP share. It's honestly really hard to decide. I'm going to go ahead and just start by using it and just see how ridiculous this looks because I'm going to get so much XP on so many, or so little XP split across just a million different Pokemon. Let's just go ahead and see what happens. We should be able to one-shot these Tentacruels. Yes, we do, thankfully. Leveling up our Typhlosion a bit more, which is nice, but watch this. I'm going to get like so little XP on this thing. I mean, honestly, it's better than I expected. 1200 XP per Pokemon. It is so minimal. Versus if I just went ahead and used an XP share. Yeah, I think this is obviously not going to be the best strategy for me personally, at least at the current time. Maybe one day I'll be brave enough to level all these bad boys up to level 100 and then it will be way less annoying, but that's going to take forever. I think it'd be better if I went ahead and just use an XP share on my Beedrill. Also, like the big thing here is I'm actually getting XP on my lead Pokemon right now, so I'm not even wasting it. So if I'm ever going to use the XP share strat, it's right now. It's better to do that right now while I still have these Typhlosions to get up to level 100. So I'm going to do this for a little bit, and I'll see you guys when this Beedrill is fast enough to begin our Articuno hunt. All right, so I came over to this alpha Sudowoodo spawn right now. I'm actually going to go ahead and catch the baby Bonslays around it just to get the Pokedex entry. I'm not going to lie, this is the first alpha on the account where I've had the thought, ugh, I really don't want to go catch this. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of funny. I've caught like, I want to say 15 or so alphas on the account so far. I'm being super lazy for this one. I didn't even bring my, I honestly didn't even bring my Spinda or any of my catching Pokemon except for my Smeargle. Being really, really lazy about this one. Hopefully it works out, but if not, honestly, it's totally okay. The point I wanted to make this clip for, I'm going to catch the Sudowoodo, but this is the first time where I was like, man, I don't really want to go catch this. But at the same time, I feel like I have to. And I'm almost wondering if this is how main accounts and how the average player feels. Alphas are just so good. They're just so good. Whether it's a main account or an Iron Man account, right? I hope Eruption doesn't kill here, but it actually might. Okay, thankfully it doesn't. Okay, huge. Whether it's a main account or an Iron Man account like I'm playing, they're just so good. The fact that I can just interrupt my Articuno hunt that I was doing and just come over here for 2 seconds, get myself a guaranteed 2x31, it honestly saves me so much. It demotivates me from doing other egg group and other Pokemon farming, to be totally honest. It's that good. It's that powerful. And it's honestly just a weird feeling. It's strange. It's genuinely just strange. The fact that alphas have that guaranteed 2x31 catch, they're just hard to pass up. And I think I'm realizing, like, on my main account, I don't really catch alphas because I flip and I do, you know, breeding for profit. There's other higher end money makers, but the average player, this is probably like really good money, and you probably can't really not do it without taking a huge loss. And it's just, I've had a big problem with alphas for a while. I love alphas in theory, but they're just too good. Like 2 times 31 is just, it's just too good. That would normally take you about hour and a half of catching Pokemon to get 2 times 31 on average in the wild. It's about a 1 in 78 or so chance. So you have to keep in mind it should be pretty rare, but the fact you can just go get these guaranteed without wasting the time, you just stop the activity you're doing, come do this for a second, and then move on. It's pretty crazy, man. All right, got super lucky and caught him on the first timer ball though. So there we go. That's the alpha caught. Boom. Like oh my god, like those IVs are so good. Obviously, sometimes you roll like 31 attack, 31 spatak, and it's a rough alpha, but like this is insane. Like this is the kind of Pokemon, the kind of breeder that would have taken me 3 hours, probably more on average before I catch something this crazy. That would have been like breeding it. A wild catch like this, but prior to alphas existing, would have been a thing that happens every 8 hours or something like that of grinding. And now I just get them 3 times a day for about 5 to 10 minutes of work. It's wild, man. There's definitely a pre-alpha and post-alpha era in PokeMMO. It really changed how Pokemon's IVs were valued that drastically. But back to the Articuno hunt, I didn't actually do a quick clip just letting you guys know I was starting that. I got my Beedrill up to level 73, and I thought that was good enough. Got this Typhlosion up to level 97, actually. The other one was also, I got the second one up to like 96 or so. So both Typhlosions, much higher level now. Over to Kanto we go, and the Beedrill is seems to be fast enough. I don't think it's failed to flee from anything so far. So back to Articuno we go. Alrighty, it is the next morning, Thursday morning. I've still been hunting for Articuno. As you can see, I'm at 5,108 encounters, but it's a new morning, which means gyms have reset. I can go begin my second gym rerun ever on the account, which really matters. As you can see, my Pokeyen stack still being pretty depleted, obviously, from when I spent it all down. We have a lot more to make back up. Let's go ahead and do gym run number 2. All right, this ended up being probably the worst Jimmy run that I'll ever have on the account, but that's okay. I was getting my Magic the Gathering arena quest done on the side. Was being a little bit risky. I kind of expected that. That's okay. You know what, though? A bad Jimmy run is still good progress because I still made 200,000 Pokeyen in that 1 hour, which is pretty sick. Especially in comparison to the payday pickuping I was doing prior, earning like 60 to 100,000 Pokeyen per hour. But there's a cool alpha spawn over in Kanto, so I'm going to make my way over to that. All right, here we are. It's an alpha Arcanine encounter. I don't know if this hidden ability is that good. I don't think it is justified as the hidden ability where if it gets hit by a dark type move, it gets boosted in its attack. I think you want to Intimidate Arcanine. I think that's what makes Arcanine super good, is that Intimidate ability. So not the most powerful hidden ability alpha, but it is a really good Pokemon. People just love Arcanine, and it'll be a nice one to have. Number 1, my Pokedex here for the very first time. And number 2, as an alpha sitting around in my boxes, even if it's just a breeder with it being a male alpha, which is really cool to see. All right, there we go. Honestly, got really lucky on the catch. I was able to set up the Arcanine into a good spot and caught it on the very first timer ball. Adamant is a good nature that you want to see. Let's check the rest of the stats. If it's 20 plus and everything except for special attack, that'd be amazing. It's pretty good. 30 attack. It's a bit lower on the speeds and SPDF and stuff, but 31 HP. The 31 special attack here is really awkward with the adamant nature. It kind of just makes that less valuable, but that's okay. Still 31 HP, 30 attack, and then an adamant breeder on a field egg group. Like that's honestly the real value in that thing. I might even go ahead and take this act to try to catch one of these Growliths just because I don't actually have Growlithe in my Pokedex. So you know what? It's probably worth to go ahead and, even though it's a higher level one, they have a hidden ability chance, which is kind of neat. All right, got pretty lucky on that catch as well. No hidden ability access. We could actually see it was Intimidate when we came into the fight. Let's go ahead and see if we got any stats, though. Nope, nothing. Just Growlithe added to the Pokedex. I am slowly but surely chipping away at the Pokedex at 160 COD OT. And I know it might seem crazy, but I'm kind of feeling like this is just poetically the perfect place to go ahead and call the episode and reflect. I know this is weirdly going to end up being one of the shorter episodes, maybe even the shortest episode of the Iron Man account, but I think we've just made a ridiculous amount of progress, and we should be kind of proud of that, and should be able to reflect on that, and I think the timing is just perfect. Since today, as of recording, it is currently June 12th, 2025, which is exactly 1 month after I created this account. So everything you see so far on the account was done in 1 month. That includes the 243 hours played, the gym rerun team, the extra BP, the Pokedex progress, the 2 shiny Pokemon, including one of them being considered a rare, or at least rare-ish, the one catch event, the XP reamplifier, which is our first endgame goal. It's been a crazy first month on the Iron Man. And I really can't just thank you guys enough for watching. All the views, all the kind comments. There's been so much positive feedback in my streams and in my YouTube videos over the Iron Man series. And I'm just honored that this many people are interested in it. Like, I still can't believe that the team is full. The fact that we have 150 out of 150 members in a brand new team. The fact that there's 150 Iron Men in the entire game blows my mind, let alone that's just one team. It's really important to remind people, I know things are happening very, very quickly, but this is only the beginning. This is truly just the first step in the PokeMMO Iron Man experience, and I'm sure we're going to learn a lot more, progress a lot more, and just have a lot more fun and a lot more amazing moments on stream when crazy things happen, like winning catch events. But let's go ahead and do our normal conclusion, our normal reflection, and go over our goals list. I still don't have a catching Breloom, unfortunately, and I don't have Sinnoh complete, nor was I worried about that this episode. I was really happy to take a nice storyline break. I still don't quite have 6 level 100 Pokemon, even though this Typhlosion is 7k away from being the 6th, I believe. I'll just save that for next episode, honestly. No reason to do it right now. I did go ahead and get myself 10 amulet coins, though, and that was a lot of fun and a cool little thing to practice and learn, and get that imprisoned Bayonet setup was a really cool strategy. Stuff like that is why I love the Iron Man account. I love finding ways to play an inherently inefficient account as efficiently as possible, to some extent at least, while still having fun. Spend 1 million Pokeyen in one episode. We absolutely nailed that. I was a little nervous about that, but it was just honestly way easier than I expected. It's kind of crazy how easy it is to blow through Pokeyen on this account. So that's 2 goals achieved so far. I did add 3 new short-term goals. I think it's really important to have these short-term goals over in the tier 1 list. Even if they kind of go into bigger goals, it's really not a bad idea to have too many goals, right? It's almost impossible to have too many goals. So these are things I'm going to be working on next episode. Catching Articuno, catching Raikou. I have 2 legendaries to go for in this month with only 2 weeks left. And then I really need to work on an HM Dragonite. Getting this specific Dragonair up to level 100 and giving it Surf, Fly, Strength, Rock Smash. It can learn really anything. Dragonite's really versatile like that. I think that's a big one for next episode, because then it'll help me use the XP reamplifier. Then I'll be able to safely use the XP reamplifier with a level 100 HM friend of my Pokemon, and as opposed to like a level 23, Wingull. I don't want to get this up to level 100. That's not really worth it. The Dragonite's just better, so I'd rather pay dividends for the long-term future of the account and really focus on this. But that's for next episode. Next up, over onto medium tier goals. We did build ourselves a basic Gym Run team very successfully, I might add. It's only been 2 days and the Pokeyen has been flowing extremely nicely. I would love to make a PvP team, but this is honestly becoming much more of an endgame goal than I realized. I did go ahead and pick myself up a choice specs, though. We can knock that off the list. We only need 1 choice item left on the account with a choice scarf. And then other than that, we still don't have any other medium tier goals done yet. However, I did complete my favorite goal on the entire account. One of the coolest goals, getting the XP reamplifier. It just feels jarring. I've talked about it lately before, but it's almost bittersweet. It's literally the coolest goal that I wanted to achieve on the account, and it's done within the first month. What the heck? That's not supposed to happen like that, but I mean, hey man, I'm also thrilled about it. And there's no reason to worry because we have plenty of more long-term goals. I'm really keeping my eye on that Halloween Pumpkin boss team goal. Even though we're still like 4 months away, that stuff just creeps up on you, and I really want to make sure I'm prepared for that as much as possible. Grinding event season on this account is just going to be tremendously fun, and I'm really excited to re-experience event season in a new way for the first time in 4 years or so. And then for our final goals comparison, on the left, we have our completed goals prior to this episode. On the right, we have our new list of completed goals. We did add 5 new completed goals to it with the 10 amulet coins, the spending 1 mil Pokeyen, the basic Gym Run team, getting the choice specs, and then the XP reamplifier. I've been really fortunate to stay on that 5 goal per episode sort of metric, and it just kind of keeps working out like that. I'm sure at one point it'll slow down, but for now, we just appreciate the amount of progress we can make. All right, but it's been an absolute blast. We have a lot more to do next episode, but that is it for me for now. Thank you guys so much for watching. As per normal, like the video if you enjoyed it, dislike if not, subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO videos. I do upload every single day. I also stream on Twitch. You can follow me over there for streams Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET, usually, where I stream the progress of this account live, including all the catch events. My Discord's linked down below if you want to join a really cool community that hangs out there and loves the game. And if you want to go above and beyond and support the channel and allow me to upload Iron Man progress videos like this every single week, chock full of hopefully tons of progress, YouTube memberships, Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, PayPal and Venmo donations, and then Factor subs. If my sponsorship is still active, you can get yourself 50% off using the first link in the description to go get some awesome meal kits that have really nicely seasoned vegetables, tasty, high protein, vegan options. There's a lot of amazing meals over there that me and my wife absolutely adore. I never take a sponsorship from products that I don't believe in, so Factor does have the Patrouski seal of approval. And even then, it might not be for everyone's lifestyle, and I like to tell you guys that up front. It is for someone who is really busy and doesn't want to worry about food for maybe a week or so. They can just buy Factor, pop the meals in the microwave, and have it taken care of. But that's it for me. That's it for now. I will see you guys next week. Peace, Reno. Yo, Patrouski here, and I wanted to thank you personally for watching the video until the very end. I really appreciate that. And if your name is on this list, thank you to the moon and back, because you allow me to even make these videos by supporting the channel. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great day. Yo, what's up? My name is Patrouski, and welcome to episode 6 of the PokeMMO Iron Man account. This is, of course, an account that cannot trade nor use the GTL within PokeMMO, aka the most popular Pokemon MMO out on the internet right now, and also one that is constantly critiqued for being so grindy. I had the thought, what if we made it grindier? What if we took something as simple as getting a beginner Jimmy Run team on a normal account, which might take between 1 to 3 days from scratch, to making it take about 1 month of grinding in progress? What if we took a simple item like an Everstone, something that cost a measly 5,000 Pokeyen on the GTL, and made ourselves have to farm all of them manually? What if we took something which is extremely grueling on a main account, aka an egg shiny hunt or a rare shiny hunt, something for like a Charmander or a Beldum? What if we took that hunt, a 1,000 to 2,000 hour hunt, and tacked on an extra 750 hours because we have to go catch all of our own Dittos now? These are the things an Iron Man has to go through. But if you can push through them and get out to the other side safe and okay, you'll also get the Iron Man rewards. Something simple like a single encounter shiny Kakuna over in Pattern Bush while going for a legendary. That is now a crucial swarm Pokemon for me on this account that I will cherish forever. A 25 plus attack and speed Meowth with adamant nature that I had to purposefully breed. This was a 10-hour grind for me, but now I get to use it to make Pokeyen and do other things for thousands of hours on the account. And even something amazing on a main account, like winning a catch event, is amplified 10 to 100 times fold when doing it on an Iron Man account. With the item like the XP Reamplifier, where you could have just credit card swiped mom's credit card, $10, and bought yourself the item, an Iron Man account would have to win a catch event or a PvP tournament to achieve. But it is episode 6, so hopefully you know all this already. And if you don't, make sure to go check out the previous episodes, link will be in the description. But welcome back to the PokeMMO Iron Man series. Let's go ahead and jump into what our plans are for this episode. To catch up to speed, here are our current Tier 1 and Tier 2 goals, as well as some Tier 3 goals which are long-term and definitely take a lot longer. I want to start today's episode off by adding some new goals to these lists and then identifying what goals we'll be working on this episode. First things first, with the Tier 3 goals, I do want to add some new RP goals since we did win our first catch event and actually spent our first RP on the XP Reamplifier. I think the next beneficial items are going to end up being something like the Fly Ocarina, and then also I'm interested in the PC expansion drives. It sucked because they are so expensive, but PC space and box space has been one of the most crucial resources on this account by far. I didn't expect it to be this bad jumping into this account, but whew, I super underestimated it. If you're already a hoarder on a main account, I totally get it. I understand. We've all been there, right? You probably should just release some more Pokemon. I understand, right? However, on an Iron Man account, you need to make sure you don't release breeders that you might need. Even something like a simple Water 8 Pokemon with an adamant nature, or maybe even a 131 or something crazy. It's just so easy to want to keep everything because you'll never know what you might end up needing down the road. And if you release it on an Iron Man, it's gone. You have to go re-obtain it from the wild. If you accidentally release something you needed on a main account, you can just go buy it off the GTL again. No harm, no foul. I'm definitely under a constant struggle on this account trying to manage my PC space and trying to release stuff. One of the best ways I can manage that is just by breeding up my 1x31s, consuming 2 of them to create a 2x, and then consuming 2 2x to create a 3x, and sort of preemptively preparing breeds for the egg groups. You don't want to preemptively prepare too much, because what if you make a physical attacking field egg group Pokemon, for example, because that's on average what you need in that egg group, when you actually need a special attacking for like a Typhlosion breed, for example, is a really common one. So there's just certain niches or certain situations that do come up. Like obviously Typhlosion's a field egg group Pokemon, but a special attacking one, which is pretty rare for the egg group, but special attacking Typhlosion's a very common Pokemon in general. How do you prepare for both without taking up absorbent amounts of PC space, which I've kind of done, as you can see here? So yes, I will be adding the PC expansion drive over to the long-term goals list, since I have to earn RP to actually get it. I'm also adding the burger hat, because flexing RP vanities on an Iron Man account is really cool to me, and one of the better ways to show that you're kind of at endgame on an Iron Man account, and burgers are kind of neat. But back to the more pragmatic goal of having to actually clear up PC space, I also want to go ahead and add 3 4x31 Pokemon breeds. What this will do is it will encourage me to actually work towards this goal, obviously. It will encourage me to breed down a bunch of these 1x31s and breed them into a 4x31. The reason I'm deciding on 4x31 is because almost every Pokemon needs HP, defense, special defense, and speed. Those are the 4 stats that I'll be aiming for. If I don't have to worry about attack or special attack, I can breed that on later on, whatever egg group, whatever Pokemon needs it, for example. Now, I know putting 3 4x31 Pokemon breeds in medium tier goals might seem a little crazy. Like, I almost think it should be short term, but I think I'm going to regret if I put it in short term. I think it's a much harder goal than I and many of you might realize. It just takes so many Pokemon and so many correct puzzle pieces to actually connect them together to, number one, get the right stats that you need, and number two, actually have enough quantity of the Pokemon, enough quantity, density of the IVs to actually get them bred onto something. I don't even know if I could create one 4x31 Pokemon with the Pokemon currently in my box. I think I probably could, maybe just one though. The real question is 2. Could I create 2 different 4x31 Mons with the 1x31s allotted in my boxes? I kind of don't think so. The other problem is you don't want to waste stats. So for example, I have this Sableye right here. I wouldn't really want to use this Sableye to create a 4x31 Pokemon because it already has 2 stats and then 2 other ones 25 plus. I don't want to turn these stats into a 31. They're already high enough in my opinion. They're most likely going to do what they need to do. The 31 is going to be mostly irrelevant for PVM and will be a slight increase of quality for PvP, not going to lie, but PvP is going to be a pretty slight thing on this account. I'd like to, that is kind of the end game on this account, is definitely taking PvP more seriously and just learning PvP, let alone the difficulty of getting the PvP Pokemon themselves. But this is a good example of a Pokemon that would never really become a 4x31 because it already has 2 of the stats that it needs. It almost makes me want to restructure this goal, so I'm actually shooting for things that are beneficial for the account instead of just a pretty number. And that's actually exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to change the goal to be 3 Pokemon that are 4x31 or 3x31 and 25 plus. So this Sableye would actually fit beautifully into that. I would basically go ahead and breed 31 speed onto this and keep the 25 pluses, and that would make it a 3x31 Pokemon with 25 plus and other stats. I'm also adding a short-term goal just to encourage myself to actually train up the shiny Corsola that I won, because otherwise I don't know if I'll end up doing it, and I definitely deserve to put some love into this really, really cool Pokemon. Alright, but that's our new goals added for now, and I'm sure I'll add more as the future goes on and as this episode goes on. It's really important to always be adding new stuff to your goals list in PokeMMO, in life, in whatever game you're playing or whatever you're doing. As time passes, things change, and your goals should change as well. Now, let's go ahead and talk about what are we focusing on for this episode specifically. Alright, but our goals for this episode are going to be as follows. Number 1, I need to catch both of the legendary Pokemon, Articuno and Raikou. They are super important. I don't know if I'll be able to achieve both in this episode. They take about 20 hours a piece of grinding, but those are definitely some of the number 1 priorities. These only spawn and only last for the month of June in 2025. They rotate every 3 months or so they will come back if I miss them, but I want to get them taken care of in the first months by far, because otherwise I'll be waiting 3 months to catch Raikou again, and that could be over in September, right before the Halloween event, and I really want Raikou to be an electric raid type Pokemon, so if I miss him then and then I miss him in September, then I'm totally out of luck. And I also need as many of the items as possible that come with them. So for example, with the Articuno, I'm honestly only catching the Articuno to get elemental orbs used to raise the IVs on my Moltres and eventual future Zapdos, which are good raid Pokemon, unlike Articuno, unfortunately. Sorry, Icebird. To get these Pokemon, I really just have to run back and forth in different locations in both Kanto and Johto using my Swarm lead Beedrill. Next up, I do want to start working on leveling up an HM Dragonite. I have a Dragonair that's just fine to decent, and I want to level it up and use it as an HM Pokemon. I've been using this Wingull for quite a while, and I'd rather have a level 100 Dragonite that can actually do something in battles and be a lot more relevant than this little silly guy. It honestly might be worth to breed up a new Dragonair from scratch, since my current one is not very good at all, actually. I'm surprised I even took the time to EV train this thing. I think I just really desperately wanted an HM friend Pokemon ASAP. This one's Calm Nature, which is subtracting from its attack stat, which I also EV trained into, which is just awkward. I want to end up putting like Fly, Surf, you know, Rock Smash, Strength. Dragonite can learn pretty much every single HM. It's honestly kind of ridiculous. But I might need to go catch some more Dratinis and breed up a new guy to actually make this relevant, because I don't know if it's worth XP training this guy to level 100 just for him to be absolutely mediocre. Even if it's just an HM friend Pokemon, I still want it to be somewhat useful in battle. That's the point of getting a Dragonite. And then next up, goal number 4, I do want to go ahead and work on training up that shiny Corsola. That one shouldn't be too easy at all, especially if I do it at the same time as my Dragonite. I can kind of do them back to back. 6 level 100 Pokemon will also probably happen naturally throughout this episode. I mean, this Typhlosion's literally level 99. As well as I'm hoping the do 5 Jimmy runs goal should happen naturally throughout this episode, unless I catch an absolute lazy bug. I'd be surprised. I'm already at 2 Jimmy runs done on the account, and I'll be doing a 3rd one very soon. I could also work towards things like going for heart scales, since you really need those. Like, those are actually a really crucial item to relearn moves on Pokemon, and you have to relearn moves on Pokemon a ton. If you've played PokeMMO, you know how often you have to use heart scales, and I only have 2 of them sitting around. But I think that's enough preamble for now. I'm going to go ahead and get myself prepped and ready for a Jimmy run today, and we also have a catch event coming up today in a few hours. There is a Dwebble/Crustle catch event coming up over in Unova in about, what is it, like 4 hours from the current time? About 3 hours from the time that I'm recording over at Route 18 in Unova. We'll be catching Dwebbles, Crustles, Scrafties, Duots, and Watchhogs, and then also shooting for a chance at a shiny Dwebble, which evolves into a shiny Crustle, which is a really nice shiny, even though Dwebble does not look very special, and you also get that 1000 RP. If I could win back-to-back catch events, I mean, that would be a 1 in a trillion it would be ridiculous, right? So I don't think that's gonna happen, but honestly, just going over there, the beauty of catch events on an Ironman account is they're so good. You catch breeders for that egg group while you're doing the event. If you're in the Kanto or Johto region, you also have legendary chance, which is amazing, as well as just that chance at winning overarching prizes like the RP or the shiny. All right, but that's it for me for now. I will see you guys when I'm ready to do that Jimmy run. Alrighty, fellas, it is a new morning on the Iron Man. Good morning, good morning. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this sucking amulet coin, this sucker, and just get into things. How are we doing today? We're gonna pop that. We're gonna start our Jimmy run ASAP. I'm hoping to make at least, I want to shoot for 250k today. I want to lock in a little bit, get a good Jimmy run. Yesterday was terrible, and the first day was solid, but I would like to, the goal is, if I can make like over 250k in a run, that would be really, really, really ideal. Gotta lock in a little bit for it and play properly, but that, you know, we can do that. I believe in us. Other than that, we're gonna be doing a catch event here in about an hour and 12 minutes, which is why I need to start my catch event ASAP. So Jimmy run ASAP. Jimmy run for an hour, catch event an hour and 12 minutes. After that, we might have some time for some legendary hunting for the month, and I'll see you guys with that very, very soon. All right, just finished my Jimmy run. I started with, was it 380k? Yeah, 380k on the dot. We can do 615 minus 380, which means I made 235,000 Pokeyen in the Jimmy run. So still not 250k, man. I'm gonna lock in, but I always get distracted like that. Says, you know, it's okay. A decent Jimmy run is still good progress, so we'll take it, man. 235k made in 1 hour. We'll take it. That is our Pokeyen made on the account, and the catch event is in 9 minutes. All right, we're about 3 minutes late to the event today, boys. As you see the CM over here hanging out. We're about 3 minutes late. However, last time I was late to a catch event was for Corsola. Well, if I win back-to-back catch events, I already got one comment from someone saying that we saw a conspiracy theory tinfoil hat person who was like, no, bro, this is too sus. His stream cut out. This is definitely a scenario of the devs helping a streamer, blah, blah, blah. And it just makes no logical sense. If you watch my streams, you know that my streams crash pretty much every day. It's a pretty normal thing. So it's almost like fun. I'm a little worried. Like if I win another catch event, this is a great breeder. If I win another event, I'm scared people will get the tinfoil hat back on. I've won back-to-back catch events before my main account, so we'll see. I'm happily to catch a Watchhog for the Pokedex as well, man. Okay, what is once again, not a like winning catch event thing, but like what the fuck is this catch? This is now it's 0, so it's not, but like my Iron Man luck has been insane. Like I totally acknowledge, like I get why, like my luck has been crazy. Like that's a crazy catch. It has that 1-0. If that was like that is an insane 27 plus in 5 out of 6 stats. It is a crazy catch, man. I get the, it's fucking, my luck has just, I've just been lucky. I've been really unlucky at times in PokeMMO and really lucky at times. My Iron Man account has been pretty fucking lucky for a while. It does seem like quick balling everything is the strategy. I've been doing that a lot of catch events. Quick balling is way more powerful. You get like way more catches per hour, but it's way more expensive. It's way more Pokeyen intensive for sure, which like on the Iron Man, it definitely matters to something like Adamant. There we go, beautiful. Nothing, no IVs though, but it's a weird trade-off. Like on a main account, you do most things for profit, where like if you quick ball on a main account, you're almost never going to make profit. You're going to lose money on catch events. On an Iron Man account, you don't mind losing the Pokeyen as much because you're never gaining Pokeyen back on an Iron Man. When you catch Mons on an Iron Man, you're trading Pokeyen for a different resource, the breeders, the Pokemon IVs, right? So it doesn't really hurt as much. So it's kind of an interesting dilemma that Iron Man versus main accounts run into during catch events. But yeah, someone did bring it up, and it is a good point. So tomorrow begins the 24-hour 1 billion Pokeyen catch event, and I won't be playing that catch event on the main or on the Iron Man account because it's an unofficial event, and I think unofficial events leave too much room for fucky wuckiness on an Iron Man account. For example, you could technically host, you could like pay your friend to host an unofficial Iron Man or an unofficial catch event, and then have it only last like 1 minute, and then only like list it 1 minute prior to the event starting, so that only your Iron Man account shows up, and you could like win a prize. Like unofficial events leave too much room for cheating on an Iron Man account, in my personal opinion, and also like the prizes, it's trading with a player, so it's also against the rules in my opinion. So because of that, I've outlawed unofficial events on my Iron Man account personally. So I plan to participate in that event on my main account, but I think my goal will be to set up my laptop on the side so I can play the 1 billion event on my main account on stream. And then I'll also be legendary hunting on the Iron Man, so I can just do that boring, like running back and forth Articuno / Raikou legendary hunts over on the laptop on the side. So maybe we'll see an Articuno tomorrow as well. That will be a nice little thing to get checked off the list for sure. Ooh, whoa! We'll take a 2x31 breeder, dude, all day. Pushes me closer to those 4x31 breeds. Hell yeah, nice catch. What the fuck? This catch is sick. This is straight up a wild competitive Pokemon. I don't have to breed this. I'm done. Holy, obviously like 31 speed or higher speed would be nice, but like, holy fuck, man. Jolly nature. I could just EV train this and use it in PvP right now. That's awesome. That's, dude, my luck has been lucky. I'm using quick balls to get more catches to increase the odds, but my synchronized didn't even proc either. It's just the other nature that it could use. That's crazy, man. Scrafty might have relevant edge moves. It's a good call, honestly. Let's go see if not Love Disc. I can't super check because I don't have Scrafty in my decks. Just as quick guard here, but I wonder if I don't have it in my I can't check, but yeah, that's probably just good. That's crazy. That's a crazy good catch. There's a wild execute swarm happening right at the catch location, the catch event. What are the odds of that? I mean, I think I already have it in my Pokedex, to be fair, but that is pretty funny. I'll shiny check this one. It's a rare shiny. Yeah, I already have it in my Pokedex. I'm not going to worry about catching it, but kind of cool to see. This is a weird as fuck Watchhog. Look at this. 3x0. 31 speed. Just a strange catch. Right, Sock caught and added to the Pokedex. Well, no IVs, but that's another one added. We're up to 164 Prod OT. All right, I think that's the catch event done with. That was probably my final catch. I'm going to head back over to a PC, sort my Pokemon by the highest IVs. I think my highest catch was like a 146. It was like decent, not win-worthy and not worth submitting. Maybe I'll submit it, but let's go see. I do need to do a ton of box sorting, as you can see. I filled up this box and most of my release box, which I usually use to clean stuff. I'm almost out of space. I need to sort all my one-subs. I need to do a lot of breeding. I think right now, I would have loved to do a legendary hunt for Articuno / Raikou, but I don't think I can yet. I think I need to focus on clearing my boxes first so I don't get backed up for upcoming catch events, because we got to do as many catch events as possible. So I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is, number one, to start box sorting. So we'll go ahead and do sort by total IV is what I like to do. Step one, sort over here by total IV. And then I also go ahead and look for any 31 stats by doing this. By searching, filling all these, and then doing like required IV 1, and then moving any 1x31s over to this box or over here if I'm out of space. All right, I believe I can go ahead and get rid of everything else here. I don't think anything else here matters. The Sock, the Dwebbles, I have plenty of 1x31s. We're gonna go ahead and do this. Yup, release all those guys. Boom. These guys, I'm literally out of space. I have this 1x31 box, and even my noted box is full of half 1x31s. and I had to put some over here. I'm out of space. That's really bad. I need to breed so many. I need to use so much Pokeyen, just buy braces and combine Pokemon and get a lot of breeds done, because this is getting too messy, getting too clunky. Okay, so let's also sort through this box really quick. There should be a bunch here I can release as well. Alrighty, bit more box cleaning and sorting. All of these get released as well. I'm trying to get more aggressive on my what I release. I just need the box space. I've got to be able to do catch events and not be terrified. I have an ultimate fear. I grew up playing Pokemon where there was a time where people, you know, would fill up their boxes and have the fear of running into a shiny. If you run into a shiny with your boxes full, or even just like for a catch event, you can't like actually participate well enough. Like, it's a nightmare scenario. So I never want to run into that. It's really important. Do your spring cleaning in PokeMMO, okay? Do not neglect your cleaning your boxes in PokeMMO the same way you neglect your room, okay, guys? I know I do it too, okay? Your PokeMMO PC boxes are way more important than your bedroom, okay? I'm just kidding, but make sure to clean both. All right, we're still waiting for the catch event results. I really doubt that I place at all, but you know what? That's okay. While we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and start cleaning up my boxes. We're going to watch my Pokeyen sink away, even though I've been doing gym runs, which is this is what it's for. This is what it's for, to be fair. But let's go ahead, go grab 31s in the same egg group and in different varieties, and just try to breed things around and get stats up and consolidate our good IV Pokemon to a few different things. When you have like 10 1x31s in the same egg group, you want to breed them together to create like a 4x or something like that. Just you takes less space, but you still have good Pokemon. Okay, I'm trying to think, what egg group should I do first? And I think I want to do something like field egg group. One of the most important Pokemon I want to get myself is a good Crocodile for the upcoming, in like 4 months or so. We're already preparing for it, Halloween event. So I want to make sure I'm prepared. Also, Crocodile is just an amazing PVM and decent interesting PvP Pokemon. Really, really good PVM Pokemon. So getting myself a good Crocodile. So we're gonna do the field egg group. Let's go ahead and do our little search, egg group field, and just see what good IV Mons we're working with. Oh, my mistake. I looked away for 2 seconds. They're already announcing the catch event. So, congratulations. 4th place. This is someone in our Twitch chat, bro. Itachi from our Twitch chat. Congratulations, bro. Sorry about your clan. Itachi Uchiha, congrats on the 20-point 4th place victory, dude. Hell yeah, man. Congrats. Next up in 3rd place, 169. My highest was 146. Which is still a very lucky good catch. Swim, what a good IGN, bro. Congrats on the new IGN I bet from the release recently. 169 in 3rd place. Swim, congratulations. 2nd place, 170. Champion Rum, congratulations. And then 1st place, is it announced yet? The winner of this one also with it's Lay Jesse. That's also someone from Twitch chat. Dude, our YouTube chat, congratulations, Lay Jesse. We see you hanging out around here, dude. Hell fucking yeah, man. 170 points, but caught a little bit earlier. Congratulations, Lay Jesse. Hell yeah, man. Congrats, dude. Okay, I think I have my first breed set up. So, dude, breeding on an Ironman account with all the Pokemon you've caught is ultimate. If you like solving puzzles, this is ultimate puzzle solving. It's trying to find the perfect combinations and breeders and yada, yada, yada. So I think what I want to do here is, first things first, buy an attack brace and a Spadef brace, and then put them accordingly. So we're first things first going to do this. It just takes so much time. It took me probably 10 minutes to find this breed, to find this chain of breeds. We're going to do this first breed. And then after this first breed, we're going to chain it into this Scraggy and brace the attack. The defense and speed will stay 20 plus. We'll brace the attack and make this a 3x31. We'll brace the HP on Strategy, attack on this. We need to make sure we pay for this to come out male. That's very, very important here. And Centrit should be field egg group, I believe. There's no way it's not, right? Surely there's no way. So beautiful. It's kind of expensive per breed. That's a good first breed we're working on. I'm going to go ahead and get an HP brace for the Scraggy as well. And that'll come out nicely. While we're waiting for that egg to hatch, let's get some other breeds going, of course. Got to get as many going as possible. We have so many things to clean up, as you can see. Alrighty, folks, we have 2 more breeds. Our Centrit hatched came out like this. Looks pretty darn good to me. Let's go ahead and pair these up. Scraggy and Centrit. This will make it a 3x31 and 25 plus. It still needs nature. I'm gonna go ahead and pay for it to be female, so I can actually do want a good IV Scrafty. Actually, I do have that other Scrafty though. Would I rather make this male? I actually don't know. Should I randomly roll it? Ooh, that's tough. I think I'm gonna make it female, but that could be a mistake. We'll make a breeder for it if we need to, essentially, and hope for the nature roll. I do have another Scrafty that's like pretty good, but we can have 2. It's fine. Look at this going. Get that breed hatching. And then we also have, this is just a total random breed. I want to be better about, I could try to preserve like the 26 plus defenses on this war turtle, but like I don't want to stress or hyper worry about keeping every little stat on breeders, because then I'll never clear my PC space. If I hyper worry about it, I'll never clear my PC space and I'll just have way too many breeders. So let's just sometimes throw them together like that. All right, another really quick, simple field egg group breed, just a simple 2x31. Just gonna let that one roll. Okay, I was gonna do this quick little lily pup breed, 31 defense, 31 speed, but I'd rather wait and see how this one hatches. The gender that this one hatches out as actually really matters for what I should breed this one as, and then I could go ahead and combine them and make a 3x31 here in a quick sec. But it's better to know when to be patient when doing this little breeding game. Oh my, okay, this, I accidentally clicked and saw it. This is really fucking good. The Iron Man luck just continues. My strategy hatched and it came out naughty nature. That's not ideal, but it's really, really good. Like, it's one of, adamant would be the best, but the fact that I already have a jolly one, this is insane. This is so, I can just throw this. This is so good, dude. Look at this strategy. 3x31, naughty nature. I'm building up UTs as well, so I can actually EV train efficiently and EV train a bunch of Pokemon at once. So now I have both of these strategies. This one's my jolly one, my plus speed, and then this one is plus damage. Also, one of them is Moxie, one of them Shed Skin. Dude, that's insane. Next up, our Aeron hatched. Just a random 2x31 male in the monster egg group. I'll look to pair that up with something. Maybe have another 2x1 breeder to make it into a 3x here in a quick sec. All right, another quick 2x31 breed, Charmander and Nidoran. I do need to pay for this to come out female. I'm going to end up breeding these with my Aeron, bracing the HP on the Aeron and the defense on the Nidoran. And then go ahead and, I don't know if I'll roll the gender on that or what, but we'll make this one come out female so it can breed properly with this. We'll be creating another 3x31. So for each, for each 2x31, you only need 2 1x31s, which is pretty easy. But then that keeps increasing, For a 3x31, you need like 4 1x31s, or no, more than that, like 8. I think you need 8 1x31s to create one 3x31. Is that the math? It basically like spans out. It's like a whole tree of how many IVs you need on certain mons. So we can breed these together here in a quick sec and create one 3x31. And then we also did have our Lily Pups hatch. This one came out female. So I want to go ahead and breed these two and make sure I pay for them to come out male. I can go ahead and do this. Boom, boom. Pay for this to come out male. This should be 31 defense, 31 speed. And then what I'll do is I will brace the special defense on this one, brace the defense on the other one, and that should make another field egg group 3x31 breeder. Yeah, speaking of Pokeyen, dude, look how much Pokeyen I've spent and drained this quickly, just doing a very small amount of breeds. People ask me all the time, what do you even need Pokeyen for on an Iron Man account? Breeds are expensive. They're so expensive. And it's crazy, like, you really realize on an Iron Man account how much you rely on selling catches. Like, when you can't sell any Pokemon catches, it really makes you realize, oh shit, when you spend Pokeyen on Pokeballs, poof, there it goes. I would say you're converting to a different currency. On a main account, you're always kind of spending money to make money. On an Iron Man account, you're spending money to use them. You're spending money to poof the money. You're not getting any money back almost ever when you spend money. Well, maybe later with like Jimmy runs, I guess, but like, you're almost never spending money to make money on an Iron Man account, whereas on a main account, you are always spending money to make money. Yeah, I'm actually really glad someone mentioned that. Congrats, Crocs. Crocs was talking about how he just created his 5x31 Charizard on his Iron Man account. Congratulations. That is like such an amazing goal. It's a big one. I'm actually going to add it to my tier 3 goals on my goal list, because 5x31 Charizard, because getting a 5x31 Charizard is so, with correct nature, like modest nature, is so important, because it comes down to the ability patches, right? We talked about it. You only get so many ability patches on an Iron Man account. You only want to use them if it's perfect, right? You really only want to use them if you have a perfect Pokemon to use it on. So I'm never going to use my ability patches on a non 5x31 Pokemon. So having like a 5x31 Charizard goal, and then a 5x31 on a new one, 5x31 Superior is another one, because then I can actually warrant using the ability patches on those two Pokemon. That's a great idea for those extra goals. All right, I'm planning out the gender for this Aeron Nidoran breed. I think I'm going to go ahead and go with male, because that will allow me to breed it into this Nidoqueen or Tropius in the monster egg group if I would so choose. I think that's going to give me the result that I want. So I'm going to go ahead and pay for it to be male. If If I have to pay for another breeder one day to fix that or whatever, sure. We'll figure it out then. But for now, I'm going to make this be male. Cost 5K. Boom. That's a 3x31 coming out. Beautiful. Then we have these lily pups to go through as well. I need to put braces on them still. One of them needs a defense brace. This one, I believe. Nope, wrong one. This one needs defense brace, and then this one needs Spadef. And that should come out. There's another 3x31. I should check, actually, the put on my boxes to see what gender we want this if we need something. Okay, I think we end up making this lily pup male because we do have some other good breeders for it, I believe, over here with these mons. If I'm not mistaken. Watch, I'd have to turn these into 3x31s. A little awkward. I think maybe I just let the gender roll. This honestly might be a breed where I just want the gender to randomly roll. I think it is. I think it honestly is. So I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, if you don't need to pay for the gender, you shouldn't, right? So I'll save the Pokeyen, let this 3x31 randomly roll, and just we'll figure out a breeder later down the road. I just want to consume things, make more PC box space. So our Nidoran hatched, came out timid nature, not good, but that's okay. Another 3x31 breeder over added into the boxes. We've already cleared out a fair bit of space. It's cost me, look how much Pokeyen it cost me. Like, I think I've spent like 200K. That's actually kind of crazy. This is like 20 to 30 minutes of breeding. That's pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. And we only made, oh geez, how much space? We didn't even make that much space, which hurts even more, dude. All right, another quick nothing, just breed for 2x31s, 2 nose passes becoming 1 nose pass. And our lily pup randomly rolled jolly. That's a dude. I don't know if we can finish. We might be able to finish it. Probably not. I think it's missing too many stats, but maybe with like a lucky roll, it's possible. It's unlikely, but it's a great breeder to have. All right, just another quick 2x31 breeder. I think it's important to show you guys all of these just so you know how many I'm doing, the Pokeyen being spent, etc., etc. Alrighty, fellas. Well, I did about an hour of breeding, spent about 235,000 Pokeyen, literally all of the Pokeyen that I gained from today's gym run, and I gained a whopping like 7 PC spaces. No, to be fair, I also had like 10 mons over here. I think I gained about 10 to 15 PC spaces if I actually counted it correctly, which is pretty good. That's not bad. 10 to 15. I wish it was more. I wish it was a lot more. You know, don't get me wrong. I'll get better and faster at this though as time goes on. So we'll practice and we'll get more 2x31 breeds done a lot quicker, for example. All right, fellas, we are over at an alpha Seviper spawn over in Hoenn. I'm gonna do the encounter, hopefully get a good catch, and I'll see you with it. All right, beautiful timer ball catch on the Seviper. It is female. It's in the Seviper actually is in the Dragon Egg group, so this could be a great breeder. I'll take it. 2x31. HP speed, relevant stats, 3 XP candy larges. As infiltrator, kind of a weird ability. Not really that relevant, but I'll take it I will always take the 2x31 breeder, man. Hell yeah. You know what, chat? It might be time I switch strategies. I've been going for Articuno aggressively throughout this month over in Kanto, but it might be time to switch over to Raikou. Yeah, Raikou is better. I want the Articuno only for the elemental orbs, to be fair, and I do really need those for my Moltres and eventual Zapdos, but those can at least be farmed and gotten in a different way. For Raikou, you gotta get Raikou, right? And Raikou's a good raid mon, so I'd rather just go ahead and actually head over to Johto, switch spots, switch up strategies. Let's go single encounter over in Johto for a fair bit and hunt for Raikou instead of going for Articuno again. Okay, now funnily, I think the one place that I actually want to hunt Raikou at is actually thank you, Bruce. Yeah, I'll just have a quick sec. Is actually locked. So I need to actually travel through Cyanwood little cave and get to the location and unlock the Toro shutting spot and unlock the Safari Zone area over here in Johto. It should just be as easy as a rappel and then just waterfalling and surfing over to the spot. All right, and it was just that easy. We made it over to, I honestly love, this is a great spot for like recording and stuff like that. This little, like, I love this gate. The Safari Zone gate is always so beautiful. This unlocks the Safari Zone for us in Johto. We can now go farm Riolu or like Shuckles or like other niche mons that are in the Safari Zone if we need to. Fun fact that some people might not know, you can actually access a hidden PC over here. It's a tree, but it's also a computer. Technology. All right, this is the spot that I wanted to get to, though. Right over here, I can just go ahead and run back and forth. You can get Tauros here. There's like Gloom and stuff as well, like some other cool spawns. But this is a decent spot to single encounter for fun while going for a Raikou with good shiny chances. Okay, I totally forgot Farfetch'd is a wild encounter here. I will totally go ahead and quick ball this and try to catch it for the for the Pokedex. If not, it's probably worth the switch to my catches. But we got a Tauros here as well. So that was a rough. Okay, we're filling out our Pokedex while also going for Raikou, which is nice and comfy. Alrighty, we do have an Alpha Kingdra spawn over on the Iron Man. A pretty cool encounter. The hidden ability is not that relevant. It's like damp ability, which is like not good. But very, very relevant Pokemon to get good stats on. I actually like really want a good Kingdra. So a 2x 31 guaranteed Kingdra is huge. Any stats that aren't in attack would be amazing. I really want to build a rain team in OU when I get into PvP on this account, which is massive for gaining progress on the account. Getting those free PvP reward Pokemon from OU would be massive. And honestly, a lot of the rewards in general, and the BP is just super good. A free Starmie, a free Choice Specs would be amazing, for example. And you got to have OU unlocked for a lot of this stuff. And I need to build an OU team. And building a rain team is honestly a good way to get free wins, is the nice way to put it. So I'll be trying to take advantage of that for sure. I'm going to whittle this thing down and hopefully get a decent catch here going. Wow, I'm so got with a net ball. Pretty happy with that. Hell yeah. Was pretty lucky catch, I feel like. Alpha Kingdra. Unfortunately, it's male, which is actually not great because I want it as a female to keep the species. Brave is not great. This is really good, though. Oh, it's really good. 3 times 31 in all the defenses. I just need this attack. What I probably will end up doing is making a... I'll probably have to breed the alphaness off of it, which is fine. And I'll end up breeding it with like a normal Horsey or Seadra that I create. This is fucking sick. That's awesome. I'll make a really nice Kingdra out of this. Oh, just buy a female Kingdra. Ah, good idea. I think I'm gonna go ahead and catch the baby Horsies while I'm here. I really do want good statted Horsies and Kingdras and Seadras. Oh my goodness. That's just a wild catch around the alpha. It's not even the alpha catch. That's so sick. Dude, my fucking luck. Holy fuck, man. This will be a perfect... I'll just with a Ditto, to be fair. Another male. I need females of Horsies, but we can work with that. That's so sick, man. That's so good. All right, back to the catch event. Oh, we got a fair bit of progress done today on the Iron Man. About 600 to 700-ish encounters towards the legendary. Nothing too crazy, just a little bit of nice progress in the background over on here. So obviously the catch event is mostly my main focus for today, but it's been nice to get that. I'm glad I set up my laptop to get that passive progress throughout the event itself. Just as Yellow Flash said, the 24-hour 1 billion Pokeyen catch event is now over. We can continue on with our lives. I'm going to be jumping onto the Iron Man, fellas. I'm doing my 3rd gym rerun on this account. I'm going to go ahead and pop my amulet coin and just get this sucker started. Let's get into it, man. I need the Pokeyen badly. I've been spending a lot on breeders to consolidate box space. It's been pretty crazy. And also, Safari Week is coming up. I'd really like to do Safari Week on my Iron Man account to hope for shinies as well as like farm Pokemon in the Safari Zone. The problem is I need a lot of PC space for that, and a lot of Pokeyen. So I need a lot of PC space to save breeders and a lot of Pokeyen to breed them down. So we're gonna try to get as much as possible here. All right, that is gym rerun number 3 done on the account. I'm going to go ahead and update the Typhlosion just like that, up to 606,000 Pokeyen, back up again. I'm going to head back over towards the Safari Zone gate over in Johto and just continue that Raikou hunt. I'll see you guys with anything interesting. It's a pretty chill morning, pretty chill day, just running back and forth in grass. A quick update, I did get my Moltres to level 100. My Moltres and this Typhlosion are both level 100, so that's a pretty big, nice milestone. That will definitely put me up to 6 level 100 Pokemon, which is a short-term goal. Now, I still need to work on that Dratini I've talked about, and getting my spin to level 100. There's a lot more Pokemon I need to level, but it's a nice step in the right direction. It's one off the checklist. All right, I can't believe I almost missed this. There's an extremely important alpha spawn right now I need to rush over to. This is an alpha Dragonite spawn. It was called over an hour ago in my Discord, so I need to get my catching Pokemon and get over there absolutely ASAP. For those that don't know, you pretty much need a hidden ability Dragonite to be relevant in PvP if you want to run it in PvP. Look at that, multi-scale is used 99% of the time. I'm assuming those running Inner Focus here just did it accidentally. Like, multi-scale is so much more powerful, so much better than its original ability. So you really want, I really need a hidden ability Dragonite, multiple if possible. So I'm gonna get ready and get over there as soon as possible. I only have about 10 minutes or so to go catch this thing. Or I'm rushing over to the location. I have a Garchomp in the lead. I have my catching Smeargle with Soak and level 94 Parasect. My Alpha Spinda, which I will bring in here in a quick sec, but I'll show you guys my strategy. I actually, hilariously enough, have fucking Choice Band on Garchomp, okay? That's because I'm going to do a very specific thing here. I'm going to try to just... It sounds crazy, but I'm going to try to jump into this. I'm going to Choice Band Dragon Claw this thing with a Garchomp, which should do a lot of damage. I'm hoping it doesn't kill. The reason being is that my Garchomp is not a plus attack nature. The attack stat is decent, yes. It's EV trained, yes, but with multi-scale, this thing is going to reduce the damage significantly. So I'm hoping, yes, look at that. I was hoping I didn't kill. I did 37%. And that's what I was kind of afraid of, honestly. Okay. I need to read exactly. The problem is, I think if I were to try to Dragon Claw here, I think it would kill. I don't, which is really unfortunate. I really need to chip this thing down. It's super tanky. It has Roost, which is the other terrifying aspect here. This is a very, 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 very difficult Pokemon to catch. I think I can Dragon Claw here and have it not kill. Nope. Nope, it killed. That's okay. I had to take that risk because I need to catch the thing as quickly as possible. What I can do is I can log out, log back in, and it should respawn, even if it takes a minute or so. I'll see you guys in a quick sec. Yeah, for those who don't know, fun fact, if you ever accidentally kill an alpha, just like I just did, you can go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and log back in. My Garchomp is still low HP here, unfortunately, but we can still use it to break this. I think I'm going to go ahead and go for the Declaw again, doing 41%, a bit more damage, bit of a high roll. We break his multi-scale as well. Now, I'm going to go ahead and switch on over to my Spinda. Get a skill swap him over to Contrary. I'm scared he's going to try to heal and get some annoying Roosts off. That's like a terrifying thing for me, but if he does, what are you going to do? His moveset is Dragon Tail, which is also really annoying. Dragon Tail, Hurricane, Fire Punch. So this guy's moveset is wildly annoying. I am going to go ahead and abuse Contrary immediately against this guy. So I'm going to lower his stats by 1 right now. By essentially doing this is going to make him filled with might with Contrary, which instead of raising all of his stats will lower all of his stats. That makes it a bit easier for the rest of this fight, which would be really important. I hit him with a Hurricane on my Moltres, and I did do more damage than I expected, unfortunately, but luckily for me, very, very luckily for me, oh my goodness, extremely the Iron Man luck continues. I don't do enough damage to kill him, number 1, which was really lucky. Number 2, he Dragon-tailed me over to my Spore Pokemon, so just a lot of good RNG happened there. Also, I didn't confuse him with the Hurricane, which that could have also been bad. There's a 30% chance there. So there was a lot that had to go right there for that to work out the way it did. It's only turn 6, so I can't Timer Ball here, which feels really bad. There's not a great Pokeball I can use here. I almost just want to, like, wait, install turns. I think I'm just going to, like, now that he's 1 HP... I'm just going to, like, switch out. I mean, he could Roost. I probably should have balled, actually, because he can Roost, which is super Omega annoying. I know that my Hurricane does 49% now, but maybe it's possible he high rolls and that doesn't work out like that. So, it's not nighttime. My best ball is, like, Ultra Ball here. This is, like, not a good situation. I probably just go ahead and can't Net Ball, can't Quick. I think Timer Ball is still the best because it is turn 7, so it's 2.8, turn 8, actually. It's 3.1. It's a higher catch rate than Ultra Balls. So it is worth the timer here, but it doesn't feel amazing. You usually want to wait until that 4 times. No way. No way. Oh, I'm so relieved to see that. Oh, okay. That's just ridiculous. Modest nature is not good. That's okay. Decent 2x31s. A female. I didn't even realize it was a female Dragonite. That's super, super good. I'm going to catch these surrounding Dragonairs, try to get some extra hidden ability Dragonite, species. But, oh, man. Oh, that's so good. I'm so relieved to see that. All right, it is time for another beautiful morning on the Iron Man account. I am starting the 4th gym rerun ever on the account right about now. I'm going to jump into it. Afterwards, I'm down to, 6 amulet coins left. I might need to farm a bit more of these soon, but I'm honestly liking I farmed them for about 2 hours, and now I'm just riding off of that 1 or 2 hours or so. I do need to get back to legendary hunting, man. I still have 2 legendaries to hunt, and we're halfway into the month. I am just, these hunts are making me lose my brain a little bit, man. They're so mind-numbing, just running back and forth, hoping to see that Raikou, that Articuno. I might need to switch things up. Catch Charmanders while I do it. Catch Dittos while I do it, perhaps. I need a lot of Dittos on this account, and that might encourage me to start getting rid of or breeding up different ed groups of Pokemon as well. So I might try to maybe even go back to Payday Pickuping. That one I'm unsure of, but I do want to switch things up a fair bit. I don't like how mind-numbing the legendary hunting has been, even though it's so crucial to the account. I almost forgot to mention, but I have a new Garchomp in the back over here that I'm leveling. So I am leveling my 2x31 Jolly Nature 252 EV trained Garchomp. If I can get this up to higher level 100 or so, I could eventually use this in raids and PVM. It would be a fantastic PVM mon. But as well as, it'll honestly just be a really good, it already is, to be fair. This is basically already a complete PvP Pokemon. I need to moveset it, of course. I'd probably go ahead and put like Earthquake over Dig or something like that. But this is a usable OU comp, to be honest. It's not amazing, it's not perfect, but a usable OU comp. This is a good way to put it. I know I'm complaining about legendary hunting on the Iron Man a ton, but I think Flappin put it best. Getting the legendaries are a one and done annoyance. It's a really good thing to keep perspective and keep in mind. I'm only ever going to hunt for Raikou like once on the entire account. I'm only ever going to hunt for Zapdos once, right? And like maybe if I passively get them in the future for like elemental orbs or rainbow quills, sure, but you only do these hunts once. So you kind of should appreciate them, or have fun with them as much as you can. Because yeah, it's unlikely you'll hunt them back to back to back for sure. It's a great point. All right, but that is Jimmy Run number 4 done. That was our best one so far, I think. 240, no, less than that, like 235k. The more I'm thinking about it, I don't know if it's possible, or it probably is, but it's very, very tight, and I'm not tight enough on the run yet. It's very difficult to make 250k in this run in 1 hour. It's probably doable, but almost no mistakes can happen, which is tough. So I made about 235k, which I'm very, very happy with that. So we'll take it. Let's head back on over to the beautiful thing right now is it's actually nighttime in game. So I can head on over to Johto and go farm Dittos at that spot while also, because it's nighttime, because I can use Dust Balls there essentially, can farm Dittos efficiently while also going for Raikou. So let's go do that. Okay, just kidding. Before I go start farming Dittos, I'm going to go catch this Carnivine from a Carnivine swarm over in Kanto. This is honestly an amazing Pokemon to get via a swarm, because otherwise, this is a pain in the ass Pokemon to get in your Pokedex, dude. This is generally a, like, this is like generally a Safari Zone, very rare spawn. So I think I should be able to quick ball this, actually. I could be wrong with the level, but we'll see. It's really high level. This is such a lucky... Hell yeah. This is such a lucky species to check off the list for the Pokedex, because otherwise this thing is a Safari only spawn and it's super rare, and I think it might even change depending on like the day in the Safari Zone. So Carnivine, not to the list, and it's a 31 HP breeder. Off to back, we head over to Johto. Nice shiny nugget. We're gonna head over to Johto and go work on Ditto catching while also Raikou. I'll show you what that looks like here in a quick sec. Alright, if you haven't seen me farm Dittos, I mean, this will look pretty similar. You probably have. If you're watching the series, you probably have. But you probably haven't seen me farm Dittos while going for Raikou. The spot you go to is this weird little spot you have to waterfall up to over at Route 47 in Johto. And there's a really decent chance for Ditto spawns here. I'm going to try to lead with my modest synchronized Kadabra here and just run with the smoke ball. The reason why is that it's really important to get a usable nature on Raikou. I haven't really mentioned it or thought about it enough, but if the Raikou comes out not mild, modest, or rash, I can't even use it in the upcoming raids until the Lunar New Year event, so I can actually get Cressidua flowers to plant them to get nature herbs. So I am super underrating. Okay, there's the problem. So I really, really, really need this Raikou to come out with a good nature, and I'm not going to be able to synchronize, as you can tell. I'm going to get obliterated. Yep, there we go. So it'll be a weird situation, and this is why I've actually been really thinking about recently. Is it even worth for me should I prioritize Raikou first? Since the nature matters so much, I've almost thought about just going back to Kanto and prioritizing Articuno, because I know that I have a Moltres that will work. I know that I have a Moltres that has the good nature that I can use. There's the Ditto, for example. I'll show what this catch looks like. So should I just go back to Kanto and go for the Articuno for the guaranteed, like, beneficial, spawn? Maybe. I've been thinking about it a lot. what I do on Ditto catches, the way that I catch Dittos on an Iron Man account, this is not what you should do on a main account. This is just a hyper beginner way to start Ditto catching on an Iron Man account. Is just go ahead, switch to Magikarp, let it have Splash or whatever, and that's it. And then you just go ahead and false swipe Spore it and catch it. And that's the best strat that I found on Iron Man really early game. Obviously, you can do Safety Goggles, Smear Girl if you have BP, but BP is really rare and expensive. You could get a Breloom and like sub, but once I get a Breloom built, I'll probably be doing that. Breloom sub, Poison Heal, you know, etc., etc. But for now, this is a really, really easy, good way to farm Dittos very early on. I can also go ahead and take the time to catch a few Pokemon like this Miltank, which I don't have in my Pokedex, and this is by far the best place to catch it, as opposed to like doing like the Hoenn Safari Zone, which would be a nightmare. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the time to catch this Miltank, add that to the Pokedex as well. A very good one, a pretty rare spawn at certain locations. To get knocked off the list, we're slowly chipping away our Pokedex. I'll take good stats. Now, Miltank is a female-only species, so good IVs on a Miltank actually can't be used to put on other Pokemon or other species. You can only breed up a Miltank into Miltank. We're at 175. That's honestly quite good progress. 175 Caught OT out of 600-ish. When I get 200, that'll be a nice 33% of the way there checkpoint. I just realized I don't have Raticate in my Pokedex either. I'll go ahead and catch one of these. How do I not have Raticate in my Pokedex? Here's the Raticate catch. Hopefully some IVs make it a decent breeder. It's terrible. That's okay. Add it to the Pokedex. That should be 176. Why don't you insta-release shitty Pokemon like that Raticate when you catch them to preserve box space? The real answer is, I mean, so if I'm catching like during catch events, it's like save time. Like, don't worry about it. The real answer is, does that mechanic work nowadays? Because for like the past 2013 to the past 11 years, I've been playing PokeMMO. That doesn't actually work. You know this if you ever try to like catch a Pokemon and then take an item off of it while it's still in the PC, you actually can't do that. But even though it gives you the option, I think they eventually updated it. Yeah, I think you can actually release a Pokemon in your PC from this screen now when you catch it. That didn't work for a very long time, but I think nowadays it does work. So the real answer is my boomer brain isn't used to that, which is very funny. Now I just got a really good Ditto. 31 speed, out of it nature. That'll be a fantastic breeder. Breed it with a 31 attack Pokemon. Get a 2x 31 out of it Pokemon. Boom, boom, there we go, dude. Hell yeah. Another great Ditto breeder caught. Jolly nature, and then it's 20 plus in every single stat except for speed. So I could just breed a fellow Pokemon with like 31 speed and all the stats. Maybe high roll something and Everstone the nature. That's a really good Ditto catch. I'm not gonna lie, it's good to take the time to just, you know, smell the roses, smell the Pokeyen, and appreciate stuff like this. It feels really nice to see the Pokeyen stack go up this fast. It, like, for the little hours, I've just did one Jimmy run every 1 hour a day, making Pokeyen, already back up to 842k. Like, that feels amazing, you know? If I can get back up to over a million, which I definitely will be able to, get back up to over 1 million Pokeyen in one episode after making the Jimmy run team, that's exactly what you want to see. That's perfection, dude. Okay, I need to switch up spots. I caught a fair amount of Dittos. Let's just go to the PC and go check out how many Dittos I ended up catching. I want to say it was about 20 or so. Let's go check. Let's go heal up and check. I caught a fair amount of Dittos here, but I want to change up. It's really important when doing these super monotonous hunts, these roaming legendary hunts, change up your locations, change up your strategies, change up how you hunt them. Otherwise, they just become too monotonous and too mind melting. Yeah, I caught like 25 or so. That's pretty good. I'm sure some over here as well. I probably caught like 25 or 30 Dittos, a lot of which with good stats and will be good breeders in the future. Dittos, easily the most important breeders to collect on the account, since they can breed with every species. It's just so, and they save box space. Like, the nice thing is, like, when I have like a box of 1x31s, I have a box of 1x31s, but they can only breed with certain egg groups. If I have a box of 1x31 Dittos, it saves me PC space, right? Because I can always offload those or always use those on anything, versus I have to like keep this nose pass until I have a mineral egg group breeder, and then I also have to like use it as a I have to like do 2 different breeds to turn it into a male, to maybe like, there's so many things you have to do awkwardly with the gendered egg group breeders. So end game Iron Man, you probably hilariously look to like get rid of all of your species breeders. Like, ultra end game Iron Man is probably only having Dittos as breeders and just not keeping any other one types for PC space, but that's like ultra end game.
Dude, Spidget is so, he's like, oh, no legendary yet? There's no justice in the world. I haven't earned a legendary yet. I think I've done like 2,000 encounters. Like, I think I started the legendary hunt at around 5K. Maybe like some scattered here and there. I would guesstimate that I've done around 2,000 encounters for the legendary. That's it. So I don't deserve it quite yet. The rate is probably about 1 in 5,000. We don't know for sure, obviously, as a player base, but it's probably about that. I need to actually focus on trying to do some more. I need to be doing more encounters off stream. It's just so boring. It's getting to my brain. But I've got to be doing some off stream, running back and forth. It's just gonna take forever to get both these legendaries this month. I'm gonna run out of time if I don't lock in and get to it. All right, I have gone back to payday pickupping while single encountering for the legendary. I'm currently over in Kanto looking for Articuno at 7,442 encounters. I think I've done about 2,400 encounters for a legendary this month. That's including both Articuno and Raikou encounters, so I am kind of conflating those two in totality. Hopefully, looking for about 5,000 encounters per legendary, so maybe I'm halfway to one of them. That's obviously on average, on an ideal sense. And then I have started payday picking. As you can see, my Pokeyen has gone up from, I was at around 840k, I believe, the last time I saw you guys. I've gained about 100,000 Pokeyen from the payday picking, which honestly, like, is really nice. It definitely adds up. Even with the Jimmy runs, it's nice to see the Pokeyen stack, and it's more been for entertainment and to keep me sane than the actual benefit, right? Hilariously, I think we're at the point where payday pickupping is not quite efficient here. However, it's more efficient to do something inefficient if it keeps you doing it efficiently. Does that make sense? My problem is, if I just lead with my sworn Pokemon, my Beedrill, and then I run back and forth and run away from encounters, and that's the whole gameplay loop, I just get bored, I get distracted, my eyes, drift over to the TV a little too much, and I just lose track of things. I don't do encounters very quickly, so I actually end up doing more encounters per hour if I just stay locked in with the payday stuff and having to heal every so often, etc., than doing the actual efficient strat, if that makes sense. I do want to go ahead and actually bring up my Swarms and Pheno callouts in my Discord as well and be a little bit more on top of that. There was a Lapras Swarm over in Unova about 15 minutes ago, so I just missed that, but keeping an eye on Phenos from this point is going to be huge. I got to start working on that Pokedex completion for sure.
Alrighty, good morning. We are up bright and early on the Iron Man account once again, and thankfully I got up just in time. This Alpha Politoed was called at like 9:05 a.m. It's currently about 10 a.m., pushing 10 a.m. Finally got over to my computer, and I'm going to be able to get myself a Drizzle Politoed. This is a really, really important alpha. This is required for the Heat Train raid, aka the biggest, baddest, most endgame raid in PokeMMO. And it's also really good for other things. Obviously, just having a Drizzle setting Pokemon is really powerful. Generally, you rock a Pelipper for this, but Politoed's a great option and can be nichely better in really certain situations where it's more widespread move pull over Pelipper is preferred. All right, after about 3 or so timer and net balls, not too shabby, got him down to 1% HP. Contrary, -1 in stats. Rash Nature is good. Oh, so I won't have to breed this if the IVs are good. That might be like usable-ish. The special attack is a little low. This is not terrible. And even if it's really close to being usable, if not. To be fair, the Rash, if I rebreed this, I'm probably not ever stoning the Rash. The Rash nature is one of those natures where, like, it's like usable, but it's suboptimal. So if I were to breed this up again, it's also female, which is really nice. If I were to breed this up, I would go ahead and just not ever stun the Rash and just breed up the HP and the special attack. But otherwise, everything. 31 speed's amazing. Spadef 20 plus, 31 defense. Cool, we'll take it. It's missing 2 stats. So that's like really close to being perfect. I'm going to go ahead and actually check these Politoads. If I can catch some extra Drizzle Pokemon, I always want that. Just setting up rain is really powerful in Pokemon. Who would have thought? And honestly, it's really easy, actually. Ooh, is it easy? So usually with Drizzle, you can just enter the battle and see if they have the Drizzle ability. So obviously no rain was summoned here. But the question is, what hidden ability does Politoed have? I would bet you that it's not actually Drizzle. Kind of similar to Wingull, who you can't really check to see if he has the Drizzle ability. You have to just do the encounters. With Pelipper, you obviously can, right? Pelipper, you can go ahead and check and see, oh, it's got Keen Eye or Drizzle. But Wingull has Hydration, and you have to catch them and hope that you have Hydration, and then Hydration evolves into Drizzle. Now, there's catch number 1, no hidden ability access, but 27 plus in these 3 stats. I'll take it, honestly. Good breeder. All right, all the Poliwags were caught. Nothing interesting past the first one. But happy to have my newfound Drizzle Politoed. Let's go check the PC and see how many alphas I've caught recently, because I've kind of caught a ton and haven't really talked about them or plans with them or how useful they are, etc., etc. Look at this. My boxes. I had to move a bunch over. This is quite a lot of alpha Pokemon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And then I'm sure there's more, 2021 scattered to them. So over 21 alphas now caught on the Iron Man account. How time flies. I mean, more than that, 22, 23 here, We've done a lot of good catches with those. And aside from just efficiency and usage, I'm not gonna lie, alpha Pokemon have become one of my favorite ways to break monotony on the Iron Man account, running back and forth looking for legendary Pokemon. Like, oh yeah, oh cool, an alpha spawn, I get to go catch that. Like, they've honestly become a fun point of gameplay, which is interesting. Now, speaking of legendary hunting, I need a little bit of a break from it, and I have an interesting idea of how I could do that. You see, I need a utility Pikachu. It's probably one of the best upgrades the account could get. A utility Pikachu would consist of something like Fly on it, but that's kind of extra. We just want Discharge, Surf, and Sweet Scent. Those are the main 3 moves. That allows us to AoE kill down a bunch of the hordes, and then also have our Sweet Scent Pokemon in the same exact slot. This saves inventory space and allows us to EV train more Pokemon at once. It is also decently easy to power boost a Pikachu because you just use a light ball, which I believe we have one of, which just doubles all the attack stats. Ooh, do I not have a light ball? Okay, I'm gonna have to get myself a light ball, but that's okay. We can do that. Light ball just doubles all the damage stats on a Pikachu. Do we have one sitting in our boxes somewhere? No, we don't. Okay, good to know. So we'll have to get a light ball and a Pikachu. That's the 2 goals right now. And the reason I want a 25 plus special attack, 25 plus speed, and then a plus special attack nature, so mild, rash, or modest. Here's an example of what that Pikachu looks like over on my main account. So this one has like 31 special attack, 24 speed, not even plus special attack nature, but then EV train, 2-2 attack, 2-2 speed, but then discharge, surf, and then like thunderbolt, sweet scent. I have a second one over here that actually has rock smash. It's a utility HM Pikachu that also allows you to perfectly EV train very, very efficiently. Now, this Pikachu will specifically help me with my XP reamplifier because it will allow me to have less Pokemon in my party that I need to get to level 100. I only need my Pikachu to get to level 100 if that's the position I'm in. So, if I get this Pikachu, I can basically, I think, go XP train at Tentacruels with just Pikachu, and every Pokemon that I have in my party is just extra. I can surf with the Pikachu. I can, I guess I won't have I could possibly put Fly on it to even fly back to the PC, or I can just run back to the PC to have that, to prevent that problem. The biggest problem with the XP amplifier right now is that when I turn it on, it distributes XP to my entire party. And when I'm XP training or EV training now, I have things like my shitty little Wingull, right? My Oddish, that's my one Sweet Scent PP Max Pokemon. This is really inefficient and kind of defeats the whole purpose of XP Amplifier, which I was so excited to achieve in the first place. And I think getting a good Pikachu is going to be the best way to solve this. So we're going to head over to Kanto, head over to the power plant, and start catching some little electric mice. All right, first encounter here, I'm just running around picking up the extra Pokeballs. I haven't even been to the power plant yet, so you don't actually have to go to it in the storyline, hilariously. First encounter, already got myself a Pikachu. All right, a few things to mention. My first Pikachu had no stats worth talking about. I mean, these stats are fine, but they're not really the stats I'm looking for. I'm looking for that special attack and speed. And then secondly, I actually want to go ahead and get out of here if I can. I don't think I can actually escape, or I have to just walk out of here. I want to get out of here because I forgot that every single time I fall so I Pikachu, he's going to static me and make my Smeargle paralyzed. And that's really, really, really annoying. And I can't be catching Pikachus over and over and over again while paralyzed. It just slows things down way too much. So instead, I'm going to head outside of the power plant, head back to the PC, pick up a modest synchronized, I'll take the horde, why not? A modest synchronized Kadabra that I have in my PC, and then use that to synchronize for a modest Pikachu here, obviously. And then I'm just going to quick ball all of the Pikachus, since it's actually a 100% catch rate, which I calced over on PokeMMO Hub on their catch calculator. I've been using that a ton for this series. If you aren't familiar, PokeMMO catch rates are kind of a little weird, a little untraditional in my personal opinion, and I've tried things like Gen 5. There's like a Dragonfly website catch calculator. Does not work. It is not as accurate as this one, so I have switched over to PokeMMO Hub catch calculator, and definitely recommend if you're playing PokeMMO. I'll go ahead and quick ball a Coughing as well, just for the Pokedex. We take those all day. That puts me up to 179 caught OT in the Pokedex. And honestly, this Coughing's about 1 stat away from being a relevant Wheezing. He just needs that defense stat, and he probably would breathe up to 31. The funny thing is my Synchronized did hit, and it came out modest. Don't really want modest on a Wheezing. All right, more free Pokedex catches. I'll go ahead and quick ball this as well, since I haven't actually been to the power plant yet. I'm seeing a bunch of Pokemon electric types that I haven't quite gotten to yet. Also, this would be a fantastic mon to go ahead and modest synchronize onto. This would be a good synchronized proc to see. Magnezone is a very, very relevant PvP Pokemon. Of course, I don't synchronize though. Quiet, and the IVs are terrible. That's okay. We can catch plenty more Magnemites. Okay, well, I caught one Pikachu and I'm like, I think I might be done. I think I could catch a few more, but I don't know if I'm gonna catch a better Pikachu than this. It's mild nature. It's 31 Spatak. Let's just go. The problem is it's male, so I'm gonna have to breed with a Ditto and either like carry down the change the gender on it to breed with another field age group breeder, or possibly breed it with a Ditto that actually has the stats that I need and the nature. I doubt it, because I have to have a Ditto. Let me catch really quick. Add this to the Pokedex as well. We've been adding our Pokedex 181 now, but I'd have to have a Ditto that I think it was 2 times 31 special attack and speed here, which is not worth using. Maybe a Ditto with 31 Spatak 25 plus speed, and I just brace the 25 speed. That might work. That might work. Once again, so much of breeding on the Iron Man coming down to like extreme problem solving, and remembering what I actually have access to is one of the biggest ones when catching stuff in the wild. On a main account, you get to buy the pieces that fit your puzzle in the best possible way. On an Iron Man account, you're once again picking up scraps on the floor, trying to scramble together to hopefully have the right pieces to even complete the puzzle. We are back over the PC. I got a free nugget from that muck I caught and up to 182 cut OT. Here is the Pikachu in question, mild 31. I'm gonna go grab that over from my boxes. I'm gonna throw these away for the quick sec. We'll grab that smoke ball off of there so I can actually put it in. I ran into that issue a lot of not being able to put stuff in my account box. I am using my account box as sort of an extra PC box, which is really nice, honestly, in 2025. You would have not had this. A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, the account box is very new to PokeMMO still, maybe even 6 months ago. So having an extra PC box on this account has been huge, man. Like I'm already almost full, and that's with the extra box. So we've got this Pikachu. Okay, it is male. That's the main problem. If we have a Ditto that is 31 speed, then it has to be like 31 speed and other things is the problem. Yeah, it does not have the other things that I have. So I think I'd rather just go 25 speed and then 31 Spatak. And I don't have a Ditto with that. Gotcha. Okay, so I literally don't have a Ditto with the stats that I need. At this point, I guess I could do 20 plus speed and see. Nope, still nothing. Okay. Now the next way to solve this problem is to go ahead and just look for a 31 special attack Ditto, which I don't have either. What? Okay, that's shocking. Did not expect to not have a 31 Spatak Ditto at all. That's crazy. Do I have... Okay, next up, do I have a Ditto with the modest nature? I at least have that. Okay, this can be saved. This can be fixed. But that's crazy. That's crazy that this actually became this much of a thing. Okay. I'm going to grab this Ditto. Yeah, wow. That's... Oh, man, I need to catch way more Dittos. That is, once again, liquid gold on this account is going to end up being Dittos. I'm going to head over to a breeder. I'm going to put a 31 Spatak brace on my Pikachu, and then go ahead and Everstone the modest Ditto, and just make sure I pay for this Ditto or this Pikachu to come out female. And that will help me with the next breed. Also, we hit 1 million Pokeyen again from all the payday picking I've been doing recently, so that's been really cool, and now it's gone. So we're back under 1 mil. It felt cool for the second we had it. But Pokeyen has got to flow on this account. There's too much stuff to spend money on, too many breeds to do. Let's go ahead and go through with this little Pikachu breed. Make sure we have to pay for this to come out female. That's like the whole point here, so we can't make that mistake. Modest, 31 Spatak should be good. It's coming out of Pichu. That's annoying. Someone actually asked me recently, hey Patrouski, if you breed a Raichu or a Pikachu down, does it come out a Pichu or a Pikachu? And I was like, you know what, dude, I haven't bred a Pikachu in a really long time. I don't actually know. And look at this. The Iron Man is teaching me game knowledge. You know, it's really, some baby Pokemon come out as the baby automatically. Some you have to use an N-Sense or a certain item on to get the baby. You never really know. And it's easy to forget stuff like that. But here's the Iron Man, teaching you the good old classics, the good old gameplay. I mean, unironically, I'm kind of memeing on it, but unironically, like, playing an Iron Man account is probably one of the best ways to learn about PokeMMO. It's going to be intense, though. The problem is, it's going to be really intense, and it's going to be a lot. I wouldn't recommend it to a new player, but if you're a veteran or an intermediate player, you want to kind of get into the nitty-gritty, this is a great way to force yourself to get into that. Look at this person, Lady Green, by the way. I'm getting distracted by this amazing outfit. The Skarmory wings, green mat to match. Very, very, very cool. Cool visual you got going on. Let's go grab ourselves a flame body Pokemon, and while we're here hatching some eggs, maybe hatch some more eggs. If we're going to be sitting here waiting for this egg to hatch, maybe we'll do a few more breeds. All right, here's a quick and easy breed that will save me a little bit of space. It only cost me about 20,000 Pokeyen. Just a field egg group Pokemon with 31 speed and 31 HP. Or then another quick and easy breed that will clear up a little bit of box space. 2 times 31 humanoid egg group. We're going to go ahead and go through with that. Then our Pichu did hatch. We are hoping for, there was a chance of speed high roll here. The nature was Everstoned over, so that should be locked in. And the special attack, I believe, was braced over. So yeah, we still got a medium roll. That is average. At least we didn't low roll. I'll happily take that. The problem is, now I need to go. This kind of sucks. Now I have to go happiness, raise the happiness of this Pichu just to evolve it, which is kind of a pain in the butt. Happiness Pokemon are always already a pain on main accounts where you can at least buy the correct berries to raise their happiness. On this account, I'm going to have to just go XP train this thing kind of a lot. And then I'm just going to be doing all of that just to breed it back down. Then just to breed it back down, you know, get it, actually level it up, happiness of training again to get another Pikachu, and then hopefully be done after only 2 happiness trainings. All right, our 2x31 field group edge breeder hatch. That was a lot of words. 2x31, no relevant nature. Just gonna pop that in the PC, but I can at least pop that over in the 2x31 box now as opposed to the 1x31. We cleared this out a little bit, and we're still trying to clear our noted box as well, as a lot of our 1x31s have actually trickled on over to our noted box. All right, we're over at the Battle Frontier in Hoenn. I have XP share over on my Pichu. I have my Sweet Scent. I don't have my Sweet Scent keybound. One sec. Why would I not have a keybound? Okay, probably just muscle memory thing. Okay. And then I also am going to be testing. Oh, no, Earthquake on this thing. Oh, so many mistakes today. It's too early, boys. All right, now I will have Earthquake on this thing. The Pokeyen stack shrinks, but that is okay. It's worth it. Honestly, while I'm here, I'm really tempted to just go ahead and get a Stone Edge TM as well. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. The reason being is that, I mean, this Garchomp is meant to be a PvP Garchomp. That's like his whole thing. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grab a Stone Edge TM. And use that. Hello, the crazy lag there. Okay, Stone Edge, boom, on Garchomp over Rock Slide. This will, boom, fully complete him. This is a genuinely fully complete PvP comp. I mean, it's 2x31 with no other stats, but you know what I mean. Like, Jolly Nature, 2x31. This will probably end up being a Jolly Choice Banded Garchomp, which is kind of weird. Maybe I go Life Orb if I'm feeling crazy. But I think it gets countered too easy. People are very eager to counter Garchomp as well. Everybody's gonna be playing a Garchomp counter. If you're not running a direct Garchomp counter in OU when it's the most played Pokemon in the tier, I mean, that's a team building problem. You know, that's not even, you know, I shouldn't be able to win those matches. So I think just banned to catch some free insane damage on a switch or something like that is probably ideal with this kind of Garchomp. I can't wait to finish my first OU game, my first OU team, and try to queue up. That will be a lot of fun on the Iron. But back to Hoenn, back over to the Battle Frontier. I'm going to go ahead and try to jump into this water here and try to XP train this Pichu and see how much happiness we can gain on it. We did get 1% happiness. If you don't know, when your Pokemon is your follower sprite in PokeMMO, you do actually gain some free happiness on it. It's very, very minimal. So by having this thing as my follower sprite and running around a little bit, I was able to raise its happiness from 19% up to a whopping 20%, which, you know what? We'll take the free percentage, dude. Every little bit's gonna matter. So the way happiness works when leveling Pokemon is every single level gained, it gains like a fair bit of happiness. So you can see I went from level 1 to 14 on this Pichu right now, right? That took it all the way to 53% happiness. The problem is now as the levels slow down, the happiness is going to slow down dramatically as well. What I need to do on this thing is I need to get it to, I believe, 88% happiness and then level it up one more time. Now, if I was building a competitive Pikachu, I would actually really need to breed it with a a light ball as well to get Vault Tackle on it. Thankfully, I'm not breeding a competitive Pikachu. This is just a utility Pikachu. So Vault Tackle is not relevant at all in utility PVM like this, but extremely relevant in PvP. So if you're doing the same thing for a PvP Pika, make sure to do that correctly. All right, took me about 10 minutes, but I got the Pichu evolution. It's level 33. That's how long it took. Not a crazy amount of time, but not super short, just to be able to, like, I did all of this just so I can breed it back down. We gotta keep that in mind. I did all of this just so that I can go rebreed this thing and then go finally EV train and level it. Baby type Pokemon like that are a pain in the butt, and it's why things like Lucario / Riolu and things like Togepi are some of the rarest shinies in Pokemon, because having to do that over and over and over again 30,000 times would drive any man crazy. All right, I'm hoping I have a breeder for this, and I think I do. Yes, okay. I got a little lucky. I didn't check if I had a breeder for this, and I thankfully just did in this Pattrap, but I was pretty confident I could make a breeder worst case scenario. So still, once again, quite happy with this. I do need to go buy myself a speed brace and then Everstone the nature. So we're going to Everstone the nature on this Pikachu. Those 50 Everstones coming in very much handy. We're going to speed brace the Patrat. Go over to the old man over here, go through this breed. We're going to end up with a 2x31 modest nature Pikachu, which is going to come out absolutely perfect. I don't need to worry about the gender here. Absolutely perfect as a utility Pikachu. I'm going to go ahead and put this in a luxury ball. Luxury ball is my favorite ball. I like putting, you know, finished good utility Pokemon in luxury balls if I can. We'll have to go EV train this thing in 252 attack and 252 speed, and then XP train it. But that's going to change the way we can XP train, EV train, and all of our training from this point forward is about to change dramatically. I do want to go, while we're waiting for that egg to hatch, let's go pick up a Sweet Scent TM. So I believe we could double check actually really quick. Always use the moves list in game. It's really, really, really good. I don't think, yeah, Pikachu does not learn Sweet Scent naturally. You do have to TM it. So while we're waiting for this thing to hatch, we need Surf. It does learn Discharge naturally, I assume. Yeah, Discharge, easy peasy. Okay. Does learn Discharge. We're going to head over to Unova. We're going to go buy a Sweet Scent TM. We're going to check to see if I already have one. Go buy a Sweet Scent TM. And then also, I might go ahead and just go pick up a, head over to a random storyline and pick up a PP Max using the storyline item guides on the forum. Or a lot of you might have been asking, what am I talking about when it comes to these storyline item guides? And I'll show you exactly what I mean, because I think it's a super underused resource, okay? But first things first, let's go pick up this Sweet Scent. Boom. Just one for now. I was about to pick up a multiple Sweet Scent TMs, but honestly, I think that might be a TM we don't really need multiple of. We'll put it onto our Pikachu when it hatches. But next up, on over to Johto, because I know the exact location of a PP Max there, thanks to this guide. So there is this classic guide over on the PokeMMO forums called Storyline Guide, Kanto Johto, Hoenn Sinnoh, Unova, Complete Walkthrough, All Items plus Hidden Items. It is by Mighty Boxer over on the forums, and it is an incredible resource for playing through the storylines as well as getting the hidden items. What you want to do is you want to scroll down to essentially the Johto walkthrough or the Johto like hidden items. You know, scroll down to the sections you need essentially, and then click Reveal Content, so like Johto Missing Items and Johto Storyline, and then you go ahead and press Control F if you're on Windows. If you're on Mac, I honestly don't know what you do. Good luck. On Windows, press Control F and then search for PP Max, no space, and then press Enter, and bam, this took me right to it. And then I can go ahead and click this blue link right here, and that brings me over to this Gyazo image, which actually shows me the exact location of the PP Max over in Johto. So we're gonna go grab that over at Route 45. And you can do this for every single storyline region in PokeMMO, and I super recommend it. If you're an Iron Man looking for PP Maxes, this is probably the best way, short term at least. Okay, I will say, this is kind of funny. So obviously this guide was made before raids were in PokeMMO. I'm hoping this doesn't stop my ability to pick up this PP Max. Surely it doesn't. Let's go ahead and try to interact with... I can't... That is so strange. So if you... Okay, you still can... Wow, I wonder if anybody else has run into this problem. It's over on Route 45. You still can pick up the PP Max, but you have to like be on this side and look into the raid den. What a weird problem to have to run into. Raid den spawned on top of a hidden item, and that item was a PP Max. Anyways, that's so funny. That's a unique thing I've never seen before in PokeMMO. All right, next up, Pichu, right? Pichu did hatch 2x31 modest nature. We knew it would come out like that. It's beautiful. It just needs to be EV trained and XP trained. But I think that's going to have to wait for a later date, as I'm going to be starting stream here very, very soon, and we're going to be hunting for the legendary Pokemon. So for now, this will just go over in my UT box, and it's been nice to start building up a UT box, honestly. It's nice to have Pokemon that need to be EV trained, because then I sort of have a thing to go do if I need something to do, or I'm going to be EV training something no matter what. This is the kind of backlog you want to have. It's not a bad thing to have extra Pokemon to train up. Alrighty, good morning. We are back on the PokeMMO Iron Man, starting another Jimmy run. Today is the 5th Jimmy run on the account, which is really cool. We made a lot of Pokeyen doing our Jimmy runs. We spent a lot of Pokeyen. I think we've already made over a mil on Jimmy runs for sure, guaranteed. And just a lot of great progress. I plan to do this Jimmy run and then get back over to legendary hunting, and I'm hoping to get something. We're about 2,700 encounters in, so honestly, we don't quite deserve it there yet, but I don't know. A man can dream. Okay, let's jump into it. Alrighty, fellas, we finished our Jimmy run up to 1.1 million Pokeyen on the Iron Man account. Off to legendary hunting we'd go. I'm going back over to Articuno in Kanto. So hilariously, something I've gone back on when it comes to legendary hunting, I have actually started to prioritize Articuno more, and I've gone back and forth. This is the beauty of the Iron Man, is like nothing's figured out, nothing's solved. There's no like 1,000% efficient way. We kind of don't know. I was originally Originally, I prioritized Articuno because I thought it would be just easier to go for the Articunos. I was more used to the spot. And then I switched to Raikou because I was like, okay, I should prioritize Raikou because it's a new Pokemon that I can actually use versus Articuno. I'm literally just catching it for the elemental orbs. The Articuno itself is useless, right? But then I realized at Raikou, unless the Raikou comes out mild, modest, rash, or like timid nature, it's not usable until the Lunar New Year event when I can farm Deciduous and get nature herbs and actually give it a proper nature. So like the Raikou most likely is going to be unusable anyway. It kind of, so I was, okay, now it kind of is better to just focus on the Articuno to get the elemental orbs because the Moltres is for sure usable because I did get a rash nature, right? So like that's been my like back and forth. So much of the Iron Man is like figuring things out along the way and like going back and forth, and nothing is solved. We're trying to, it's the message of the stream as it always is. It's us, everybody's doing their darndest. We're doing our best, and we're just trying to figure things out along the way. Don't mind me taking every single advantage I could get away from the dreaded legendary hunt. We have an alpha spawn, an alpha Crawdont over in Unova. Let's go catch ourselves a big crabby boy. Once again, another extremely relevant hidden ability Pokemon, actually. My luck on being able to get these has been really, really high again, once again. This has adaptability, which really gives Crawdont, like, the extra damage oomph that it needs. Crawdont has a really, really high base attack, if I recall correctly, at like, or pretty high, at like 120, and it has like low speed and like low defenses. It's really only good at hitting pretty hard, and it has like good moves like Crab Hammer, and it's a dark water type, which is a really interesting type, but adaptability, which boosts its damage, I believe with this, it boosts its stab, the same type attack bonus essentially moves, so aka its dark type attacks and its water type attacks by 50% or so. It's a pretty insane boost, and it really gives it that extra damage it needs to actually be a relevant Pokemon. Prior to adaptability, Crawdont was an untiered Pokemon, but nowadays you can actually find it up in Overused, which is a really impressive climb. All right, we made our way over to the spot. Let's go ahead and do the encounter. I did bring my Spinda. I've been better about actually remembering to bring my Spinda, thankfully, so here we go. It's a female Crawdont. That's honestly good. We prefer to keep the species on this as a breeder, since it's actually a relevant Pokemon in OU. I'm not very good at piloting, nor am I that familiar with piloting a Crawdont in PvP, but I do want to build an OU team, so it's possible this will be on my team. This is a relevant catch for that. This thing also does have Swords Dance, and since I skill swapped Contrary onto it, this Swords Dance actually lowered its attack by 2, which is really lucky for me. Okay, well now it's getting a little scary because he might make himself go indignant if I'm not careful. He's lowered his attack to -5, which is obviously good for me, but if he goes indignant, which is another alpha-specific mechanic, it's going to reverse all of his stats, and he'll go +5. That would be a nightmare. I would just lose the fight from there, but if we have to redo it, it's not the worst thing in the world. He keeps insta-waking up, which isn't helpful, and look at that damage! He is -5 attack, and his Crab Hammer did 61%. That's like actually almost unbelievable. That's so... He is level 69. I know my Spearow not the most... Spearow's base stats are pretty low. It's a pretty like... And I'm lonely nature. I get it, right? I'm pretty weak defensively. But that is still unbelievable. Level 69 against a level 100. -5 attack is just such a large modifier. To still hit for 60% damage is... that's crazy. Let's go for Timer Balls here. It's turn 10. Turn 11, sorry, excuse me, so we have max Timer Ball chance. This should be a hopefully safe catch. Ah, almost. He is -6 attack now, and he is being filled with whatever it is that alphas get filled with. Okay, so he's -6, -3 in everything. If this Timer Ball fills him with Might again, I think he might go indignant, and it's probably a lost fight from there, but we are the luckiest Iron Man to ever walk across the Unova region. That's ridiculous. Oh, once again, another alpha catch, famously at the last possible moment for it to actually be relevant, and quite good stats. I will take that all day. I'll take that all day. I need to breed a 31 attack onto it, but that's gorgeous. I can work with this. It's got everything it needs almost. Beautiful. Alrighty, another beautiful day over on the Iron Man account. I'm going to start things off right with a gym rerun. I'm going to pop the amulet coin, go ahead and get started, jump into the rerun. Hopefully make our nice Pokeyen. Honestly, all the Pokeyen, I know I'm stacking up, but I could just spend it super, super easily as well. And then hopefully would like to go get an Articuno or Legendary Hunt after this. Okay, I finished my terribly inefficient Jimmy run. I'm just so scattered. Shiny War was actually just announced in PokeMMO, so I'm a little distracted on the Iron Man. I just can't believe what's going on. I'm going to head over and run back and forth and do some Articuno encounters and just try to do some stuff, but I am just flabbergasted by the second official PokeMMO Shiny War being on the way. Yeah, you know what? You're right, chat. This is a good break of acclamation. We're running back and forth for that Articuno, man. Let's go ahead and fill a little bit of our Pokedex here. Let's go ahead and catch Ledian. We'll do the, we need Ariados, Ledian. There's a few, Spinarak. There's a few Pokemon we need here for Pokedex. Let's go ahead and go for it. Or the Ledian will double edge and kill itself. Just kidding. My bad. I actually didn't want it in the Pokedex either way. Okay, Ledian number 2 was much nicer to us. We added that over to the Pokedex. That is 185, I think. 185 called OT. All right, we're over at an alpha spawn in Johto. There's an alpha Arbok right over here. This is a really good alpha spawn because Arbok is actually in the Dragon Egg group, even though it's really, really easy to forget that. So even if it's a male or a female, even though it's a female, we can actually breed it with another Pokemon in the same age group and breed it up and eventually use it as a breeder in the age group. So any Arboks are fantastic. Dragon Egg group is obviously, you know, dragons are pretty powerful in Pokemon. It's a fantastic egg group to get a good catcher for. So I'm going to skill swap this. I made it just in time. This alpha should actually despawn in about 15 or 20 minutes. So was cutting it a little close there towards the end. It's been up for about an hour. All right, there we go. A nice successful catch. Let's see these IVs. 2 times 31 and most stats would be fine. You don't generally want to see special attack, but I don't know. It's pretty hard to go wrong. You could always breed a mixed attacking Salamence or a Garchomp, or I'll take 31 speed. 31 speed plus another stat is honestly beautiful. It's hard to go wrong with an alpha. Arbok catch, honestly, one of the better spawns. I'll take it. All right, just a quick encounter check-in during the legendary hunts. This is all I can really talk about, honestly, during this kind of hunt. I'm now at 9,108 encounters. So I've done, I think, about 4,000-ish. I think I started this hunt at around 5,000 encounters and ended up doing about 100 or so to level up that Pichu. So I've done about 4,000 encounters towards Raikou and Articuno combined, to be fair. So I'm hoping for 1 legendary out of those. The guesstimated communal rate for legendaries is somewhere around 1 in 5,000 encounters. Now I could easily go dry. I was pretty lucky on Moltres, got it around 2,500-ish. I think 2,000 to 3,000 encounters. So wouldn't surprise me if I end up going 6, 7, hopefully not, but possibly 8k drive for Articuno. I could even go worse and go 10k. It could absolutely happen. I'm really hoping not. This is all I've really done for the past, I think, 4 to 6 days. Now, I haven't been playing as actively during this time period due to being a little bit busier IRL. And also a bit busier with other things happening in PokeMMO, like Shiny Wars being announced, as well as the 24-hour 1 billion Pokeyen catch event. So there's been a lot going on, and I've been trying to get as many encounters as possible, and I'm just going to keep going on towards it. You know, I'm at 9,160 encounters. You know, that many encounters is my last Shiny, and then 4,000 or so towards Legendary. All right, getting back to work. See you guys in the next clip. Alrighty, and right here should be 10,000 encounters. You can see in the top right, watch it change. Boom, 10,000 encounters since my last Shiny on the account, and about 5,000 encounters towards Articuno. It might be off by 100 or so encounters, so keep maybe like 1 to 300. I did do a little bit of EV training or other things in between. It's hard to calculate everything properly, but should be about on rate now for Articuno. The community guesstimated rate for the legendaries, even though it's not known, is somewhere around 1 in 5,000. So hopefully we get Articuno soonish, but you know what? You got to go dry at some point. So if we go 10,000 encounters for it, it would really suck. I actually only have 10 days left to actually get it at the time of recording. So it's getting close. All right, another beautiful day on the Ironman, another Jimmy run we have to do. I'm going to go ahead and pop that here in a quick sec. We're at 1.5 mil cash, though, which feels amazing. I could probably even chill on Jimmy runs at some point. I'd like to get like 10 million, though, and like, because I can just spend it. Like, I need to actually go buy Pokeballs, so like, I probably can spend that down pretty quickly. So we'll see. We have a fair bit of Pokeyen, but you'd be shocked at how fast I can spend it down. If I buy, you know, 2,000 expert lures, 1,000 max repels, you know, some Pokeball, a few thousand Pokeballs, timer balls, repeat balls, like they just dust balls. They're just, it's gonna get obliterated. So I'm gonna keep on my Jimmy runs, keep making that consistent progress. We're on Jimmy run number 7 today, which feels really cool, and we've done a lot of encounters for Articuno. We're at least 5,000 encounters into Articuno now. I've got my encounter now up to 10,411. Okay, so we're making as much progress as I can off camera. It's been most of the week. Most of the week has just been running back and forth for Articuno, and I feel bad. It hasn't been the most exciting time for the Ironman, but that is the reality of PokeMMO. It is the reality of this game and the reality of the grind. It's not always going to be glorified and super exciting and amazing. Episode 5 was an amazing Ironman video because there was so much cool shit that happened. Not every episode is going to be like that, and I think it's really important to understand that this game mode is about pushing through and endurance and fighting through even when things aren't easy to be motivated and easy to be excited about. That's what it's all about. So let's go ahead, make our consistent, strong, focused progress and start this Jimmy run. I almost forgot to mention it, but I actually am going ahead and leveling my Shroomish during this Jimmy run as well instead of my Garchomp. I have my Garchomp, my 2x Thornton Chomp up to like level 80s or so, and that should be plenty for PvP definitely, and for raids most likely. So I'd rather take the time. I need to get this Shroomish to level 100 for a Breloom, so we have a lot. And like, for those who don't know, Breloom is one of the slowest leveling Pokemon in all of Pokemon. I think it requires like 1.6 million XP to level 100 in total. For reference, Typhlosion's only 1 million, so it's like leveling a 1.5 Typhlosions more than that. It takes a very, very long time to get this bad boy up to level 100, so we got to start soon. Getting a catching Breloom will be a massive boon to this account. I think I only need one more Pheno Pokemon on the Iron Man, which is amazing. I have a Mulga, I have an Excadrill, which I can breed down into Drillbur. I have a Alomola. I think that do I have Ducklet / I think I have a Swanna. Oh no, I don't. Okay, so I'm missing those two. So I need a Ducklet and or Swanna to get that, and then I need Audino. I think those are the two left that I'm forgetting. Audino and then Ducklet / Swanna. Wait, you're kind of a genius. Wait, you're so right, actually. Wait, you're so right, Moogie. I haven't been using XP Reamplifier on this run because I didn't want to get XP on the Torkoal and the Whimsicott, but they die, so they won't go to the XP. That's actually so sick. Yes. So I could use Reamplifier. That's actually, many people suggested that. I was like, oh no, you can't because I would get XP. And they were like, oh, okay. Dude, you're right. No, good fucking call. Holy shit. The XP Reamplifier will try to give XP to level 100s, but it will just transfer the XP to the other mons because it won't. So it always stacks onto the next. That's really sick. Okay, let me, that's so cool. After this fight, I'm going to actually, that'll make this really good for Everstone XP trading Pokemon as well, which is amazing. Yeah, an actually good backseat. I love a good backseat. It's just a risk because I know a lot about the game, though often backseats aren't helpful, but I love a helpful backseat. That's so sick. Let me turn on the XP Reamplifier right now and see how this plays out. Because this should, I think you're totally right. It should work. I don't need the XP share on here, but it can go. It's fine. Let's go to the next gym and see how this plays out. Good call. Oh, let's jump into this fight. Let's also see how much XP was I gaining. Depends on the Pokemon, to be fair, in the levels, but it seems like my Breloom was gaining about 1,400 XP per Pokemon before. I think. Yes. Around 1,400. If both Pokemon were killed at once, it would gain around 2,600. I'm curious how much it will gain now. Let's go ahead and do our normal setup lead here. I love this bug when it does that, the surf. The only problem is if the Whimsicott lives. Ugh, please kill me. Please do another attack. Okay. If the Whimsicott lives, it could create a problem where this could gain XP. But honestly, that'll just be a good encourager to breed it back down and give it memento at the same time. So let's now bring in our Typhlosions. We have our XP Reamplifier turned on. Our only non-level 100 in our party is Breloom. As long as this gives more than 2,600 XP if I kill both at one time, or more than 1,400. Let's see the XP. 15. It's very minimal, honestly. It's very minimal. But I do gain about 100 more XP. 100 more XP per Pokemon kill, which will add up very well over time. So, good call. Good backseat from chat. Alrighty, fellas, the gym rerun is done. We got about 223k or so. I will happily take that. It is time for the catch event. I have about 2 or 3 minutes to rush over there. There is the Volcarona catch event today. I'm going to be going for some Larvesta catches and hopefully give myself a decent chance to win a 6x31 Volcarona. One of the more powerful PVM and PvP Pokemon in PokeMMO. So getting a good Volcarona would achieve a lot of things. We're going to hope for some good rolls today. Wait, do I have storyline stuff I didn't do? Oh, okay. Dude, I'm like, what is happening? Okay, she's just teaching me a little bit about the Zen mode Darmanitans. That's fine. They're not very useful in PokeMMO. Press Juniper. Why don't you know this? They're never used in PvP, Juniper. You're wasting your time. Oh my, there is storyline stuff that I haven't done. Oh no. Oh no. This is gonna be so awkward if that's actually the case. Oh no. I hope no, dude. I have a catch event I'm late to. Fuck off, Team Plasma. Okay, this catch event's going to be the perfect excuse to go ahead and fill up my Pokedex a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and Dusk Ball this Cofagrigus, which took me a little bit. It'll count as a catch towards the catch event, as well as get Cofagrigus entered in my Pokedex, which is a pretty tough catch. So you know what? Very happy to see that entered. We are up to 190 now. That happened out of nowhere. 190 over in the Pokedex. Pretty good stats on this. On Cofagrigus, you really just need HP, defense, and Spadef, and then everything else is kind of extra. I will happily take two out of 3 of those stats, 25 plus. Dude, this catch event is really high level Pokemon. This is like actually going to be a really difficult one. I'm going to have to be using super potions and stuff to sustain. How do I catch this Onyx? I fall swipe it for 27%. Like, this is going to be... This will be the case for everybody, not just me, you know? This will be a tough event, man. I'm curious to see how few catches we see. I did accidentally find one of the gnomes while down here. Do I have to fight him? I think this is the cave, the spot, right? I gotta talk to one of the 7 gnomes. He's so slow. Oh, you get TMs for talking to these guys? I mean, we should do that. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, we finally made it, dude. We finally made it. Fun fact. This Volcarona right here actually used to be the only soft reset shiny hunt in PokeMMO. You used to be able to interact with this. That's why I know I used to go to this spot all the time to soft reset. It's been a long time though. You could interact with this Larvesta, which is like a static spawn counter. Check to see if it was shiny, and then run away and do that over and over and over. You have to fail the battle on like log out and log back in, and then don't connect to your pre-existing session, and it would send you back to the PC. It was very weird. But there was a way where you could soft reset hunt this, and I made a video about it. That was one of the most times I've ever legitimately impacted PokeMMO. I made a video showing how you could soft reset hunt this, and it was nerfed 2 weeks later. I've never seen anything like that. So that was crazy. But it was a cool time, dude. There's a Claydol caught as well. That's a first catch. Added to the Pokedex, and then I actually need a good IV Claydol at some point, a certain specific build of Claydol. Mist was helping me theory craft. There's a very specific Claydol build that I could use to help me Everstone farm a lot more efficiently, similar to the Imprisoned strat that we use for Amulet Coin farming. So I need to build a good Claydol for Everstone farming at some point. Woo! There it is. Okay, it only took us half of the event, chat. Not even that bad. For those that don't know, Larvesta here is like a 3% encounter or less. It's really, 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 really rare. I'm gonna sport. It can also take down, so I don't want to. I have to be really careful. I think I'm really scared to fall swipe here, and then it wake up in takedown, and me waste 30 minutes going for this. I think I'm gonna go calc the catch rate on this using PokeMMO Hub. Let's go to Larvesta. Let's do 100% HP Asleep Net Ball. It is a 41% chance to catch. I'm cool with that. I'd rather just sit here and throw net balls than fall swipe and have the chance of it waking up. It should be a 41% chance to catch, and we're the luckiest Iron Man in the world, so obviously we just catch it. First net ball, of course you would. There we go, boys. There we go. Our first Larvesta on the account caught. The only one we should have to get. This is a pain in the butt. Like one of the most annoying Pokemon to farm in Pokemon, unironically. So that's done with. We can head to other locations now to actually catch mons for the event, like Onyx, Krokorok, and Cofagrigus. No way. Chat, this could be, no way. This could be first place. I swear. Okay. I know it's only 250. There's no way. If I place in another catch event, people already like have conspiracy theories, bro. No way, dude. If this is 4th place, it's 19 overall. Oh my goodness. There's no nature bonus. There's no species bonus. It's a 19 score. It's very possible someone beats that. But it could be, dude, as an Iron Man, 4th place is 250 RP. It's 250, right? 250 RP. I would so happily take that. Yeah, there's no species bonus. There's no, yeah, not for that. That could be 4th place. It's not guaranteed. So 1st place is kind of guaranteed. Someone got a 178 Volcarona, which is insane. Yeah, it's not timid or modest. Dude, that's crazy. That's so... Oh my god. If I get 250 RP would actually matter so much. Because I would get a Flying Ocarina for my gym reruns and not have to have Moltres on me all the time. Oh my god. That would actually be like insane. I think Fly Ocarina would be what I buy if I win this. Dude, what the fuck? That's crazy. My Iron Man account has been so lucky, man. All right, we are arrogantly leaving the catch event slightly early, so I don't think I'm going to catch a better score than a 19 to come do this Alpha Sheldon encounter over here. Alpha Sheldon over here in Hoenn. It does have, what's it called? Overcoat as a hidden ability, so you actually need to make sure you skill swap this. Female is good. You want that. I believe this thing's hidden ability is Moxie, right? I don't know what... I could see Moxie's elements being really good in, like, the battle tower, possibly, or some sort of PvM activity. But it's not... Maybe it's just another... When I build my PvP team in OU, for example, I kind of do want a lot of sweepers. Things like Dragon Dance Gyarados, maybe Dragon Dance elements with Moxie. Like, things that can run away with games is something I want in the OU tier as, like, a not good, like, not OU player. Things that can just if the opponent makes one mistake and you just set up like 1 or 2 times on a Gyarados, you just win. Like stuff like that, dumb little cheesy wins like that is something I'm going to aim for as a bad PvP player trying to get into things and learn things and see what advantages I can take. Okay, it was turn 20 for that Alpha Sheldon catch. I ended up -4 in all stats. I don't know how that didn't... I don't know how it's such a fucking good catch, dude. 20 plus in every single stat. It's mild, which would be great for special. This is a great special attacking Salamence. However, the benefit of going hidden abilities that you get access to Moxie. I could ability pill this. I think that's what I do. I think I ability pill this, make it intimidate, and then make it like a special attacking Salamence. And then it being, this is like a ready to go comp. That's ridiculous. And this will also bait some people. Some people might think that it's Moxie just because it's alpha, but you can ability pill alphas to not have their hidden ability. So some people will think that it's Moxie and think it's physical, when in reality, it will be a special attacking, like Specs Draco Meteor or like tanky Dragon Pulse Intimidate Salamence all along. That's a legit, like, ready to go comp. That's beautiful. That's so fucking sick to see. I kind of want to shiny check these Bagons, but other than that, I'm gonna get out of here in a quick sec. The catch event ends in 7 minutes, and I'll be submitting that 19 score copy for you guys and hoping for 4th place. That would get me a... Oh, I can quick ball these actually for Pokedex. Let's try that. Let's see if I can get myself a Fly Ocarina today. Would be so crazy, dude. Okay, the event has ended. They are officially taking entries. Thank you for your work. Here's my entry towards 4th place. You don't have to say towards 4th place. Like, they usually just like log them and know like what it's for, but I like to type a little extra. Maybe it's my inner yapping drive, but there we go. This is the Koff Rodriguez in question, which might help me place in another catch event on the Iron Man, which is insane. Insane, dude. Let's cross our fingers and hope. Took my 4th place, ... I'm so sorry if I did. We're gonna get it figured out. Like, the PokeMMO staff go through so many submissions every single event. Mistakes are gonna happen, and maybe I said that I probably yapped too much in my entry. I probably should have put the Pokemon at the front of the entry and then said like thank you for what you know after. I don't know what to see, but all right, I did. Okay. I feel a little bad. I'm sorry it happened like that, or if I made it more complicated for the devs. After verification with 4th place, Iron Patrouski. So, okay, anybody, dude, that's, whew, what a weird day, man. 4th place because of, if anything, this was anti-streamer privilege. I almost lost it because of a mistake, which is okay, you know, it happens. It should be the opposite. Patrouski really needed that one. Poor Jose. Oh man, now I just feel, oh man, but that's Iron Patrouski, we do take the fourth place, man. I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe Pat Hayer's gonna freak out. Yeah, what are you gonna do? I'm just happy. I'm happy for the RP, man. I'm gonna close global chat. Every time I win an event, people are getting sick of it. I get it to some extent, but obviously it shouldn't be, you know. This account has been insanely lucky. The fact that I got a fourth place, the fact that I've placed in 2 events is so crazy. That's on the positive note. That's gonna get me a fucking fly ocarina, boys. That's gonna help tremendously, dude. That's gonna be insane. That's gonna be insane. You know what? Okay, if someone could get me Jose's IGN, if someone could get me his in-game name, I will send him the 250 RP on the main account. That's not a big deal. I do feel bad that he felt, you know, that he felt gypped. Let me know his IG. We'll try to find his IGN and get him that proper. Mods are giving Jose stuff apparently. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, it was just missed. Oh, this is so cute. It was submitted in time but missed somehow, and since the mistake comes from our side, Jose will be compensated. Like, yeah, okay, this is hell yeah, man. There we go. It all works out in the end. Like, it's there you go, man. Dude, W Jose, W Iron Patrouski. That's what matters. Dude, GG is just it should be, you know, just a fun catch event. I enjoyed it. I can't believe. Also, every time I'm late to a catch event, I was late to this event today again. Remember? Oh my God. Every time I'm late to a catch event, we win. That's the new, I need to be fashionably late to every event. That's the new strat that I'm finding. Holy guacamole. GG's, boys. Another successful catch event. I can't believe the Iron Man got another W. Not a first place, obviously, but that's what a wild time, man. GG's, man. Holy, man. Holy. Hashtag the good ending. Oh, everybody. Okay. It's funny how much everybody like flipped. Everybody's like so happy now. As soon as Jose gets compensated, everyone's, yes, dude. This community's amazing. That's so wholesome. That's so funny. Well, it is Saturday as I'm recording this. This is usually the day where I finish up these episodes. I do my outro. I maybe even record the intro for the next episode. And then I sort of start the exporting process and have to do timestamps and thumbnails and a lot of extra detailed desk work to be able to upload these episodes every Sunday. However, here I am, still Articuno hunting with still no Articuno. And I honestly just feel like a failure, man, and it sucks. And this is one of the downs in the many ups and downs of the Iron Man account. This is the reality of an account like this. Sometimes you're going to get super lucky on certain things and complete grinds early, like the XP Reamplifier and the many catch events I've already placed in, which is insane. And then sometimes you're going to go a little bit dry for the legendary. It honestly wouldn't surprise me if I go 10, 15,000 encounters at this point, or maybe even can't get Articuno by the end of the month. I'm going to sit here and get to about 11,500 encounters and still make a decent bit of progress. But after that, I'm probably going to do a progress checkpoint and maybe go do some other things like breeding up things, using some of my Pokeyen to clean up my boxes, or spending a bit of the Pokeyen that we've been earning so cautiously and carefully over doing these gym runs, nice and slow, steady progress. Actually finally reap some of those rewards and then just clean things up in my boxes. And we might have to call it without an Articuno, which would be a massive bummer if you asked me. But that's life. Sometimes you can't get every goal you shoot for, even if you're at the average rate. Sometimes you got to go a lot further than that. Alrighty, and with this encounter, this is 11,600, which is actually 100 counters more than I anticipated myself doing. And at this point, I've got to call it for this episode. I've got to move on to a different activity and go make actual progress. I've been hunting Articuno for about 6,000 encounters since the beginning of this episode, at a rate of about 200 encounters per hour, since I picked up a fair bit of it and was inefficient through some of it, which is still my fault, but definitely impacts the hours played. If I equate that over my calculator in the bottom middle of the screen, that ends up being about 30 hours of legendary hunting in the past 5 to 7 days. 30 hours of just running back and forth in the same spot, not really making any extra progress aside from the payday pickuping. That's 30 hours of doing one activity, not accounting for catch events, for breeding, for gym runs, and all the other progress that I pushed for in this episode on the Iron Man. Now, part of me can't help but think I could have done more. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish I hunted a little bit more efficiently, got a few more encounters, squeezed in an extra hour here and there on the evenings. But as much as I love PokeMMO, and I don't mean this to sound like an excuse, but I think spending time with my wife and loved ones is more important, and I did a lot of that this week, and I should be proud of that. I tried my best for Articuno and I came up short, and that's okay. Sometimes in life that happens. And personally, when I'm feeling frustrated with something in life, when there's a fair bit of RNG involved, something like legendary hunting, shiny hunting, I like to take a break and do an activity with as little RNG as possible to remind myself that I can accomplish goals. I honestly feel like I should take way more time to appreciate how amazing my boxes look. I mean, look at our boxes from episode 1 or 2 in the series, and then look at them now. It's a night and day difference. This looks like a main account, a real player playing PokeMMO, not some fringe, niche, extra imposed hard mode challenge account. We have half a box of utility Pokemon that I use on the daily. A full beginner gym rerun team with the double Typhlosion, Torkoal, and Whimsicott. A nice PVM Garchomp, and tons of 2x31, even 4x31 and better IV alpha Pokemon in tons of nice breeders. We even have a fair bit of leftover Dittos with bad IVs, aka Shittos. I'm going to go ahead and sort through all of these right now and make sure none of them have any relevant IVs. I'm going to move them over to this box, and we're going to do a little bit of rare shiny hunting because why not? All right, I do have my boxes organized a little bit better now. Here's all of my Shittos and my 5 Charmanders. I'll just breed over and over again whenever I have the extra time. I want to go ahead and pop those eggs. But for now, I want to go ahead and do a non-RNG activity like I talked about. Something like breeding up a good Pokemon for an upcoming event or even EV training. I'm definitely going to be entering a training arc here soon. I have a fair bit of Pokemon that need some extra XP like this Cloyster, but this could honestly get leveled during the Jimmy runs that I've been doing. I do have that Shroomish that I've been passively getting XP on, which is now actually a, as you can see, a Breloom level 55. The progress is coming along with him. And I have these 4 Pokemon that all need EV trained. 3 of them, the Corsola and the 2 Scraggies, need 252 attack and 252 speed, and then the Pichu needs 252 special attack. Look at this, my noted box is almost all the way full as well with my 1x31s, and I have an idea for how I want to skim down on these. You see, right now as I'm recording, it is currently Safari Week in PokeMMO. And tomorrow, there will be a Safari catch event where you can catch whatever different types of Safari Pokemon you want to and try to win a catch event, obviously, with normal points. I personally think I'm going to be farming Magikarp. The reason being is I still need a 5x31 Charizard. It's one of the most important goals in the entire account since Charizard is one of the best raid Pokemon in PokeMMO. But for Charizard to be a good raid Pokemon, you need to get the Solar Power hidden ability on it, which requires a Fire hidden ability patch, which I've talked about many times in the series, but you only get 5 ability patches on this entire account, period. That's it. So wasting one on a non-perfect Charizard just doesn't sit right with me. But I also simultaneously need a Charizard ahead of time for the upcoming defense season. So I only have a few months to get a 5x31 Charizard and also complete one of the Pokedexes in one of the regions where I picked a fire starter, like over in Johto, for example, with my Cyndaquil. So I'm just going to try to make some progress and make a few breeders. I definitely couldn't make a 5x31 Charizard in this video. That's how difficult and time consuming it's going to be, but I want to make a little bit of progress towards that. And by catching a bunch of Magikarp breeders in the next episode, that's going to push me even closer since Magikarp is in the Dragon Egg group, which it shares with Charmander. Now, I do actually have a 1x31 Charmander, so we're going to go ahead and start with him. However, he does need a Ditto since it's a male Charmander. I'll have to be making sure I pay for every single Charmander breed to be female, which is going to cost me about 21,000 Pokeyen per breed. And I might have to do like 30 or so of these breeds to give you an idea. It takes a very long time, and it's going to be very, very expensive. Now, I do actually have a 1x31 defense Charmander to start off this breed. So I need an IV on a Ditto specifically with HP, special attack, special defense, or speed. And then I'm going to have to pay 21,000 Pokeyen per Charmander breed to go ahead and make it female so it can breed with Magikarps in the future and not Dittos. If I accidentally don't select gender on a single one of these Charmander breeds and it comes out male, it could be absolutely devastating. We're going to be starting off with just going for both of our defenses, which are easily like the 2 weakest stats, like the 2 least relevant to go for, but it's what I have access to, and at the end of the day, I still want a 5x31 Charizard. The other problem is going for nature. Going for nature is going to be a lot of RNG and have a lot of big problems, but you can solve it later down the road by catching tons and tons and tons of breeders. And if you eventually end up with a 5x31, modest male dragon, or I believe just dragon or monster egg group breeder, then we can fix a 5x31 Charmander of ours that doesn't have nature, but that's going to be a nightmare situation. So we really don't want to have that happen. We're going to go ahead and just start our first breed, female, gender, 21,000 Pokeyen per single time I do this. Pokeball coming out 2x31. Let's go ahead and get started. Now, while this Charmander is still hatching, we need to go ahead and make a breed for our Charmander. So we need to breed up a breeder for our next breed, if that makes sense. I'm going to go ahead and get an HP brace for this Horsey and a special defense brace for this Scraggy. These are actually both Pokemon in the Dragon Egg group, funnily enough. I'm going to go ahead and put those two braces on, and we should get a 2x31 Pokemon that can match up with one of the stats on our Charmander, and then brace the HP onto it after as well. So we can see here, 2x31, we need to make sure to make this female. We cannot rely on that random roll, because it has to be able to breed with our female Charmander. All right, and when you're doing one breed, you might as well do a few. So I'm going to go ahead and just throw up this random 2x31 breed as a nice way to clean up some boxes and get our stats up there. Now, both our Charmander and our Horsey did already hatch. Let's go ahead and check the Charmander. Serious nature, which is kind of fine. You know, we don't have to worry about rolling anything like that. And then our Horsey came out impish. Okay, no reason to worry, no reason to overthink things. Now, I'm going to go ahead and go grab an HP brace. We're going to turn this Charmander into a 2x31 Pokemon. We're going to grab this HP brace. We're going to grab this defense brace. We're going to put the defense brace over on the Charmander, and then the HP brace on the Horsey, and this should give us a 3x31 Charmander. We have to make sure, once again, to breed this Charmander as a female. It's going to be expensive to keep doing this over and over again, but it is the best way. It's going to give us a 3x31 Charmander, so that's Charizard, and we're getting closer and closer to that 5x31 beauty. We're probably going to need to catch a bunch of Magikarps. You know, the higher IVs you get up there, the harder it is to continue those breeds. There's a reason why we only really have 3x and 4x31 Pokemon on this account so far. It's really hard to go past 3x31 because you just need so many more breeders. As you can see, we have a couple 3x31s, you know, not bad, but how many 4x30? Literally zero. We have zero 4x31s on this account, to give you an idea. We have a few different 3x. We could honestly go ahead and breed some of those together, but we want to be careful. Once you push over 3x31, things become a lot more complicated, and mistakes are that much more brutal. It's honestly going to be laughable how long it takes me to work through all of these Spindas. I was able to catch so many of those with quick balls during that one catch event. All right, now on to another important breed is something like a good Crocodile. You see, Crocodile is one of the best Pokemon in PokeMMO in a lot of instances, for storylines and for PVM, and especially for the somewhat upcoming Halloween event. Crocodile is actually the last Pokemon that I need to create to breed up, and then EV Train, XP Train to create a good Pumpkin boss team, which Pumpkin is the PVM boss / activity everybody does during the Halloween event. Now, I actually already have the Chandelure and the Typhlosion from my Jimmy Run team. The last mon you need is just a good Crocodile with Assurance. So I have this one over here that is 28 attack, 28 speed. I can go ahead and breed this with this Lillipup, which is adamant nature in the same stats. This would be a perfect breeder. However, this Krokorok is a male. So I need to either go through with some sort of breed or transfer the gender over or do something to fix this and actually make it a proper match partner with this Lillipup. But if I breed it with this other Lillipup that's female and adamant, it's going to turn it into a Lillipup and get rid of the species of the Krokorok, which is what I need. So it absolutely has to be bred with a Ditto, and unfortunately, I only have a single Ditto that has 25 plus attack and speed. However, that Ditto just so happens to be Lonely Nature. So I get to toss my newly found 2x31 Shuckle over in the box to clear up some space and just go grab this Ditto, and then I'm going to go ahead, use one of my beautiful Everstones, and go breed this Ditto with this Krokorok and call it a day. It's not going to be the best Crocodile in the world by any means, but a big part of the Iron Man is to teach you guys you don't need the best Pokemon in PokeMMO to succeed and do things like events, the Halloween events, the holiday events, PVM, raids. This is a really darn good Crocodile. 25 plus attack, 28 speed, Lonely Nature plus attack. We will take that every day of the week. I'm going to put this thing in an Electri Ball, actually. Even though it's not the most perfect Pokemon, it's going to do everything we need it to and more for a very, very, very long time. Now, our Charmander did hatch. Let's go ahead and check it out. Calm Nature. Okay, nothing relevant. It does have 3x31 now, and breeding it up from here is going to be difficult or maybe even impossible on my current account. At least without catching a ton more Pokemon and a lot more breeders, which I plan to do tomorrow. So I'm going to go ahead and just leave it like that for now and put it over here in a special spot in my 2x31 more box. Our Spindit came out 2x31 just as we expected, just a nice little extra breed to clear up our box space. Here it goes over here. The more we clean out these two boxes, the better. We're going to be transferring these little weak Pokemon over into stronger Pokemon over into this box. And eventually, once we start breeding these Pokemon together, that's when things get really exciting because that is going to be a lot of risk, but also some really good IV Pokemon to help us in the future. All right, and there it is. The Sandile has hatched. Let's go ahead and check it out. Lonely Nature, 25 attack, 28 speed. This will do beautifully in the upcoming Halloween event and other PVM activities. I'm going to throw it over in the UT box. And next episode, we have a lot to do, man. A lot of Pokemon to EV train, a lot of XP training, Articuno hunting to still go after, of course. We need to refuel up on our amulet coins. We're getting a little low because we made a lot of progress doing consistent Jimmy runs every single day on the account. And as much as it pains me, that is a week's worth of progress over with. It's time to recap and cover what goals we achieved and what goals we still have to shoot for next episode. First things first, an overall account check. We are ending this episode at around 1.4 million Pokeyen, 11,600 encounters on the encounter counter, 197 caught OT Pokemon in our Pokedex, so we're almost at 200, which is a 1/3 complete, which is awesome, and then 316 hours played. I think this might have been one of the weeks where I put in more hours than usual, but I just didn't get all the rewards I wanted. But that's why covering the goals and covering the notepad document is so important, because usually something I find is that we actually accomplish more than we realize in life, and we don't always write those things down or see a physical representation of it, so it's easy to forget how much we do. So let's go ahead and do exactly that and see how much we did. I do have my catch umbrella that I'm working on, but it's not level 100. I'm not going to count that because the hardest part of it is getting level 100. That's the real completion there. 6 level 100 Pokemon we definitely achieved in this episode. Sadly, we didn't catch Articuno and didn't catch Raikou, our two biggest goals for this episode, which is crushing. We also didn't get our HM Dragonite or train up our shiny Corsola, and those wouldn't have been the hardest things to do in the world. We just didn't get around to them because I was so locked into the damn Ice Bird. But that's okay. That's life. It happens. We'll refocus next episode. I also added a new short-term goal of going for 30 amulet coins since I've been diminishing my stock, and I feel like 30 is a nice number because that is 1 month of Jimmy runs consistently. Now, if we continue down to medium-term goals or tier 2 goals, we didn't make a PvP team, didn't get any new shinies, no toxic orb, didn't get a lot of this stuff. However, we did do 5 Jimmy runs, which is a really massive one, and I'm really happy to see that done. And we still haven't bred good enough Pokemon quite yet, but I think that might happen next episode. We might get our first one off this list with working towards that Charizard. And with that, it's down to our tier 3 goals, which we obviously don't have many of. They're long-term goals. Pokedex completion, doing raid team, Heatran raid, egg shiny, all BP items, ocarinas. This one actually is being worked towards in this episode, but won't be able to reap the rewards until next episode. We did get 4th place in a catch event, which wins us 250 RP, which is enough to get a fly ocarina, which is probably what I'll be spending the RP on. But since we don't have it in hand quite yet, I can't justifiably count that. And then next up, a Halloween pumpkin boss is arguable, but I don't have either the Chandelure XP trained all the way and the Crocodile. They all need to be moveset. I don't think it's far enough to really count that either. And obviously, nothing else was achieved either, unfortunately, if we scroll down to the bottom of our goals. 5x31 Zard will work towards next episode, but we'll have to see. So how many goals did we actually achieve in this episode? And it brings me great pain to say it was only 2. These 2 right here, the 6 level 100 Pokemon and the do 5 Jimmy runs. I'm not gonna lie, part of me is burning inside to only see 2 goals completed, but there's 2 things I want to talk about. Number 1, I'm proud of us for staying consistent in doing our daily progress. Playing MMOs is a lot like going to the gym. Most of the time, you're going to go to the gym, do a lot of exercise, and see very little gains in return. The first 5 episodes or so has been us going to the gym for the first few times, getting massive gains, and then now we're kind of plateauing and steadying off. And that's bound to happen. We've made so much progress so far, it only makes sense we'd have to slow down. We cannot maintain that progress forever. It would be ludicrous to assume we could do that every single episode. MMOs very much emulate life, and it's an important thing to remember that not every single week is a massive win. But always remember that as long as you're making any amount of progress at all, I don't care if you lost 1 pound this week or 0.1 pound, or maybe you didn't even gain weight if that's your goal, right? Maybe you gained $1 extra or earned 1 extra % towards your goal. You're still making progress. You're still moving, and that's the important thing. As long as you're not going backwards, you're going forward. And we certainly didn't go backwards in this episode. And I know we didn't necessarily do a ton in this episode, but look at what we've done so far. We have so many completed goals on this account within just 6 weeks. It's genuinely unbelievable. I'm gonna go ahead and read through my completed goals to just get a good perspective, and hearing it all out loud is really important. We created a pickup Pokemon Meowth. We got a teleport Pokemon. We completed Kanto, Hoenn, Unova, and Johto, my least favorite things in the game, doing storyline runs. We have a PP maxed Sweet Scent Pokemon. We got over 300,000 Pokeyen, now over 1.5 million Pokeyen. We bred our first Pokemon, which requires completing storylines and actually getting the resources to be able to do so. We got a free randoms PvP Pokemon. That was a huge grind in another area of the game that I'm not always super familiar with. The Iron Man account is always amazing at getting me out of my comfort zone. We created an Iron Man team and have filled it up to 150 and 150 members. People are now discussing doing an Iron Man only Shiny War team to try to compete with the mainstay players. And that is so beautiful and so impressive to me. It's amazing how far the Iron Man project has come, and how many of you guys have created accounts alongside me genuinely has blown my mind. I was expecting maybe 10 to 20 other people to create accounts. The fact that we have a full team as well as other players outside of the team who have created Iron Mans is just so far beyond what I was expecting. We got a catching Smeargle, we caught our first legendary Pokemon, we caught 10 alpha Pokemon, way more than that at this point. We got a level 100 Frisk Thief Pokemon, we have a Chandelure and a Flame Body Pokemon, a Contrary Spinda, a Trainer Rerun Cloyster, single encounter Shiny, 1 million Pokeyen, 50 Everstones, 10 Amulet Coins, spend 1 million Pokeyen in one single episode, and then make it all back in the next episode. We have our basic Jimmy Run team, a Choice Specs, and a choice band, which isn't even on this list, and we got the XP Reamplifier, which is the coolest goal in the entire account in my opinion. And now this episode, 6 level 100 Pokemon, and we did multiple more gym reruns. One of my biggest faults is not slowing down enough to smell the roses and appreciating the time when you're in it. A lot of us usually spend too much time looking backwards at our past, or too much time looking forwards at our future and making plans. Let this series be a reminder to enjoy yourself in the moment, because you're only there for a split second, and it's good to appreciate it while you can. Thank you guys so much for watching. I could not be here without you, and this series would be nothing without its viewers, without the passionate players, without everybody who loves PokeMMO and loves the Iron Man project as much as I do. Thank you so very much from the bottom of my heart. And if you like the video still, continue to keep liking them on YouTube. It's a great motivator for me. Dislike them if you didn't like a particular episode or want to see different things. Always leave comments giving me genuine helpful feedback and critique, knowing how I can improve. Subscribe to the channel to see videos every single day about PokeMMO and Iron Man project episodes every single week on Sunday. And if you want to join a really cool community, see when I'm live and see whenever I upload videos, joining the Discord, always linked in the description, is a great place to hang out. And if you want to go above and beyond and support the channel in a really, really meaningful way and allow me to be here at all, YouTube memberships, Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, gifted Twitch subs, and then PayPal and Venmo donations are the best way to allow me to continue making content. Anyone who goes above and beyond is genuinely the difference maker in my ability to sit here and love PokeMMO and make passionate videos about the game that I love. So thank you all so much again, and have a great day and good luck in your PokeMMO grinds, and understand that it's okay to make a little bit of progress sometimes. You don't have to change the world every single week. I'll see you guys next episode. For now, peace Reno. Yo, Patrouski here, and I wanted to thank you personally for watching the video until the very end. I really, really appreciate that. And if your name is on this list, thank you to the moon and back, because you allow me to even make these videos by supporting the channel. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great day. Yo, what's up? My name's Patrouski. Welcome back to the PokeMMO Iron Man account. This is episode 7 of our progress. All right, so just in case you don't know, oh, you already know what an Iron Man account is. You've heard me explain it at the beginning of every video for the past 6 videos. Okay, let's just jump into it then. All right, so these are the PokeMMO Iron Man goals. You already know that these are the goals. You actually are, you've seen these a million times. You actually are pissed that I barely completed any of them in the last episode. Okay, we probably should get started then. All right, but just in case you don't know, I will be working towards the Articuno catch still throughout this series, the infamous grind that totally halted me in the last episode. You see, I've done about 6,000 or so encounters going for a legendary Pokemon in the month of June in 2025 in PokeMMO. The legendary rate is somewhere around 1 in 5,000, but we don't actually know. The developers of PokeMMO keep it a secret for some reason. And I spent about 30 hours hunting for one of these darn legendary Pokemon, running back and forth in Kanto, and I plan to do it again this week, doggone. I'm starting this episode at 316 hours played and about 11,600 encounters. I also have a Safari Zone themed catch event to go to tomorrow morning for the chance of winning some more RP on the account, and better yet, catch a bunch of Magikarps, which will help me work towards a Charizard breeder for the eventual raids during the holiday season in PokeMMO. There's also a shiny Venonat up for grabs, but I think if I win another catch event, the community might riot. I've been seriously lucky on the account so far, so I understand the outrage. But you can't get lucky on everything. That's just life. So that's why we're still here at Articuno, and hopefully I'll see you guys with some good news soon. Or I'll see you tomorrow for a fun catch event. Alrighty, good morning, good morning. Another beautiful day on the Iron Man account on stream. How are we doing today? We are right now headed over to an Alpha Corsola over at Route 40 in Johto. That'll be a good Water A egg group breeder, which is one of the better egg groups in Pokemon. A lot of Pokemon are in the Water A egg group. As well as the Water A and Water C split, I believe. As well as we have a catch event today in about 40 minutes, okay? So I need to make sure I have a synchronized Pokemon prepared for that. Make sure I can actually get over to this Corsola in time, hopefully get the catch. We have the Alpha catch, we have the catch event in 40 minutes. Until that catch event, what I'm probably going to do, I have two options. I could hunt for Articuno still, or I could get an encounter every one step and get a tentacle, of course. Too much water, true. I could hunt for Articuno still, or I could EV train some of the Pokemon sitting on my boxes, and I haven't really decided. I might do some EV training. I might make some actual factual progress. Wow. Okay, I might make some because I've been doing so much RNG dependent running back and forth for Articuno. It would be nice to make some actual factual progress. I'll see you guys with the Corsola catch though. Okay, for reference, don't recover. I'm losing my fucking mind. This is my third time trying to catch this Corsola. It's so annoying. It has recover. I have thrown, I think, 6 to 8 timer balls with it in red, at least red HP and asleep. I have not seen a single shake. Not even have I not caught it, and I've been catching it for, I thought I was gonna, I'll do some EV training, maybe catch Articuno before the catch event starts. This is my first shake. No, I've just spent fucking 28 minutes catching this fucking Corsola, bro. Some alphas, I always say, some alphas just decide they want to be a pain in the ass and really bother you that day, and that's how it goes. Please catch. So sometimes an alpha catch just decides it wants to annoy you, and today, Corsola wanted to, it happens. It happens. Please don't go indignant. I will actually crack under the pressure. Catch. This has got to be it. This has got to be it, boys. It's my last chance. My Iron Man loves to catch things with the last chance. Come on. Oh, yeah. It always, if it breaks one more time, it like definitely goes indignant. My Iron Man account always wants to wait until the very last moment. You know what? It's worth it. That was worth the power struggle, the 30 minutes to catch that. 3 times 31, plus 25 plus in defense. Ridiculous IVs. Yeah, this is actually insane. Water A is a very, very good aid group. I think things like Kabutops is in this aid group. I don't have it in my decks. Things like, what else? There's a lot of Water A mons that are very, I think Dragonite. This is a straight up Dragonite breeder. Like, this is it's naughty nature. This is a very, very, very good catch. Yeah. Plus, it's a head smash. You're right, head smash, like, egg move breeder if I need that. That's something that hurts my brain that I have to think about I have to think about, like, egg breeding. All the Iron Man. That's good. Like egg move breeding. All right. We're done the Corsola. We have 10 minutes until the event starts. I'm just going to go, I think, grab my Sticky Hold. Maybe go do a few encounters in Kanto Wild, but then grab my Sticky Hold Pokemon, head over to the event, and get prepped for the Safari Zone event. I just realized that I'm probably going to catch a ton of Magikarps in this hour. I have 8 minutes to clean my boxes. So let's do as much of the, oh, goodness. Oh, let's do as much of that as possible really quick. Holy. All right, we managed to get 60 Pokemon. I'm really proud of that. We got like 60 Pokemon in like 6 minutes to release. Boom. There's a lot of mons all released. Okay. Whew. There we go. Now we have to get everything organized is the next problem. So let's go ahead and get things moved over into other boxes. The catch event starts in like less than a minute. So we are pushing it, fellas. We are pushing it. Let's get everything moved over. Boom. Boom. Even like this. Sort by something. It doesn't even honestly matter. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Our boxes are organized. We have 2 open boxes for these Magikarps. Let's head into the Safari Zone. The catch event is about to start. We have our Sticky Hold Muck to lead our party. I'm personally going to be going for the Magikarp strategy, and that will allow me to catch a bunch of Dragon Egg Group breeders and hopefully breed up a Charizard and lots of other good Pokemon in the Dragon Egg group. I need to switch over to my old rod. I believe the catch event just started. It is 11 a.m. officially. Gotta get my... I was really scared there. I didn't have my old rod in Kanto. It's very possible. Okay, I'm gonna sit... Nice shiny. I'm gonna sit right here. We're gonna fish. We're gonna catch Magikarps. The event has begun. I'll see you guys with any cool catches. All right, only 4 catches in. We're 2 minutes in. Got a 1x31 speed. I will take that very, very happily. We're going to be getting a ton of good catches throughout this. I don't know if I'll show every single 1x31 because we'll be catching like 3 carps, two carps a minute maybe. Probably 2 carps a minute. And that will equate to 120 total carps. You should get a 1x31 every 6 or so Pokemon. So with that math factored in, our trusty Windows calculator over on the bottom right-hand corner of our screen, that ends up being 120 divided by 6. It's if I catch 2 per minute. Honestly, it's not as many as I expected. That equals 20 1x31 Pokemon. That's not as crazy as I thought. We might see 1 2x31 as well on average-ish. All right, the catch event is over. I don't know if I have anything worth submitting, to be totally honest, but I can at least go sort breeders, see how many 1x31s we got, see the total loot of farming Magikarp for 1 hour in this Far Zone. All right, we caught a lot of carps, as you can see. This is my highest one over in this box. Came out 111, nothing here, but look at this. Boom, a full box of 60 more carps, and then boom, another box. We caught about, I want to say 80-ish. We caught about 80 carps. 80 carps in the hour. Pretty happy with that. I was a little distracted, a little bit of rants at times, but pretty happy with that. Okay, let's go ahead and see what my highest catch is. It's this Pokemon right here, this carp. 140, so that's not going to be worth submitting. And my lowest catch is a 42. So nothing for me to submit. That's how it goes. Like your average catch event catches should be like 40 to 120, maybe 60 to 120. Like I always try to encourage people, don't feel bad if 99% of catch events you don't have a submission. That's math. That's how it goes, right? Let's go ahead and now sort through all of the carps that don't have a 31 and probably just release like pretty much all of them. So let's go ahead and do this. Even the ones that are pretty high stated. Well, this one's really high stated, to be fair. And it's what has special attack, though. Let's do this first. Let's move these over to any box that I can fit them because I'm running out of space, which is, really sucks. We got 2 more over here. We caught about how many 1x31s? Let's do 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if these were all here. We probably caught about 20 or so. Maybe 15. Probably 15 or so. 15 or so Magikarps with 1x31s. I'll take that for sure. Not too shabby. Good breeders. Okay, this was really hard to sort through, man. This actually, like, really is going to hurt me. I have about 80 carps to release after. And that's after, like, I sorted through a bunch. This is tough, but I think there's some good ones in here that like I really want. Like I'm tempted to keep, like this one. Like I'm tempted to keep some of these. Like this one that's only missing Spadef. I almost want to keep it, but I can't warrant the space, man. 2 high IVs. Maybe I'll exclude those and just see what it leaves me with. Maybe I do keep these, but it's this one I don't. This one's no. This one maybe. This one's male, and then it's only missing Spadef, I think. Oh no, this is a different one. It's missing Spadef, and no, that's a release. Even it hurts, man. That's it really, yeah. And these gotta go release. One of the hardest parts of this account is releasing so many Pokemon. It feels so bad and it's so painful, but you got to keep your boxes clean. You got a lot of Pokemon to catch, a lot of catch events. Here is, I now have about 3.5 boxes of Pokemon. I've cleared box 5. I've cleared my release box again. We've got our storyline box here at some point. UTs, we got to start training. Look at these. My noted, my 1x31, both full, and then my 2x31 more is like getting there. Not good. Now, let's go use a bunch of the carps we caught. Let's go try to get ourselves some Zard breeders to continue breeding up this Charmander while we wait for the catch event results. All right, this was always the plan. It's officially time to start breeding, okay? I have this Charmander. He's got 31 in 3 stats. I want to get special attack on him. I need a fellow 3x31 breeder to get that, and then I'll need a 4x31 breeder to match that as well. So, first things first, we need to create 2 different 2x31 breeders. So I'm going to go ahead and breed this Magikarp with this Gyarados, get myself a special attack brace and a defense brace, get this egg cooking, and then we'll go ahead and work on a... another 2x31 to match up with this guy. depending on its gender. So we'll have to wait a little bit. We'll do some extra breeds while we wait for this. Make sure to watch my cash stack deplete here, though. I started at 1,394,000 Pokeyen. Let's see how much it costs us today to do some breeds. This is a great point, since it might not be obvious. Coming from RuneScape, I have a lot of like Iron Man prerequisite understandings of what that entails. But if you don't know RuneScape, it's less intuitive. So a lot of people have asked, is it okay to have alt accounts on your same Iron Man login and then use those for box space? And in my opinion, absolutely no. I think that would be totally against the Iron Man game mode and the spirit of the mode. That's just group Iron Man. That's a thing that people do in RuneScape, is play group Iron Man, where you can trade between like 4 different accounts of your own or different friends, right? That's a group Iron Man at that point, right? You need to always, having multiple accounts. An Iron Man account, in my opinion, is one character. It is an Iron Man character, right? That can only log in. Having multiple alt accounts, logins, even on the same account, for box space, in my opinion, that is against the rules. In my opinion, that is very much not an Iron Man account, a group Iron Man, which is fine. Feel free to play whatever the game mode the way you want to, but just I wouldn't call an Iron Man account if it is using alt accounts like that. That's a group Iron Man, in my opinion. All right, we have our first 2x31 carp and our new 2x31 carp. I need to make sure I breed this one female so it can actually be compatible with this one. This one will come out 3x31 in HP, defense, and special attack, which I'll then need to make sure that I breed the carp as a male and make sure I breed the Charmander as a female, and then I'll be able to make this Charmander 4x31 with that Spatek stat. So I'll be needing one more stat on the Charmander and nature. The problem is getting nature. If I randomly roll modest along the way, that's ideal. Other than that, I'm gonna have to breed a ton of carps over and over and over again until I eventually get a modest 4x31 breeder. All right, while we are waiting for that next carp to hatch, I'm gonna go ahead and just get another breed going. Which one is this? Yeah, that one, perfect. This is gonna be the start to the speed IV as well. As you can see here, did I fuck up? Breeding mistakes are gonna happen. There's a good example of one. It's gonna happen, man. When you breed so much, no matter how many hours you have in PokeMMO, mistakes like that are gonna happen. There's so many things to factor in. I made an oopsie. All right, here we are. I fixed it. There we go. 2x31 Dragon Egg Groupmon coming up. That'll get the speed stat one starting to brew. Once this Magikarp is hatched, I'll breed these two together. I will need I forget which braces for that. We'll wait for the hatch to see which braces I need for that. The egg hatches just take a while, unfortunately. One of the worst parts here, because having lack of donor status on the Iron Man account, definitely a disadvantage in this situation. All right, next up is the important 3x31 Magikarp breed. The nature, the gender on this actually really does matter. This must come out female so that I can make it compatible with my current Charmander and make my Charmander up to a 4x31. The dream here is rolling a modest nature on either this carp right now or this Charmander. I'm actually doing a fair bit of breeding. I'm running a little bit low on Pokeballs. I am gonna go dump a lot of Pokeyen on Pokeballs. I need a lot of you need so many. I need Quick Balls as well. Let's go stock up on Pokeballs. All right, we are over here at the Pokeball place now. I have 85 net balls. I want to just stock up on everything, honestly. I'm gonna spend a lot of money, I think. I'm gonna buy more nest balls. Nest balls have been really cool on the account. I don't really need, Pokeyen is made to be spent. That's the goal on this account. Dust balls I actually do need a ton of. I'm gonna drop money, boys. I'm gonna drop money. Boom. 179 dust balls. Timer balls we're pretty stocked up on, but you know what? Screw it. Let's get more. 47 would be, let's do 10 more. We're spending a lot on Pokeballs here. Repeat balls I don't really need. Quick balls I do need. Let's do 80. Oh my goodness, my Pokeyen stack. Luxury balls, let's buy a few more. These are just for like fun. Buy 30 more. And then, wait, they don't have Pokeballs in this Pokemart? That's kind of fun. I didn't know that. Okay, I just spent like 400 to 500k. I think 500k. 400k? Pokeballs. Here's the big one, chat. 1,000 Pokeballs. This should last me a while. Boom. 200k on Pokeballs. We'll buy 2 more for 1,025 Pokeballs. Great Balls I actually do want more of. We'll buy 75 of these. And then Ultra Balls we will buy like 100 of each. We'll buy like 57. I am down to 484k. I gotta do a gym rerun today now. I feel like to make up for all that. I need some more repels as well. I'd rather just stock up. It's better to spend your money. Spend money to make money. Spend money to make progress. Your money on an Ironman account is here to be spent. To make proper. Let me copy and paste. Let me actually just buy like 20 of each of these. These are really nice to have in mass. And they're really cheap. It costs like 6k to buy 20 of these. All the awakenings, all the status heals and all those. Escape ropes, we have plenty. Expert lures I kind of do need more of, but I don't want to get too many right now. They're pretty expensive on the Iron Man. That's one thing where like when I get a ton of money I can work on that better or waste those more, but Mats repels. You actually do need like a fair amount of like each type of repel. Like it actually really matters. I'll get like 40 more Mats repels. That's actually not that expensive. Okay, let's just go ahead and get 100 of each repel. Oh my goodness. Okay, I need to calm down. I'm going a little crazy. Okay, we're done. We're done. We're done. I just spent about $1 mil. That's how fast. Like, this will last me a while. Don't get me wrong. This will last me a while, but you can blow through Pokeyen on an Ironman account, man, or just on any account. You can spend Pokeyen very, very quickly. I need the amulet coin farm to get more amulet coins, and then yeah. Let's go back to our breeds. We still have some Pokemon left to breed, thankfully. I'll have to do a gym run soon, though. We got our 3x31 Charmander. We're about to make our first. This is our first. Yes, this is our first ever 4x31 breed on the account. Okay, let's just show the whole process because this is gonna be beautiful. This is our first ever 4x31 on the entire account. Okay, let's go do it. Let's go do it, boys. I need attack brace and Bidef. Attack brace on the Harp. Bidef brace on the Charmander, I believe. And I need to make sure this comes out female or I am trolling. Female. I'm gonna click it now. 4x31. Now, the problem is gonna be getting nature on this thing. It's about to become a nightmare, which I'm not looking forward to. I don't know how I'm gonna do. On an Ironman account, it's way tougher. On a main account, you can buy a breeder. I need to probably Everstone up the modest nature and just go for it. I'm down to 197k. Holy shit. All right, but our Charmander has hatched. It came out hasty nature, so no modest nature, unfortunately. That's okay. We expected to have to fix that, but this is our first 4x31 Pokemon on the account, which feels pretty fucking cool. So there's an alpha spawn right now over in Unova, over at what is it, Castelia, Celestial Tower, excuse me. And I was checking to see if I had it in my boxes. You know, it's a pretty cool alpha, and I thought I did. I thought I had one of these, so I wasn't in a rush to go get it. But no, I don't. I don't have one of these. This is a Ninetales alpha. This is a Drought Ninetales. If you don't know, this is probably not the most important alpha, maybe one of the most important ones that I have left. Easily one of the most important alphas in the entire game. I definitely want to go ahead and actually take the time to catch these Vulpixes on the side before I even do the Ninetales encounter. This is the most important raid Pokemon probably in all of PokeMMO. Like, no bullshit, no drama. Like, having a Drought Ninetales to set Sun is unbelievably crucial. So hell yeah, I'm lucky. I actually just got home from the movie theater with my wife. Nice little movie night, and now I get to top it off by catching a super important alpha, dude. Life's good. Now, I wasn't actually thinking for a quick sec. I could actually really quickly check to see if these Vulpixes are worth catching, because if they have hidden ability access, we'll actually see the sun pop up at the very start of the fight, because it's a drought, you know, it's a weather setting ability. So we can just go ahead and check to see, is there a sunset? Nope. We just run away. All right, last little baby Vulpix spawn, and then we'll go ahead and take on the big alpha spawn. Any sun, show me the drought ability. An extra one would be amazing. Having duplicate Ninetales would be fantastic. One for PVM, one for PvP. But nope, that's okay. I will be very, very happily take just one alpha Ninetales. Thank you very much. Let's jump into this fight. One of the most important hidden ability Pokemon in PokeMMO. It's female. It's good. It's very, very good. So I don't have to use a Ditto to rebreed it. Ooh, okay. I will say there are a few alphas you want to be really careful about skill swapping contrary onto, because sometimes you end up with situations like this. This alpha Ninetales is using Overheat, which would normally reduce its special attack by 2 stats. It's actually gaining. It's kind of like the contrary Leaf Storm superior problem, where it's actually going to gain +2 special attack every single time it goes for that move and be a real menace. So we got to be really careful from here on. There it is again with the overheat. It essentially gets to use like a really high base power move, get off a ton of damage, and then also boost its stats to do more damage the next time, every single time it uses it. This is why it's so dang important to have a superior check in PvP. Oh, fuck. I didn't know this thing had pain split either. And that was information. My Discord does an amazing job. They shouted out everything this thing has. They said, hey, this has overheat, energy ball, pain split, power split. They even said, caution, be aware of contrary/overheat. So I had all the information at my disposal thanks to the amazing people in my Discord. I just didn't read it properly. And that is a skill gap if I've ever seen one. Whew, thankfully, still managed to get myself in a positive situation. Turn 17, very low HP, and asleep. We got it on the very first timer ball. All right, the stats on this thing matter a ton. Serious nature is unfortunate, but it could be a lot worse. That's okay. We'll have to breed it. Let's go ahead and check the IVs. Unfortunately, not very good, but that's okay. We got one. That's all that matters. As soon as you have the Pokemon with hidden ability access, we can spend as much time in Pokeyen as we need. We need to earn some more Pokemon, by the way. Look at that stack. Whew. We can earn it back. We can fix this, right? We can solve this problem. It's still, honestly, it only needs 2 stats. I'd prefer these to be like the 31s. The 31 attack is wasted. That will get bred off of it, but things could be a lot worse for sure. It's also in a pretty easy egg group. Field egg group is pretty easy to get breeders for. How easy will it be for alpha breeders to keep its alphaness? I don't know. There becomes a whole question of, is it really worth to keep alpha Pokemon as alphas on an Iron Man account? And logically and pragmatically and efficiency wise, it's absolutely not. If you don't know, you can actually breed like this Alpha Ninetales, for example, with just a male field egg group Pokemon. It will keep the hidden ability on the Ninetales as long as it's the female in the species, of course, but it will lose its alphaness. And the alphaness, all it really does is like a special red glow. And it's kind of like if it comes out shiny, it could be Shalfa. That's the main thing. But it's tough to let go of that. I don't know how to explain. It's a really cool little feat to keep on to my opinion. So I like trying to keep the alphaness on things like that. But when it comes to the Iron Man account, maybe we'll have to sacrifice some of those red glows. All right, good morning. It is a new day, and we have an alpha Spinda spawn. I don't really need to catch this, but it's never bad to have repetitive of like really, really good utility Pokemon, right? For example, I want to have multiple different catching Breloons, multiple different Parasects. I already have 2 different Parasects. I would love to get multiple different Smeartles down the road. They're not on my high priority list at the moment, but having multiples of good Pokemon like this is just really powerful. It allows you to do more things in one single trip without having to heal and figure out things. So I'm going to catch the baby Spindas and hope for some hidden ability ones, and then go for the alpha catch. And the very first Spinda we caught had hidden ability access. That's awesome. Okay, that has an extra contrary Spinda in the back. He's not going to have any relevant stats. We'll have to breed him up at some point if we want to use him, but at least we have one. That's awesome. I believe there's only about a 5 or 10% chance when checking these Pokemon for them to actually have hidden ability access. Also feels really good right now when going to catch any of these Pokemon and then seeing this fat stack of over 1,000 Pokeballs. It feels really satisfying. All right, but I'm going to go ahead and jump into the alpha encounter, and I'll see you guys hopefully with the catch. All right, there is the Spinda catch. Some extra IVs would always be nice. It is male, so it could be used as a breeder worst case situation, and those stats are amazing. 31 in 2 different stats, one of them being speed, 25 plus in all physical stats. It is awkward. It's a modest natured Pokemon when it doesn't have the special attack, so it's possible it could be a special attacking breeder. This is a great Pokemon. I actually could use it. The beauty is I could use it either way. I could use it as a special attack breeding Pokemon if I brace the Spatak on the other Pokemon and then Everstone the nature on this guy, or I could use it as physical if I brace, one of the other stats and Everstone the nature on the other Pokemon, whatever the female of this breed would be. So really great catch. That's what you want to see in a Pokemon catch, a Pokemon that is useful for many different reasons. Alrighty, I could go back to hunting art, or I could procrastinate and still do some more breeds and work towards my 5x31 Charizard. We're going to do the second option for sure. Now, unfortunately, even though this Charmander is 4x31, I'm going to break the bad news. We're not actually that close to getting this thing completed. If anything, we might be less than 50% done our 5x31 Charizard. Let me explain why. The main reason why is the nature. You see, I have to get a modest breeder to actually pair up with this Charmander, and that breeder has to be 5x31. The nightmare situation is I just go ahead and get a 4x31 Pokemon to pair up with this, breed it up as a 5x31 Charizard, and then I don't get the nature roll. And then I'm left with a 5x31 Charizard that is unusable. It's useless. It does nothing. And that's a really weird problem that the Iron Man account can have, is that I can end up with 5 times 31 Pokemon. Actually, I probably will end up with quite a bit of them that do nothing. On a main account, you would almost never want to carry up the nature throughout a breed because it is way more expensive. You know, if you don't know, if you start a breed at 2 times 31 carrying up the nature, you now need to breed a Everstone onto that Pokemon at all times and then breed this Pokemon with a 3 times 31. And then when it's a 3 times 31, you need to breed that Pokemon with a 4 times 31. You need to breed the Pokemon, the main source, with an upgraded source to get it up in IVs, if that makes sense. Whereas otherwise, if I just need to create a 3 times 31 with two 2 times 31s, that's cheaper than 1 2 times 31 and a 3 times 31. I know it can be really hard to follow along breed examples without visual aids, so here we go. The first breed up top here is an example of a breed that would come out as a 3 times 31 Pokemon. We would go ahead and brace the speed on this Magikarp and brace the HP on this Magikarp, and it would come out 3 times 31 in HP, attack, and speed. And that only requires 2 different 2 times 31 Pokemon. Down here is what we would need to do if we want to carry over the nature. You need a 2 times 31 Pokemon and then a 3 times 31 Pokemon with all the matching stats and an extra stat. And you would go ahead and Everstone the adamant nature here. It is much more expensive to breed up the nature early on, especially if you do it from like how early on in the breed. If you start trying to breed up the correct nature on a 1 times 31, it's going to be ludicrously expensive in terms of braces, Pokemon, and Everstones. Keep in mind, every single Pokemon with different stats is equated to multiple different 1 times 31. So for example, a 2 times 31 Pokemon is essentially 2 1 times 31s of Pokemon value. You breed 2 1 times 31s together, you create a 2 times 31. Pretty simple. But to create a 3 times 31, you need to breed 2 different 2 times 31s together. So that's 2 1 times 31s per 2 times 31. Once again, this gets very convoluted. Breeding is actually pretty complicated in PokeMMO. So you end up with a 3 times 31 is equal to 4 1 times 31 Pokemon. The difference between that top breed and that bottom breed, which we just displayed on screen, is actually a very large amount, like multiple different 1 times 31 Pokemon. On a main account, that would almost never be worth it, but on an Iron Man account, it is, because we aren't worried about profit, we just need good Pokemon. And after looking through my boxes for tons of different water bee, dragon, and even monster egg group Pokemon, all of these because they share egg groups with Magikarp, which I can breed over to Charmander, and then obviously Charmander's egg groups itself, I managed to find a single group of breeders that could put me in the really right direction that I need to go. It's just going to be the most expensive breed so far on the account, consuming both my Alpha Kingdra catch and my one and only Alpha Ditto. Consuming my Alpha Ditto here is really, really scary. It is quite literally the most like relevant, important, juicy, lucrative, golden, liquid IV, amazing breeder on the account. A good IV Ditto is the best thing you can have on an Iron Man account. But if I go ahead and plop an Everstone on this Ditto to carry over the modest nature, and then use an HP brace on the Kingdra, I can go ahead and have this thing pop out as a 3 times 31 Dragon Egg Group breeder. 3 times 31 with the correct nature. And if I can get it up to a 5 times 31, well, then I can finish my Charmander. But that's a long way from where we're at. But I should be able to make it work, so let's go ahead and get started. I might even run out of Pokeyen before I can finish this breed, but we'll get very, very close to our end goal. And it's crazy how long this has actually taken. This has been multiple hours of breeding. I can't imagine how many hours of farming it actually took, which is another thing to factor in. And I don't actually want to carry through with this breed until I know what gender I need to make it. So excuse me while I go finish some other breeds first. Now, this Kingdra is going to end up being a 3 times 31 Pokemon with the correct nature in special defense, and HP. The problem here is that the main other Magikarp that I bred up so far for this has both of the stats that it does not need and can't really get onto it. So this Magikarp is kind of useless at the moment, because it has 2 different stats that it needs to breed onto it. I need to get a Pokemon with HP, defense, special defense, and then either special attack or speed, not both of them. So it's back to our boxes for some basic Magikarp breeds to make some 2 times 31s. I'm going to go ahead and buy some more braces. We can still see my Pokeyen stat getting absolutely depleted. I always hear the question echoing in my head, what do you even use Pokeyen for on an Iron Man account, Patrouski? This stuff, man, this stuff. And here is a 2 times 31. I don't think I need to worry about gender for this. We can always fix that later on with the next breeder as we make a next breeder to actually pair up with it. All right, so our main Magikarp that just hatched came out as 2x31 in HP and defense, and I do have this other breed that I can go ahead and carry through with to go ahead and make this a female. I'll have to pay the extra 5k to make sure that I have this come out female, and then if I do that, I'll have a 31 special defense, 31 defense breeder. I can pair up with this Magikarp to then make a 3x31 breeder, and that will put us that much closer to the 4x31 breeder we need for this Kingdra, but still a long way to go. It's crazy how much rummaging I have to do off camera just to try to find these breeding pairs. It's really easy to show you guys, you know, the finished product and, oh, here's the pairs I've matched up, but it takes a while rummaging through all the boxes, all the 1x31s, all the noted Pokemon. It also hurts seeing my Pokeyen stack diminished so much, and I can feel my brain turning to mush. I might need to take an infamous breeder's break soon, because otherwise you'll start making mistakes. I always say that usually in around 45 to 50 minutes of breeding, I almost always make at least one mistake, because after breeding so much, so repetitively over and over and over again, there's a lot of, you know, problem solving going on. It's easy to eventually make a mistake. As you can see, I almost did. I put the brace on the wrong Magikarp, and if I went through with that breed, I would have wasted a lot of progress. Let's plop that on the right Magikarp, and then there we go. We'll have ourselves a 2x31 strategy. Need to double check. We do need to make sure this thing comes out as female. Once again, a lot of things to factor in when doing breeds like this, especially on an Iron Man where it's harder to solve those mistakes, whereas a main account could just buy the breeder they need. All right, but I'm going to go ahead and put this Kingdra and this Ditto breed over here in our boxes, kind of just waiting for the next time we come back to this, as I definitely need a break. I'm going to go ahead and start my stream here in a quick sec, do my daily gym run, and maybe do some Articuno hunting as well. I can't help but feel like we're so close to this, even though we are still so far away. And just keep in mind, like, having a proper 5x31 Charizard with the hidden ability access, this is an endgame goal in itself. This is something that should take a very, very long time. It's taking so long and so much Pokeyen, but it feels a lot faster, and that's only because we've spent so much time saving all of these Pokemon, right? Me saving all of these 1x31s, 2x31s, categorizing them, sorting them. This has made this process a lot easier, and it's still really hard. An Iron Man account is just so many constantly moving pieces, and eventually one is going to fall through the cracks, and I'm constantly afraid of that happening. But that fear also creates an incredible rush and an incredible sense of accomplishment when you finally achieve something like that 5x31 Zard. All right, there is one last breed I wanted to do before I start stream. So here is the 3x31 Carp and strategy. I don't think I need a gender for this. I think it can roll whatever. I'm a little scared because I think I still need a breeder for it. Do I not? I believe that's true. Yes, I believe that should be the case because I need a 3x31 breeder to then make a 4x31 breeder for the Kingdra, and I'll have to make that a specific gender. So I'm going to go ahead and carry through with this. That should be that breed done. I need one more 3x31 breeder to then make a 4x to then be able to properly breed up that Kingdra. And then once that Kingdra is a 4x31, we're going to have to do it all again to make the Kingdra a 5x31 with Modest Nature to breed the Charizard. So hilariously, I might have to eventually go back into the Kanto Safari Zone and farm more Magikarps. I don't know if I have enough of them. And the fucking Scraggy that I was breeding rolled Modest Nature. This changes everything. I don't have to consume the two other breeds now, the Kingdra and the Ditto. I need to restructure how I do this entire breed now. I don't want to worry about this right now. I'm going to plop it in my boxes and figure it out and finish it later, but that's insane. That totally changes how the entire breed plays out. Alrighty, fellas, it is finally time to start another beautiful day on the PokeMMO Iron Man account on the stream. Let's go ahead and pop our amulet coin and just get into our Jimmy run for today. We are very low on Pokeyen and need to make up for it. So let's go ahead and get started, get our typical grind going. I do have XP Amplifier popped now for these Jimmy runs, which is not what I was doing before. And it's because the Torkoal and the Whimsicott should hopefully die at the start of the battle, and then I can XP train my Breloom in a decently efficient manner and get a ton of XP onto it, getting 75% of the XP gained over onto the Breloom, which is really, really nice. And Breloom needs a ton of XP before it reaches level 100, and having a good catching Breloom is going to be game-changing for the account. So we're going to be training that today, slowly working towards that, and we're still waiting for our RP as well. We're waiting for our 250, I believe, RP from getting 4th place in that catch event. That can be anywhere from 3 days to 2 weeks, so we'll see how long that takes. We got really lucky last time that Corsola got to us in like a day, you know, so this one might take a little bit longer, and that's okay. I've actually been having this problem pop up a lot recently, unfortunately, and I really didn't want to have to rebreed my Whimsicott so soon. But if I'm using the XP Reamplifier strat especially, I might need to rebreed this thing sooner rather than later. Now, it's not that big of a deal. I do just need to go ahead and make sure I get myself... Like, I might lose this run because of it, though, which really sucks. Or this fight. I think I might have just lost this fight because of that one problem. Because my Whimsicott lived at low HP, which you don't want. You want this thing to die. Now, a thing you can do to actually make up for that problem is put Memento onto it, but it is an egg move. So I think after today's run, I'm going to take the time to go ahead and breed this down, put Memento onto it, and smooth up some future runs. Yeah, no, Rinky, you're not wrong. I'm having a lot of problems with today's gymmy run, and I probably should be skipping more gyms maybe than I am doing. Like, even this gym has like a flash fire chance. I'm doing a lot of flash fire gyms, and maybe I should be skipping those more aggressively. So I think I have extra gyms that I can do that. So maybe I'm being a little too greedy, but I also might need to look into Water Spout Blastoise earlier than I expected or earlier than I planned, because I am having a lot of problems. And I'm being greedy and leveling them on while doing this. I could have like a Garchomp in the back, and that would solve a lot of problems. So maybe it's worth to prioritize the Pokeyen versus the XP. But it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. I'm definitely having a really rough gymmy run today. The problem is there is a lot of gyms that give me issues. If someone said just skip the 3 gyms of Flash Fire, it's more than that, though, is the problem. It would be the Fire Gym in Unova, the Dragon Gym in Unova, Pewter City in Kanto, the Lane in Kanto. That might be it. It's like 4 gyms. But I might be able to make up for it with Johto and stuff. I have to learn what Johto gyms I can do. I'm not super familiar with those strats. So there might be... Yes, I might be able to make... I might have to start skipping those 4 gyms. All right, that is the gym rerun done with. Still up to 384,000 Pokeyen. Very happy with that. A little over, I think it was like 220,000 or so Pokeyen gained from that run. Very happy with that, considering how bad it felt during a little bit. All right, the next thing I want to do before I forget is go ahead and breed down my Whimsicott and actually give it access to Memento. It's going to help it tremendously. Now, I am going to be rolling the ability on it. Unfortunately, if I need to buy an ability pill to fix that, I can. I need to breed this thing. It is female, thankfully. I need to breed it with an egg group Pokemon in the plant or fairy egg group that learns the move Memento. And I think Hoppip is going to be one of our best options. I'm going to go check my boxes and see if I have access to a Hoppip, Skiploom, or Jumpluff. Let's go see. And then I will have to level that Pokemon up to get access to the move Memento. I might even be able to go catch a wild one with access to that move. Might be an interesting option. When does it learn that? It doesn't learn that move for a while. Level 38. That's very high. Yeah, so I think instead of leveling that one up, which will take a long time, right? I'm going to go grab my Soak Smeargle. My Breloom, sure, this. I'm gonna grab a few Pokemon. We are going to... Now, I actually have to lead with a Taunt Pokemon, or else things could get really bad in case if I accidentally get a shiny Hoppip while trying to catch a Memento one, that could be detrimental. So, I'm gonna grab my Taunt Persian to lead, because then it could actually ruin the whole... Ooh, a Relicanth Swarm. That's actually a fantastic swarm. We're gonna go to that really quickly. Relicanth is a pretty tough Pokemon to get for your Pokedex completion. It's a really cool Pokemon as well. I love Relicanth. Let's go catch one of those first for our Pokedex. All right, there is the Relicanth catch. Pretty easy. 1 times 31 speed. We'll take a breeder as we complete our Pokedex entry. Hell yeah. Only need 1. I could shiny check them because it is a... Relicanth is a beautiful, beautiful shiny, but it's so unlikely. I guess I could go ahead and shiny check them. But then we'll head over to Hoppip here in a quick sec. I'm glad someone asked. I am officially at 200 pot OT in the Pokedex. Very far from completion, but that's 33%ish. I'm very happy with that. I haven't even, that's like, I haven't gone for Pokedex completion yet. Like, I catch things here and there, but have not gone for it yet at all. So I'm very happy with 33% just passively. All right, we got ourselves a male Hoppip caught with bad IVs. Exactly what I want. Memento, beautiful. Took a little bit longer than I expected, but still wasn't too bad. Now we can head over to Island 4, breed down our Whimsicott down to level 1, and get Memento on it at the very same time. Now, I might need to ability pill it, which might cost like 35k. It'd be nice to not have to, but if I have to, it's not a big deal at the end of the day. All right, as you can see, this will come out as a Cottony. I'm going to go ahead and pay it for it to be female, just so that in the future I can easily breed it down if I need to. This will come out as a Cottony with Memento. It won't have Tailwind, though. Just kind of unfortunate. I don't know if there's a way I can fix that. I might have to just... Is Tailwind a TM? If I have to re-buy a Tailwind TM, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, it's not a big deal. That's okay. That's fine. Might cost like an extra 20k. This is, once again, you just spend Pokeyen on little things like this over and over and over again, dude. That's just how it goes in the Ironmans. We'll get that done with. Yes! Oh, that's so... Dude, I might be done for Phenos. Oh my god, that's so good. Okay, I did do this encounter with only a Slugma and a Wingull in my party, so hopefully the level 3 doesn't kill me. That might be the last Pheno I need for my decks. That's ridiculous. Dude, this is why I've been checking Phenos pretty aggressively, to be fair, to be ahead of this, because I always say, like, oh my goodness. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Phenos are the biggest pain in the butt when it comes to completing your Pokedex because they're out of your control. And that is one of the... I don't care about the IVs. It's the Pokedex, man. I now have, over my Pokedex, Drillbur, or slash Excadrill, I need to breed down into Drillbur. Excadrill, which I can breed down. I have Ducklet, which I need to level up into a Swanna. I have Emoldra, which can be one. Audino, what else? I think I've gotten, like, all the Phenomons, which is so crazy. Because they are such a pain. I'm not sure if I'm missing one. Ducklet, Alola, I got Alola. Ducklet, Alola, Audino, Excadrill, and Emoldra. I think I got them all, dude. That's a big, like, the most massive step towards Pokedex completion that we'll see until I complete my Pokedex. Like, getting Phenos done is so important. Hell yes, dude. Alrighty, our Cottony hatched. I'm hoping for Prankster. That's okay. It costs us 35k plus, like... Okay, what sucks is that it costs us 35k, or like 35k to get an ability pill to fix it, and then I also have to go buy a Tailwind TM, so kind of more expensive than I would like, but at the end of the day, what are you gonna do? Let's just go get it fixed. This is gonna cost me 55,000 Pokeyen to actually correct, which is, whew, unfortunately a lot, but it is what it is, man. What are you gonna do? Gotta have a good gym rerun Pokemon. So there is the Tailwind. Here is the ability pill. Turning Infiltrator into Prankster. I could like rebreed it and like play it a little bit slow, but it's just not worth my time. I'd rather just pay the Pokeyen. So there we go. Prankster, Tailwind, Mental, level 1 Cottony. This is going to do wonders in our gym runs in the future. So our gym run team should be a lot more solidified with that fix. I need to go put this Audino in our box. I can actually just go ahead and release this Audino. Honestly, I don't need an Audino for anything else. I just got it for Pokedex. I can just go ahead and release this. I think it's totally fine. So we're going to release this Audino. And I need to either... Okay. I need to figure out how close I am to my 5x31 Charmander breed. And I need to figure out if I need to go to the Safari Zone right now and farm more Magikarps. That's the next step. Okay. Breeding is definitely starting to get very confusing. Okay? So, right now, I have this 3x31 Lillipup. And I need to breed this up into a 4x31. And the next stat that it gets has to be HP. But if I can breed this into a 4x31 with HP stat, then I could breed that with the Scraggy, create a 4x31 breeder, and almost be ready for the Charmander breed, but I still wouldn't quite be there yet. I need to make it a 5x31. So I need to take this Lillipup, and this is really tough, and get a bunch of Field Egg Group breeders with it, because Scraggy is also in the Field Egg Group, but I cannot breed this with Charmander, but I can breed this with Scraggy. I need to make sure it comes out the right gender. I need to do a lot of things. Let's get started on making a... First step, let's get a male 3x31 breeder for this Lillipup. Okay, I think with all of these different breeders in my hands, I have a chain of breeds that I can go for here. First things first, I need to breed this Ursaring and this Meowth. And that's going to give me a 2x31 Pokemon with HP and speed. And then I need to make sure I make that breeder a male, and I believe breed it with this Meowth. And then I can brace the defense here, brace the speed on the other Pokemon, and make this 3x31 with HP, defense, and speed. And then we'll continue. We have to just see, after that, we need to see what happens, but that's our first step in the process, our first 2 steps. All right, our Teddiursa did hatch. The nature should not matter. We're going to go ahead and put the proper braces. I believe, is it speed here and then defense here? Yep. And then I need this to come out. What gender again? Is it male? This should be 3x31. Can this pair up with my... Yes, this pairs up with my Lillipup. Okay. Everything is going correctly. So I'm so scared to make a mistake because it would be so brutal. I need to make this male. Yes. And then I'm breeding with the Scraggy, right? Make this male. 3 times 31. Breed, yes. I need to be careful because if I go too deep in the field egg group, I won't be able to transfer it. Where's my strategy at again? I'm breeding this to be able to make a 4 times... Yes, okay. Let me go ahead and put an Everstone on this strategy so I don't forget that as well. The fucked up thing is I'm going through all of this effort just to create a 4 times 31 modest breeder, which I'm then going to have to go through all of this effort again to make a 5 times 31 modest breeder to then finish the Charmander. All right, while we're just waiting for those breeds to finish up, I'm going to do some other breeds. You want to just constantly be doing breeds on the Iron Man while you're waiting for eggs to hatch. The more eggs you're waiting to hatch at the same time is efficient because they still wait the same amount of time. Because of that, you know what? Let's go ahead. I actually have some Shidos and some Charmanders over sitting in my boxes somewhere. I think this is one of them. Let's just go ahead and do some of these rare breeds. These are just shots at a rare shiny on the Iron Man account. Let's go ahead and get some of these eggs made. This is an interesting question. Patrouski, would you ever consider spending 100 RP, on an Iron Man account, one from an event, on a shiny charm to do 1 hour of like Shuckle egg breeding at some point in the future? I really doubt it. I think that shiny charms and donator statuses are pretty much off the table when it comes to an Iron. If you want to, I respect it. It's so brave. I don't recommend it. They're pretty much off the table in my opinion when it comes to the Iron Man account. I'd rather save up for 500 RP for like a 7-day dono than five shiny charms or whatever, something like that, right? There's just so many things I'd rather spend RP on. Like even the PC expansion drives, like that would be like you will never have enough RP on an Iron Man account because firstly you need the XP amplifier, then you want some vanities. I want the like ocarinas. The XP amplifier is really the only thing you like need, or it's like the main like gameplay based one, but everything else is there's still some nice things like ocarinas, and the PC expansion drives would be super nice. These are 800 a piece. Like there's enough RP items to keep you busy as an Iron Man forever. You'll never earn enough RP as an Iron Man to ever buy everything you want to, which is a good thing in my opinion. All right, this should be our 4 times 31 breed, I believe. Yes, 4 times 31. What gender? I need this male. Male. Okay. I'm gonna make sure to go ahead and make this male, else I'll be ruining everything. We're gonna pay for this to be male. It's gonna be 4 times 31. We're then going to breed this with my Scraggy and brace the speed while Everstoning the nature. And then we'll have a 4 times 31 Pokemon with the correct nature for the Charmander breed. We'll just need to do we just need to breed another 5 times 31. All right, while we're waiting for that egg to hatch, I actually can go ahead and do this next breed as well, which should give me a 2 times 31 Carp. I'm going to have to go farm Carps here. How did I fuck this up? I fucked this up. I'm going to have to go farm Carps here in a quick sec, though. I think this also has to come out the HP here. Let me check. Sorry, excuse me. So I'm bringing another 2 times 31. Yep. I'm bringing another 2 times 31 Carp to match with another 2 times 31 Carp I have in my boxes. And I believe that one is female. Let me go check, though. I do have a 2 times 31 Carp here. And this is female, 31 attack, 31 speed. I don't have enough Magikarps in my boxes to breed up a 5 times 31. So I have to go farm stuff. But let me show you what this looks like, for example. So this will be a 2 times 31 Carp I need to make male that I can then pair with this Carp to then brace it to make a 3 times 31. So we're at a 3 times 31. Then I need a lot more breeders to actually be able to go on from there. And let's go check my boxes to show you guys what we're working with. How many Magikarps I've consumed. So let's see. Carps with 1 times 31 in these stats. I've got 4. And for reference, you need about 32 on average to create a 5 times 31. There's some over here that are also, I just don't have nearly enough. And a lot of them don't have gender match as well. That's a problem when you end up with breeders like this, where all of your Carps are, we can move these over at least. That's kind of nice. When all of your Carps end up, like most of my Carps are male, it makes it difficult to breed properly. I wonder if I could get further than I expected, actually. I'm going to stick here and breed as many Carps as I can, but I'm guessing I'm going to have to go farm some. I really doubt that I'll be able to finish this anytime soon here. All right, we're finally ready for our Scraggy Lillipup breed. This should be 4 times 31 with Modest. And I think I actually want to pay for this to be female, just so that I can guarantee it's going to be in the Dragon Egg group and share the egg group. Whereas if I make it like male and then I make a mistake and have like a field egg group that can with Strategy, but it can't breed with Charmander, I'll make a big mistake. I don't want to open that chance up. So I think I think go, because I still need, I think this is female. Make this female, and I still need a 5x31 breeder to pair with this, to then make that breeder male. Yeah, it's a lot to keep track of. We're down to, look at all the Pokeyen we spent as well, man. It's impossible to keep the stat high on this account. Ugh, it's just tough, man. All right. That's awesome. Oh my god, I fucked up. No, chat, you're right. No! Oh my god, did I fuck up? Oh no, breeding is so hard. If I make a 5x31 breeder that also has the nature, I can't. How do I fix this? Oh no, I can't Everstone and brace. It's okay, Pat, you wanted a 6x charmer the whole time? Yeah, I can't Everstone and brace the stat at the same time. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. I wonder how many people were watching me do this in video and were like screaming it. No, don't do that. Oh, okay. How do we fix this? Fuck this. I'm actually gonna go like farm Magikarps and go from there. That hurts, man. Oh. Let's just go through with this Magikarp breed and keep working up Pokemon. It just takes, it's so many breeds, man. Whew. Okay, the way I fix this is just by creating a 4x31 male Dragonade breeder and just breeding it with Charmander to make Charmander a 5x31, and that's the way I fix this. It's kind of, I was trying to skip a step, and by making this mistake, I essentially just don't skip a step. That's it. Yes, I think that's the way to solve it. So this is actually pretty easily solvable. Well, it's taking a lot of time in Pokeyen, but I'm gonna have to do what I was worried about having to solve anyway, which is fine at the end of the day. But I could randomly roll nature on the last breed as well, so if that happens, we throw a parade, man. I don't know. The strategy just hatched, but then I just realized, but then the strategy is still female, so I need to fix the strategy. This sucks. I need to fix the strategy anyway. This sucks. It's my mistake. I messed up, and that's, breeding is just complicated. I knew my brain would turn to mush. That's how it goes. Okay, I'm in problem solving mode, and I think I need to go ahead and breed these two different breeds and then combine them afterwards. And I can make two different 3x31s here, and then make a 4x31, and then remake that male, brew with my Charmander. But then I have to fix this, or should I just fix the Scraggy, maybe, and make the Scraggy? This is tough. This is, I'm not gonna lie, this is a tough situation, but I did it to myself, and that's okay. We try to problem solve. Mistakes are gonna happen no matter how experienced you are, and I always try to tell people that and be honest about that. We're gonna make this arbitrarily male because we need to pay for the other one to just be the opposite, and I don't know if it matters. I don't think it matters. We're gonna do this one to be male. We're gonna make this breed female. That then when these eggs hatch, this will come out. We can breed those two together. Okay, beautiful. Then we'll have a 4x31 Dragonade Groupmon. We have to figure it out after. We'll figure that out the next step after this. We can't go too many steps ahead. Okay, so I'm actually pretty close to solving this, kind of. I could breed these two together. I'm at 130k. I'm running out of Pokeyen before I solve this. These come out 4x31, and this I want to go ahead and breed male so I can breed it with my Charmander. Correct? Like my 4x31 good. Let me go double check. So I'm 1000% sure on this. But I think I want this to come out male so I can breed my Charmander and then have my Charmander come out 5x31, right? That's the, and then I can fix the Scraggy and hopefully fix it in that way. Now, the ultimate luck sack. If I am genuinely the luckiest gamer in the world, what I will simply do right now is, I think if I roll, I can't roll Modest on this Magikarp. I have to roll, well, that would help actually. That might do it. Rolling Modest on this Magikarp or rolling Modest on the Charmander breed when I do that, if that makes sense, is how I solve this. So let's go through with this, see what happens. Boom. We wait for the egg to hatch. Okay, this might be the last breed. Look at my Pokeyen stack, dude. This might be the last breed I do for a little bit. I probably need to go payday pickup. I need to make sure this comes out female, because otherwise, if I made this male, that would truly ruin everything. I think this is what we do. 5x31 Charmander. I could put it in a, I'm gonna put in a Pokeball for now. I think this is good. Yeah, look at how broke I am, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. If it comes out mild or Rash, arguably I could be okay with that. The problem is, you're not wrong. The problem is I really want it to be modest because this is a Pokemon that will be consuming one of my 5 very limited fire patches. I want it to be perfect. Even if it doesn't really need to be, I want it to be. Yeah, the luckiest thing, the most luck sack thing in the world would be randomly rolling modest here. But if that happens, I'll like eat an olive on stream, at least 1 olive. I'll guarantee that, maybe more. Like that would be so ridiculous. That'd be so insanely. It's a 1 in 32, I think. How many natures are there in total? Oh my, we didn't luck sack, chat. Oh, we're so unlucky. No, I'm just kidding. That's gonna happen. That makes sense. It's totally okay. All right, the next thing we need to do, the way that we fix this from here on forward, is by breeding a 5x31 to then Everstone up the Scraggy nature, a 5x31 male to breed with the Scraggy, to then be able to breed over onto the Charmander. If I made this Scraggy... Well, actually, no, I only need a... Do I need a 4x31? Yeah, you need a 4... Yeah, no, I think you're right, chat. I would Everstone... Wait, no, do I? Wait, I'm confusing myself. I think I can do a... Because I can let the Charmander carry over one of the stats, right? That's what I do. Yeah, so what I do is... Okay, I need to do this now before I forget. I need to put a special attack brace on this Charmander. I think is the strat. I'll have this Charmander with a attack brace. And then get a 4x31 male to breed with a Scraggy just to turn it into a male, which sucks that I'm essentially wasting a 4x31, which is the equivalent of 8. I'm basically wasting... This mistake is going to end up cost... There's so much stuff on screen right now. This mistake is going to cost me 8 1x31s, which is also the equivalent of 80,000 Pokeyen. 80,000 Pokeyen, 1 Everstone, and 8 1x31s. Which is about like an hour. This is probably costing me about 2 hours. It's not terrible, honestly. Costing me about 2 hours of time. Not one of the worst mistakes on the Iron Man, to be honest. But it costs, well, plus farming the previous catches, it costs a fair bit. Okay, from this position, I need to do 2 things. I need to make a ton more Pokeyen so I can actually finish this breed because, good Lord Arceus, I am incredibly broke. And then I also need to go ahead and go farm a bunch of magic. I need to make Pokeyen so that I can finish the breed and farm Magikarps. So, to do that, I'm going to go ahead and just payday pick up for Articuno. And then maybe I get the Articuno, and that will be our desperately needed win for the day. So let's go do some single encounters and payday pick up for Articuno. All right, it is much later in that stream day, now around 10 p.m. ET, well after stream hours, and I have 2 big things. Firstly, you might be able to notice I have an Alpha Mightyena encounter, which now, after that whole Charmander breeding debacle and having to consume that many good IV Pokemon, I realize how important it is to catch every Alpha, and I've been catching them all, but just even more affirmed, like, oh yeah, getting these like guaranteed 2x31s, even like screw the hidden ability access, you know, whatever, just getting the stats is so good, man. Alpha catches are just so good. But other than that, I have another big update. Since we got Audino earlier, I can actually go ahead and do this and uncheck every Pheno role in my Discord. If you don't know, in my Discord, you can go ahead and sign up for different roles, and you'll get pinged for things like Phenos or Phenomena, for things like Alpha Swarms, for like Swarms, you know, lots of different things, right? And I had these on for the first time in a very long time to help me complete the Pokedex on this account, and now I'm done. I'm done with Phenos, which just feels so crazy. So I can do that, and I think I do want to keep Swarms on for the time being, just because there are some really good Swarms that I could, like Porygon Swarms, for example, I actually really need on this account. So I'm going to keep that turned on for the time being, but it feels really nice to check off a bunch of those and not have to wake up with 18 pings every single day, even though they were helpful to me at the time. I'm going to go ahead and do this Alpha Mightyena encounter, and I'll see you guys hopefully with a good catch. Okay, in typical Iron Man fashion, this is my very last chance. This encounter has been absolutely cooked. I'm at turn 28. I had this thing under control for so long. I think I threw like literally 12 different, or at least 10 different timer balls at this at 1 HP and asleep. So its catch rate should be extremely high. Haven't been able to catch it. It's now gone indignant. So if it wakes up, it's going to be able to outspeed, most definitely one-shot me. Yeah, it's probably GG's, probably over from this point. At least it lowered its stats there by 1, but I don't see how this is going to be saved. It's definitely going to do enough damage to KO me. I usually would pop like revives and like respore this. The problem is that it's going to outspeed me when the Smeargle, even if I revive my Smeargle, it's going to outspeed and wake up. Or it's going to outspeed, sorry. It's going to outspeed before I can spore it and kill my Smeargle anyways. There's no point, so I might as well just keep trying to timer ball with it at, once again, 1% HP. This has been a really, really unlucky catch. Well, I always say, sometimes it's how alphas go. Sometimes certain alphas, certain Jimmy runs, I think it's a really good thing to encourage. Like, sometimes the run's just fucked. You know, whether it's a combination of bad RNG and misplays, or just straight up, like, this fight was just bad RNG, and it's not a big deal. It happens. When you catch so many alphas, it's gonna happen, and you gotta be okay with that. Please, are you serious? How does it happen every time? Like, that's actually... I don't know how to say anymore. I'm so glad I recorded that. Like, that's so funny. If it got one attack off, it would have one-shot my Persian. It was like +3 in every stat. That's so funny. Whatever. We caught it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Turn 30 fight. 3 times 31 male field egg group breeder as well. I don't think it helps my Charmander situation at all, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, ooh, that's actually really... That actually might help. Because I need to make a breeder for the Scraggy. And the Scraggy is field and dragon. That Mightyena catch might help solve my problem. Are you kidding me? That's so ridiculously lucky. I'm going to go check my PC if I can just solve it. I would need another 3 times 31. Let's go see what I have. Yeah, this Mightyena actually tremendously helps me. My Scraggy is in the field egg group, so I can actually breed this Mightyena with another 3 times 31 field egg group Pokemon, and it actually matches the stats even. Like, this is so lucky, dude. This is so crazy. This is perfection. It's a storybook, like, another breed on the account, man. I just need a 31. So I need a 31. I need a field egg group breeder that's 3 times 31 with 31 in HP and then some of the other stats. This is like exactly what I need. This is so crazy. I actually think that because of that Mightyena catch, I can now finish the breed, which is almost unbelievable. Let me go ahead and explain how. The first things first, I have my Scraggy and my Charmander over here. We understand those. We've talked about them a ton. Nothing to discuss there. I just need to find the breeder for the Scraggy. The way that I get the breeder for the Scraggy is by getting a breeder for the Mightyena. And the way that I get a breeder for the Mightyena is by finding a breeder for this 2 times 31 Lillipup that also has HP and Speed IVs, so that then I can go ahead and match up with the other stats on the Mightyena, but I also need to find a breeder for the Lillipup that also matches some of the stats on the Mightyena for the future breed. And to find a breeder for the Lillipup, I have to breed some 1 times 31s together, which I do have a few of over in my boxes. If I sort for 1 times 31s in the field egg group, I do have a couple. The problem is, what couple do I actually use to properly find the right pairing to have the right stats for this Mightyena that's 3 times 31 but has one stat be different at the same time? It's a lot to consider. And the HP on this 2 times 31 Lillipup is already going to be the other stat. So to do this properly, I actually need defense and special defense stats on my field egg group Pokemon. So let's see how many of those we have and if we have a matching pair. I don't know if I'm quite... Oh, maybe I do have it over here, actually. 31 defense. This might be what I need. If I'd have like some 31 defense, this might be perfect. I'm going to grab this 31 defense Watch Hard and this 31 Spadef Spinda. That will do just fine. This is going to cost me maybe the remaining bits of my Pokeyen. I might need to go payday pickup to finish this chain of breeds, which would honestly be so funny that I'm so down for it. Let me go ahead and pick up the 2 braces that I need, get this breed going. Also, I don't normally mention my meme mods, so you might have noticed it stands out just a little bit in some of my videos. My Spinda is actually a minion shooting a big, like, little party streamer thing. I've never actually watched Despicable Me until right now. I'm about 15 minutes into Despicable Me 1 with my wife, watching it for the very first time. That was too funny / ironic during this breeding process that I couldn't not mention it. But I'm going to go ahead and create this breeder. I am going to have to go ahead and pay for this to be male. That is super important. So that I can go ahead. No, but then I can't pair it with this Lillipup. No, I messed up. I'm not done yet. I thought that was it. I don't know what I was thinking. This is just, once again, doing this much breeding is melting my brain. I'm glad. Now, to be fair, I'd rather make the mistake now and not actually carry through with the breed than make it later on. So, and I think I can still fix this with the Pokemon in my boxes, but apologies for another mistake. It's really hard to carry the same chain of thought process so many breeds out in the future. The beauty of a main account is you can plan for a breed right then and there by just buying what you need off the GTL. But when you have, once again, a bunch of different puzzle pieces all jumbled up, it's hard to see how they fit together properly. Because I just don't know what the rest of the puzzle is going to look like quite yet. All right, instead of the previous setup, I believe this setup is correct. So I can go ahead and make this Spinda be a male. Then I can breed it with this Lillipup, let the HP pass over, brace the special defense, and brace the speed on this. And then go ahead and make this breed. Once I combine the Lillipup and this Spinda afterwards, I'll go ahead and make that breed a female. And then if I pair that up with this Mighty Yana with 31 in 3 stats, I should be able to, what's the play? Defense brace on the Mighty Yana. And then I would be HP bracing on the... Yes, that should work. Okay, I think I have it mapped out now. It's just a very, very confusing, convoluted, expensive puzzle. All right, I may be spending every little trickle of Pokeyen that I have, but it is working. Here's the 3x31 Lillipup that I'll have coming out. And it does have at least one stat mismatching from this Mighty Yana. Now, I do need to make really sure to make this Lillipup female so the Mighty Yana can breed with it. And then I need to make their offspring male so it can breed with the Scraggy. And then we might be back in this. We might be back in this, fellas. 3x31 coming up. Yes, please. I'm at 35k. I'm actually going to head over to a Pokemart really quick and sell. I have a bunch of nuggets and stuff in my inventory. I'm going to grab some, or maybe I just risk it because I want to see how low. I'm going to get really low. I think I need to sell some nuggets. I think I don't have enough actually to finish this breed because this next breed is going to cost, what is it? This next breed is going to cost 20k because it's 2 more braces. And then I need to do the Mighty Yana with the Scraggy, which will be 1 brace plus an Everstone, so 30k. And then Charmander with the Scraggy. So I think I need 40k for this breed. So I think I need about 5,000 more Pokeyen. And thankfully, once again, I do have some nuggets and things of value in my box, my bag. I was doing some payday into my mouth in the lead. I was doing a little bit of payday just to scrape together a few more Pokeyen. I might even try to do that. I'm going to sell only one of my nuggets. Keep the, having nuggets and pearls for extra Pokeyen reserve in times of emergencies. To be fair, this is kind of a time of emergency, but it's kind of nice. I'm going to go do like one more payday pickup and see if I can do this with as little Pokeyen as possible just for a fun little extra challenge. All right, and here it is. We are down to like the final 3 breeds. Here is the Lillipup, 4x31. We need to make sure that we make this male. Yup. Make sure that we make this male. Go ahead and get ourselves... We could, I mean, we have another chance for luck sack. There's always a few chances for being a luck sack when breeding. If I go ahead and randomly roll this Modest, then I can actually just save the Scraggy and we're chilling for now. I'll probably still have to fix it one day, but we don't have to worry about it for a very, very long time. 4x31 Lily. I'm just double checking everything. I think this should be good. We're going to breed this with the Scraggy. We won't actually need a brace for this when we breed it with the Scraggy, I don't believe... Yes. Which is making me wonder if... No, I think I still did need a 4x31 to breed with it. Yeah. Because I can't brace the Scraggy. Yeah, so no matter what, I do have to... Yeah. I think this is correct. Really hoping to not make too big of a mistake here. There's the Mighty Yana consumed. Okay. I'm like so scared to make a mistake now. I've just made so many bonehead mistakes during this that have cost me a ton, and it's going to happen. And those mistakes are going to hurt that much more on an Ironman account. And you also open yourself up to more mistakes on an Ironman account. There's more decisions to be made, and that's okay. All you can do is make up for those mistakes. And I think we're going to finally make up for it. All right, here we go. We are down to the final 2 breeds for an end game goal on the Ironman account. This is a goal that cost me so much time, so much Pokeyen, weeks of catching Pokemon, and now consuming all of them just for this breed. I need to make sure I go ahead and pay for this to come out male, and after I do, I should be able to breed this. Scraggy's in the Dragon Egg group, of course. Breed it with this Charmander. I'll be able to Everstone the Scraggy with the Modest nature, then use the Power Lens on the Charmander. I'm like so scared to make a mistake, but I think this is it. I think we finally did it, fellas. I think that this is right. We're gonna get this done with finally. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, kings and queens, people of royalty, the 5x31 Charizard with correct Modest nature. This is going to be an absolute menace when it comes to raids and a key core fundamental on all of my fire type teams. I'm going to be putting this in the luxury ball that gender can randomly roll. That's totally okay. And I will be putting hidden ability access onto this as soon as I get my first fire hidden ability patch. This breed quite literally took me hundreds of hours, hundreds of Pokemon caught, hundreds of thousands of Pokeyen, if not like over 1 million. This probably cost me over 1 million in pure yen just for this breed, maybe around there. It's been pretty crazy. Leaving me down with a whittling 20k. Here it is. The final breed. The final egg to hatch. Now, the real meme would be if it came out shiny. That's when you know the Iron Man, the luck is hacking. That, you know what? I'll take the allegations then. Fair play. The real counterplay, though, would be if they entirely change raids with the upcoming Halloween event and this Charmander is actually useless. That would be quite a punch in the gut, which I almost made this an argument for not using my hidden ability patch until the raids come out because of that. So for now, I might just consider this a job done and one of the endgame goals done when this egg is nice and hatched. And there it is. The little Charmander just popped up on my screen. I haven't looked at it yet. I hatched it over in Pallet Town just as a nice little extra, Easter egg on it. Oh, the first 5x31 on the Iron Man, dude. This is the coolest achievement and has been the most difficult achievement on the entire account, except for the XP Reamplifier. Like, this is easily my second favorite achievement I've done on the account so far within the we're also at hatched at exactly 333 hours played. That's what a cherry on top, dude. Beautiful. And I couldn't think of a better way to sort of end off this little arc, this chapter, this segment in episode 7 of the Iron Man than doing a bit of EV training and going in EV training this Charmander and a bunch of other Pokemon in special attack and in speed. Alrighty, I picked out the Pokemon that I'm going to be EV training over in my UT box, but I also wanted to show you guys, I went ahead and just threw this Alpha Tentacruel over in this box. I don't remember when I caught this. I must have just caught it and it's like, oh, what a cool breeder. No, this is not a breeder. This is a sassy. It's plus defense minus speed, which is not amazing on a Tentacruel, but it's still really good. It pluses one of its biggest stats that it needs, which is special defense, making it a nicely, a great tank Pokemon. And look at these stats: 20 plus HP, 31 defense, 31 speed, and then 20 plus in the other stats. This is a UT Tentacruel. I'm going to go ahead and throw this in my boxes and then later train it up. I thought about EV training this in special attack right now, but I don't know if that's where it'll get its best use. I think just going ultra tanky might be better, but maybe I'll come back to that and decide on that later on. But for now, I'm going to be EV training this Charmander, of course, this Pichu, which is going to end up being a very, very good utility Pikachu down the road, and then this Sheldon, another competitively ready alpha Pokemon that we caught, which is just, once again, insanity. It is mild nature, so it's not ideal. However, I do plan to ability pill this, turn this into an Intimidate Salamence, and essentially have access to a pretty decently special attacking Salamence in PvP. Building a PvP team is rising and rising on my priority list. Being able to play PvP, possibly win tournaments, winning some free Pokemon, it just sounds like a lot of fun. It's a really good goal, and it's actually good progress on the Iron Man account, which is awesome. Whereas playing PvP usually isn't a progress-based thing you do on a main account. It's something you just do as the endgame activity. So we have a lot of stuff there. I have my wide lens on my Moltres. I'll be using that to EV train today to hopefully give myself a very, very slight small chance on that elemental orb, as well as I actually have a very specific strategy that I want to try really quickly, and I'll show you why. Because I want to be able to use my XP Reamplifier during this hunt, and I might be able to actually using a very, very weird, quirky trick. So back in the day in PokeMMO, you would do something called killing or sacrificing your synchronized Pokemon to be able to lead your party with it, but still get the synchronized effect. Now, that no longer works in PokeMMO. If your lead synchronized Pokemon is dead, you will not get the synchronized effect out of battle. However, if a Pokemon is dead, it won't gain XP. So I'm kind of using a weird old strategy where I would kill Pokemon, but still be able to use their benefits, if that makes sense. So I'm going to have my Abra and my Oddish purposefully KO'd here, but you can still use utility Pokemon while they're dead. They just won't gain XP. So now, with this all taken care of, I can go ahead and run away from this fight, put an XP share, or sorry, turn on my XP Reamplifier, and I believe now if I put my Moltres in the lead, have these guys dead down here, I can still use my teleport even though my Abra is dead. The only thing I have to remember here is do not heal. I actually don't want to heal using the strategy. I want to head over here and plop. The problem is I'm just realizing the problem is I have to plop my Oddish to heal its Sweet Scent every time into the PC, and then after I heal it, I have to kill it again. So not as cool as I thought. If I had a level 100, if my Smeargle I've been thinking about that for a while. I might end up teaching my level 100 Smeargle as its final sketch move. That's something I've been considering, and that might end up being the best strat for something like this. So this level 100, it won't gain the, it won't suck the XP from the Ramplifier like this one would. Let's just go try this while I can, and I'll show you guys. So I can go ahead. Actually, I want to go EV train over at special attack first. Excuse me. But while I have this on, I can go ahead and do these Gloom encounters over here. I'm going to be doing Gloom and Linoon, which are both close to PCs, both of these locations in Hoenn. I'm going to do a Sweet Scent. I can still use Sweet Scent even though this Pokemon is deceased, or at least fainted, rather. We're going to go ahead and do this. And when I do this, I should get special attack EVs on all living Pokemon. Let's see what this looks like. Let's go ahead and Heat Wave. Just like that. It might take a second here. But in time, we'll see plus 10 special attack on all these Pokemon. And we shouldn't see it on these Pokemon. That's what, yes, that's what's important. So this does work. The only problem is I'm going to have to re-kill this Oddish every single inventory, which is kind of a pain in the butt. And I don't know if it's super worth it, honestly, since the XP is not the main thing here. It's really just the EVs. But it's a cool idea, and I'm glad that it works in theory. If I needed to use this in the future, it's a good strategy to have in the back pocket. This is what the Iron Man is all about. Testing weird stuff like this that you would never have to worry about on a main account, and seeing what works and what doesn't, and what fits your very specific needs, and learning and remembering new strategies. All right, here's the final horde for special attack. This will give us 252. I'm going to move over to Linoon. This is on all three of the Pokemon, of course. And then after Linoon, we're done EV training these guys. And we just have some XP training to do. Do we even have that much XP training, to be fair? Like, once this Sheldon levels up once, it will become a Salamence. And then, boom, it's done. It needs to be, like, moveset and stuff. But then, you know, no XP training needed for level 68 Pokemon, essentially. The Pichu will need to be XP trained a fair bit. And the Charizard will eventually need to be XP trained. That is actually important as well. Getting that guy up to, like, level 80 or so for all the raids is definitely going to be relevant. But for now, we're chilling. Won't have to XP train either the Pichu or the Charizard for quite a while. Maybe the Pikachu we level up earlier rather than later, but we'll see. It is funny. I'm not going to be able to use this Charizard. I have no reason to use this until like way later down the road. Like I'm not using this until like October, so like 3 or 4 months, but it's still just such an amazing achievement. It's just such a fun goal to go for this episode, and it's a very useful one as well. But anyways, I'm at Linoon. I will see you guys after Speed EV training. All right, and here we are, done with our EV training. Everything is now 252 Spatak and 252 Speed. Our Pichu evolved into a Pikachu, our Charmander into a Charmeleon, and our Sheldon into a Salamence. I'm going to go plop all these bad boys over in their boxes and get over to some very casual Articuno / maybe even Raikou hunting if we can get to that and actually finish up Articuno first. But for now, I'm going to head over to Kanto, throw these in my boxes, and just head over to the Articuno hunt. And of course, no elemental orbs have been gained yet, even though I'm using the Moltres for that very slim chance. They're just extremely rare. But one of these days, I'm hoping to end an EV training session and see one extra, 21 elemental orbs, and then it will all be worth it. Now, it is currently late Monday night, around midnight as I'm recording, and I did actually go ahead and call off Tuesday, just sort of take a day to myself. I've been streaming a lot on the weekends, so it'll be a nice day to have an actual, day off, and allow me to just do a lot of casual Articuno hunting, payday pickuping. I'm not sure how much I'll be playing PokeMMO tomorrow, but any play that I will do will just be passively farming for those legendaries, and I'll see you guys with any interesting encounters, good catches, or any amounts of little Pokeyen updates as I'm starting at 20k going to bed tonight. Hopefully I'm not lazy and at least do a gym rerun tomorrow. All right, here we are towards the end of the day on my day off, around 10:40 p.m. on, Tuesday? Yep, Tuesday, skipped tilted Tuesday. So I did get a fair bit of progress done today. I'm up to over 13,000 encounters, as you can see, even on my day off. I still did my gym rerun, which I'm really happy about, so did do my gym rerun. Honestly, that's one of the biggest things you can do. If you're taking a break day, if you can still weave in your gym rerun, it's nice, but also, man, take your break days. If you need to skip a gym run, it's okay. It'll be there for you tomorrow. There's plenty of time to do that stuff, but I felt up to it, so I went ahead and did that. And I did a bunch of encounters for Articunos. You can see about 300 or so today. I probably picked up for about 4 hours, but it's pretty inefficient. Probably around 3 hours, honestly, and that was still pretty inefficiently. Obviously, watching movies, hanging out, relaxing, just worked out. But I'm gonna head back up to Pattern Bush, do a little bit more payday picking after Articuno. It's been really nice to decompress after the whole Charizard using my brain over and over again. Felt like that was just so much puzzle solving, and it's really nice to kind of just turn the brain off. It's funny, I was dreading the Articuno hunt, dreading the monotony of the legendary hunts, and now that I took a break from it, did a totally different grind, I'm excited to go back to it. So just a good reminder to always switch things up, change your grinds, and when you go back to things with a stronger, you're excited to go back, you're going to do better, you're going to be more efficient, you're going to play better, you're going to be happy to be there, and it's a good little reminder. All right, we got ourselves an alpha Arbok spawn. This is actually a very important one. First thing in the morning. Good morning to you guys. Arbok is in the Dragon Egg group, so it's probably one of the most important alphas in terms of breeders you could possibly get. And, getting extra IVs, extra stats to breed onto dragon Pokemon is super powerful, super good. So you want it to be male. It's unfortunate that it's female, but we can always breed it one more time, breed up the stats, make it a male breeder, and then put it onto our other dragon Pokemon. I'll see you guys with a catch. All right, here's the catch. The more IVs, the better. I'll take it. 2 times 31, 25 plus-ish in total stats. Very happy with that. Now, I'm on the typical plan today of Jimmy Run plus Articuno hunting. However, I am down to my very last amulet coin, so I will need to be farming them at some point today. Otherwise, I could end up tomorrow needing to do my Jimmy Run with no amulet coin, and that costs you a lot of Pokeyen. So I have to go farm. So I want to make sure I plan ahead of time appropriately on the Ironman, or else you will be punished. There is also a Mudkip catch event today coming up in about 2 hours that I will be preparing for. Here are some of the details for the upcoming Mudkip catch event. It's over at Route 104 in Hoenn, so I probably will have to be popping lures. I'll have to make sure I buy enough expert lures ahead of time from this event. There is a synchronized bonus of +10 for Adamant, which is probably worth it if I'm using quick balls and nest balls, and since the Mudkip is a rare spawn. So actually, yeah, it probably definitely is worth using an Adamant synchronized Pokemon. I'll have to make sure my Adamant synchronized Pokemon is leveled up enough before this event, so that'll be the next thing I go check. And the prize will be a gift Mudkip, 6 times 31s, 1000 RP. Honestly, a Swampert would be amazing for PvP. I'll take it. It's like a pretty decent PvP mon. Nothing amazing. I think it's mostly in the UU tier, if I'm not mistaken. Just kidding. Swampert's moved down to NU. Dude, how things have changed. For those who don't know, I used to play a lot of NU PvP back in like 2013, and I'm used to using things like Abras. Things like Machoke was like meta, in NU. So things have changed a lot where we're seeing things like Swampert in the NU tier. And it's not for the bad, it's just different. I always try to say, I'm not trying to say the NU tier is worse. I definitely just have nostalgia for the old NU Pokemon, and I would love to see things like RU and PU added to Pokemon. I've talked about that ad nauseum on my channel in the past. I think adding RU and PU would make the game a lot more balanced. That's always been my personal argument. The downside is that it makes queue times longer. It makes the PvP community even more spread across more tiers. So it's not just a positive. Even though I would love to see it, I would argue it'd be way more positive for the game overall to go ahead and have more tiers, because the more tiers you have in Pokemon, the more Pokemon are viable, the more balanced those tiers are. When you have something like NU, what happens is in OU you have 50 or so Pokemon. In UU, you have 50 or so Pokemon. And then in NU, you end up with like 400 Pokemon shoved into one tier. The reason being is because everything that is an untiered is also technically an NU. So you end up with all of these Pokemon that are considered NU or lower tiers, and they just can't get used. There's a lot of Pokemon where, like, as long as something like a Blastoise is in NU, a good example is Wartortle, hilariously. Eviolite Wartortle used to be a really good rapid spin option back in the day in NU. Not even that long ago, like 2018, 2019, or 2020s even. There are certain Pokemon that were really solid. Balti Waters, like, Milotics in NU nowadays. Like, a lot of Pokemon are just worse than other Pokemon in this list, so why would you ever play them, right? Like, Kadabra versus Alakazam is one. Kadabra used to be a meta Pokemon. There's no reason to play a lot of Pokemon because there's just better Pokemon on this list. But anyways, we're not here to fix PvP. We're here to play our Iron Man and make some progress. I'm going to go heal up. I'm going to go check our boxes and see what our Adamant synchronized Pokemon is looking like. It shouldn't have to be too high level with a catch event like this over at a low level route. Level 46. Okay, so our synchronized Pokemon should be totally good. That should be plenty for the event. Double check to make sure we have quick balls and nest balls. I'm assuming we do. Yup. Plenty of them because we stocked up recently. It felt really good to stock up on Pokeballs recently. I'm not going to lie. Probably still need more Timer Balls for the future, but for now, we are chilling. Definitely trying to just let my Pokeyen stack grow a little bit. As you can see, it's at 434k, which is nice, but I want to have a couple mil, I think, stocked up at some point. So I'm going to try to spend less Pokeyen and just stack more. Look at this beautiful, I did just realize how many alpha Pokemon are now in my boxes. It's so crazy. You catch them whenever you have a chance, whenever they pop up, and just slowly over time, we start to acquire a nice little collection. Another quick note, PvP rewards did actually change over. So there's a new randoms PvP reward, and it is Cinccino. And this is a weird one. Cinccino is actually a pretty relevant NU Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken. But even then, it falls off every now and again. It's a very weird, like, sometimes it's in the meta sort of pick. It really started picking up popularity. You can see when loaded dice was added is the largely most used thing on this by far. It allows it to use a lot of things like bullet seed and like not double slap, but there's a similar like tail slap. Like there's a lot of multi-hit moves this Pokemon likes to use with technician and loaded dice in combination, so it doesn't have to use the ability skills. Just with skill link, it's not enough. So you get to go technician and loaded dice, have high damage, decently high speed, and do a lot of funny things. Really weird Pokemon. I've never piloted it I don't have much practice piloting this Pokemon, so I don't see myself super gunning for that randoms reward, but I thought it was an interesting one to show off. I'm honestly at the point where I would love to just look to build a proper PvP team. Like I think playing OU is probably one of the big next goals on the account. I've mentioned it a few times. You know what? Let's just go see really quick. If I were to play, do I have 6 Pokemon that I could queue up in OU? Even if it's not a good team, could I possibly do it, you know? And I'm not saying just, 6 level 50 plus Pokemon that are in the tier. I'm saying like decently EV, like this Garchomp, right? Like that one Garchomp that I have that is 2 times 31. This is a PvPable Pokemon. It's Jolly Nature. It's 2 times 31. It's obviously missing all the bulk and a bunch of other stats, but this is usable in PvP. I honestly think I could throw together a ragtag group of Pokemon to play OU with. The problem is like this Typhlosion is cool and all, but in OU without Sun setup, okay, that's where things get a little bit funky wonky, you know? I could use like this Cloyster, like this would be fine-ish. I have to fix a lot of things. So I have like this Tentacruel, which need to be EV trained. I have this Salamence, which would need to switch abilities and then moveset. I would need to moveset a lot of these Pokemon, to be fair. Even my good Hitmontop that I got as a PvP reward is missing a move. Like Endeavor is not the move I want here. I want to replace this with Fake Out or something. The Earthquake. Fake Out's maybe more relevant in doubles. It would want something else here aside from this. Maybe Rapid Spin just to clear rocks and clear hazards where possible. But with this sort of team, like this is queuable. Like I could play OU and it wouldn't be an embarrassment. It's not a well-rounded team. It's not like the best team in the world. Don't get me wrong. But it could be a lot worse, to be honest. I have Gyarados and Garchomp is an inherently like decent combo because things that hit Garchomp for 4 times effectiveness, aka ice moves, you can switch over to Gyarados on and tank pretty well. And the same is true for Gyarados is 4 times weak to lightning, electric attack. You can switch over to the ground type Garchomp there. So you have a bit of combo-ness there in terms of the typings. You have Hitmontop you have the ability pill this. Like this is like not the worst team in the world. The problem is the speed tiers is the main thing that I noticed where like nothing is really quite that fast and nothing is quite that slow. Everything's like kind of in the middle. The speed tiers are clearly the most awkward part of this team by far, in my opinion. And I don't have access to a Choice Scarf, so I couldn't even give my Garchomp or my Typhlosion Choice Scarf to make it fast enough to really be a massive threat, which is really scary. Yeah, that's the awkwardness. It'd be an awkward team for sure, but I would love to queue up some OU and just see what happens, but not quite yet. There's a lot of things that need to be fixed here, so we're going to leave that for another day. But who's to say I won't slowly chip away at this and make something here a usable team? All right, after an insanely long intro to the stream, we had a lot of serious stuff to cover today regarding certain bot dramas and RNG stuff and yada, yada, yada. I don't have time for my gym run, hilariously. I only have 28 minutes until the catch event. So instead of I'll do my gym run after the catch event's over. I'm just going to go do some payday pickup I think in Kanto, maybe even head over to Hoenn early and get myself a Mudkip encounter. So for now, no Jimmy run yet, unfortunately. Just typical Articuno hunting. Maybe I could get it before the event starts and that would be super lucky. Yeah, this is really strange. Someone pointed this out to me. There is no species bonus for Mudkip. So what that actually means is there is no reason to use expert lures to hunt for Mudkip if you're trying to win the event. You'd rather just run back and forth and nest ball, most likely, Poochyenas and Wurmples in the grass over at this location at Route 104 in Hoenn. But yeah, there's no reason. It's very interesting. Because there is no species bonus for Mudkip, there's no reason to go for this very rare, difficult catch. Why would you put in the extra effort if you're trying to win the event? If you want to just catch Mudkip, I'll probably catch one just to get it in my Pokedex, honestly. Yeah, I'll still lure for the first one. But other than that, there's not really a reason, which is honestly really interesting. I almost wonder if it was a mistake and they meant to have Mudkip have a species bonus. Yeah, I almost wonder if it's a mistype. Which dude, the staff have hosted so many events recently. I'm surprised more mistakes don't happen. They do a great job and very few mistakes happen. Grass, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead. We still have 20 minutes. That's kind of early, actually. I'm starting 20 minutes early, which is kind of crazy, but let's see if we can find ourselves a mudkip. All right, shout out to Tom Hosnier. Can't believe I'm saying that, but it's true. Shout out to our British boy Tom, and then shout out to Special for actually like responding to this and communicating. Very nice of them. This is in regards to the mudkip thing. It's not a typo. We don't give bonuses for lure exclusive species, and it could be seen as pay to win. I never knew this. I never realized, like, to me, lures are so cheap, about 15,000 Pokeyen per hour. I've never, is this a new thing? Because I feel like they used to, right? Maybe I just didn't think about it. That's crazy to me. They don't give bonuses for lure. I kind of respect it. Anything to help the new player, I respect. Don't get me wrong. I kind of respect this change. I just didn't know it was in place. So now we have in writing, we don't give bonuses, species bonuses to lure exclusive species, at least from this point onward. That's good to know for future catch events. All right, here is our first catch of the event. The event has officially just started. Good luck to everybody participating. Here is our very first catch. I will not be repopping lures to catch mudkips after this, since it's not worth it. I just wanted to go ahead and catch one for the Pokedex. We need a little Pokedex entry as well. And honestly, this is what you want to see in a new catch, dude. 20 plus in HP, defense, special defense. Every Pokemon pretty much need those stats. You love to see it. That is honestly a really decent / easy great way to start a mudkip breed. And I think we could actually, now that I've bred that 5x31 Charizard, which was hard as hell, I really am so much more confident in my ability to just breed 20 to 25 plus in three stats, 2 times the correct nature. Like, breeding good Compmons will be so much easier than breeding a 5x31 with correct nature. This is a nice breeder catch. I love stuff like this, man. I always say every Pokemon needs the defenses and the speed. This is like, it's crazy like how perfect of a breeder this is. Beautiful catch there. It is the end of an era, fellas. You know, it was an honor to have Mike Tyson create an Iron Man account for our PokeMMO team, but he's got to get back to boxing, I assume. GG's team was good running with you. I like this in the Discord. I'm going to leave teams not enough time with the new job. Dude, he is prioritizing more important things, new job, and playing his main account, I believe. I'd rather use what little time I can play on my main account, but it was fun. Dude, salutes and shout outs to Michael Tyson, man. Sir Mike Tyson, it was an honor fighting with you, King. I hope you enjoy the new job. I hope the new job treats you well, and I hope the main account's fun. You know, I respect a ton Iron Men who realize they don't have time for it or want to move on. You know, can't do everything in life. It makes sense, and free up space for other members. So we now have 2 open spaces in the Iron Man team. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, beautiful. I was catching 1 Tailo for the Pokedex. Adamant Nature. This thing is 1 breed away. It needs to be bred with a Ditto is the only unfortunate thing. This is 1 breed away from being a Comp Swellow, which is a very relevant competitive Pokemon. Is it NU? I can't see. It's between NU, I believe, a lot of the times. Staraptor's a great, or Swellow, sorry, Swellow is a great Pokemon. I'll take it, man. Hell yeah. Now this is not catch event winning. This is a very good statted Pokemon. 151 is it? If it was Adamant, it would be like, it's still not really worth 3rd place, but very, very above average catch. 31 Spatak, 25 plus, and so many stats. Just missing Spadef. Great catch. Very happy with that. Another great breeder. We're only 18 minutes into the event. Another 20 plus in HP, defense, special defense, and speed breeder. Hell yeah, man. This is my best catch for the event so far, towards 4th place for the lowest thing. It's 33. Definitely would not take 4th place. I don't think it's quite low enough. But it's a cool catch to talk about. It's a pretty, I got an above average catch and a below average, like above average low catch. So lucky catch event for me so far. Even though I'm probably not going to win anything, gotten good breeders, gotten, you know, above average and lower catches. That's what you want to see. Like, that's, I see a lot of over complaining when it comes to catch events. This is a good, you know, it's good to appreciate. This is a great event. This is a positive event in my opinion for me. Dude, I've gotten a lot of good catches this event. This is a very lucky event for me, even though I'm not going to win anything in the event itself. A lot of amazing breeders. This is so good. 150, even bold, like this could be used. This is an amazing bold Volcarona breeder if I want to go defensive Volcarona. That's actually so sick. Yet another amazing breeder. That is the end of the catch event. This is my final catch, I believe. Did I actually catch it in time? I caught it 13 seconds after, so it doesn't even count. But, dude, 20 plus in all the physical attack stats. The nature is irrelevant, but like, I caught a lot of good breeders this event. Let's head back to our PC, sort things out. I don't think I caught anything worth submitting, but we'll double check. A lot of great breeders to add to our boxes. Very happy with this event. All right, we've got our box sorting music loud and clear blasting. That means you know what time it is. It is time for some box sorting over on the Iron Man account. We have once again filled up our 1x31, our noted box, and now we're bleeding over into our UT box with good Pokemon, with good stats. Things like this Tailo, which could be bred up, Adamant. I want to go ahead and start actually finishing some of these breeds and putting some of the work into that, but I want to stack my Pokeyen before I really start doing a lot of those breeds. So we'll see how that goes. I cleared a lot of space over here. I now need to go through. We did our initial moving good IV Pokemon over stage. Now we need to go through the double check stage, where we essentially just go through and double check, you know, what Pokemons can we get rid of still here, what do we want to keep. I'm gonna go ahead and go through mostly the boxes where we caught a lot of stuff, but the catch events like this Spinda can get released, and a lot of this stuff will get moved over to this box titled release. We can go ahead and release it all in unison over there, and hopefully release at least 60 Pokemon. One full box Pokemon would be ideal. Dude, nice. I'm really proud of myself for staying on top of my boxes the way that I have. I'm not gonna lie. I've only had, look at this, 2.5 boxes of Pokemon now in my first few boxes. The dream would be to only have like 1 or 2, but when you're still completing your Pokedex, it's a bit tougher to know what exactly needs to be kept. So I give myself a little leeway there. But box 4 and 5 are now totally empty, and I can just go ahead and release a full batch of 60 Pokemon. See you later, soldiers. I appreciate for what you did, but you know what? It's time to go. Release all. Boom. Hurts a little bit, but it's important to have box space for all the future catch events and just everything you do on the accounts. Really important to clean up and stay on top of your box sorting on an Iron Man account, especially with no PC expansion drives. All right, it is officially time for our 10th ever Jimmy run on the account, which feels really cool. I'm not gonna lie. This is number 10, but also with it being number 10, it's our last amulet coin. So I will have to farm amulet coins after this run, or I'll be out of luck. So we're going to farm some amulet coins after this, as well as farm for hopefully Articuno or the legendaries. Let's go ahead and get our Jimmy run started though. And I'll see you guys hopefully with some good amulet coin farming afterwards. Yeah, yesterday I had the best Jimmy run on the account by far. It was actually the first day I've made over 250k from one Jimmy run. So I'm going to try to do that today. What I did was, I did it off stream. I just skipped every single problematic gym. That's really was the whole strategy. So we're going to hope that works today. There's plenty of gyms to do. I'm just going to try to skip as much as possible and skip around and not take those risks, you know? We don't really need to on this run. So we're going to see how that plays out today. Oh my God, did the believers actually win? Dude, this is the first time that I make over 250k, and I think I did. Believers caught the rarest W, 688. I think it was minus 434. I'll have to double check the VOD. That is over 250k within one Jimmy run, dude. I'm gonna fact check it. I think the believers won. That is so hype. That's the first time it took me 10 Jimmy runs to realize I should just skip the riskier gyms to finally let the believers win. But that's so hype, dude. After fact checking, yes, 434k was the starting amount. The believers finally got it, dude. Even though the doubters, so if you don't know, when I do my Jimmy run on stream, we do a gamba on Twitch chat, and people can vote whether or not I will make over 250k or not. And I've not been able to do it yet. And the doubters, who are people who didn't think I would do it, they strategically rage baited me during the run to rant about a PokeMMO topic, and then later admitted they rage baited me just to distract me from the run to give them a higher chance of winning, and they still lost. This is a proud day for the believers, boys. I appreciate people who actually think that I could lock in enough to make a humble 250k in a Jimmy run, but I'm happy to get it, man. You know what? That's progress. We're getting a little. It's cool to see like the average of our Jimmy run Pokeyen moneymaker method like go up and up as we practice the run more. Even with my hours, you know, we still gotta hone in the new run. So that is Jimmy run number 10 completed. Let's head over to Island 1 and do a little bit of amulet coin farm before we do anything else, because otherwise I'll forget that I won't have amulet coins for future runs. All right, as with a lot of things in PokeMMO, I did get interrupted before actually going to do my amulet coin farming. There's an alpha Crawdon spawn over in Hoenn, so I'm gonna catch this alpha really quick. Crawdon is in a weird egg group, is he not? Isn't he like water C or something? He actually is a pretty relevant. His hit ability is actually very relevant. Adaptability is what makes Crawdon strong. So getting him as like a breeder for a Crawdon for OU is like actually very relevant. Really good OU, probably a really good Trick Room Pokemon in OU as well with 55 base speed. He is in the he's in Water A. Water C is not a very good A group. Water A is very good. It has like Dragonite and stuff like that. So Water A is a very, very good A group. I think Kindra's there as well. I'm gonna go ahead and get started on this catch though. Okay, I Giga Omega fucked up this fight by accidentally lava pluming the Crawdon to do like a little bit of damage, but not do too much with Eruption. And it's a 30% chance to burn, which is my fault. I burned it, and now I can't put it to sleep. So now I'm in this super weird situation where I'm just gonna throw a few timer balls. If I get lucky, sure, I'm probably gonna have to redo this fight. There's no way. There's no way. Okay, that makes sense. I don't deserve this catch. I fucked up. Okay, but never mind. Because I'm consistently the luckiest Iron Man, dude, he crab hammered my dry skin Parasect, which allowed me to dodge an extra one more turn, which allowed me to timer ball it and catch it. So dude, that's crazy. Anyways, Docile, 2 times 31, 25 plus some other stats, only missing 1 stat, 20 plus. Great breeder. Will very much use this Crawdon in the future. I'm really valuing alphas more. That whole Charizard bonanza just really made me value alphas more and more and more. Those guaranteed 2 times 31s, so relevant, man. I am officially pretty deep into my legendary hunt for the month of June. I do want to knock off about 1,000 to 1,200 encounters that I've done via catch events and like it's a little bit of XP training and other things, so it's not, you know, fully, but I started at 5,000 encounters. So if we do like, let's just do 12,000. I think I'm probably about 7,000 encounters deep into the legendary hunt, which is a little overrate, but not that bad. I think and it's a good thing to push, like let you guys know, like you're gonna go dry sometimes. The last Moltres I went like 2,500 to 3,000 encounters for. You can't expect to go. I see a lot of people go wet on a hunt and then go dry on the next hunt and still be mad. That's crazy to me. You can't. It's RNG's gonna even out, man. Like you can't be mad if you're wet on a hunt and dry, or dry and then wet. You gotta just give it time. Let RNG. It's a big thing I try to encourage. The more time you put in, the more RNG will even out, and you gotta just hope it does. A lot of people get really unlucky legitimately. I see a lot of people complaining about being like, you know, 5K adrenaline, and it's okay to like be a little frustrated, but just be careful with the level of complaining, I guess you do, is what I would encourage. It's gonna hurt yourself more than anything, not, you know, those that you're complaining to. So a little positive reminder, just keep going. Good luck to you. I wish you the best of luck, and hopefully we see something soon on this account. But if I go 10K dry or I miss out the whole month, it sucks. It really sucks. It could really impact my ability to do raids in the coming fall, right? But it is what it is. All you can do is do the encounters, do what you can control. Alrighty, in typical Patrouski fashion, during the stream, I totally forgot what I was doing, and I forgot to go amulet coin farm. It just slipped my mind. There was a lot of other discussion going on, usually about movies and food and yada yada. If you want to see me rant and ramble about random topics while I grind on the Ironman account, check out the streams, usually Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET. But for now, I am going to finally head over to amulet coin farming. I desperately need to do this. I'm literally fully out of amulet coins. So we have our first king over here. If you don't know, I go ahead and do this really cool strategy where I use Imprison with Nasty Plot and Screech in my my move slots, and that makes it so that the Meowths here will always go ahead and attack, and then I switch over to my Pickpocket Weavile in response to that. So if I find a horde of Meowths and I frisk and I do see an amulet coin, I will always get it guaranteed, and this just makes it so comfy. Sometimes I'll end up with a Quick Claw, and if that happens, you know, it happens. What are you gonna do? And then if I get a Ponyta horde with an item, I also just run from that because it's usually just like a Rost berry or certain berries, and those aren't worth it. So I'll see you guys when I have hopefully at least 10 amulet coins or so, but even less than that would be fine. We'll just go ahead and get a nice stack started. Yeah, I don't know if that's... Oh my god, I got a shiny! What? A shiny Ponyta! What? 13,005 now. Dude, I just started amulet coin farming. I've been recording for 1 minute on this whole recording. I usually record for like hours and hours and what the... Okay, normally, oh my goodness. This is gonna be a whole ass meme. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I'm gonna keep this a secret. Well, no, I can't. Oh, can I? I have to stream tomorrow. I can't get back to 13,000 something encounters. That would be so funny if I could keep it secret. I don't think I'm gonna be able to. I'm gonna screenshot this. Dude, that's so funny. What? There should be no way this thing can kill itself. I think I just go ahead and sit here and like thief the non-shiny ones. I think that's all I do here. It could have takedown. There's no rage powder stuff. Oh, that's so funny, dude. What? The Iron Man luck continues. It's just so crazy, man. 13,590 encounters. I swear I did like so few. That's so wild. I've done 3 sweet scent here's. What the fuck? 3 sweet scents here. That's crazy. That's like almost so wild. I'm gonna go to my Weavile, I guess. What the fuck? I've done 3 sweet scents here. I'm here for less than 1 inventory. I was just single encountering for Articuno. That's so crazy. That's so wild. Wow. Okay. Sorry, I'm like so I'm just amazed. I have a big plate of fish sticks I was about to eat. I haven't. I'm just stunned. I was about to eat my dinner, but instead I just get a shiny Ponyta. What the fuck? I don't even know if I'll have to. I was like calling to my wife, but I don't know if I'll even have to cut this clip. It's just so weird. It's so weird. I'm in a Night Slash. My Weavile took so much damage, I will say, from the fire type attacks. That's okay. I'll probably have to just awakening or wake up my Bayonets. Not a big deal. My Smeargle doesn't have a KO move, so I do, need to be careful there. There's no concern of the shiny running out of PP. So crazy. That's just so crazy. Am I gonna die to Fire Spin? Okay, I got 1 more attack off. That's fine. I'll take that. 1 more attack off. Kill. Dude, that's so funny. Okay. I'm trying to think. The weird thing is shiny Ponyta / Rapidash is not that usable on an Iron Man account. You can't get Flame Body, I believe, because it's a hidden ability, I think, if I recall correctly. And I'd have to get a hidden ability. I have to get Prismatic Pearls to transfer hidden ability onto this, so that's probably not happening. I'm gonna go my Parasect here, I think. Do I have a KO move on this? Okay, I do, yeah. I was like, wait a minute. I can Rock Smash the baby one. Why does it have Hypnosis? That's so funny that the shiny Ponyta has Hypnosis. Wow, okay. Wow, I'm okay. What turn is it? I can like timer ball this probably. It is turn 6. I am gonna Spore. I'm dodging everything. I'm not going to False Swipe here just in case it has takedown. We've seen Fire Spin, Stomp, Hypnosis. It might not, but just in case. Just in case. Instead, I'm going to go ahead and just do this. It's so funny. If you know me, I have a long history with shiny Ponyta. And on the main account, I hate shiny Ponyta. It's actually like my least favorite shiny in the whole game. At least in terms of... But like on the Iron Man account, I mean, I'll take anything. I have no beef with that. That's crazy, dude. 1 times 31 attack. I will take it. No other stats. Wasn't expecting anything crazy. Wow. I'll take it. Beautiful. We've reset the encounter counter to 0. Was not expecting a shiny this episode. That is wild. Down to 0 we go. Now, I'm going to go heal up really quick. Get back. I was trying to... I got a shiny before I got 1 amulet coin. I was just trying to farm amulet coins. Oh, it's so crazy. Well, okay. Back to shiny hunting. I'm just stunned. I'm going to eat my fish sticks and hopefully see you guys with some amulet coins. Jeez Louise. Thanks for watching. Like the video. Subscribe. All that jazz. All right, I am back about 5 hours later. Did a lot of amulet coin farming. Probably only about 3 hours of actual farming. Really on and off, just watching movies, hanging out, relaxing while making some progress. There we go. 20 amulet coins added. That will give us a ton of Jimmy runs in the future. That's going to equate to 20 amulet coins. What's the math on that? We'll bring up our calculator for a quick sec here over on the right-hand part of our screen. We'd end up doing around... We make around 250k. Per Jimmy run, not perfect, but around that, and then times 20, that's going to be 5 million Pokeyen essentially of Jimmy runs. So that's awesome. And oh yeah, I mean we do have this this shiny Ponyta, I guess now. That's kind of fucking crazy. I still haven't really. I just can't believe this happened. It was just so out of nowhere. Yeah, new shiny on the account, man. At 347 hours. Also back up to almost 2,000 encounters just doing all that amulet coin farming. I think I got really, really, really bad luck on the amulet coin farming, though, I will say, which is why it took so long just to get 20 of them. I feel like previously I was doing like 8 an hour, and I think I got 20 within like 3 to 4 hours of farming. It was quite, quite a bit. So, but you know what? Not trying to complain. Once again, like my luck has been insane on the account, so it only makes sense on some things. I'm going to go a little dry. I might go do a little bit of payday pickuping before bed, but it is currently 12:22 a.m. So I'll probably just see you guys tomorrow for Thursday stream. Alrighty, good morning. It is a bright and early Thursday on the Iron Man account. I was doing a little bit of Articuno farming. As you can see, I'm up to 700,000 Pokeyen, which is super nice. I'm going to be doing a Jimmy run later on stream. Just woke up a little bit early today, so doing a little bit of grinding before stream. I'm at 1,900 encounters since that very sporadic shiny Ponyta, which I still haven't processed. I dreamed last night about getting a shiny on this account, which I haven't done in a very long time. I always say, when you start dreaming about the video games you're playing, that's how you know you're in deep. I dreamed about getting a shiny Petalil, and I'm very vividly, I dreamed about getting a shiny Petalil in a double encounter with an Arbok. And I remember specifically the shiny Petalil was level 17. I don't think this is how it actually is, it's just a dream. But I remember it was level 17, and I false swiped it and didn't deal with the Arbok first, and then I went to go deal with the Arbok, and I realized the Petalil learned takedown at level 17, and I was like going through my party trying to figure out how I could solve this, and eventually I just had to bite the bullet and like try to take out the Arbok, and the Petalil used takedown and killed itself. So I had a shiny last night, or a dream last night, that I lost a shiny on the account, which I haven't had a dream like that about a game in a very, very long time. That usually means you're pretty into it, so I take that as a green flag, as a good sign. All right, so initially I was actually going to go do some EV training, but I think I'm switching up plans for one massive reason. I'm actually doing a streamathon coming up this Sunday and also leading into Monday. I set the stipulation that I will stream for at least 1 hour for every single factor sub that I get, and I actually still don't know if this is real. I don't know if this is someone doing some sort of loophole to raise the numbers, but somehow I went from 8 factor subs yesterday night, now up to 28 factor subs. That's 28 hours of streaming. Now, thankfully, I make the stipulation that I'm allowed to stream for 14 hours and then sleep a full 8-9 hours. That'll, 14 hours gives me time to essentially stream all day, still shower, maybe get like an hour of exercise, walking in with the wife, et cetera, et cetera. Live a mostly healthy life, hilariously, while still playing video games for 14 hours a day. Obviously, sitting that long is not great. We take tons of stretch breaks every 3 hours or so. But that's the plan. So I want to save as much grindy activities as possible for that 28 hours of stream. That's a long time of streaming. I need to make sure I have enough content set up for that. Obviously, Articuno hunting and Raikou hunting is going to take the forefront of my mind, and it's honestly kind of perfect timing because those dates are going to end up being on June 29th and June 30th, aka the last 2 days for me to hunt for the legendary Pokemon. So it's kind of lining up perfectly, and hopefully 28 hours is enough time to maybe even get both of them if I'm lucky enough. But I do want to go ahead and actually do some breeding is my initial point. I was going to do some EV training, possibly even EV train my shiny Corsola finally, maybe even, my shiny Ponyta that's now sitting over here. I'm going to move that over to my UT box, even though it's not amazing. I'll probably just end up EV training this 252 attack, 252 speed, just to use it for something or have it around. But I want to have as many Pokemon that need EV trained, that need XP trained as possible, essentially. So I'm going to go ahead and head over to my 1x31s. I have so many Pokemon here, obviously, that need to be bred. So the more I breed, the better. I'm going to look for some quick breeds to do it, maybe even create some long-term PVM Pokemon right now, similar to that Sandile we crafted and haven't been able to use quite yet. I want to keep an eye out for more important raid Pokemon like that. And with that information in mind, that brings us up to our first breed, aka a beautiful Poison Heal Gliscor. You see, Gliscor is one of the most important Pokemon in OU, and I really want to build myself a good PvP team, specifically in OU. The reason why I want to focus on OU, I've talked about it vaguely in the past, but really number one, because OU is actually the easiest constructed tier to get into as a new player. There's a lot of people that play OU, so you have more chance to run into new players, like-minded players like yourself, and win more games. When you're queuing for things like NU or UU, I used to be a big NU player, for example, you've run into a lot of experts and specialists. Most people playing NU are really good at NU, so you have to be able to hold your own, and that's very, very difficult. Now, the other thing is the rewards themselves. The OU reward right now, which I won't be able to get, but it's usually very powerful Pokemon, right? In OU, you get OU reward Pokemon, which are powerful Pokemon, which will also be good in PVM. Most of the rewards you often see in lower tiers aren't as good in PVM, things like Cinccino. Now, this NU example is actually an outlier. Honchkrow is amazing for the Red Refight, so that's a cool one. We also have Porygon Z over here in UU, not very good in PVM, honestly, a good storyline runs, but a pretty good example. Doubles, we see Garchomp. Doubles is obviously a high tier, so it makes sense. But yeah, Conkeldurr in OU. So very powerful Pokemon right here. Doing OU is going to get you more powerful Pokemon in general. Let's go ahead and carry through with this breed. We can actually see I'm doing a few specific things here. I'm actually Everstoning my Venomoth, so I am risking a roll here on my defense. I'm hoping this at least medium roll. Same with the HP is that, like, There's a bit of RNG here, unfortunately. I'm not guaranteed passing the speed. There's a lot. There's 3 times 31s that could roll here. It's only coming out guaranteed Spadef. This is a very, very, very weird breed, but it's kind of the best I can do. I'm going to put this bad boy in a luxury ball, and hopefully this will be the last breed. Gligar, make it female so I can rebreed it if I need to. I'm Everstoning the careful nature because that is really, really relevant nature, and nature is more important most of the time than IVs. We can head back over to our little page here, go over to Gliscor. Poison Heal, the hidden ability, which I thankfully do have with it being alpha, is used all the time. I do need a Toxic Orb for this, which is the big downside, so I'm going to have to find myself a Toxic Orb, either by finding one in the wild, which is very rare, or getting the BP to actually purchase one. So that'll be a difficult thing, but I think it is worth breeding this for the future. Most of them come out, you want them to be impish or careful nature, which is exactly what I'm doing. So I'm actually able to get the second most used move here, which is amazing. Gliscor it can be a stall Pokemon, which I don't want to play. Don't get me wrong. No, I want to say no disrespect to stall players, but maybe a little bit of disrespect to stall players. Not generally a fun archetype to play in Pokemon, especially not very fun to play against. So I have no plans to build stall. This Gliscor will definitely be a faulty pivot Pokemon for my team, allowing me to set up rocks, U-turn out, and have it switch into certain things to hold together, be the glue that holds together a more competitive, offensive, balanced team. At the moment, I'm not trying to construct the most perfectly well-balanced PvP team. I'm honestly just breeding and creating a lot of PvP Pokemon that I like and I enjoy, and I kind of want to pilot for fun, as well as I know could be very powerful on an Ironman account. I'm definitely prioritizing Pokemon that can set up once or twice and take over games. That is a quick way to get some cheap wins in PokeMMO PvP when you're not the best player in the world. Hopefully I actually learn and get better over time, which I'm sure I will, but it's a nice little way to start. Next up, we have this Larvesta. I do want to go ahead and breed this sucker up and try to get it to be a Volcarona. Quiver Dance Volcarona, very powerful, very important. You gotta respect that bad boy in PvP. Now, thankfully, the one Larvesta I caught, a very, very rare wild spawn, actually has 1, 2, 3 of the 5 stats that it needs. That's really, really good, man. 20 plus in Spatak, Spadef, and HP. I will happily take that. Now, we do need a Ditto to match this thing up, and that Ditto is either going to want like a high speed, 31 speed, or a high defense. I'm going to look around a little bit. I could arguably even look for one that has the correct nature that I want. It has to be a Ditto, because it has to come out as a Larvesta, and obviously getting more Larvestas would be extremely difficult. Let's go ahead and see defense. I'm not going to breed my one Alpha Ditto for this, even though it is modest. That's honestly pretty tempting, but not worth it here. I'm not going to throw that away for this quite yet. I can definitely do multiple breeds on this. I'm looking for 31 speed with a Ditto. It does need to be 20 plus in the other stats is the only concern. I could HP brace the 29 HP. That is totally fine. This might actually work, this Ditto right here. And it's also not throwing away the most valuable Ditto in the world, which is something I do want to concern myself with. It is adamant 31 speed, so I'd rather use this one, which isn't like throwing away a good nature. This one I could go ahead, and I think this would also work. I could go ahead and special attack brace the attack on my Larvesta, speed brace the speed, and get this bad boy going. This is most likely just the start to the breed. I doubt this will be the final breed for a competitive Larvesta. Actually, I don't think it's even possible. I'd have to get that defense stat up, which is just absolutely crucial. I'm definitely going to pay the 5K to make this female. Boom. And I'm really hoping, I'm just thinking about that Gligar egg. There's so many rolls that are happening here. Only 31 Spadef is guaranteed. We got to keep that in mind. All right, hilariously, there's actually an Alpha Corsola right now, which is a really good Water A egg group breeder. Water A and Water C, but Water C is not nearly as good. Water A is very, very good, being the same egg group as Dragonite and things like Kingdra, if I recall correctly. Water A is just generally a very powerful, very powerful egg group. All right, but before we go do that Alpha, our Gligar did hatch. We have a lot of rolls to see here. It came out careful. That's expected. We did randomly. This is so good. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. It medium rolled HP. I think it medium rolled defense, and then it high roll attack. This beautiful, beautiful Gligar will do absolute wonders. That's all I needed. I didn't want to low roll any of the important things, but it was kind of risky. Like I could have low rolled. I think I might have low rolled Spatak, which is the luckiest option. Oh, that's amazing. That's a beautiful, beautiful Gligar. The question will become, how do I actually EV train it? That is up for debate. Do I go 252 HP, 252 SPDEF to lean into the special defense bulk? Do I just go 252 HP, 252 defense? There's actually a lot of decisions there. I could go 252 HP, split the defenses 126 each. I don't think I want to go into attack, but I could if I wanted like a super aggressive Gliscor, but I think a lot of my team's going to be super aggressive. I don't think this is the place to go super aggressive. If you guys have suggestions on how I should EV train that, let me know in the comments. All right, here we are at the alpha course. So let's go ahead and jump into the counter. Got to record just in case of a one-day Shalfa happening, but no Shalfa today. That's expected. That's okay. It's female, which is honestly unfortunate. It is 75% chance for it to be female, so it's a much greater chance, so it makes sense. Would have loved for this to be a male breeder, but that's okay. Can't have everything. I'll see you guys with the catch. Well, this Corsola encounter is causing me a little bit of problems. It did become indignant, so it's now +3 in every stat. If I don't catch it here in typical Iron Man fashion, I'm probably cooked. Come on. I mean, it's every time. Every time. That's okay. What are you going to do? Well, 3 times 31. I'll take it happily. We got to get back to other things, but thank you, Corsola. All right, my Larvesta did hatch. Let's go ahead and check it out. It did randomly roll mild, which is like arguably usable. The problem, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I think the defense stat is pretty relevant on Volcarona. Like you actually do want to be somewhat bulky on this thing. Actually, especially your defense stat, because you're usually boosting your special defense with Quiver Dance. So your special defense like can be managed and taken care of in that way. You don't have that same luxury with your defense. Your defense to keep you alive while you set up is really important. So I don't think I'm going to Everstone that nature. Let's go see if we have a breeder. I think I have been like really purposeful in catching a bunch of bug A group breeders though. So let's see what we have. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I have way less breeders for Larvesta than I realized. I have exactly 1 Wurmple with Bold Nature, which is very, 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 very good. That actually pairs up perfectly with this Larvesta. You actually can go Bold Volcarona. It's one of the more played ones. Let's go check. Usually you go like Timid or Modest, but you can go Bold as well. Bold usually goes like Leftovers, Bold. I think you can go, I forget if this thing gets Roost. I always forget. But I believe you can go some crazy set that is like Quiver Dance, Bold, you go Bulky, you go like 252 HP, 252 defense, and basically just get like as bulky as possible to allow yourself to set up Quiver Dances and be unkillable, and you can even sustain with Giga Drains. Yeah, no Roost, that would be a little crazy, but you do have access to like Giga Drain for some sustain and just doing shenanigans. This is also Larvesta instead of Volcarona's move pool. To be fair, I don't have Volcarona in my deck, so I might be missing something there. The question becomes, do I really want to go ahead and use this 1 Wurmple on this Larvesta? The honest answer is I don't think I do, sadly. I think I'd rather go ahead and get this defense stat up, if that makes sense. Get this defense stat up first and then breed with the Wurmple and just go for Bold. I didn't really want a Bold Volcarona, I will say. I think I prefer Modest or Timid on this thing, so man, I don't want to quite finish up this breed yet. I can't even Everstone this in 1 breed. The problem is I'd have to defend. I have to brace the 21 defense, which kind of defeats the purpose. So I don't want to use this Wurmple quite yet. I don't see that being the value. Yeah, other than that, I sadly just don't have any other bug Pokemon. I probably could create a breeder. That might be the next step. It might be worth, like this Wurmple is really interesting. It might be worth to create a breeder for this Larvesta. All right, I might have actually found the perfect breeding pair. So I have this Wurmple here with 25 plus in HP, defense, special defense, and speed, and it needs special attack. That's the thing that's missing. And then I have this male Lediba over here, 31 attack. I can go ahead and brace that onto it, brace the HP on this Wurmple, and create an amazing Pokemon. So I think that's going to be the strat. We'll be losing speed with this, but that's fine. We have 31 speed over on this Larvesta, so we should be totally good. I'm going to go grab the braces and start this breed. It felt really interesting to do a lot of breeds in this episode. I apologize if it's not the most interesting piece of content. I'm honestly not sure how people will receive this sort of video, so if you have feedback, please let me know. In my personal opinion, breeding is so much of the PokeMMO endgame, and this sort of puzzle-solving aspect with the Pokemon that you guys have literally seen me caught throughout the whole series and call out like, oh wow, later on that could be a Larvesta breeder. I find it very satisfying, and I hope you guys find it that way as well. I think it's very, very cool to see the pieces that we literally call out, you know, 2-3 episodes ago end up becoming those exact pieces we prophesized about. But I could also understand how seeing me run in and out of the daycare isn't the most exciting content at all times. Whoa, this just happened in live time. Oh, I'm really glad I was online for that. Did you guys see that at the bottom of the screen? That's crazy. That was the 200. I've never been online at the time where that had happened. 11 seconds ago. I'm so glad I caught that. That's so cool. Your account's reward balance has been updated plus 250. That is the RP that I got from getting 4th place in that catch event with the Rodriguez. That was so cool to see that in live time. I've never seen that before, even though I think that's the 4th or 5th catch event that I've placed in my lifetime. Probably done around 140 or so catch events in PokeMMO in my lifetime. Pretty lucky, honestly. That's a lot of catch event placements. Yeah, here's the Rodriguez itself, the 4th place winner. Couldn't believe it. So we have that 250 RP now, dude. Nice. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm going to go ahead and spend it, I think. I'm going to go ahead and spend it. My next purchase would probably be like the burger hat, hilariously. But obviously, don't have that right now. Don't want to go for that right now. I could potentially save this, but I don't want to. I think I'm going to go ahead and get myself the Fly Ocarina, because this is a legitimate, pragmatic purchase. A lot of the ocarinas are not needed. People always ask, should I buy all the ocarinas? No. Most of the ocarinas are paying for convenience. You don't need the ocarinas. One of the exceptions might be the Fly Ocarina, specifically with gym reruns and with certain strategies, with certain gameplay loops. Having the Fly Ocarina is going to allow me. There we go. We just got it. Having the Fly Ocarina is going to allow me to do gym reruns without having to have a Moltres or a Wingull or certain Pokemon in my party. It could actually also be pretty good for XP training with the XP Reamplifier and not needing fly Pokemon in my party, and it's sucking up XP for that reason. So very happy, very, very happy with that Fly Ocarina. That's a permanent addition to the account. The only problem is now I have 50 RP left over, and that can't really buy anything. I think it can maybe buy dyes. No, not even. The dyes are 75. So yeah, that's the only awkward thing, is that 50 RP is going to sit there for quite a while on the account. But maybe one day we'll use it. Honestly, it's kind of a cool little extra trophy. And there is our Wurmple hatch. Let's go check it out. Lonely Nature is not relevant. The stats came out about as expected. Not 31 defense. It is 31 Spatak. Now, the only awkward part is, I don't think I can brace this Spatak. I don't know if that was worth bracing on the previous breed then, but I think it's still worth it. You still want to have those high numbers for those rolls. I think the best way to handle this breed is by going with a speed brace on my Larvesta and a defense brace on my Wurmple. This feels really bad, I'm not gonna lie. We're missing this 31 Spatak, which would be super nice. We're gonna have a chance to roll it. It is a 12.5% chance, very low chance to high roll that. So it's unlikely. We do want to pay for it to be female. We need a nature roll here as well, as the other massive problem. So this might not be done yet. Probably not done yet. It'd have to roll a lot of things well, but let's just go ahead and get that breed one step further into the process. All right, the Larvesta did hatch. It came out with really, really good IVs, as you can see here. 27 defense, 28 HP, 25 Spatak, 25 special defense, 31 speed. Amazing, amazing stats. And it is wrong nature. And that was a big risk. That was, it was expected even. So we will have to get this thing a proper nature in the future, but it's a really nice, solid start to a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Volcarona. All right, I was actually sorting through my boxes really quick, just doing something else after the Larvesta hatch, and I think this list of natures you can see here in the bottom left-hand corner, this is what I need left to finish my entire team of all synchronized Pokemon. So I still need a brave synchronized Pokemon, impish, timid, jolly, naive, mild, and rash. That's not too many. It's about, what is that, 3, 6, 7? That's kind of a lot of natures, I'm going to be honest, but it's not too shabby. I do have a few down here that need to be ability pilled, but I went ahead and just moved all the Abras and stuff over to this box where I can have them in the future. Getting every single synchronized Pokemon is on my list. Having one of each, well, at least all the good ones. To be fair, I don't count like lax or jolly natures in that list, because they're just not beneficial. They're not, like, you never want a lax natured Pokemon as plus defense minus special defense. Nobody wants that. That's just kind of like a meme nature, and you'll almost never see those. Like 99% of catch events, you'll almost never see those pop up in catch events. Synchronized Pokemon, if you happen to not know, they give you a very decently increased chance to encounter Pokemon with the same nature as that Pokemon. It's a 20% chance if you actually lead. So we can go ahead and lead our party and see Synchronize will pop up in the top left hand corner. 20% chance for wild Pokemon to match nature, which is very relevant for certain Pokemon farming, farming competitive Pokemon, farming breeders, and extremely important for catch events as well. So having one of each synchronized Pokemon is a really cool little intermediate term goal, mid-term goal to go ahead and shoot for. and I'm about 7 Pokemon away from it at the moment. I wanted to go ahead and talk about that. I can actually go farm for those and do that while doing my Articuno hunt. So I'm probably going to go ahead and go live here in a quick sec, do my typical stream recap, do a gym rerun to start the stream always, and then after that gym rerun, hopefully I remember, I might forget, but hopefully I remember to go farm some synchronized Pokemon over in Kanto. I did want to quickly mention, someone actually did go ahead and bring up recently that I could farm Xatu/Natsu over in one of the Safari Zones, and that is not a bad idea at all. That would be a much more cost-effective way to catch my synchronized Pokemon. So honestly, I really liked that suggestion. However, I'm not going to do it because the speed tier really matters. Xatu is like a 45 base speed Pokemon. It's actually like quite slow. Whereas Kadabra, not even Alakazam, but Kadabra has a base stat speed of 105. So having fast synchronized Pokemon so you can run away from every wild Pokemon that you encounter is very, very, very important. You don't want to get stuck with a brave Pokemon, a minus speed nature one that can't run from battles when you're trying to farm something. That can be a pain in the butt. You also want to spend as little time and effort, you know, training your synchronized Pokemon as possible. If you are spending a bunch of time XP training all these to level 100 or level 70, that's a lot of time waste that could be spent on other things. So I like to keep my synchronized Pokemon nice and simple. So I'll be farming some Abras. All right, we are back on the Iron Man for a beautiful morning on stream. I'm going to go ahead and pop one of my 20 newfound amulet coins. Go ahead and jump into this gym run. Hopefully make some decent Pokeyen. I want to stick to the more found strategy of actually just skipping the risky gyms. For a while, I was doing the risky gyms. I make a lot more Pokeyen if I just skip them. So I'm going to try to stick to that, try to do that. And today I have my XP share Breloom in the back, as well as my Garchomp. Since we have that newfound Flyawk Arena, it actually allows me to do the gym rerun in a much better, much more efficient way, not having to have a fly Pokemon in my party, which is massive. All right, now I want to do something very specific today on the Iron Man. I actually have a list of natures that I still need for synchronized Pokemon. So I'm going to be heading over to Cerulean City, heading over to this little area at Abras, running back and forth with my Swarm Beedrill just to get me more encounters. And I'm just going to be quick balling any Abras that I encounter. It should be 100% catch rate. I do have chance for Articuno here, which is amazing, number one. And number two, it pushes me closer to that synchronized goal. So I'm able to essentially work towards 2 goals at once. Go for that Articuno, that legendary catch passively, as well as hopefully get myself some good synchronized Pokemon to have one for each nature. They really come up and really matter for catch events and just farming certain Pokemon long term. So we'll see how this turns out. Hopefully we can at least knock off like a few off the list would be amazing. Beautiful. There's our first nature that we need. We caught about, I think it's been 10 minutes so far. We've caught about 4 different Abras. It's also already synchronized. No reason to ability pill. Nice. That is timid. Done with. We can actually go ahead and knock that off the list now. Hell yeah. I got the Patrouski food tick of the day, bro. Okay, my wife, my fucking angelic wife, was nice enough to pick me up Cane's for lunch. I don't even know what this is. Some Caniac combo. She went all out. I have no idea. Cane's is one of the weirdest restaurants. One of the straight up weirdest. Everything at Cane's is dry and bad, you know? The bread's buttery. The bread's very buttery. The chicken, the fries, everything's dry and bad. But when you take that dry and bad stuff and you dip it in that sauce, it makes it so good, and it all harmonizes so well together, and it's so weird. It's so strange. Like, it's almost better than if you dipped really good, like high quality chicken tenders in the sauce. It wouldn't be as good. It literally tastes better to have this cheap, shitty, dry chicken dipped in this wet, delicious sauce. They figured out some weird chemical makeup, I swear. They hacked the code, man. They found out that if you have the crappiest food and then dip it in the best sauce, it actually tastes better. I don't know why. It's really good. Cane's is definitely an experience, but it's good to know ahead of time what it's like. All right, there's an Impish catch as well. This one is not synchronized. I think I'm going to go ahead and just use Ability Pill to change a lot of these. It's going to be really expensive. I'm going to be spending like hundreds of thousands of Pokeyen to fix a lot of these Abras, but I'd rather save the time, honestly, because I'm getting plenty of Pokeyen now from Jimmy Run, so this is what it's for, you know? I'm going to save the time, use that, and then, yeah, it'll knock off another off the list. I need to actually, fix my list. Here you go. This is the new updated list. We already got 2 done. We've been at this for about 19 minutes, and I've been eating my lunch, so I'm a little slower. We have 5 left. Very happy with that. It's very good, lucky progress so far, honestly. Bro, I think my cat is giving me some good luck or something. There's the brave Abra. Shout out Ronnie. I am just pet sitting. It is not my cat that I own, but it's a really, really cute, beautiful cat that we're watching. What's up, buddy? Thank you very much. He is clearly giving me some good luck, because there is the brave I'll have to ability pill that, but there is the brave nature one as well, man. Another Abra catch, dude. Hell yeah. Mild nature, synchronized. That's just another one off the list, dude. I can't believe how fast this is going. Only 3 left. I've probably only been doing this for about 30 minutes or so. That is not too shabby. All right, another nature off the list. Been about 40 to 50 minutes now, so it's been a lot more time, but very happy with that progress. We'll have to ability pill that, unfortunately, but it's worth it. I'm going to go ahead and I might just try to finish this. I can actually also go breed some of the Abras, just like breed them together and just re-roll the nature essentially and just hope for the best. We need Naive and Jolly still. 2 different speed natures left. Dude, this is super fucking impressive. This is the world first. This is the first time I've seen this. Iron Old Mib, I think is how you say that, I assume. He is the first person. Iron Old Mib. He's the first person to create the advanced 6-pillar Jimmy Run team on an Iron Man account. Got all the correct natures. Here's the stats. 31, attack on the Wheezing. 31's in the right spots. I cannot express to you. It looks simple and easy just looking at it. Like, oh, it's already made and done. This must have been... I would bet 100 hours to make this team. Like legitimately, probably like a lot of time. Probably. And oh my god. How does he have so many choice items? Wait, he has 2 choice bands, 2 choice scarves, 2 choice specs? Dude, the choice items alone, he said it took him 180 hours. Holy, that's crazy. Like that, good for him. Almost 200 hours on a main account. For reference, I built this team in like less than a week. Probably less than 20 hours. Probably way less than that. Probably like, holy fuck, dude. Yeah, that's insane. It took him almost 200 hours to build this team. What an achievement, man. People, it's so impressive and so cool to see how seriously people are taking the Iron Man accounts. That is really impressive, man. Congratulations to him. That is a world first. Very, very impressive stuff. All right, I've caught a fair bit of Abras. We're only missing 2 natures, Jolly and Naive. I want to go breed a few of them and just like randomly roll them and see what happens. I might have some Shiddos. This is a perfect extra use of my Shiddos as well, as opposed to just rare shiny hunting or whatever. This is a perfect little extra use of my bad IV Dittos. Let's go ahead and put everything away really quick. Maybe leave that out for a quick sec. We'll grab our Flame Body Pokemon. Where is it at? Where's our Slugma at? Did I put it in the wrong box? Oh, I just couldn't see it. Okay, we'll grab this and let's search for Abra. I should move the natures, the ones that matter, over to the box. Like Modest, we already have. Sassy, I don't know if we have. Bold, we already have. Oh, everything was sorted, so all the new Abras are over here. Okay, I'm gonna move a bunch of our new natures over to my account box, like Timid, for example. I'm gonna move a lot of these over. I'll do a lot of this on the back end, sorting stuff, and then I'll rebreed some extra ones. Like I can even breed them together, like this Sassy one and this Abra. I can just breed together, or use Shiddos. Here, we'll get. You know what we'll do? We'll get a few breeds cooking and then hatch the eggs while I do the box sorting. That's efficiency. All right, I went through our boxes. We even replaced some that we would have had to previously pay for ability pills on. So we saved some Pokeyen by catching more Abras. And here's a bunch of them down here, obviously. We did hatch 5 Abras. I'm hoping I'm hoping to see Jolly or Naive. Perfect. Beautiful. I have to ability pill this, but there we go, boys. There we go. Naive, done. Timid, docile. Okay, I'll take one being completed in the batch. I'm so down. That will go down here. These can get rebred still. We have a bunch of extra ones over here. I'm going to pair these up with whatever Dittos that I can. And I'm going to keep doing these little Shiddo breeds with the Abras to get extra nature rolls. Honestly, I'm so down for this. We have plenty of Pokemon to do this for. Why not? Should definitely use our Shiddos for advantage when we can, aside from just, rare shiny hunting. We have a few more breeds set up. I'll see you guys hopefully with some egg hatches. Wait, you're so right. It might be worth to have use Everstone. If I have a single Ditto with Jolly Nature, I can do that. You're actually so smart. Jolly. We have one, but it's noted. Is it worth... It's not worth wasting this. So I also have female Abras. If I have a humanoid egg group Jolly, and not good stats, but this one does have good stats. Don't want to waste that either. Okay, I think I'd just go ahead and do some rerolls then. If I had a breeder, I could, but I think for now we'll just go. It was a really good idea. I do have plenty of Everstones to use on breeds like that. It was a really good idea. There it is, fellas. The very last nature that I needed. Jolly synchronized. We are fully done, fellas. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That is our entire synchronized collection complete on our Iron Man account. We'll have to EV train them and XP train them in the future at some point, but we will now have this collection of Abras for the rest of time. We can use these for catch events, for farming other Pokemon. These will be immensely useful for the rest of the time on this guy. It takes up a lot of PC space is my only concern, honestly. It's kind of a lot, but I think it's worth it. I'm going to go ahead and just... It kind of hurts, but just release these, I think. Yeah, I'd rather just have the PC space. We have all the natures we need. I'd rather just get those suckers out of there. Honestly, any other leftover Abras I have, I probably could just go ahead and delete as well. This one's... It could be a breeder, but it doesn't have any other stat. This is a lot of the behind the scenes stuff is just constantly deleting Pokemon. Constantly just deleting stuff. There we go. My bot space I feel very happy with right now, though. It's very... Like, it's not bad. I would even say quite good. The fact that I have... Look at this. I almost only have 2 boxes of Pokemon up front here. That's really, really good. I have 3 and 4 and 5 almost fully, completely clean. I've been very on top of it recently, dude. Hell yeah. All right, we are back to our Articuno hunt, fellas. I'm just going to lead with our Swarm Beedrill for a little bit, run back and forth, see what happens. Alrighty, good morning. It's a beautiful Friday morning as I'm recording this. How are we doing today? I want to do a quick little checkpoint. I'm at 910,000 Pokeyen from a lot of payday pickupping and just do my Jimmy runs, of course. I do have a Jimmy run I still can do today. I don't know if I'll get around to it. We'll have to see. I'm at 2,374 encounters since the last shiny, and I think at this point I'm around 8,000 encounters towards any legendary, whether that is Articuno or Raikou. I did a bit of encounters towards both of them. But I was looking at my goals sheet and trying to figure out what is the most important thing I can do right now. And it's pretty crazy how many things I can do. I've been theory crafting, working on my Breloom and actually finishing up that amazing catching Pokemon. That will help me a lot in the future and do more efficient Ditto farming, which is really important for pretty much every single breed from this point forward. But it's currently level 84. I've been passively leveling this via gym runs and it's been working extremely, extremely well. It's almost level 100. I probably can go ahead and get a False Swipe TM, put False Swipe on it pretty much now. I might just go ahead and take this time, kind of do a little bit of a reflection morning, realigning my goals and doing a few different things as opposed to just running back and forth for Articuno and losing my mind even more. And thankfully, with that big streamathon coming up, I'm kind of just reserving all of my legendary hunting and that sort of grinding activities for that day. When I was, streaming 14 hours a day, I'm sure my brain is going to be mush, so it's going to be better to reserve mush brain type activities to that versus things like breeding. I really don't want to be like breeding up Pokemon on that day. I'm going to make way too many mistakes if I try to do that. All right, I went ahead and bought a False Swipe TM. I'm also going to go ahead and buy a Substitute TM. This is my favorite moveset to run on a catching Breloom like this. Big fan of Spore, False Swipe, and Substitute. The big benefit of Substitute is being able to sustain your HP with Poison Heal and the Toxic Orb, which I don't have right now, unfortunately. That's the main downside here. But you can essentially infinitely sustain your HP, and as long as you can outspeed your opponent, keep them asleep, and literally take no damage. Unless your opponent has, like, Infiltrator. That's come up a time or two in the past with... like alpha chandelures or things like that, like really weird ones, you can run into problems of, them just hitting straight through you, but that's going to happen regardless. So big fan of Spore, False White, Substitute, Poison Heal, Toxic, or Breloom. Really, really powerful catching Pokemon. All we need to round this out, this is a perfect moveset. We can keep Seed Bomb. This is perfect. We just need a Toxic Orb. And Toxic Orb, the problem is, it's a decently expensive BP item, and I've been pretty low on BP for quite a while. I'm actually going to have to learn some BP farming here at some point and start doing some Battle Tower, like I've seen a few other people on different Iron Man accounts doing. Or I could go try to farm a Toxic Orb off of a Muck. They're just extremely rare. And the question becomes, which is more worth my time, the BP farm or the Toxic Orb farm? And I think it might actually be farming the Toxic Orb off of the Muck, unfortunately. But it's hard to say. I mean, this thing is a rare spawn at certain locations, and then the Toxic Orb is a rare chance to be held. Also, Mucks have Sticky Hold, which prevents you from even taking the item from the Pokemon, so you usually have to just catch the Muck outright, which would be decent to get some Chaos Egg Group breeders. For reference, it is literally a 1% chance for a Muck to be holding a Toxic Orb. So I honestly doubt that's going to be the best strat. This is also why Poison Orb farming is not very good for profit on a main account. Even when they were like 80k a piece, which I'm pretty sure nowadays they're much cheaper. Yeah, even when they were like 80 to 90k, it still wasn't a good moneymaker per hour. Which brings us over to the Battle Tower in the Battle Frontier in Hoenn, a piece of content I don't think I've done within 10 years in PokeMMO. I'm going to give it a shot today. I don't expect to get far, and I'm not trying to perfect things today and get a really good strategy going. I just want to test it out blindly and from scratch. But before we jump into these fights, I have a few Pokemon to clean up really quick to at least make them decently powerful. Firstly, I actually need 2 different ability pills. One to turn Technician on my Hitmontop into Intimidate, and one to turn my Salamance's Moxie into Intimidate as well, ironically. It's a pretty good move. Turns out Intimidate is a pretty darn good ability, especially in doubles, which is what you want to do in the Battle Frontier because double battles are faster than singles, so it's usually better for BP farming. At least that's my assumption with no guide. But here is our first ability pill over on the Hitmontop. If you don't know what it looks like, you actually get to nicely select your ability. You used to just go ahead and like click it and it would switch to the other ability. But when they added hidden abilities like this, it allowed you to have more control over stuff. So there we are, switching that over to Intimidate. The reason why is because this is a special attacking Salamence. So the Moxie is not going to have any extra benefit. Now I want to go ahead and go pick up a Draco Meteor TM for the Salamence, as well as probably something else for this Hitmontop. I don't want it to have Endeavor here. I probably want it to have Rapid Spin is the problem, and I don't know what happened with that. Did I not put Rapid Spin? I think Rapid Spin it is an egg move, but it's also not an egg move is my if I'm understanding correctly. It just learns it. I think that's why I did that, because there's no way I wouldn't put Rapid Spin on this. Yeah, it also just learns it. The problem is, once again, we're running into problem after problem on the Iron Man of like having to go backwards and do things. I need heart scales. I actually really need heart scales. If I want to have good, serious, competitive Pokemon with correct movesets, I need a lot of heart scales. And I don't have any heart scales. I haven't been heart scale farming on this account, so that's a big farm I've got to do coming up. That might be something I even try out during the big streamathon. The streamathon will be fully dedicated to the next episode. Everything I'm doing right now is just in full-on preparation for that. I mean, if you're going to play Pokemon for 14 hours a day, it's probably good to have a plan. But step 1, I do want to go ahead and go grab that Draco Meteor really quick. If our special attacking Salamence is going to be dropping something, it's definitely going to be some big Draco Meteors. Let's go ahead and teach him that. Pretty much every move on this thing is irrelevant, so it'd be nice to place a bunch of other moves here for different coverages, things like Fire Blast. Salamance's special attack coverage is actually pretty nice. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a great flying type special attack coverage move, if I'm not mistaken. He's probably going to have to rock Hurricane and risk that 70% accuracy. He could do a lot of things, though. We could end up going Draco Meteor, Fire Blast, Hurricane, Hydro Pump. He can do a lot of wacky little things with this set. I do like the idea of him having some sort of coverage or utility move, not coverage rather, but some sort of something like a Toxic, especially in PvP. If I'm using this thing in PvP, one of its main jobs is going to be to like just sort of come in, cause problems, and be a little bit of a pivot Pokemon as well. So it's not a bad idea to do something like Draco Meteor and then like one more attack move and then Toxic into like Defog or something like that. You could even arguably, it would have got a different set, to be fair. I'm mild, so the fact that this one is mild makes me kind of want to lean into the full special attack set, which I mean is very Patrouski. Yeah, I could go like Intimidate, Toxic, Roost, Defog, and be like a fully Rocky Helmet defense Salamence, or I could just go bananas, slap a Choice Specs on this thing, and smack some people around, hopefully. Wait a minute, we do actually have Air Slash, which is not terrible. I didn't know that was an option on Salamence, if I'm not mistaken. The problem is it's 95% accuracy. You have flinch chance. I do worry about 75% base power plus stab is so significantly different versus the 110 from Hurricane. Let me show you how different it is. The calculator will be in the top right-hand corner for this. When dealing with Pokemon damage numbers, you're not only just considering the 75 base power from Air Slash versus the 110 from Hurricane. You also have to consider the stab multiplier, which if you don't know, stab is same type attack bonus. So if my flying type Gyarados Pokemon uses a flying type move, it gets a 50% damage boost, which is pretty significant. That means that Air Slash would actually end up doing 75 times 1.5, 112 base damage, obviously affected by special attack, your nature, EVs, IVs, etc., etc. However, Hurricane would end up doing 110 times 1.5. So it's not a difference of 110 base damage, which for 75, which is a difference of 35 base damage. It's actually a difference of 165 minus about 113, which is a difference of 52 damage. That is a massive, massive difference. Obviously, you just have to hit your hurricanes, which I definitely will. Now, I have a Fire Blast TM sitting in my inventory, probably from some sort of storyline thing, so I'm going to go ahead and use that on my Salamence as well. And then we're going to go buy that Hurricane TM for around 25,000 Pokeyen. This is obviously costing me a lot of money. I think I just spent around 150, if not 250. Yeah, I think it was around 150,000 Pokeyen, just like that, in the blink of an eye. Here is the Hurricane, though. We're getting this thing nice and moveset, and I'll just keep Toxic on it for now. I think that's totally okay. That'll probably get switched off, but this is what I want at the moment. Now, you do only need 4 Pokemon for this, so I do actually have to cut one of these and make sure I have proper synergies. Even though I just spent all this Pokeyen setting up the Salamence, he's probably the one I drop here, unfortunately, as I probably don't need another special attacker, as well as 2 different Pokemon that are 4 times weak to ice moves, but maybe I'll come back on that and we'll switch it out. I'm really just here to test things right now. Now, I do really wish I had enough heart scales to get Fake Out on this thing. That would help tremendously, allowing me to lead with Typhlosion and Hitmontop, get a nice Fake Out off, and give my Typhlosion a much higher chance of getting off his Eruption. But I don't have the heart scales, so that's a skill gap. Maybe in the future we'll worry about that, but for now, I want to go ahead and just jump into things and see how this plays out. I'm going to go ahead and try my Typhlosion plus Hitmontop lead, and then have my Garchomp plus Moltres in the back, allowing me to Earthquake into my opponent in a doubles battle, and my Moltres not be affected, and then also be able to hit a spread move as well. I haven't done this piece of content in a very long time. I might get destroyed in the very first fight. I genuinely have no idea what to expect. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can do this. I actually forgot about this. You only have a certain amount of points, if I recall correctly, you can actually use in this. So thankfully, my team is a low enough point total that it should be fine for my understanding. I think that's how that works, but I honestly don't even remember exactly what those numbers represent. I always tell people, yes, I have over 10,000 hours in PokeMMO. That does not mean that I know everything. This game is so deep. There's so much to explore, so many pieces of content to get into the nitty-gritty for, that things like Battle Tower are things I've barely touched, which is really exciting. There's always more to learn every single day. And today just gets to be one of those days. So let's go ahead and jump into it. This is fight 1 of 7, I believe, per little section, per level. Let's see. He just leads with a Weedle and a Ralts. I'm assuming this fight should be easy, but if I recall correctly, I think I've had problems with this stuff in the past. So you can't be too cocky. You cannot let these guys get in your head. It's pretty easy to make mistakes. Eruption should be good here. I also don't know how relevant like PP is, or like if you get healed. I have no idea how many healing items you need or can use even in fights like this. I'm just going to go for Stone Edge on Ralts. I'm assuming one of them has access to a Focus Sash, but we'll see. Am I just going to Eruption and destroy both of them? Yep, the Ralts is Focus Sash. I expected one of them to at least be Focus Sash. That is a very common thing you'll see in these fights. We do get the Stone Edge off, KOing the Ralts. Probably should go for a Mach Punch there, just in case. Even though it does way less damage against a Psychic type, you're just trying to get 1 damage off there regardless. I'm going to go ahead and go for same thing here. Eruption plus probably a Mach Punch into even the Nincada. Just something to chip it down. I guess I should have gone for a slower move because now I don't know which one has the Sash. But yep, that'll do. That's our first fight taken care of. Obviously wicked easy. I just don't know how difficult these things are going to get from here. Okay, after every single fight, she comes up to you and restores your Pokemon's HP. Does she also restore your PP? Yes. Okay. I didn't know that. That's good to know. That's good information. This is why we're doing this, to scout this out. And in the Battle Frontier, the longer you last, the longer you can hold out and do more repeated fights over and over and over again, the more BP you'll end up earning. Typhlosion's popping off, eruptioning down these first few fights. Even if I can just like spam Eruption into 7 different fights and earn a very small amount of BP, that's worth noting. If I can farm BP very slowly but surely, I might need to do that. Alright, we did get hit with our first attack. The opposing Spoink threw out a Psybeam against my Hitmontop. It did a little bit of damage, and I'm honestly just glad something's happening, I guess. The Eruption coming out again should be taking out the Spoink, and hopefully the Coughing at the same time. That would be ideal. Let's see. The Spoink actually lives, which is crazy. This little pig being this tanky is awesome to see. Thankfully, we take it out and should get healed after this fight. That should be GG's. And I think from this point, it's obviously looking pretty darn good. I'll probably just see you guys when I get myself into a predicament. All right, I believe that was fight number 6 taken care of. And I think, yeah, this is fight number 7. And after fight number 7, I think you get your first amount of BP. So we're at 3,615 at the moment. Let's see if we get a little BP bump. Even if it's not that much and I can just grind this first round over and over and over again, it wouldn't be like amazing BP, but it's something. And it's a good way for me to actually farm BP. It's really hard to even find methods at all to farm BP. So let's see how this goes, especially without playing PvP. So let's go ahead and see. I'm going to do my typical stuff here of just eruption into... I'm going to Mach Punch first here. Let's see how this plays out. We get a defense drop into a speed, sure, whatever. I'm a little scared. I should have... Kabuto rock tombs my Typhlosion and one-shots him because of the speed boost he got. Okay, that's unfortunate. We have to adjust our strategy. That's after the Intimidate proc, I believe, from... Hitmontop, which is actually crazy. Now I think the strat becomes we need to get rid of the side deck. We can't bring our mulch. Am I actually going to lose in the first round? That's so crazy / interesting. I'm going to go ahead and head over here. Go for an EQ. Pretty typical stuff. And then switch to Moltres as well so I can switch back in my Hitmontop later on to get an extra Intimidate proc if I need. An Aerial Ace comes out from the Kabuto onto the Pokemon. It's not too bad. We get an EQ onto the Kabuto, killing it. Do we not hit... Doesn't affect Psyduck. Is this Psyduck fucking air balloon and I didn't realize? It literally alerted me and told me that it's air balloon. I just didn't notice. That's so sad. Did this Psyduck just icy wind me to lower my speed, adding utility to his team while bringing... Oh no, I actually might lose this, which is just pitiful. Okay, our best bet. I'm choice band locked in. I think I do take my switch now to reset my speed on this. And then what? Just go for like Heat Wave, fish for like a burn on both of these, spread some damage. I think that's the best play. Go for Heat Wave, get the Intimidate on the Metatite. This will allow me to switch back in my Garchomp and then go for like... I think I could go for like Crunch on Metatite. This is shit. Am I going to lose? I think I'm going to lose. Another speed drop on my Moltres. Icy Wind comes out first. I think this is over. I was just trying to do a little test. I don't know if I can leave it. I think I got to run this back. There's no way I can not beat the very first 7 fights. I'm losing to a Psyduck and a Metatite. I do way more damage than I realized. I just haven't been able to get that damage off. My Mach Punch ended up doing a ton to the Psyduck. The Metatite goes down to 1 HP. As long as this final Pokemon doesn't have... I think this is going to be close. The problem is if he lives and gets off any ice attack like that, then we're probably dead. So, all right. 16 HP. I think he could just... I think if he lives, which he probably will because Shelter has a pretty good base defense. This is so unfortunate. I'm going to end up losing very, 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 very closely here. But, yep. We lost to a fucking Shelter. That's just the Battle Frontier for you, man. Holy. Let's run it back. I got to at least win 7 fights. That's just too embarrassing to leave it at. That was fabulous. I don't know about that, Arthur. I'm going to go for the Salamence this time because I feel like it would actually be a lot more effective than my Hitmontop there. My Hitmontop just wasn't really doing too much, but I don't know if that was the problem. I think I just was a little too lazy at that starting little section there. Oh, I'm doing something. Oh, I'm at the wrong one. There we go. We're going to head over here. Let's head over here, jump into this challenge, and check this out. Eventually, I'll have to actually look up a proper guide and see if this is doable. Let's jump into it. Attempt number 2. Surely I can beat 7 NPCs with Weedles. Okay, we are on opponent number 6, and so far this strategy is working significantly better. Just being faster than my opponent here is so much more important than having that Hitmontop. He was just way too slow, and that was something I wasn't really factoring. And I haven't done a lot of, you know, serious competitive PVM like this in a long time, aside from raids, and raids work out entirely differently because you're coordinating with teammates and doing a lot of setup and different things, and there's a lot of strategies knowing heading in. This is just all off the cuff stuff. So it's been really fun to experiment with this. Here we are back on opponent number 7. Let's see if we can actually win this time. I think we can. With this strategy, I've also mostly just been like control Z spamming. And if I can control Z spam up to the first 7 fights and get any amount of BP, I want to time how long it takes for me to get to that essentially. And if I can just like this, like you're watching, hold Control Z, spam through everything, farm BP, very, very brain dead. That's an amazing thing to know about. Now, I probably should have clicked a little differently as this Lairon almost definitely would have had Sturdy. I should have known, you know, it's a rock-type Pokemon. This can have Sturdy, whereas the odds of the Mightyena is a lot less. Now, we can go ahead and Eruption, and then I don't want to double Draco Meteor. I probably do, actually, just into into what's it called. We do see an Endeavor. It's always the opponent number 7. I've seen 0 issues. I've been dumpstering these fights, and then it's opponent number 7 who just comes out with some shenanigans. Oh, that's okay. This Eruption's going to do very little damage. Going to take out the Lairon at least. I need to make sure that I'm faster than this Ponyta here, as it does get a boost there. Let's see. I want my... He goes for the Alpha Salamence. I actually want my Typhlosion to die here. I should be able to win this one at least, comparatively to the previous fight. Do I want to just do I want to switch out my Typhlosion? Do I want it to die? I could switch it out here, actually. I guess go over to Moltres. That might be... This Raticate probably has quick attack. So I think I'd rather actually let him use that on me like that. And then just go ahead and... We're still just Draco Meteor, even though I'm super down. I'm going to try to Draco Meteor and finish off his Ponyta, which, yup, there we go. We do get that. So this should be a GG's. Yup, and down goes Typhlosion. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and bring it. It doesn't really matter what I do here. I'll just bring in Garchomp, probably go for an Earthquake, and then switch over to my Moltres as well to reset my Salamence, being -6 right now in special attack. So this should be over. I don't know if this will one-shot. Yeah, it does. It's Eradicate. Okay, beautiful. Let's see how much BP I get. Once again, 3615 is my current amount. Let's put this down here in the bottom right-hand corner. We finish up that fight. You've beaten all 7 trainers. We reward you with this BP. 375 BP is what we got. It's not an amazing amount. I'm curious, like, that versus PvP. Generally, my PvP games take anywhere from, let's say, around 15 minutes on average. 15 minutes on average for a PvP game. You have to win, like, 8 games to get this, like 8 to 12 even, to get the 500 BP. And you do get a little bit of BP from every single PvP win, but you get less BP from winning randoms. I'm going to go ahead and try this exact same thing again, but this time I'm going to time it and see how long it takes. All right, ready, set, go. I'm going to start my timer, and I will see you guys when I have that juicy 375 BP. For reference, I think I get about, like, I think I want to say 200 BP every time I win a PvP game, and those games take 15 minutes or so. So that would equate to, if I only win half of my games, and that's something I need to factor in, it probably ends up being like 200 BP every 20 minutes or so on average. Now, you do get BP boosts, which is something to factor in. So let's just say, like, for ultimate charitability, if I'm on a hot streak in PvP, maybe I get 300 BP per 20 minutes, right? So that ends up being 900 BP per hour. I feel like this strat that I'm doing has got to be able to beat that, but I mean, this is why we're testing. This is a very bad run. As you can see, a lot of, like, bad RNG is happening. This weird little Ditto encounter happened. We should be able to clear it up now, but that did take a sec. So let's just see how fast we can do this. If we can do this fight in under 15 minutes, which I'm pretty sure we can, like 7 fights, that would be well worth it. Also, obviously, this is really easy and really brain dead compared to grinding PvP. That could arguably be a negative, though. It kind of depends on the mood. Now, you do want to factor in PvP does have a bunch of other rewards, so I think this is a perfect example of, like, pretty darn good balance. Like, there's going to be some times in my mood and in how my day is going where I'm going to want to grind PvP, or even, like, certain goals. If I want to, if I want to go for those nice, juicy PvP rewards, things like that competitive Conkeldurr, the free Toxic Orb and OU, right? Like, I'm gonna want to play PvP. The heart scales, there's a lot of things that really, really, really matter here. It's really gonna come down to what are my goals and what's my energy level. Both of these strategies are gonna end up being equally viable. It just depends on what I need, which is what you want to see in an MMO. Right, for reference, I missed 2 Draco Meteors in this one fight. My RNG is really bad right now. This has been a terrible RNG fight, or just total run in general, but that's a good thing. I'd rather have the math on, like, what a bad run looks like, so I can undercalc and kind of compare things well. Because I'm sure that sometimes I'm going to end up losing runs here, and that might eat into the BP per hour. All right, I do forget if this is fight 6 or 7. My timer is currently at 10 minutes and 38 seconds. I literally haven't been looking at my screen. This fight, this method is so easy, so brain dead. I've just been holding Control Z while watching YouTube. It's been that chill. So if I can, like, hardcore AFK farm like this, I mean, that would be amazing. Losing, once again, a bit of time here just due to weird, RNGs happening in the fight, but it's totally mostly okay. I'm just holding, I can't even just hold Control Z here because I should go for EQ, yep, which my Salamence will dodge. I do forget if this is fight 6 or 7. We'll see now. I'm at 11 minutes and 10 seconds on the timer right now. Let's see. That was fight 7. Pause. 11 minutes and 14 seconds is the final time, and that was like a slow fight. So, wait, and I got more BP. Am I on a streak? I didn't even think about that because I haven't lost. Oh, wow. Okay. I wasn't expecting to be able to control Z through the... I actually need to put I don't have an item on my Salamence. I need to put an item on my Salamence. Oh, man. I wasn't expecting to be able to just spam control Z through like the next stage, so I just didn't even think about that. That's why that was so much harder and there was so much weird RNG. Wow. Even if I assume it takes... Okay. Let's assume it takes 12 minutes per round. Let's do 60 divided by 12. 5. And let's say I get 400 BP per thing. I'm just trying to averaging out. That's 2,000 BP an hour. That's 2,000 BP an hour using a method that I've not strategized for, not thought about, not plain. This is worst case scenario, lowest, shit. It's still BP is still really hard to get. In the future, the end game strat on this account would end up being the red refight for BP. There are better end game things for BP. Do not get me wrong. I don't want to be sitting here doing this for my entire life. That would be miserable. But right now, this is honestly the perfect mid game environment and perfect strategy to earn some extra BP. I think I'm going to go ahead and just sit here and press Control Z until I lose, and that'll be my current end of this test. All right, I mean, I'm just ready to conclude this test and call it a success, but I can't stop losing. Over here, I'm doing the Control Z strat still, and I won again. So we're going to get 625 BP this time, a lot more, and I guess jump back into it. Well, let me go ahead and actually put an item on. All of this has been without an item, by the way, on my Salamence, which is just absolutely crazy. I'm going to go ahead and actually take the wide lens from my Moltres and put that on the Salamence, because I do miss the Draco Meteor quite a lot. And I'm just going to put something stupid on my Moltres, like a Quick Claw, just to get some cheese kill or something like that if it comes up. So I'm going to jump back in. I'm strictly only spamming Control Z, so I'm not using any strategy. I'm not thinking. I'm just clicking the first moves that pop up. Let's see how far I can go with this. All right, I think this is going to be the fight that has me taking the L, but it's also partially because I got frozen by a Tri-Attack from a Porygon 2, so you know what? It seems like it was just meant to be. I think I just go ahead and go for Heat Wave here, try to do as much damage as possible, but this is probably going to be GG's. Yeah, the freeze into the Ice Shard anyway. To be fair, I don't know if the freeze mattered actually there, if I was getting killed by that Ice Shard regardless. Let's see, Donphan, I do a lot of damage to. I do take it out, but Porygon Z is going to live. I don't know if I can beat this thing. I do have Quick Claw. Let's see if that matters. I think my best bet now is to go for Fire Blast and hit it. Heat Wave does only 18%. Like, Heat Wave just does nothing. I think I have to hit a Fire Blast here. So, we're going to go for it. Do we hit? Are we not dead yet? We're not done yet? Oh, it's so close. Tri-Attack comes out. I think I can just Heat Wave here, which is 90% accurate, which still could miss. Like, I think that's the best play. Heat Wave is 90, Fly is 95. What are the odds physical Fly? I'm just going to Heat Wave. We do get the Quick Claw. If we missed there based on the, it's unlucky. I think I probably should Fly there technically, but we'll take it. I don't think the Quick Claw mattered. I think we were going first anyway. We outsped. Ugh, that was the closest one by far so far. Opponent number 4 in, I have no idea, round number 4. I don't know what rotation we're in. And I've used a little bit more strategy here because we were against like a team earlier that was Pelipper and Noctowl, so I didn't just spam Control Z Earthquake into the 2 flying types. Like I am using a little more strategy here and there. Like obviously here's the situation. I'm gonna go ahead and Draco Meteor on the Steelix actually because it's way more likely to have Sturdy, whereas the the Nidoking might not. So that's a quick little, like, extra little click, takes almost 0 time, allows me to one-shot both these Pokemon here. I'm still just doing this while watching YouTube on the side, which is the best way to play PokeMMO. I see you on your second monitor. All right, this is another 7th battle. So after I win this, or if I can win this, I think I should be able to, hopefully with those double bird lead. If I'm able to win this, I should get a nice chunk of BP. We started this once again with 3. Oh my goodness, my BP. We started this dumb little test grind with 3,615 BP, and now we're up to over 5K. Battle Frontier might be way better for BP than I realized, which is a massive W for the account. This is getting me hyped up. This is a bit of a game changer. This changes what BP items I'll be able to get. Getting choice scarfs for PvP a lot easier. Getting that toxic orb that I need for catching Pokemon and for Ditto farming. This is going to unlock a lot of things. Also, I think this fight is definitely over. I mean, look at this. We're about to obliterate this Quagsire, obliterate this Fortress. I probably should. Well, the Fortress probably has 30. I could have arguably Draco Meteored the Fortress there, but the Quagsire also most definitely lives the Eruption, so Control Zing there for time is honestly totally fine, and this fight should be over. We have all of our Pokemon still alive. All right, here is the final KO with that nice little Draco Meteor. Dude, this strategy is working perfectly. Just Eruption, Typhlosion, Draco Meteor dropping Salamence. This is beautiful. It's working very, 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 very well. This is going to kick us out of the battle, sequence there. Let's go see how much BP is this. I have no idea. 850, 5,940. Are you kidding me? We have gained, I've not been doing this for that long. 5,940 minus 3,615 was what we started with. I've gained 2325 BP. And I want to say maybe 30 minutes to an hour, to be fair. I lost track of time for sure. But wow. I think it's been closer to that 30-minute, maybe like 30 to 40, probably 45 minute is my total. My final guess is 45 minutes. I've been working on this. I'm going to jump right. I'm going to keep going until I lose. I do think I'm going to lose very, very soon here. I'd be really shocked if I could win 7 more. Somehow the Control Z BP train keeps on a rolling. I will say I'm using a little bit more I shouldn't say Control Z because I am using a little bit more strategy here, but I'm clicking pretty quickly. 1,000 BP. That would have taken me at least 1 hour of PvP, if not way more. That's actually huge. That is so much in 7 fights. That's awesome. I'm going to keep going until I lose. That's the motto. Surely it'll be this time, right? All right, I think somehow, crazily enough, this might be 7 more fights and a ton more BP. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to break this record, dude. This has been such a streak. I did have to fight against a Rest Sleep Talk Tauros. There were some tough fights in there. Let's see, 1,300 BP. Now we're up to 8,290 BP. If I can win like 1 more fight, I think I'll have enough for a new choice item, which is insane how fast this has happened. But once again, a choice item is actually not what I'm going for right now. If anything, the thing I need the most is that Toxic Orb. I need it more than ever with the Breloom being leveled up. And with that new Gliscor comp that I just bred earlier in the episode, and a Toxic Orb is only 6,400 BP. So we should be able to get that. We just can get that now if I want to. Now, I wonder how much. The problem is there's a lot of things here that I actually want/need. How much would it be for everything? I kind of want to do a quick little calculation to see at least a lot of the main stuff. I got an extra choice scarf. I'm going to see how much BP I theoretically need. All right, well, if I added up everything correctly, turns out I need about 88,000 battle points to get everything that I need over here. And that's not even including a bunch of small little stuff like stocking up on air balloons and red cards, eject buttons, other niche items. But to get one of everything, like a covert cloak, a wise glasses, which does come up in certain raids, it's pretty niche, but it is including every little niche item, rocky helmet, loaded dice, safety goggles, protective pads, like these are all relevant items that I've used in certain raids, EV lights, assault vests, heavy duty boots. This is also just assuming one of each of these items. I'm gonna eventually want probably at least 3 choice bands, 3 choice scarves, 3 choice specs, something like that. 1 EV light is probably fine, to be fair, but maybe 2 one day down the road. Yeah, you need multiple of certain items. So this is just to put it with lack of a better word, insane. I'm gonna need well over 100,000 BP. Let's just even it out and say that I need 100,000 BP. And let's say that I can farm about 2,000 BP per hour. It's not as crazy as a goal as it seems, even though it seems like, long term it's so much more difficult to farm BP. That's about 50 hours of farming BP. Is that a lot of hours of brain dead monotonous grinding? Yes, but over the, entire career of an account, could be a lot worse. And even though I said I wasn't going to stop until I lost, I think I just am going to keep winning for a while. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just cut my losses and finish up for today. I'm going to go buy this Toxic Orb, though. Boom. That is a massive goal off of the account completed. We can now use our Catching Breloom a lot more effectively, as well as use that Gliscor comp in PvP. I'm going to head back up here. And I'm also going to do one more thing. I want to specifically register this team of Pokemon over to what is called a battle box so I don't forget. A battle box is a box, basically a way to keep track of PvP teams and if PvM teams if you want to, like I'm doing. It's a way to keep track of certain Pokemon, keep track of teams so you can quickly and easily grab them or queue up for certain PvP battles with them. This is going to allow me to remember this in the future so I can come back and stomp some more Battle Tower. But that is probably winding down the progress for this episode. I will see you guys tomorrow on Saturday for the upcoming Johto Safari Zone catch event with a shiny Lapras prize. And then after that, we'll go over our goals and see how much we gained in this episode, which I think is honestly kind of a lot. And I hope you guys are excited for the next episode because I very much am when we kick things off next week by playing 28 hours at least, almost all in a row, back to back, just making progress, hunting for those legendaries, and giving us the last chance to get that Articuno and or Raikou. But for now, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early for the catch event. All right, good morning. We are live over at the Johto Safari Zone catch event. I have no idea what the best strat is. I'm going to be super honest. I am just running around, testing stuff, seeing what works, catching a few Pokemon for the Pokedex. I'm sure I'm going to be traveling around to all different Safari Zones in the Johto Safari Zone. I'm not going to be doing the most efficient strat. I'm going to be testing things, having fun, and just seeing what works. I think it's a lot of the fun of these Safari Zone catch events. It's almost increased RNG because you're in the Safari Zone. It's harder to catch those Pokemon, right? You're able to do different weird strategies. And I don't know if there is a one strategy for this event that's been planned out that is the best, right? It's a lot of people the species bonuses vary so much. I think a lot of people are just testing stuff and having fun. So we're going to see what happens. The Manectric encounter, I'm going to see some random stuff like this. Hopefully try to catch whatever I can. Yeah, a lot of it's fleeing, but that's okay. We've already added Spheal to the Pokedex. We started today with our Pokedex at 208. Let's see what we end on today. Well, okay, I don't know if this is... Yo, that's pretty good. Oh my god, what's the species bonus? Lapras doesn't... Oh no, it's plus 10. I was like, does Lapras not count for the event? Okay, I don't think this is a play... Oh, this is really good, though. This is a 162 score. I don't think this is placement worthy. Dude, he can't stop getting... He can't keep getting away with it, bro. I don't think that's placement worthy, but it's a nice catch. That's what I'll say. I don't think it's placement worthy, but it's a nice catch. If I get third place with that, I'd be very shocked, but we'll have to see. I will say, dude, this Johto Safari Zone was very strange. I had a really hard time. It was really hard to catch Pokemon, you know? Very, very difficult. I caught way less Pokemon in this. Check time clock. It ended. Oh my god, the event. Wait, did I catch it too late even? The event ended 1 minute ago. Wait, that would be really funny. I'm so distracted. There's so much happening today. For reference, we just got confirmation there's a big Pokemon in-game update coming with an in-game encounter counter. So I've been very distracted. I caught it 1 second after the event ended. Okay, it shouldn't matter. If third place is a 162 but like it has to be a 161. If third place is a 161 or below, it's my fault. I just was too slow and distracted by what's happening today. But it would be really fucking funny if I miss out on third place because of 1 second. That would be pretty crazy, but it's also deserved. So we'll see what happens. Let's just see who wins. I doubt it'll be a problem, but let's see. That was fucking wacky. All right, we have catch event results, boys. Fourth place, Magmachad, 20 points. Congratulations to him. A very, very typical fourth place win. Congratulations to you, gamer. I'm really excited to see third place. I'm excited but scared. I'm hoping that third place is a 162 or higher. If it's a 162 or higher, I have nothing to worry about. If third place is a 160, which is unlikely, but it's possible with how difficult catches were for this event, I fucked up. Okay, what? Okay, no, I had nothing to worry about, chat. I was overstressing. I was being dramatic. 177 is third place? Holy, I knew the species bonuses were high in this event, but like, okay, I was stressing for nothing. My Lapras was never gonna win, which is honestly a good thing for me. Holy shit. I'd rather that, because I caught this Lapras, for those who didn't see, 1 second too late in the event, which would have been really funny. Dude, congratulations. Sad Thomas, 177. Third place 177 is, oh my goodness. I knew some of the species bonuses were high, but wow, 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 wow. You caught a 172, dude. That's. I feel bad for people who caught like 172s, 173s, and like thought they would have had a chance to win. That's a really good catch in most catch events. Oh, that's so brutal. No, I agree with you, Duck. I thought it was going to be a mixture of the species bonus. I thought the Pokemon themselves were just so difficult to catch, Duck. That's what I caught very few. Maybe more than I realized, though. Carpinator 180. Congratulations, dude. Love that name. Carpinator. Magic Carpinator, dude. Congratulations. A score of 180 is fantastic. And first place, drum roll, ... Let's see. In first place, slick back. Bro got the slick back hair with the sloppy steaks. 183 points, man. Congratulations. I'm curious what the species was that he caught. I wonder if he'll link it. Congratulations to him, dude. He just won himself a shiny Lapras, which is beautiful, dude. That shiny Lapras, for those who don't know, is like a 500-hour shiny hunt on average. It might even be shiny Lapras is like, you have to, I think it's 20% chance to encounter, and then like 20% chance to, or like 40% chance to catch, or something like 40% chance to encounter, 40%, something like that, right? So I think you end up catching or encountering, Lapras ends up being, running back and forth, I'm trying to think. I think it's like a I think it might be like a 1,000-hour hunt. It's like really, really, really hard. Because it's like 500 hours. I think if it's 20% chance to encounter, it would be 500 hours to see one Lapras. And then if it's like a 40% chance to catch, or 20%, you have to find 5 of them. It could be a 2,500-hour hunt, but I don't think it's that long. I think it's somewhere around 1,000 hours would be my guess. So he just saved himself over 1,000 hours by winning that catch event. Congratulations to him. That's awesome to see. All right, we did it. We completed another catch event, and it was a lot of fun. I feel like we made a ton of progress in this episode, but to be sure, let's go ahead and do our conclusion and go over what goals we achieved in episode 7 of the PokeMMO Iron Man. As always, before we show off the goals notepad document, I like to cover the main, like, sort of little goal check marks, which is our Pokeyen stack, our encounters, and our hours played. So we are at 767,000 Pokeyen, 2,700 encounters, and ending the episode with 368 hours played on the account. We're also ending with 211 Pokemon caught OT in our Pokedex, which is something we'll be wanting to focus a lot more on very soon here. There's just so many things to do beforehand, and there's just so much to do in general, so I definitely get distracted. There's so many goals to take care of, which is an exciting thing. Sometimes you have so many goals to where it feels overwhelming, you'll never get to them all, but with something like goals in PokeMMO, it's a fun thing. The more you have to do, the better. You're in no rush to do it all right now. It's just a matter of doing it over time. That's my current mental and thought process, at least when it comes to these goals. I'm very excited for it to have a giant list. Let's go ahead and actually check over our list. All right, first things first, tier 1 goals, catching Breloom. I'm going to go ahead and consider this done. It's not level 100, but we do have a Toxicorp for it now. We have a Toxicorp for our Poison Heal catching Breloom. We gave it False Swipe, Spore, and Substitute, so it's full in C-Bomb, so it's fully moveset. Its EV Train moveset has the item that it needs, which is one of the most difficult parts with that BP farm. It just needs to be level 100, and that can happen over time. So that is a completed goal, if you ask me. Next up, Sinnoh complete. Obviously didn't do that. Still no Articuno, still no Raikou. Hopefully we catch one or both of these in the upcoming Streamathon, which will kick off episode 8 of the Iron Man account. I'm very excited for that. There'll be a ton of time put into the account. Still didn't finish up that HM Dragonite. Should focus on that. Still didn't train up Shiny Corsola. These are pretty easy short-term goals I've just kind of delayed. 30 Amulet Coins. Didn't get up to, I think I have like 19 or so, so we're somewhat close to that. And then have 6 mediocre comps. I actually don't know if this goal is achieved. It might be, it might not be. Let's go check our boxes. The way I'm going to do that is 2 things. I'm going to search for Pokemon with 20 plus in all the attack stats and defense stats, and then look to see what, Pokemon I have. So here's number 1, for example. That is a competitive Pokemon. The Corsola is an EV train, so I won't count that. The Hitmontop is done. That is number 1. Next up, we have like the Gligar over here. We have some that are like not trained up. Do we count? I don't think we count trained up, like untrained. I think they have to be trained to count as competitive Pokemon. So we've got 1 over there. This is not of correct nature. Only 1 if you're counting those. Now we do have, to be fair, this Salamence is a really good comp. We have this over in our inventory. So that is 2 if you count Salamence. Let's go ahead and then check special attack stats and see what we got. 2 so far is our number. I don't think we're going to have that many more. The Tentacruel, but it's not. Once again, not EV trained or XP trained. So I don't think we have a PvP team here. We have Pokemon that could be comps and stuff, but they're not trained. They're not EV trained, they're not leveled, and they're definitely not moveset. So that is going to be a no for me, dog, on the have 6 mediocre comps. I do not think we have that achieved. All right, but now on to tier 2 goals, aka our medium term length goals, and we do have one of these. We got ourselves a Horde Shiny, our first Horde Shiny, Shiny Ponyta, man, a new shiny Pokemon in this episode. This just absolutely came out of nowhere when I was doing Amulet Twin farming, and I still just haven't, I've kind of just skipped over it. It hasn't really processed. It's such a crazy one to see, and I have a lot of history with Ponyta, so it's kind of poetic. Thankfully, I'm not too upset about this Ponyta. Next up, Toxic Orb. We did get that. That is our next medium-term goal achieved. And I do actually want to add a new goal on this list and then check it off. I don't like to do this because I don't want to just do something in an episode and then be like, oh, that can count as a completed goal. Like, I'm not trying to fudge extra goals completed at the end, but I think this is a really important one. Test Battle Frontier. I think if I thought about it ahead of time, that would have been a good goal. So that we did do that, and I'm really proud of that. Really glad we did. That was something that was like pretty impromptu, and I wasn't really planning to do that this episode. And that was a great example of I did something on a whim and was rewarded vehemently for it, which is a really good thing to encourage you guys always to try new things in Pokemon when you have the energy and maybe don't have a whole lot of direction on where to go for that day. Make a PvP team. We do not have that quite yet. We're getting closer and closer. Choice Scarf. Nope. Still haven't started berry farming. Another similar thing to Battle Frontier. Haven't gotten that yet. We did get all of our synchronized Pokemon, though. That was a really cool goal to shoot for. And honestly, was pretty lucky on it overall. That was a really fun one to just do on stream casually. Just sort of catch those Abras and talk to chat. It was a really fun on-stream goal. And that will help us tremendously in the future with all catch events, and even just farming Pokemon. The amount of Mons you have to farm in the Safari Zone where you can lead synchronize or fish Pokemon or etc. etc. It's going to help me catch many breeders down the line. Anytime I want to breed a Pokemon, let's say like a competitive Crocodile, for example, or let's do one I don't have, right? Like, let's say I want to breed a competitive Rhydon, for example. I'm going to go grab an Adamant or a Brave or a Jolly or whatever nature I might need, synchronized Pokemon, and go catch Rhyhorns and Rhydons, because that nature is more difficult to get than the IVs on an Ironman account especially. Still have not achieved 30,000 encounters because I'm so freaking lucky. Haven't even gone that dry yet. Obviously, we have 30,000 encounters. I think total we might have that many or a little bit over that, but we have not gotten that many encounters in one shot, which is what that goal stands for. Breed a 5x31 Pokemon. We did this, dude. That was like the second hardest challenge I think I've ever done on the account, aside from the XP Reamplifier. That 5x31 Charmander breed, which was a lot of this episode. Whew, that was the second largest goal we've done on this account, in my opinion. And then 4x31 and or 3x31 plus 25 plus Pokemon breeds. I don't know if we have this. Let's go check our boxes again. This also assumes correct nature. The point of this is to have like good usable Pokemon. It can't just be randomly 4x31. I'm pretty sure they also have to have correct nature as the thought process there. Well, I mean, honestly, maybe not, because that assumes they're just comps at that point, so maybe it is a little bit different. Honestly, it's an interesting one. Like, this strategy is a great example. This strategy is not perfect nature. This is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a Pokemon that fits these standards that I'm mentioning. This is what I mean. So this strategy, the Cloyster is a decent. This was caught though, not bred. This is one. We need 3 different of these. One. Let's go see over on our account. That doesn't. I didn't breed that. That was wild caught. The Charmander, I mean, counts. It's better, right? 2. So we have about 2 there. We didn't breed the Salamence. We wild caught that, right? I think we're at 2 so far is our current count on that. Yes, if I'm checking everything correctly. Let's go check this box. Is there like a decent comp over here that could be usable, or a decent... No, I think we're at 2 out of 3 on that. So we're almost there. We are almost there, just not quite. And then over in the long-term goals, we did complete... This kind of stacks with the other one, 5x31 Charizard. It's kind of the same as a 5x31 Pokemon, but the Charizard was a very specific one, so I do want to count that as an extra goal. I very specifically needed a Charizard so I could actually use my Fire ability patch without guilt and use it for raids. Next up, Fly Ocarina. We did a lot, man. Fly Ocarina also achieved this episode. That is going to allow me to do... Jimmy runs a lot easier. I've been able to be way more consistent, make more Pokeyen, and level more Pokemon a lot easier using the Fly Ocarina. And that is our final goal achieved. Let's do our before and after. What our completed goals list looked like before, and how many we completed in this episode. All right, on the left-hand side over here, you can see the completed goals prior to this episode, and on the right, you can see the little separation down there at Catch Umbrellum to see the newly completed goals. We completed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 new goals this episode. Wow. That's way more than I expected. I was hoping for like 6 or so. We completed 8 new goals in this episode. We got ourselves a proper catching Breloom, a Horde Shiny, a Toxic Orb. We tested the Battle Frontier. We got all of our synchronized Pokemon. We bred a 5x31 Pokemon, bred a 5x31 specific Charizard, and got a Fly Ocarina. 8 goals in 1 episode, dude. That is amazing. I don't know if we'll be able to see that every episode from now on. That's a lot. That was a lot. I played a lot this week. I had a lot of fun. I was really passionately driven this week to do a lot of things and do a lot of Articuno hunting, but that didn't work out. Hopefully in episode 8, we see that puzzle finally solved. But thank you guys so much for watching another episode of the PokeMMO Iron Man account. I'm having a blast. I hope that you guys enjoy watching the videos at least half as much as I enjoy making them, because if so, you're probably a pretty happy camper. This was an amazing episode to do. A lot of fun, a lot of push, a lot of passion, a lot of goals to do, and a lot more to do next episode. I will see you guys next time for episode 8, which will kick off with a 28+ hour streamathon, where there will be a lot of progress made, all on the Iron Man account. Like the video if you enjoyed it, dislike if not, subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO videos every single day, follow me on Twitch for streams Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET, my Discord's links down below if you want to join a really cool community who loves this game, or see updates on my content, when I upload, when I'm live, etc, etc. And if you want to go above and beyond and support my content, the best way to do so is actually getting 50% off of food using the first link in the description by signing up for HelloFresh. HelloFresh is a great meal service where they send you ingredients, the perfect amount of ingredients, and directions on how to cook a meal, and it helps you get into cooking, learn new recipes, and it's a great way to impress your partner or spouse. I love cooking HelloFresh for my wife. It's some of the best meals we have in this home, even though both of us are pretty competent chefs. HelloFresh just gives you the tools to really go above and beyond, and I love the product. I recommend it. It supports me, and you get awesome food in the process. Check out that link in the description, or you could go ahead and YouTube membership, subscribe to me on YouTube for $5 or $6 a month to support me there. You could do Twitch Prime, Twitch sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can support me for free over on Twitch. Gifted subs if you want to give to the community, and PayPal and Venmo donations are always amazing as well. But thank you guys for your time. Lastly, thank you for your time. That's all that really matters. Have a great day. I'll see you guys. Have a good one. Enjoy PokeMMO. And for now, peace-a-rito. Yo, what's up? Outro Patrouski here, and I wanted to take this time to say thank you to everyone who goes above and beyond and supports my channel. Your names are all listed here. You make it possible for me to make helpful and mildly entertaining content for the game that I love, and make it available for free for everyone to enjoy. Thank you so much for allowing me to even be here. Yo, what's up? My name is Patrouski, and welcome back to the PokeMMO Iron Man series, playing the most popular Pokemon MMO out on the market, but without using the market. There is no trading and no GTL usage allowed on this account. And when the game is balanced around those functions, that changes a lot of things and adds a lot of grind to a lot of activities. And unless we plan things out accordingly, it's going to cost us. So you have to make a lot of important decisions on the Iron Man account. Decisions like choosing to do a streamathon and stream this game and make progress on the account for over 28 hours. Yes, you heard me right. Starting tomorrow morning, I will be live for 14 hours a day until people decide to stop giving me too much money and Twitch subscribing. But if you want to support my content and allow me to do stuff like this, make sure to subscribe. Head over to Twitch. You can YouTube membership on YouTube, or hit up the HelloFresh link in the description, one of my beautiful sponsors that allows a small channel like myself to stay full-time. Now, we have a ton to still do on the Iron Man account, but thankfully this episode, we have a ton of time to do it. Let's jump into some of our goals. Now, the first one might be kind of obvious, but I am still in Legendary Jail. I've been hunting for Articuno and or Raikou in Kanto and in both Johto respectively for about 8,000 to 9,000 encounters now. Now, we do not know the rate of these legendary Pokemon as a community, but it is heavily speculated and guesstimated that they're about a 1 out of 5,000 chance. And I did get a little lucky on my Moltres, getting it in about 2,000 to 3,000 encounters, so it only makes sense I would go a little dry for these ones. And I'm fortunate that I have 28 hours to hunt these 2 legendaries in the next 2 days. Because if I don't get one or both of these legendaries in the next 2 days, they're gone. And I'm going to have to wait 3 months to be able to get them again. This could be crucial because I need to catch the Articuno to get elemental orbs to raise the IVs on my Moltres to make it raid ready. It was really lucky that I got Rash Nature on this thing, but if the IVs are terrible, 6 speed and 15 attack, and I can't fix it, what was the point of even that lucky roll? I need this Articuno just to be able to raise the stats of the better birds like Moltres and Zapdos. It is crucial to the Iron Man's ability to be able to do raids, which are coming up in about 3 months or so. For those who don't know, PokeMMO raids usually return with the holiday events, and they are a 4-player PvE cooperative activity where you have to fight one giant big boss raid Pokemon, and they are very difficult, very intensive, and I do not want to be the weakest link just because I'm an Iron Man account. There are no excuses on an Iron Man account. You have to perform the same way a main account would, but under different restrictions. So I'm going to be running back and forth in Pattern Bush and in other locations in Johto trying to get these birds and legendary beasts over the next 2 days. It's almost the end of the month, so this is my last shot. Now, other than the legendaries, now that I have Johto complete and I can access Mount Silver as soon as I complete the Pokedex, that is becoming a lot more of a mainline goal for me that I want to focus on. I'm currently only at 211 caught OT Pokemon in the Pokedex, but if I can get that up to 603 or max it out, not including legendaries, I can then access Mount Silver, which would give me access to one of the best XP training spot in the entire game, one of the best shiny hunting spots at Larvitar, a Tyranitar alpha spawn, way better EV training spots, and then some of the best money makers in the game with the red refight, as well as ability patches to make my Charizard and other Pokemon raid and PvP ready. However, Pokedex completion is a very long-term goal that I am not close to yet, but what I can do to work towards that is complete Sinnoh. Yes, in this one episode, I would like to both play for 28 hours grinding, at least 28 hours, probably more than that, running back and forth, grinding my ass off to get the legendary beasts, and then I would also like to complete a storyline. This is going to be an extremely intense episode for me. These 3 goals alone represent around 60 hours of content. Going for each legendary Pokemon is around 20 hours on average. Obviously, I'm already into these hunts, so hopefully that sort of banks into the time. But you never know. I could go extremely dry for both of these. And then Sinnoh is going to be an all-day thing where I also record a Sinnoh storyline guide alongside it, which usually takes around 14 to 16 hours. Now, I have to do all of this while maintaining my normal goals of doing daily gym reruns, and for that, I need to farm up some more amulet coins, as well as catching all alpha spawns that happen to promote better breeders in the future. Now, after I get all of this stuff done, I'd love to work on a PvP team next in grinding OU for ranked rewards, as well as free PvP Pokemon, but that seems like a task for another episode if you ask me. Personally, I think that with what I have planned, I am going to be plenty busy in this episode. So without further ado, I will see you guys tomorrow at the beginning of the streamathon and at the beginning of the legendary hunt. But quickly before I go, let's not forget a few things. I'm starting this episode with 767,000 Pokeyen, 2,700 encounters, and 368 hours played. That's an important one. I'm curious to see how high this number goes just in this one episode. I think we'll definitely push over 400. All right, fellas, we are here. It is time for the Streamathon, the PokeMMO Streamathon. If you want to support these, HelloFresh sub, YouTube sub, Twitch sub while I'm live during them, check them out. It's a great way to support. But right now, we are focusing on the Iron Man account today, okay? We are starting the Streamathon with 369 hours played, 767,000 Pokeyen, and 2,700 encounters, and a big fat 0 legendary Pokemon this month, okay? I still need to go for Articuno, and I still need to go for Raikou, and my time is running out. I'll be playing 14 hours a day the next 2 days, pushing for these 2 legendaries. It's that important. I'm gonna go ahead and pop my amulet coin and get started. We have a lot of progress to make, and thankfully we have a lot of time to make it. Other than that, I have a ton of Pokemon to EV train, Pokemon to XP train. For example, I'm XP training my catching Breloom right now up to level 100, hopefully. A new powerful Pokemon that I can actually use effectively now with the recently attained Toxic Orb. I have a ton of competitive Pokemon I can EV train. If I could, in the dream world, I end up with both legendary Pokemon by the end of this total Streamathon over multi-day process. I end up with a decent, ready-to-go PvP team, in OU, right? I end up with maybe a shiny or so. There's a lot of things we could do. More Pokeyen access. We have a lot to do, and thankfully a lot of time to do it, which is not a sentence you hear me say very often. So let's just go ahead and jump into it. Our first gym run during the Streamathon. All right, we just finished up our gym rerun. We are now up to over 1 million Pokeyen. Let's keep it that way. We have about 45 minutes until the upcoming catch event. That's right, there is that Spoink catch event today over in Hoenn at Jagged Pass. I'm going to go single encounter in Kanto for a little bit for Articuno chance, and then make my way over to that catch event as soon as possible. I'll see you guys with some more Iron Man progress. Oh, also, my catching Breloom is, ready to use. I'm going to go ahead and finally, put the Toxic Orb on this thing, get it out of my PC, and, start using it. It's not level 100 yet, but, This is very usable for quite a while. So I'm going to go ahead and try to actually start using this. Maybe for the upcoming Point Catch event. We'll see if it's needed. All right, we have our first alpha of the Streamathon, an alpha Dewgong over in 4 Island. Obviously not a very powerful Pokemon, not a very good hidden ability, but it is a very good breeder. I'm hoping for a male here. Yes, beautiful. It's what you want to see. It'll be a fantastic breeder. It is in the Field and Water A group, which are 2 really, really good A groups. So would love to see some good IVs just to use this as a breeder. Don't really care about keeping the alphaness or anything like that. This is my first time being able to use my Catch Umbrella in an actual fight, and you can see you can just infinitely sustain. The fact that I can go ahead and set up Substitute to stall whatever. I should have Spored there. I did kind of mess up, to be fair, honestly. I'm just too distracted, but usually you can essentially Spore and then sub, and that allows you to always get off a free sub. What did I just... Or... me trying to show the one example of why it's good to actually use Catch Umbrella. Also me getting my ability switched from Poison Heal to fucking Contrary by Alpha Dewgong's very niche move, Entrainment. Okay, so not a good example of what to do. I should have Spored because now it actually cost me a lot of HP, but essentially you can Spore Substitute against 99% of alphas. As long as you outspeed them, it's very, very important, and just permanently sustain. Now I can't because he got rid of my Poison Heal, but Poison Heal heals so much. It's so good, and allows you to infinitely sustain with infinite substitutes. So recommend that. Just don't misclick the way that I did. And now it's turn 17. I can just go ahead and timer ball this thing and hopefully get a catch. Crossing my fingers. It's been a long fight. Okay, or it could insta break out. Sure, Dewgong, sure. Okay, it took quite a few timer balls. It was a decently unlucky catch, but we thankfully did get it. Let's see. We got a male breeder looking for some good IVs. 3 times 31. It is in attack and special attack, so it's kind of duplicate IVs. I probably won't use those. There's not that many. Maybe for a mixed Dragonite, there's not that many mixed attackers, especially in these A groups. The main mixed attacker that's actually really relevant that I always think of is Infernape. Infernape is actually a very relevant mixed attacker, dual threat, who almost always goes mixed attacking. It's just like his main benefit is naive, but I think he is in the, I believe Infernape is like humanoid A group. I don't know if he's in anything else, so that's something to keep an eye out for. Usually mixed stats like that, attack and special attack, not super worth it. We're gonna go back to we're not gonna go back to, are we going back to Articuno? Go back to Articuno for a few encounters over at Island 5, but the Point Catch event begins in about 17 minutes. Yeah, this is a weird location for a catch event. It's over in this like one little grass like strip. That's actually so weird. Jagged Pass in home. I need Numel for my Pokedex. I might just catch this really quick. But we have 6 minutes until the event begins. I'm trying to bring up Spoink on the... I probably don't have my Pokedex actually. But it's a common encounter here. Okay. And then Sudowoodo. Just do okay, Sudowoodo, Gigapass, lore. Okay, so okay, you do want to lore to get Sudowoodo encounters. I'm gonna quick ball this really quick, or should I just ball swipe Spore this as it's not the event? Yeah, I won't waste that. But it is timid +5, modest +5. I might just fall swipe Spore this event and play it very casually. I've been quick balling a lot of catch events, quick balling and nest balling a ton of events. This might be one where I just chill and do a little bit of false swipe Pokeball. I'll have to run some catch rates to make sure, but I have a ton of Pokeballs and I'd rather save the Pokeyen at the moment. I think I'm going to be on false swipe Pokeball duty. I could do Nest Balls. Nest Balls are 100% catch rate, but I could also just false swipe and Pokeball, and it takes like an extra... It's not as efficient as other strats, but I have so many Pokeballs right now, and I'm running a little bit low on Nest Balls and Quick Balls. I don't mind going ahead, saving a little bit of Pokeyen for an event like this. I've already placed in 2 catch events. Like, my luck has been insane so far, so I'm going to go ahead and just go for the, I think, false swipe to 1 HP, Pokeball it. Should be 100% catch rate. Super down for that. Catch event begins in 2 minutes officially, fellas. All right, fellas, the catch event has officially begun. I'm going to be on false swipe Pokeball duty. It's not the most efficient strat, but it's still okay. I will say I calced it, and it said that false swipe into Pokeball was 100% catch rate. But obviously that did not work. So that sucks. Okay. I might actually nest ball then. If that's not 100%. The calculator is wrong. Yeah, that's unfortunate. or I could just misclick and run. It's gonna be a great catch event, fellas. I cannot wait. All right, the Spoink catch event is now over. I don't really have anything worth submitting, but I do want to go ahead and show you guys what it looks like. Someone in chat was asking what it looks like to submit a Pokemon. So I'm going to go ahead and sort by total IV over here. And then head over to this box as well and sort by total IV. And then see, I don't think I have anything worth, but what's my lowest? I'll just grab something, I guess. 70 we see there. Our lowest is 0.59. I've got nothing, but what's this one? 125. Yeah, my high just for the sake of it. Machop's not even I can't even submit Machop. Okay. What I'm going to do is I won't actually submit one, but I'll show you guys what it looks like, okay? So what you would do if you're new to PokeMMO, you don't know how to submit. I have videos on this as well, by the way, but I'll show you guys really quick. You would go over to global chat. So you'd open up global chat and go find a GM, a CM, whatever, that says taking entries. You just scroll over global chat, find like, okay, call me sensei, taking entries. You would go ahead and whisper them, and you would say, here's, or you would say, you would drag the Pokemon over from your party over to it and say, here's my entry. That's it. That's that simple. That's all you got to do. I'm not going to send mine because it's not actually a good entry, but that's what you would normally do. Hopefully that helps you out. That's the catch event done. I'm going to go sort my boxes a little bit while we're waiting for catch event results. Got to always release stuff on the Iron Man. Very, very important. All right, we got two things to happen. Number one, releasing all of these Pokemon, boom, on the Iron Man account. Absolutely huge. We love clearing our boxes around here. We're going to move these over to the other boxes really quick as well. And then sort by total IV. Beautiful. And then next up, catch event results. Fourth place goes to someone in Thrice. Dude, Thrice in chat. Congratulations, man. Let's fucking go. Thrice with a big score of 19. Got himself the fourth place win. Congratulations. Do we have third place yet? Third place, 169. A little bit higher than average normal score. 169 third place. Caresol, congratulations. Congratulations. We're waiting on second place announcement. But then second place with a 170 is As George, I think. Oh, we're spoiler alerting. We have a tie for second and first place. Second place, 170 is As George. Congratulations to you, dude. And then in first place, off a tiebreaker. So third place, 169. Second and first, both 170. Pretty intense event. Luca, congratulations, guys. That is the Spoink catch event done with. Congrats to all those who participated. I had a lot of fun. Got some good breeders, sorted things over a little bit. I'll see you guys at the next one. Let's go ahead and get back to legendary hunting for a little bit. I'll definitely take a break and do some EV training. We have a lot of Pokemon, the competitive mons to make throughout the streamathon, so I definitely want to do some EV training and stuff at some point soon. But for now, let's go try to look for that Articuno, man. That's actually a really good idea. Patrouski said that somebody in the Iron Man team chat had a good idea. They're hunting for Raikou while Frisk, Thief, and Meowth for amulet coins. I wonder if I could do that in Kanto on Island 1. There's not really a... I'm gonna go grab a Frisk Pokemon. Why would I? Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna like run back and forth. I can't do hordes or whatever. I'm gonna run back and forth on Island 1 and see if I can find any Meowths along the way. And if I can Frisk Thief some Pokemon, I'm so down. It's not the same time loss. Like you could just pay to pick up, but like pay to pick up, you get like 40% of the encounters. It's way less encounters versus like Frisk Thief. You're gonna be running into it so infrequently. It's not much of a time loss. You're not getting the swarm proc, which is the big downside there. But this could be really nice on us. We'll do this for a little bit. Maybe if I passively get up to like 30 amulet coins by doing this, that would be ideal. That would be really, really cool. Okay, someone in chat called Alpha and Johto, and I was like, there's no way. I just caught that Alpha Dugong. That I just checked the time. That Alpha Dugong was 3.5 hours ago. Time has gone by so quickly. I swear I just caught that Alpha Dugong. But nope, there's an Alpha Ninetales right now in Johto. I will happily catch another Drought Pokemon all day, dude. Yes, please. All right, one free extra hidden ability Vulpix. This is definitely an alpha spawn where it's worth to check the babies surrounding the spawn and see if they have hidden ability. If they do, it'll pop up with like the sun, you know, the drought popping. So I don't have a Stantler in my Pokedex. We're going to complete a little bit of Pokedex as well, man. 214 caught, make that 215 here in a quick sec. I need to buy more nest balls. I'm down to 10 nest balls. Now 9 after that. That should catch this or not. My bad. Oh shit, dude. Wait, someone just got a wild shiny, an Iron Man account. An Iron Man just got a shiny Vulpix from this Alpha Swarm. Dude, that's okay. Number one, that's amazing. Number two, it's almost like, fuck, what if it was the Alpha, you know, Shalpha? But like, that's amazing, dude. Great shiny, Vulpix / Ninetales, both beautiful. Congrats to him. That's really fucking cool to see. Awesome to see it on an Iron Man account. All right, there is the Ninetales catch, 2x31 in defense and these stats are actually amazing. I just realized. What the hell? 25 plus in every stat that it needs, period. Downright, that's it. It needs nature, but all the IVs are perfection. That's a beautiful, beautiful Ninetales. Hell yeah, dude. I think I actually am deeper into my Articuno hunt than I realized. I've done about 2,000 encounters not towards the Articuno, and I started legendary hunting last shunt at 5,000 encounters. So I went 5,000 to 13,000 encounters for something, and then for a shiny, and then I, you know, so that's 8,000 encounters, and now I'm up to 3,000 encounters, so that's 8 plus 3, that's 11,000, and I've done about 2,000 other encounters, amulet coin farming, maybe even like 3,000. It's just, I'd rather overestimate than underestimate, or underestimate than overestimate my encounters. So let's say I've done 3,000 encounters of other activities, amulet coin farming, XP trading, etc. That's 11,000 minus 3. I think I'm about 8,000 encounters deep, arguably 9,000. I'm 8 or 9,000 encounters deep into Articuno, so I'm probably almost at double rate would be my guess. All right, we do have ourselves a Gengar Swarm. Gengar Swarms and Conkeldurr Swarms, things like that, are very relevant because it's one of the only ways I can actually get competitive Gengars, competitive Trail Pokemon on the account. I have to wild catch any Gengars, Conkeldurrs, Alakazams, trade evolution Pokemon that can't be used an item on them, like a metal coat for Scizor, right? To get these Mons as comps, I have to either win them from PvP or catch them in the wild. So 4 free catches like this is very crucial to go nab on the Iron Man. All right, nothing competitively worthy here. We did catch all 4 Gengars. Worth checking though, and worth, you know, giving it a shot. Okay, you know what really fucking hurts, chat? I just realized someone just asked, what are the legendaries next month? And that made me think about what legendaries are next month. Do you know what hurts, chat? I've been hunting the Articuno and Raikou nonstop over the past, what, 3 or 4 Iron Man episodes. Now, thankfully, once I get one of each of them, I never have to hunt them ever again on the Iron Man account. So it's definitely a one and done sort of thing. But I've been hunting them nonstop. Next month, right now, it's Articuno and Raikou, okay? Raikou is actually relevant and good for certain raids. Articuno is pretty much useless. I just want it for the elemental orbs to buff up my Moltres and Zapdos, right? Next month is Entei and Zapdos. Entei is really good for fire raids, and Zapdos is the most powerful, arguably the most powerful legendary in all of PokeMMO. Next month is even more important than this month. I'm still single encountering, running back and forth during the streamathon, trying to get some of these legendaries, but man, if I go, honestly, if I go dry this month and I'm just don't get it, unlucky, whatever, and I go super lucky next month, that's kind of, I wouldn't say ideal, but it's better than not getting shit for either month. So hopefully we get something. I'm gonna keep encountering and see what happens, man. We're pushing through. We're pushing. 4,000 encounters there on the dot, fellas. A pretty nice milestone. About 9,000 or so encounters towards Articuno. Hopefully we see something soon. Yeah, this is a great way to put it, Xerex. PokeMMO is so good when you have to engage in different activities to achieve your goal. That's why I love the Iron Man account. Yes, it's similar, very similar to Old School RuneScape as well. I love the Iron Man on PokeMMO because if I want to get a catch and Breloom, right? I have to go farm Shroomish. I have to breed the Pokemon up. Oh, to breed it, I have to go farm Everstones. I have to then buy the braces. I have to go make money, Jimmy runs, to get the money to buy the braces. Okay, now that I have my Breloom bred, right? I have to EV train, XP train. Oh, and then also on top of all of this, you have to like go heart scale farm if you want to teach it things. Go buy false swipe. Also, if it's a poison heal catching Breloom, you have to go BP farm. So do like Battle Frontier or Elite Four. You have to do like 10 different things minimum just to get a catching Breloom. Whereas on a main account, you would do Jimmy runs to make money, buy the Breloom. That's it. Like on a main account, everything comes down to Pokeyen to a fault. Whereas on an Iron Man account, Pokeyen's important. You need to do money making, but you also need to do a bunch of other things. if PokeMMO is monotonous to you, even though Iron Man account is more of a grind, if PokeMMO is monotonous to you, if you just feel like you're making money, that's all you ever do, and you're making money to make money and blah, 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 I can't encourage you enough to try an Iron Man account. It's because it's going to force you to do other areas and other activities in the game, and you find out how much you love those activities. Dude, that's actually a huge bummer. I am paying the price for not having the Sinnoh storyline done. This is something I need to work on soon. There is an alpha Honchkrow spawn in Sinnoh right now. Having a hidden ability Murkrow, a Prankster Murkrow for raids, or a Moxie Honchkrow, I think I need both of those for different reasons. I need Honchkrow for the red refight, and then I need Murkrow for Prankster Murkrow. That's crazy. That's like actually so important, and I can't go catch it because I don't have Sinnoh done. Paying the price for my own, my own laziness towards the storylines and my own mistakes. That sucks, but it is what it is, man. Unfortunate. Dude, that's kind of crazy. I didn't even think about that, Opstrich. I just said, you know what? I can't wait to end stream and wake up tomorrow because then I can at least do a gym run and that'll shake up my content. And Opstrich said in chat, man is looking forward to a gym run. That's how you know he's cooked. I didn't even think about that. That is kind of fucked up. I've been running back and forth. I've officially been live for 13 hours and 55 minutes. I've been running back and forth for at least 10 of those hours. Going for a legendary, going for Articuno, nothing. Jack squat. We're just still here, man. We are just still here. All right. I just ended stream, and unfortunately, I am ending day one a defeated man. I have 16 hours and 25 minutes left to stream. I streamed for about 14 and a half hours today. I'm up to 5,225 encounters, and I'm now up to 384 hours played, up from 369 hours played. So that's about like what, 15 or so hours logged today in game. Quite an adventure, quite an attempt. Still no fucking Articuno. I hope to change that tomorrow. I hope we can fix that. All we can do for now is get some rest, try again tomorrow. See you guys there. Alrighty, fellas, good morning. It is day 2 of the streamathon, and we are back on the Iron Man account. Thank you, Koopster, for the sub. Let me fix my alerts really quick here. But we are back on the Iron Man account. I'm starting today at 5,250 or so encounters, okay? We're definitely now... Oh, what's the math? We're definitely now, I think, 10,000 encounters. I think 10,000 encounters towards a legendary this month. We're at 384 hours played. We started this streamathon at 369 hours played. I'm currently running back and forth, hoping for a legendary, hoping for that Articuno spawn, because in 11 hours, they're gone. In 11 hours, Raikou and Articuno rotate, and I lose my chance for them. I have been running back and forth so much trying to go for this. Officially, I've done this for at least 50 hours in total throughout this month's grind. Probably more than that. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to try my best, but I believe there is an alpha spawn over at Hoenn, so we're probably going to go catch that here in a quick sec. Okay, thankfully this Altaria catch was not that bad, Alpha Altaria. This thing has Cotton Guard and Roost, so this thing can be a menace. These stats are amazing as a breeder. Holy, it's missing nature. This is 27 plus in every stat that it needs. 31 attack, 31 speed. This would be a phenomenal flying or dragon egg group male breeder. I'm so happy with that catch. That is a great breeder. All right. Right back to Kanto we go. I'm going to do my Jimmy run at some point today, obviously. I got to get that Pokeyen. But, dude, I only have a few more hours to push for this legendary. I want to get it. Okay, my goal today is to end up with around 8,000 encounters, or obviously get a legendary early and move on. But my goal is to get around 8,000 encounters, get up to that on my encounter counter over in the top right-hand corner. I'm at 10,000 encounters hunting for a legendary this month. If I can get up to 13K, it would be really nice. That would be about... Up to 8K would be about 9 or so hours of efficiently single encounter hunting. I have some lures. I might try to buy some more. I want to spend some time doing other things like Jimmy runs, and possibly I would love to do some EV training. My mind is being torn where I'm just like, imagine if I spent all of this time legendary hunting on something like way more tangible, like EV training, XP training, preparing PvP Pokemon, doing all of these things. But I feel like I've got to go for this legendary. It's that important. It's such a one and done important thing on the account, but I feel like this crippling guilt by even going for this grind. But I know how important it can be for raids, getting those elemental orbs to make that Moltres more viable, more usable. is just so important. So I'm gonna try to make it work. We're gonna keep going. I want to get up to 8,000 encounters today. We'll see how that plays out, and I really hope we can see that. Hopefully we can see a legendary today and move on to Raikou. This is another W for the Iron Man. Someone said most people when they're done with Phenos never touch them again. Yes, on a main account, 100%. On an Iron Man account, I actually need to like turn the Pheno ping back on. Because yes, Phenos, they give you the mysterious gem clusters, and that's how you get the mysterious gems, the type gems in PokeMMO. And if you've played the Halloween event, you know that the ghost gem is actually meta for that for the pumpkin boss, right? So like having like ghost gems, grass gems, certain type gems, as well as it's how you change hidden power in Pokemon, the typing of Pokemon. So farming mysterious gem clusters on an Iron Man is really, really important. So a lot of Iron Men don't have the privilege of not ignoring Phenos, you know, for the rest of their account. It's something you have to factor in. There's all these constant little alphas, Jimmy runs, Phenos, like things to go to. I have about 12 mysterious gem clusters, and I probably want to go ahead and try to start farming some more for sure. I don't know how many you get per thing, honestly. I can actually show you guys. So if I try to... I don't want to just go ahead and do it on accident and harvest it. Let me see. What's like a good... Will this create... What's the ghost one? Spell tag? Here. So if I consume... Here's the crafting menu. If I consume one mysterious gem cluster and one spell tag, it'll create 10 ghost gems for reference. That's how you kind of create them. It's a very weird little mechanic a lot of people don't ever see. All right, it is around noon ET. That means that in about 8 hours, the legendaries should rotate. So I have 8 more hours to get this Articuno or a Raikou or something. If not, we're going to have to just move over to Zapdos and Entei next month, which are also very, very important. We're going to see how it goes. I'm really frustrated. I'm not going to lie. I've just been running back and forth, and it feels like I'm making no progress, which is so frustrating. My least favorite kind of grind is what I call a fruitless grind, which is just like shiny hunting or running back and forth and getting nothing in the process until you get it. At least with shiny hunting, you get encounters. And with this, I do get my encounters going up or whatever, but it doesn't feel as good as shiny hunting, right? It's just brutal. It's so brutal. I hope I get this Articuno soon. Sorry for all the complaining in this episode. I'm desperate for this Articuno. All right, with this encounter, fellas, we will be at 6,000 encounters. That is officially about estimated 11,000 encounters towards a legendary. We're still pushing. Hopes are high. Feeling a bit better. We're getting more encounters. Dude, part of me wants to go do my Jimmy run so bad, but the legendary rotates in 5 hours. Or yeah, 5 hours. Oh my God. Rico, thank you so much, dude. The legendary rotates in 5 hours, which is insane. So I'm gonna commit to the legendary hunt, just stick to Articuno, run back and forth, do what I can do, and then after 5 hours, we take a break, we call it quits, we do our Jimmy run, we do some EV training, XP training, and then we try to go for Zapdos, but not looking forward to that. I'm hoping that we get lucky next month, and that's the RNG evening out, but we'll see. I just got a you can't escape message. I don't think I've received a you can't escape message since I've started farming over the past like 20 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna catch this. I think this might be Jolly 31 speed or like level 53. Like I don't know. That was weird. I have not. Yeah, this guy's fast as fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna try to catch it and see the IVs. Okay, moment of truth. I feel like this has gotta be plus speed nature 31 speed IV. If it's at least 31 speed IV, it's a good breeder. Jolly plus 31 speed would be ideal. Naive 30 speed. Pretty good stats though. What a weird... I can't believe I have not seen that once. I've not seen a single Mon not let me flee the fight yet. 28 attack, 30 speed F, double 30s. It's like pretty decent. I'll take it. A little... yeah, we'll take it. It's a decent Heracross to have for a breeder one day. Okay, Chad is saying that if I change locations, I will 100% get Articuno. So we're going to go over to the Squirtle spot. I'm going to buy more Expert Lures really quick first, actually. I think it's definitely worth... I'm going to go under 1 million Poke here, which sucks, but I think it's definitely worth to use Expert Lures. There's only 4 hours left anyway for this chance of Articuno, so I'm going to take the best chance I can get. I'm going to use Expert Lures. I'm going to head over to Squirtle / this like Abra spot over here. I do need to... I guess I could Spore the Abra if I get a shiny. An Arena Trap Pokemon would be nice, but I think I might be fine. I'm going to stock up on Expert Lures. Let's buy 100 maybe. We can do 100. We can do 100. 150k. Okay. Off to Squirtle we go. All right, there's a Yon Mega Swarm right now active in Kanto, so I went ahead and head over to that. Got myself a nice little Yon Mega added to the Pokedex, up to 217, I think, or 218. 31 Spadef, I'll take a stat. Beautiful Pokemon. I honestly am down just to come here just to shiny check this. I don't shiny check Swarms a whole lot on the Ironman account, but this is a Pokemon that is obviously very freaking cool. I'll take it. I was not expecting a good catch from that Swarm, but I caught all four and glad I did now. 2 times 31 speed boost. It needs to be bred and stuff like that, bred up, but that's hell yeah, man. I'll take it. I love Yon Mega. I don't know how usable it is as a Pokemon right now, like how powerful it is, and it's generally not that good, but I love it as a Pokemon, so maybe we can find a use for it. Okay, this is actually fucking crazy. I'm eating my dinner right now, so sorry if I'm no webcam, but dude, this is from Iron Veggie again, who has a bunch of like 5 times 31 IV Pokemon on his Iron Man. He already has 3 shinies on his Iron Man account. This is crazy. I'm really excited to see how many people like develop shiny collections and like submit things to like shiny ratings, get vanities. Like, the more time that passes, the closer people are going to get that are going to have their Iron Man account look like main accounts, and that's so fucking exciting to me. This is so cool. The 2 times 31 Tenta, dude, this is beautiful. Congratulations, man. 3 OT shinies already on the Iron is really impressive. All right, we have ourselves an Alpha Lickitung encounter. Anything to take a break from the legendary hunts. Here we go. A nice, is it a monster? It might be a monster egg group Pokemon, actually. And it gives us a nice little Pokedex entry as well. Hopefully this encounter isn't too crazy. I know it has some pretty powerful moves, like a bit of Hyper Beam that can come out. We'll see how tough this catch is. No, the Lickilicky's becoming indignant, bro. This catch has been really, really hard. This has just been a really tough catch. I've played... Is he faster than me? I just dodged a really important Hyper Beam. Holy shit. I forgot Hyper Beam is 90% accurate. That was super lucky. Wait, does he have to recharge? He didn't even have to recharge after? What the fuck? Bro, okay, I need to... This is insane. This is like so hard to... This fight is so brutal. I'm going to try to lower his stats back down. We'll see how this goes. I might lose this, but we'll see. It's turn 22. I've thrown like 10 timer balls or something like that. Did we catch him? Okay, close. All right, there we go. That wasn't too bad. Turn 24. That was a pretty tough catch. That was like pretty tough. Careful nature, 2 times 31. Pretty good stat placement. Decently happy with that. Let's go ahead and get out of here and head back to Articuno Hunt. We officially have exactly... It's 6 p.m. Oh my god, I was gonna say 3 hours. We only have 2 hours left. Are you kidding me? We're down to the final 2 hours for Articuno or Raikou. Dude, I really didn't think not getting it was gonna be on the table. But here we are. And that's just how it rolls, man. Let's see if we can roll it back. I'm gonna go back to Pattern Bush, man. The old tried and true method. All right, fellas, with this encounter... This is 7,000 encounters dry now. Boom. There it is. 7,000 encounters. It's my last shiny. And that is a total of, I think, 12,000 encounters. It's 5 to 13, which is 8. And then plus 7. 8 plus 7. What is that? 15. Minus 2 to 3,000 encounters. Yeah, I'm at around 12 to 13,000 dry for the legendary. We just keep going. About an hour and 50 minutes left. That's all we can do. All right, fellas, it is officially 7 p.m. ET, which means that legendaries officially rotate in 1 hour from this moment. This is our last chance, our last opportunity. What someone was saying earlier in chat, and I couldn't agree more, it would be very Patrouski luck to get the legendary encounter in the final hour of the opportunity to be able to do so. So let's see what happens. If I get Articuno at 7:55 p.m., I still get Articuno, and then I can hunt for Zapdos immediately after. I would be so down for that. Okay, we're about to do math that's going to hurt my soul, okay? People are asking how many orbs would I have gotten if I just farmed with Coalescence Moltres, okay? And I could have just farmed with Coalescence Moltres, like XP trained, EV trained, and gotten orbs. However, the chance of orbs is so bad, you get about 1 every hour and a half, maybe 1 every 2 hours, okay? So, theoretically, thank you, Yoda. Theoretically, you should get way more orbs just hunting the Articuno, just hunting the legendary, and getting the 20. This would be 1 orb an hour for 20 hours hunted. However, unfortunately, obviously, now that we've gone as dry as we have, which is bound to happen. I don't mean to complain. My account has been so lucky. I'm gonna be unlucky on something. That's gonna happen. And also, if I'm gonna be unlucky on something, I'd rather it be this exact month of legendary rotations, because it's the best month to be unlucky on versus Zapdos and Entei next month, okay? So that's a huge, beautiful thing. But let's go ahead and run some math. So I'm currently 7,000 plus 815. I think I'm around 12,000, maybe 3,000-ish or 13,000. I'm gonna undercalc 12,000 encounters dry towards a legendary. We're gonna do this divided by 250 because I didn't keep the 300 pace. Obviously, that's pretty generous. 48 hours. Let's say that I spent around 48 hours legendary hunting this past month. Okay, in total, it's been more than that because of payday picking and all this other stuff, but we're gonna count it generously, right? 48 hours. Now, if I did elemental orb farming, let's say I get 1.5 an hour. What's the math on that? Do I do like 1.5 times 48? That's not right. You get 1 every hour and a half. What would the math be, chat? This is becoming more complicated of a math question than I expected. Wouldn't it just be 48 divided by 1.5? Yeah, I think you're right. I think I just have brain damage from streaming for like 20 hours. Good call, chat. Okay. 48 divided by 1.5. Right? So that would have gotten me 32. If I spent the same time that I spent legendary hunting, it would have gotten me 32 elemental orbs. The problem is, on average, you have to go by on average as opposed to, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. On average, just going for the Articuno should be faster, should be better. But you know what? It is what it is. What are you gonna do? We're here now. We made some progress still, kind of. We had a lot of fun. It's been quite the journey with Twitch chat. So you know what? I've enjoyed that personally. Maybe the legendary was the friends we made along the way. Just saying. And we still have 24 minutes. This is it, fellas. The final minute, the final seconds, the final attempt, okay? The legendaries in PokeMMO rotate every single month at midnight UTC or 8 p.m. ET, my time zone. It is 7:59 p.m. It is exactly 7:59 p.m. and 30 seconds. There are 30 more seconds, only a few more encounters for me to have a chance to get Articuno. And if I don't, within the next probably 2 encounters, I have 20 seconds left. It is gone. And I cannot get it again for 3 more months. There is 12 seconds left. It's looking like a wash, fellas. It's looking like this is my last encounter. Last chance. I did not get it. I did not get it. I spent well over 50, 60 hours in real time hunting this thing. About 48 hours or 50 hours or so efficient time. It hurts. I'm not gonna lie. It sucks. However, Zapdos and Entei are now in the wild in PokeMMO. So we just keep going. Let's go, Zapdos. I can't wait. Woo! The beauty is, I really just needed the Articuno for the elemental orbs. So if I can get a Zapdos and the IVs are naturally really good, I wouldn't even mind that much. And then I could take the elemental orbs and use them on the Moltres, hopefully. But ideally, both are usable. But I don't know if it'll be possible. We'll have to just wait and see. I'm probably going to take a break here from legendary hunting now that the month has rolled over. I have a whole month to go for Articuno and Entei. Probably going to take advantage of this. Do some EV training, XP training, gym runs, take a break from things, and actually have fun playing the Iron Man account. You know what? I super agree with this. Oz said, you win some, you lose some. You're not wrong, man. And I've won a lot on the Iron Man account. I have gotten very lucky. I've won a catch event. I've gotten 4th place in a catch event. I've gotten tons of amazing nature rolls, tons of amazing catches at the perfect time, the perfect catch, the Mightyena to breed the Charmander, to finish that breed, to fix that problem. I've done a lot of amazing things and gotten very lucky along the way. It only makes sense. Sometimes some hunts are going to be tougher than others. Is it still a bummer and it's okay to feel that way? Yes, the emotions are justified, but it also is going to happen, and I'm not too worried about it. We're going to just keep going and move on to the next grind, move on to the next goal. All right, I am back from a nice needed stretch, a nice little 10-minute stretch. Make sure to get your stretch breaks every so often when playing this amount of hours of video games, okay? Took a nice little stretch, and now it's time to finally move on, okay? I have to head over to Unova and do my Jimmy run ASAP. The reason why it's 8 p.m. ET. Jimmy runs reset every 18 hours. That means if I do my Jimmy run right now, tomorrow at around 2:30, closer to like 3 p.m., I'll actually be able to do my Jimmy run again on stream and not get it too off schedule. If I delay my Jimmy run even more, I'm going to have to end up doing it like 6 p.m., and that's really late and awkward in the day. So I want to go ahead and get to do my Jimmy run now, and then after that, I'd love to do some EV training and get up some really cool competitive Pokemon that I'm working on, like this Careful Gliscor that I want to make into a competitive Pokemon. Especially now that I have that Poison Orb, the Toxic Orb, to use for my Catch and Brillium as well. We could use a lot of really cool stuff here. The dream would be able to queue up some OU PvP and actually be competitive in that manner. And also finish preparing my Halloween Pumpkin boss fight team, which includes this Litwick, this Sandile, and then one of my Typhlosions, which are already nice and done from the Jimmy Run team. So let's go ahead and get to actually making some progress instead of just running back and forth in grass for 25 hours now that I've done over the past 2 days. Wow, that's insane to say out loud. Let's jump into it. All right, let's go ahead and jump into it. Here is the amulet coin, number 18. Boom, popped. We were starting at 851,000 Pokeyen, and my Catch and Brillium is at level 89 at the start of the Jimmy Run. All right, the Jimmy run is now over. We're back up over to 1 million Pokeyen, 1,092,000 Pokeyen. The Brillium's up to level 92, and we can go ahead and jump into. We have an Alpha Crawdon spawn. This is the third Alpha Crawdon I've seen on the account, which is kind of funny. Always a great breeder, though, within the egg group, and the hidden ability is actually super relevant with an adaptability. Crawdon's a pretty used Pokemon in PvP, so let's go ahead and try to catch this, and hopefully it's not too shabby. Unfortunately today, boys, Alpha Crawdon 1, Patrouski 0. We've been defeated. I didn't even realize that we caught it, but we did catch it. Okay, there we go. I almost missed it. Crawdon, there we go. 2 times 31. The stats are not amazing, but relevant. I'll use them in a breed someday. Let's finally go to something I actually want to do. I'm really tired, but I really want to do some EV training and XP training for some competitive Pokemon. I have my eye on that Gligar, maybe a few others. Let's go see what I can compile into one EV train session. All right, it's time to start some EV training. I'm going to be using my Moltres, as you can see here, with Wide Lens and Heat Wave. And then I'll be EV training my Gligar named Glorp, Careful Nature, no EVs yet, obviously. IVs, 31 attack, 20 plus in all stats, and then 31 Spadef. Not moveset quite yet. Does have hidden ability access, so it will be a Poison Heal Gliscor. Then we have this Tentacruel. So I'm so tired. Tentacruel, Sassy Nature, 31 defense, really good stats. I think I want to go 252 defense on the Tentacruel and try to make... Well, no, I'm sorry. I think the... I don't know. I'm actually so back and forth on this. I think I go 2v2 Spadef on both. I think that's the plan. 2v2 Spadef on both. Gliscor is more of a defensive Pokemon, but going Spadef allows it to do both. Tentacruel is more of a Spadef Pokemon, but going defense could maybe allow it to do both, but not as well as Gliscor. You have lack of access to decent sustain, like Roost on Gliscor. You don't have as much setup on Tentacruel. And then Tentacruel is mostly a utility Pokemon you bring in to Rapid Spin and stuff like that, and there's pressure down the other Pokemon to switch out. You don't want it sitting in the battle too much. And then it's going to kind of die to an Earthquake anyway because of the typing. So I think going special defense on both these is ideal. I'm going to start off by doing 252 HP over here at Stunfisk in Unova. We'll do 2v2 HP on each Pokemon, and then we'll split over to Tentacruel or 2v2 Spadef. I'll see you guys with some more EV trading. Wait, someone in chat said it procced. I got an orb? Wait, is that true? I need to see this. I've never seen that. Wait, did I actually hear? You found an elemental orb. Dude, the consolation prize for not getting Articuno. Let's go. That's all. That's like, they're that rare. It's that big of a deal. That's my first one I've ever gotten on the account. Hell yeah, it's the benefit of using Moltres to EV train and XP train. Okay, let's keep going, man. I gotta get a lot more of these orbs. All right, there is the HP EV training done. 252 on both the Gligar in the Tentacruel. I'm gonna go ahead and just move over to special defense over in Hoenn. We'll get some good XP while being here as well, since it's just Tentacruels. I do want to try to go ahead and get Sweet Scent on my Smeargle here pretty soon. That will allow me to actually use the XP re-amplifier, which I think I actually I just realized when XP training, I'm definitely going to want to use the XP reamplifier. So I'm definitely going to need Sweet Scent on this thing ASAP. All right, I think the strat that I want to go ahead and do here is I'm going to go over to Smeargle Cave, which is where I'm at right now. I'm going to go ahead and lead with my Oddish here. I'm going to try to get a Sweet Scent off with a Quick Claw. Unfortunately, I got to heal my Sweet Scent, so I have to go back to the PC really quick, heal up the Sweet Scent, get some PP onto it, and then I'm going to attempt to... Actually, I think I can still use it in battle, actually. Perfect. I'm going to use Sweet Scent, hope that I get the Quick Claw proc. Unfortunately, I didn't. So I'm going to go ahead and run away from this fight where possible, or probably just die in a sec. Yeah, I'll have to leave here in a quick sec, and then I'll do this again until I get the Quick Claw proc. All right, there we go. We got our Quick Claw proc finally. It took us a few fights, but there we go. This is probably not the most efficient way to do this. I'm just very tired, and this is like something I'm familiar with, so I'm just trying to get it done with. Boom. Beautiful. Now that that has sketched my Sweet Scent, it'll have 5 different PP for Sweet Scent I can use. I then skip over to my Smeargle and go ahead and sketch the opposing Smeargle. I just like using wild Smeargles for sketching moves like this. It's something I'm used to. Boom. Beautiful. There we go. Now I will have Sweet Scent sketched onto my level 100 Smeargle, and I can use this for proper EV training and XP training with the XP reamplifier. Let's run from this fight. Go ahead and use our 1 PP max that I did get a while ago, specifically for this moment. Use it on the PP, the Sweet Scent. And there we go. Now we can go Special Defense EV Train as well as XP Train, which are both done in the exact same spot in Hoenn over at the Battle Frontier. All right, so I have this set up. I might not be able to use Moltres here. I don't know if it'll do enough damage with Heat Wave into Tentacruel being a Special Defense wall. I kind of don't think it will. If not, I have this Garchomp over here in the back. Then I should be able to... Did I not teach Surf over this? Oh, excuse me. I need to teach Surf on the Tentacruel that I'm using to farm. Like this. Oh, I didn't teach it over Waterfall. Okay, HM or HM. Gotcha. We'll do it over Skull Bash. Okay. So, what's up, Koshiwa? Now, I'm going to try to use Moltres. I have my XP Reamplifier on. Every Pokemon in my party is level 100 except for Tentacruel and Gligar, which means that all of the XP will be diverted to them, and I'll be gaining Special Defense EVs at the same time. So even after I'm done Special Defense EV training, I'm still going to basically sit here and just XP train these guys. I'm going to try to Heat Wave. It's so close, actually. It did 99.3% to one of them. I think what I could do is actually put Choice Specs on this and just accept the fact that I'm going to miss a lot of the attacks, or like a lot more of them. Is that worth it to farm some occasional elemental orbs every so often versus consistently XP training, EV training? Probably not. It's honestly a tough call. I might do a little bit of both and just see how it plays out. Anon, you're kind of spitting. Someone in chat said, what if you try... So, okay. I'm not using Moltres because it doesn't do enough damage, and I have to use Specs to do enough damage that it misses, but I can't use Wildlands to do enough damage. Someone said, why not invest some of the elemental orbs that you've been saving up, and maybe you'll do enough damage. It actually might be that close. I'm going to try that. It might be a little bit of a waste right now, but you know what? That's okay. We have to use them at some point to some extent. I'm going to throw the low-level Garchomp in here for the time being. I'm going to go ahead and use some of my elemental orbs. Very, very, very valuable resource on the Iron Man account. Let's go ahead and up it to 25. Elemental orbs needed 10. That's reasonable. Up it to 25. That's a pretty darn good attack stat. Down to 11 elemental orbs. Let's then put Wide Lens onto it. Head over to Tentacruel. And let's see if we can KO now. This will be the test. If I still can't KO, I could keep using orbs, but if it's too far off, it might just be better to still use Garchomp. I need to use this at some point anyway, to be fair. But I do need to make sure I'm fast enough. The other problem is I don't want to invest too many now into Spatak, never get any more orbs before raids, and then not have a Moltres that's fast enough to actually outspeed the Pokemon and do any damage at all before dying. Still, the problem is I don't think it's enough, chat. I think I did 84%. No. Damn. I'm not going to say I wasted those orbs, but I definitely prematurely used them. Even if I upped to 31 Spatak, I can't do enough damage. Maybe for some of them. But this is... One of them only took 74%, I think. It was way too little. So, unfortunately, no. Still not enough damage, man. Back to Garchomp. All right, this attack will be the final 2v2 Spadef EVs, and then from here I just need to do some XP training. My Tentacruel is already over level 50, so that should be good. My Tentacruel is almost ready for PvP. I need to moveset it, of course, which it requires a fair bit of things. Honestly, needs a lot to be done. It's totally not moveset at all. All of these will be replaced. I did notice, unfortunately, I don't have an egg move on my Tentacruel, but that's okay. It does kind of need Rapid Spin / Rapid Spin helps it tremendously. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have access to that. This was just a really, really easy comp for me to go ahead and whip up since I caught it as a really good alpha. And I don't want to put any extra effort into it with the breeding. So I'm going to use it as is, try to get some good use out of it, which I can still definitely do. And I'll be putting other moves onto it at some point. I'm not going to worry about that for the time being. So I'll probably have to get some hard scales at some point to help with a lot of these as well. I don't have any hard scales essentially on the account, so I have a lot of farming to do there. Gligar needs to be evolved into a Gliscor. I do have the Razor Fang needed to evolve it. It needs to be leveled up at nighttime with the Razor Fang equipped, I believe. Yep. At nighttime specifically in game. And then it needs to be level 50. So I'm going to go ahead and get it up to like level 49, I think. I can go ahead and put the Tentacruel away. I don't need to XP train anymore. We're done EV training. And then I'll just slowly start grabbing Pokemon out of my boxes to XP train, which I have a lot of mons that I've needed to XP train for quite a while. That Litwick is definitely one of the first ones up on my list, because I want to be able to do the pumpkin boss when the Halloween event comes around. All right, the Gligar is done being EV trained and XP trained. I do have, he's one battle away from being level 50, and as soon as I level him up at nighttime, he'll evolve into Gliscor. So we'll have that done. I'm going to pop him over here to finish him up later when it's nighttime in game. And for now, I'm going to grab this Litwick, and this is fully EV trained. I'm going to go XP train this up, make this into a nice Chandelure, a really good PVM Pokemon, a really decent, honestly, like, this is a really decent PvP Pokemon. You generally would want like Timid on something like this for PvP, but it'll work. It'll be decent. It'll be usable, and an amazing required raid Pokemon. Or sorry, not raid. For the pumpkin boss fight. The pumpkin, there's raids, there's also the pumpkin boss fight with the Halloween event. So getting a Chandelure, Typhlosion, and Crude for that is crucial. All right, fellas, good morning. It is another beautiful day on the Iron Man account. I need to quickly go buy some Pokeballs because there is a catch event that is about to begin in about 6 minutes, okay? It is a Torkoal and Coughing and Slugma and Machop catch event. Quick Ball and Nest Balls catch most of these Pokemon. I need to super stuck up on Nest Balls. If you asked me, hey, Patrouski, when starting your Iron Man account, what's going to be the most used Pokeball on the account? If you would have told me Nest Balls for catch events, I would have called you. I would have never believed you. Like, that's insane. Nest Balls are crucial, dude. I'm going to go ahead and get 92 of these, make it 100 or so. That's perfectly puts me at 1 mil. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave it there. This works out too nicely. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to be using some Nest Balls, possibly see Koopster in game, possibly some Quick Balls. I have my bold synchronized Pokemon, which is relevant for this event, but it's only level 24. I need to spend some more time at some point XP training all my synchronized Pokemon to actually get them higher level to be properly usable. I'm going to head back over to Hoenn, over to Fiery Path, and get ready for this event. Alrighty, fellas, the catch event begins in about 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. It is time for, I probably should have prepped this a little bit better. Time for our first catch. The catch event has officially begun. Good luck to everyone participating. Nest Balls and Quick Balls should both be phenomenal. Nest Balls might be like 94% catch rate on some of these mons, but it should be good enough, hopefully. Let's go ahead and jump into it. There is our very first Coughing, our very first catch. It does have a +5 species bonus. Not a great catch for the event, but 31 Spadef, 30 HP. This will be an amazing Wheezing breeder on the Iron Man account. I will happily take that catch. Let's jump into 59 minutes of catch event. Unfortunately for this event, I will say Torkoal I think is just not worth catching. There's no species bonus. It's +0, and it's only a 58% catch rate with Quick Ball. So you have to like switch in your catching mon. Free Smoke Ball, take it, hell yeah. To actually go for it. I think I'm just going to run from Torkoals, which sucks because Torkoal is like, it would be great to catch it. It's a pretty common spawn here, and it would be great to catch Torkoals for the Pokedex. Or not for the Pokedex, for like a good mon. Like Torkoal is a really relevant raid Pokemon. Obviously, we have one for our Gym Run team, PvP Pokemon, a Sunsetter like that, right? Having a good IV Torkoal would be relevant, but unfortunately, I don't think I can waste the time during the event itself. Yo, good luck to you, Lolo Burgo. When was this caught? Yup, this is in the catch event. This was like 4 minutes ago. Dude, good luck. This is a bold. This is a 173. This might be first place. This might be first place. Good luck to you. Congrats on the catch. Worst case scenario, it's got to be like second place. We're like, Worst case, there's no way it's third. That's probably first or second place. Good luck to you, dude. That's insane. All right, I think this is going to end up being the last catch of the event. That is the catch event done with here in like about 30 more seconds. If you're still playing, go ahead and look on the last catch, but I'm going to go ahead and call it, boys. Don't think I got anything worth submitting, but it's time to do a little bit of box sorting, clean things up, delete some Pokemon, and move over any good IVs to other areas. I was able to catch around 42 or so Pokemon in that catch event, with my lowest score being around a 47, and then my highest catch being around a 136. That's about average what you would expect from a catch event. That's what you're going to get most of the time. Super happy with that. Got a few free smoke balls, and I'm going to go ahead and sort by 1x31s and see how many we end up there. All right, unfortunately, at least 30 of these bad boys are going to go ahead and get released, so rest in peace to these fellow Pokemon. Sorry about that. That's the way it's got to go down. So see you later, mate, on those. These guys have 31 IVs, but I am so limited on PC space. I have to do something a little funny. I'm going to go ahead and rename this box to my release box for cleaning, and then I'm going to name this box more 1x31 Pokemon. I hate that I got to do this, but I just have way too many. I'm going to have to do some breeding here very, very soon, but I need more Pokeyen decently badly to breed, so we'll have to clean up our boxes a fair bit. But for now, like, too many of these are bleeding over. I'm going to move these over here so we can have this properly sorted out. These could be combined into one box at one point as well. These will now get moved over to the new 1x31 box. And from there, we should have a lot cleaner boxes. These need to get bred. I'm going to go ahead and just go breed these right now. The reason why, they are just two different Chaos Egg Group Pokemon with every stat you need, I believe. Let's see. Pretty much every stat you need in most stats, except for, like, this one's missing HP. We can brace that. This one's missing Spadef. There's also speed. We could breed these together, just a male and a female Slugma, clean up the boxes, and get a really good breeder in the future. So let's go ahead and just take care of that now while we're doing this. Okay, as soon as I use a Leaf Stone on one of my Executes to get Executor in my Pokedex, I could go ahead and release all these random little shitty Executes that I have. So I'm going to go ahead and just do this. This is fully for the Pokedex entry. You can go buy Leaf Stones and other stones from certain shopping malls and Pokemarts. So I'm basically just paying 5,000 Pokeyen for a Pokedex entry, which you'll happily take. It'll put me up to 220 caught OT, a little over 33%. I'm going to just not learn all these and release this bad boy in a sec. Sorry, man. All right, we have catch event results. Let's go ahead and check. I almost missed it, boys. Sorry about that. We got it, though. Let's go see drum rolls. Drum rolls. Where's third place? Fourth place, excuse me. Fourth place. In fourth place with 19 points. Pretty normal fourth place score. Congratulations. Nina Tepes, congratulations. Congrats. A very solid fourth place win. And then in third place, I saw you say this in chat and I couldn't believe it. With the 173 coughing, you got third place? I am so sorry if I misled you or baited you or led you astray in any way. I can't believe that. That's in 173? Holy shit. Dude, I know that the species bonus and ninja have changed a little bit for catch events, but like +5 for highest nature and +5 for highest species is pretty normal for catch events. We're still seeing insanely higher scores. Someone said recently that they feel like me promoting the Ironman account had increased the amount of people doing catch events by a lot. They just anecdotally had seen that and saw that and felt that way. And I was like, you know, I hope that's the case. That honestly would be awesome. Catch events are amazing. And it looks like, dude, scores are rising. Like, that's 173 third place is crazy. This is a first place in most events. Second place, like, in some tight events. And then for second place to be 3 points higher. Holy shit. Let me get my money is a great name. 176 was second. First place. Oh my God. First place. Nice username. 179. Holy crap, man. 173, 176, 179. First through third place. That's congrats to all the winners. What a competitive catch event. I'm really just impressed and shocked. Things are getting more intense. I used to always say, is so good. I used to always say that, like, the average fourth place is around 18 to 20. The average third place is like 168. The average second place is 170. And then average first place is like 172. The numbers might be changing because that's, wow. Yeah, you caught a 170 and missed third. I'm so sorry. That's crazy. It's a different era, man. A different era of catch events is upon us. All right, after doing a ton of box sorting, probably take about 20 or 30 minutes, we can go ahead and release all of these Pokemon. Almost 60 more Pokemon being released. See you later, mate. Rest in peace. And now we have so much more. We might be able to get down to like almost one box. We're pretty close. Oh, that's pretty good. That's 1.5 boxes is all we have. Ideally, in the in-game, I want like 2 boxes max of Pokemon here. 1.5 might be ideal for catch event space to go here. Beautiful. We just cleaned up so much box space. We have 3 extra boxes now. It's so nice. Okay. Oof. Good summer cleaning on the Iron Man. I'm going to go breed these Slugmas like I said I was going to go do, but haven't been able to go do yet. We're going to go do that really quick and do a little bit more breeding just for fun, because I kind of feel like up to it. Let's do a little bit of breeding over in Hoenn really quick after that catch event. And then we'll get back to XP training that Litwick whenever we have a sec. All right, just doing this Slugma breed to go ahead and quickly make a nice little Chaos Egg Group breeder, making it male so it can actually breed these stats onto a good Pokemon. It's got 27 HP, 25 plus defense, attack, def, and then it just needs to medium roll. As long as we medium roll the speed here, I'll be happy. If we low roll, that'd be unfortunate. A good nature roll would be amazing, but that would be lucky. So let's just go ahead and get that going. I'm gonna get a few more breeds going while we're here. It's always good to clear up box space whenever you can and get a bunch of breeds going whenever you're doing it all at once, you know. Good to switch up the activities. Or we ended up with this Slugma, which is quiet in nature, which isn't terrible, but definitely not ideal. This will be a nice little breeder thrown over in the noted slash, yeah, over here category. I have a new breed to go ahead and work on, this Heracross breed that I've been planning out in my boxes. This is going to give me a decent Heracross. It needs to either high roll speed. The reality is we'll probably just have to breed it again. I'm going to make it female for sure. It's going to give me a 20 plus high HP stat, 20 plus attack, 28 defense, high defenses, low speed most likely. Adamant Heracross. We are Everstoning this breed. Heracross is a relevant PvP Pokemon, a pretty relevant raid Pokemon, a good fighting type option. It's a little slower than you would want, but with Tailwind and a decent speed stat, it'll make up for a lot of the time. One more breed by giving it 31 speed will make this a perfect PVM Pokemon. All right, then next up, this little Vulpix breed with hidden ability access. This is a Drought Vulpix, one of the most powerful Pokemon in PokeMMO for setting up weather. You need Drought Ninetales for raids, for PvP at times. This should give me a nice beginning part to a breed where I'll have 31 attack, 20 plus in defenses. I still need to get the speed and HP and nature worked out. It'll be a really nice start cheap to a breed though. Start to a cheap breed. Dude, what's driving me crazy on the Iron Man is I feel like I catch so many Pokemon and I feel like I keep so many Pokemon as breeders. I literally have 4 boxes of breeders right now. And if I go check, oh, how many male Water A 31 Spatak Pokemon do I have? 1 times 31 Pokemon, by the way. I have 2 of them. That's it. And both of them are 2 times 31s and don't have the nature that I need and like are super awkward. It's crazy how many Pokemon you need to catch to actually have a relevant breeder. The Slowpoke's a good breeder though? No, it isn't, because you'd rather use it. It's Adamant with 31 attack in the Water A Egg group. You'd rather use this as a great Dragonite breeder, not for this breed for my Drizzle Politoed, right? I'm looking for a Drizzle special attacking Politoed breeder. It's crazy. You can just never have enough good IV Pokemon on the Iron Man, dude. It's really hard. It's been tougher than I even expected it to be. It's been really difficult. All right, we're now going to do a breed with this Mienfoo and this Spinda. Mienshao, a really good PvP mon and one of the best raid Pokemon on fighting teams, which is like the second most used. First most used raid team is Sun teams. Second most used is fighting. Fighting is especially important for the upcoming Halloween event with the possible Darkrai raid return. I think they confirmed that it would return last year, but to double check. So Mienfoo, we're going to go ahead and go to this breed. We're going to attack. This should be good. If we get the like high roll on the speed, it would be super lucky. We need nature though as well. Make it female so we can rebreed. We did get a hatch on our Heracross, which we did. We low rolled the speed. That sucks. That's okay. I think we were expecting to rebreed this if I'm not mistaken. And then the Vulpix came out gentle. Okay, let's go keep working on these breeds as well. We're not done on anything yet, but we're making good progress. Okay, I think that these 2 Wurmples and this Dwebble are going to be crucial to making a breeder for my Heracross. I think it's the only way to do this. So what I need to do is get a 31 speed brace for this Dwebble to make sure we can carry that up the breed and get a good speed on this Heracross. I'm going to end up making a pretty good Heracross here. I think I need to do a lot. I need to work a lot more on making breeders for my breeders, if that makes sense. I have a bunch of like Pokemon with one thing, but I need a bunch of Pokemon with like 2 or 3 things to finish breeds. And it's really, really hard to finish breeds right now. Really hard on this account. So I'm just going to take this Dwebble, brace the speed, and then take this Wurmple and brace something. Probably the defense. Yeah, it's expensive and it kind of sucks, but we still end up... We brace the defense on the Wurmple, carry that over, and then we hope the HP should medium roll, and the Spadef should be good. An attack high roll would be really lucky. We can't really hope for that. Maybe I'm sorry. I actually brace the attack. The attack is more important. I can deal with a Heracross with low defense, kind of. I'd like it to be good if I'm doing this many breeds. What's the next Wurmple, actually? There's so many things to factor in. The next Wurmple has 25 attack, 21 defense. I'm going to brace the defense then. Yes. And then if I need to brace the attack, I'll brace it on the next Wurmple. So we'll do this. Okay. Get this breed going. This needs to come out female. That's very important. Has to be female. So it can breed with the next Wurmple. And then ideally this, we might have enough here for a complete Heracross breed. Next we need to find a pair for our Vulpix, and our Mienfoo is still hatching. Right now we do have a breeder for our Vulpix. Let's see what this looks like. This should give it 31 Spatak, 31 speed, 26 Spadef, high defense. We might need to rebreed for HP and nature, but the Vulpix breed is going great. Nice, slow, and steady. We'll take that, get that going. And then next up we have our Mienfoo, which did hatch. Came out quiet. We'll have to rebreed it, of course. Defense needs some assistance. Okay. Let's see what we can find for this Mienfoo. It is, I believe, humanoid and maybe field. Humanoid and field. Okay. Okay, planning a breeder for this Mienfoo is proving much harder than I expected, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to put it on hold for a quick sec. I'm looking for stuff. I have this Raticate that I want to turn it into a breeder, but then I don't have the proper stats and the proper mons, and becoming a whole thing. So let's just check. We have our Heracross. What were we working on last? Was I waiting for my Heracross to hatch? No, my Heracross is good. Waiting for the Dwebble. We're waiting for the Dwebble to hatch. Yes. To become a good breeder. That's what we were doing. Or our Heracross. And our Heracross has nature. Has attack. We need to... Gotcha. Okay, so we low rolled attack, I think. We need to take this Wurmple. Speed brace, attack brace. Speed brace on Dwebble. Attack brace. There's so many things to keep track of and manage when doing breeds like this. This should come out amazing, though. This Heracross is going to end up being very, very, very good. Which I'm very excited for. 25 plus attack, 20 plus... Beautiful. Okay, we ended up making a perfect breeder for our Heracross. Very, very happy with that. We'll be able to Everstone the... I'm going to put the Everstone on so I don't forget. Everstone the Heracross. Speed brace the Dwebble. Beautiful. This will be a fantastic Heracross. Amazing for upcoming raids. Good in PvP. Exactly what you want, dude. Every breed, it's really difficult. It's really hard. It's frustrating. It's complicated. It's like keeping track of everything is difficult. But once you complete it, once you like, it's so... I'm so excited. Like getting this one UT Heracross feels so good, you know? Yeah, it's cool having to work for it. Like every single UT that I create, I'm so excited. I can't wait. I can't wait to EV train and XP train, which is so fun. Like what an insane position to be in. I'm like excited to grind because getting even being able to grind, getting to the point where you can grind is so nice, man. All right, here's the final breed for this Heracross. I'm so excited for this. Like 20 to 25 plus attack, HP, defenses, 31 speed, adamant nature. This is going to... We don't care about gender right now. Luxury ball this bad boy. It's funny, like, it's so hard to breed good comps, good raid mons. I'm going to try to luxury ball, like, all of them. Because it's that, like, they're all a luxury. They're all difficult. They're all rare. When people ask, like, Patrouski, why are you still using... I get questions. Why are you still using the beginner Jimmy Run team? Why are you still doing that? Blah, blah, blah. Because it's so hard to create the other things, and you can only do so much at a time. I play the Iron Man like 10 hours a day on average, 14 hours a day during the streamathon, and people are still like, why haven't you done this? And it just takes time. It takes so much longer. And to be fair, to give people credit, I'm even impressed at how long this stuff takes. I underestimated how grindy this account would be. So if I did that, you know, it makes sense. We'd see that at other places. The Vulpix came out beautifully. 2 times 31, 20 plus defenses, naive nature. I might actually be able to... I wonder if naive works. I might be able to keep that. I'll have to check a few things. I kind of doubt it. I think I prefer a plus damage, but we'll see. All right, I'm trying to make a breeder for this Mienfoo. The best thing I found so far is this Spinda and this Raticate. This might be the way that I have to do it. I had to look for a Mon with like 14 and plus 15 plus defense. I have to hope the defense at least medium rolls. If this hits the 25% in low passes, that's going to suck so much. But we gotta risk it. Wait, can we even risk that actually? Because we have to. Oh no, defense is like the stat that matters the most. On the we can't. I'm sorry, we can't even do that. I lied. We can't even do this breed because the defense will come out. We can't do this. I need the defense to be 24 plus to medium roll into this Mienfoo. I can't. I'm not risking a double. I'd have to risk medium roll into high roll. I can't do that. That's a failed breed. We have to try again. All right, I'm doing a little bit too much breeding and it's starting to melt my brain, so I've got to stop soon. Let's finish up what we have. I'm gonna make this 20 plus HP, 31 defense. This looks so scrappy. Hope that this special defense medium rolls, but if it doesn't, it's mostly okay. This will be out of, yeah, this will be, it looks so scrappy right now, but trust me, this should be a decent breeder for my Mienfoo. We're going to be rolling the defense. I'm happy to spend the 10k to brace the defense to hopefully make it higher. Our Heracross should be done. Dude, our Heracross, we high rolled the attack. That matters. We had a 22 to 25 roll. You want as much a damage here as obviously as possible. That is the best thing that could have high rolled. This Heracross is gorgeous, dude. Hell yes. Okay. That's going to go over in our UT box. Gorgeous. Next up, we still need to find another breeder for this Vulpix. We'll do that while this egg is hatching. Okay, I think this is super worth it. It's scary because this Spinda breeder is so good. It's really scary to waste it. But I think this is the time. This is the situation for things for this. It's supposed to be for this kind of thing. Okay, I have my Vulpix. Let's go see. It's going to have to randomly roll the HP. I think if the HP... it could go high SPDF as well. If the HP has to high roll, it doesn't really have to though. The beauty is I don't need my Ninetales to be that tanky. It would be nice, but I think this is fine. I'm gonna make it female just so that in the future if I want to rebreed this I can. But like, this is modest nature, 31 attack, 31 speed. This is pretty much all I'm gonna need for raids. I think this is done. I'm gonna click the breed button. I'm losing the alpha, that's fine. This is pretty much all I need. This will end up being a beautiful raid Pokemon. So we've completed 2 different raid mons today. We might complete a third right now. Do we lucky roll the defense here? What do we need to roll on this? Do we need to roll on this? Did we lucky roll the defense? No, we braced that, right? I think this just came out fine. What we need to do now is get a attack brace for this. We bred like 3 or 4 different raid Pokemon today. I'll have to go double check my boxes, but this was a very successful breeding session. This should come out 31 attack. The defense is going to roll. Adamant nature, very important. U-turn, okay. The defense, I'm hoping it at least medium rolls. If it low rolls, that sucks, but what are you going to do? We can also, it's similar to the Vulpix. Even if this low rolls, we can still use it. It's still usable. Female, 31 attack. The low speed is a little unfortunate, but I think it should be fine. 21, 22 speed with Tailwind and stuff. This should be a great raid mon. Let's get that going. Okay. Go check our boxes. We have 2 raid Pokemon coming out of these eggs. Most likely. We have the Heracross. Yeah, we bred like 3 different amazing raid mons today. That's very, 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 very good progress. All right, I have it set up so I can do like 3 or 4 different things all in one little go, which will be cute, okay? I need to check both my Vulpix and my Mienfoo to see how their stats rolled. I then need to evolve my Lampent and then go level up and evolve my Gliscor. Let's first check the Vulpix. I need high HP. Oh my god! What? We rolled the HP. Wait, what? Can you high roll multiple stats? Wait, what? I high rolled the HP and then also high rolled the 31, but I didn't know you. I thought that you could only high roll 1 stat and then medium roll and then. Oh my goodness! I high rolled the 31 SPDF and then also the HP. I thought you had to. Oh my goodness! This is so lucky. Well, thank you, fucking Arceus, bro. The PokeMMO Guides. That is gorgeous. Beautiful Ninetales. Okay, Mienfoo, I needed to at least medium roll the defense. I'll take it. I will take it. That's, yes. We hit both the things we need. Dude, both the RNG things. Oh my goodness. Okay, now I'm getting distracted. I can't believe how good that Ninetales came out. That is just ridiculous. Holy shit, man. That is crazy. Okay, wow, okay. Now, we evolve our Lampent into Chandelure. And we'll have to, we still need to level us up at least level 80 or so. I'd like to get it to level 100. Having a level 100 Chandelure is very relevant. It'll also be my Flame Body Pokemon in the future for whenever I'm want to like Shiny Hunt and hatch eggs or do multiple things. That'll be relevant in the future as well. All right, since it is nighttime, we can go ahead and kill this Tentacruel, and that will level up my Gligar, get it to level 50, and then also evolve it into a Glistor, completing my competitive Glistor. I do need to go ahead and get rid of, don't want Swords Dance on this. I do need to get rid of Acrobatics. I need to moveset it a little bit differently. I think I'll end up giving this like Toxic or something like that. But now, so I'm very close to a fully moveset Glistor. I'll have to see what other PvP players run on this thing to be 100% sure. I don't know the perfect moveset for this. Special defensive, perfect competitive Glistor with the Toxic Orb to back it up. The Glorp comp is officially done. Okay, dude, my setup has upgraded so much when it comes to EV training. I get to now go attack EV train with... I can EV train 4 Pokemon at once. I'm going to be EV training my shiny Event 1 Corsola, my future PVM raid and pumpkin boss Crocodile, my future raid Mienshao, and then my future raid and PvP Heracross. I gotta go attack EV train all these Pokemon at once. I'm gonna go over to Kanto and go to Nidorino. I have Fly on my Moltres. Also have Fly Ocarina. I kind of forgot about that. I kind of forgot I have Fly Ocarina, but I'm gonna go. I have Fly on my Moltres and my Ocarina. I'm gonna head down here. I have Sweet Scent on my Smeargle. Wait a minute. Wait. I just realized if I spent the time, I have a Pikachu that I could train. I have this Pikachu. If I spent the time to go XP train, I could do that in the future. In the future, I could actually EV train 5 Pokemon at once if I train this Pikachu up properly. I think I want to go ahead and just do this right now. We'll get to hyper efficiency later. I want to get this done with, but it's a good option. That Pikachu is going to need, with the Fly Ocarina, the Pikachu is going to need Sweet Scent, Discharge Surf, and then it should be good. It can even get Fly itself, but that'll be good for the future. But for now, I'm gonna use my Moltres to hopefully get a small chance at more elemental orbs. So let's just go ahead and get started. This is where I'm gonna attack EV Train. I'll see you guys when it's time to speed EV Train. So here's the move Assurance on my Crocodile. This is actually super relevant because this is what you use against the pumpkin boss. If this is a normal situation, it's very easy for me to just skip over that move and not learn it, but you really need Assurance on Crocodiles for the upcoming pumpkin fight. Okay, there is an Alpha Fortress over in Berry Forest right now, but I can't access it because I don't have this part of the Islands quest done. I didn't know that was possible. I have access to Cerulean Cave, so I have like the later part of the Islands quest done and the first part. I've done both of the gems, but I haven't saved the girl from Hypno, I think, sadly. So we have to beat up these Biter Goons and get over to this Alpha Fortress here in a quick sec. All right, and in typical Iron Man luck, I caught it after it went indignant. Whew, there's the Alpha Fortress achieved. We're looking for any defense stats, 31 HP, defense, special defense. I'll take that. That works. That's perfect, sure. Could be a breeder, could be used as a fortress. Fortress and Pine Tor are just pretty rare mons. Honestly, I'm just happy to get that in the Pokedex, to be totally honest. That is a good Pokedex addition. Let's grab this while we're here. All right, I am finally destroying this Hypno that is messing with this girl. So we're going to go ahead and get this little storyline quirk taken care of in Kanto. All right, finally done attack EV training. I'm gonna head over to Linoon and Hoenn and do my speed EVing there. All right, here's my Sandile evolving into Crocorock. I think I already have it in the Pokedex. We don't have Crocodile yet in the Pokedex, so when this evolves at level 40, that'll be a new Pokedex entry as well, which is nice. Oh shit, this is huge news. Yo, shout out to Park, and thank you so much. Shiny Wars just increased the total number of teams allowed. That's insane, from 100 to 150. Not only has PokeMMO grown so much over the past 1 year, but Shiny Wars has grown. This is crazy. Last year, for the first ever annual Shiny Wars, there was only 50 teams, correct? 50 teams allowed. This year, they doubled it to 100, and now they're tripling it to 150. That's really, really exciting. Yeah, the first year was 55. Yeah, that's wow. Dude, it goes to show how popular shiny hunting has gotten in PokeMMO and how far we've come. I always say, like, back in 2013, people literally laughed at me for saying that I was shiny hunting back in 2013 because all you would do is run back and forth single encounters. It was not seen as a legitimate playstyle in the game. And here we are where it's probably the most popular playstyle in the game. That's insane. It's 150 people, 30 people per team. That is 4,500 people. Holy shit. In Shiny Wars. Like in a, you know, wow. In a shiny hunting event, sure, but like Shiny Wars is like the cream of the crop, the Super Bowl. Like this is intense, man. That is amazing. Beautiful to see and really positive news, dude. Hell yeah. All right, this should be the final horde for speed. Yup, that is speed EV training done. I need to XP train 3 out of 4 of these Pokemon. However, it's now 4 p.m. I can go do my gym rerun. I had to do a really late gym rerun yesterday. I'm going to go do my gym rerun really quick and get some nice Pokeyen. We're starting at 813,000. We got to make up for all the Pokeyen we spent today doing our breeding. All right, that is the gym rerun done with. Up to 1,036,000 Pokeyen. Our Breloom was level 92 when we started. Now up to 95. Our Breloom is getting close to max level. I could legitimately go like farm Dittos now. Like I think I might do that very soon. I could go farm a ton of Dittos with my new Breloom build using sub Ball Swipe Sports. Obviously not the most efficient thing in the world, but it's better than having to like save the BP for a safety goggles. Maybe at some point we'll do that because I actually do have some more BP farming strats now. For now, I think it'd be perfect. It's only 36 minutes left in the streamathon. I'm gonna try to go back to Kanto. I was super unlucky last month. Did about 13,000 encounters for Articuno and/or Raikou. Didn't get either of them. I'm gonna head back to Kanto, do some single encountering, and try to get a Zapdos and just try to get lucky and see what happens. That'd be a great way to end. That'd be a poetic way to end the streamathon when I spent so many hours of the streamathon going for Articuno. 5 seconds, fellas. It's time for the countdown. 2 seconds. 1 second. It's over. No, that's it. Time. It's done. Like 30. Okay, we did 28 hours. 29 hours, excuse me. 29 plus 9, around 10 hours. We streamed for around 39, 38-ish, 38 to 39 hours over the past 3 days. Over 10 hours a day, easily. Cleared it. It's been a journey. It's been fun. It's been beautiful. It's been hard. It's been detrimental. It's been sad. It's been depressing at times. No Articuno. Like 14,000 encounters dry. It's my last legendary. Nothing yet, right? It's been inspiring. It's been fun. We've yapped. We've talked. Movies, food, discussion. We've solved all the problems in the world. World hunger, you know. We solved everything, right? I forgot how to say words for the most part. We've prepped for Shiny War. We've seen the people prepping for Shiny War. It's been a blast. And I thank you guys so much. I always want to encourage doing what you love for a lot of hours. Never let anybody shame you out of. There's nothing wrong with playing games or doing things you enjoy for a lot of hours, as long as you are doing it somewhat healthily. Take care of yourself, get those showers in, eat healthily-ish, exercise, make sure you're getting your job done, your work done, schoolwork done, whatever it is. Take care of yourself. But if you want to, it makes you happy and it promotes you in a positive direction long term. Play PokeMMO. Shiny hunting. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't let someone make you feel bad for spending your time in the way that you enjoy, because at the end of the day, most of our time spent on Earth is just to have fun, enjoy ourselves, and leave a positive impact. And sometimes we overthink that. So I leave you guys with this. I leave you guys with a thank you for all of your support. This streamathon couldn't have been what it was without all of you. I cannot believe how far PokeMMO has come within 4 years to where we're doing a fucking 40-hour streamathon. It's great. Like, this game was so niche and on the brink of something like 4 years ago, and now it's just skyrocketing to the moon. It's never been more exciting. The second annual Shiny Wars is starting. I could just rant and rave about how much has changed and how positive in a direction it's headed and going so fast. And I can't wait for it all. I'll see you guys in 4 more years in the PokeMMO community. Thank you so much for watching. Like the video if you enjoyed it. Dislike if not. Subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO content. Follow me on Twitch for streams Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET. I'll probably be taking a break until next Monday. I'm going to be so honest. I love you all very much, okay? Discord's down below if you're interested in that. If you want to go above and beyond and support the content, allow me to do streams like this, YouTube memberships, Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, PayPal, Venmo donations, and HelloFresh. First, like 50% off your first order for some awesome food, and you support the stream. It's a win-win. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you after a long rest. Have a great day. And I want to leave you guys with something special, something that I think encapsulates a lot of what I believe and what I push and love so much. So for now, I will see you guys later. Have a good one. Peace, Reno.
Man, shout out to anyone who has a hobby that they care about. Yeah. Even if it doesn't make any money. As long as it makes them happy and
they're broke. Bro, it's just a game. Dork.
Dork. Shouting out with all these people, man, I don't even know their names. I try by the shinies in the reds, but I know I don't need those things. Yeah, you do. I just want to play with my friends. I just want to shiny out with my friends. I just want to play with my friends. I just want to shiny out with my friends. Dork. They say I'm wasting time. 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 They say I'm wasting time.
Yo, what's up? Me again, Patrouski here, and the streamathon is officially over. Thankfully, because I need to rest my voice. It's probably been pretty rough through some of these sections, so I appreciate you guys' patience and understanding throughout that. Now, I was doing the stream recap, doing my timestamps and thumbnails, doing a little bit of video work as you do, the casual little desk work, and I noticed I didn't give you guys my ending hours. I thought that would be an interesting number. You see, I started this streamathon at 369 hours played on the account. I also started at 2,700 encounters, and now I'm up to 9,445. Not as many as I expected, but I did very, very little hoarding throughout this, so it also makes sense. Almost all of this was single encountering. I took so many breaks. It's crazy how drawn my attention is on the Ironman account. So many Jimmy runs, so many alpha catches, so many swarms. You're constantly drawn all over the place to play efficiently on the Ironman, which is part of the fun, part of the enjoyment, since on a main account you can sit in the same spot for so many months. But let's just go ahead and stop stalling. Let's check the hours played. 369 was the start. We ended with 408, over the 400 hour mark on the account. That is really exciting. From 369 hours played to 408 now within 3 days, really 2.5 days to some extent. I'm very happy with that. I think the streamathon was a massive success, probably too much of a success, where I don't know if I'll be able to do this every single month. I've been doing this every single month, mostly since the beginning of 2025, and it might be time to retire that. But for now, let's just go ahead and jump back into the Iron Man account, maybe after a day or two of a break, huh? Alrighty, good morning. What is up? It is 2 days after the end of the streamathon, and we are so back, jumping back into the Iron Man account at that 409 hours played. Everything left off just how I left it. I'm gonna go ahead and just slowly get back into things by popping an amulet coin, getting some nice Pokeyen, getting my Jimmy run done. I am actually XP training my Pikachu today. I really do want to get this Pikachu up to level 100, or at least higher level, so I can use it to EV train and XP train Pokemon. This thing will have Discharge and Surf and Sweet Scent, and then I could do like Fly or something else on it as well. Pikachu's move pool is pretty funny. It's always kind of crazy to think about what it can learn, and I think Pikachu is one of the best like EV training, XP training utility Pokemon in Pokemon. The fact that it can learn Sweet Scent and Fly on the same Pokemon allows you to EV train more Pokemon in one party than a lot of other things could. The fact that I now have the Fly Ocarina makes it a lot easier, but even the fact that this gets Sweet Scent and Stab, Discharge, and other like Surf, like AoE moves, it's going to allow me to EV train up to 5 Pokemon at once, especially with the XP reamplifier. So Pikachu's really going to help me take advantage of that item, which we put so much effort into at the start of the series. Alright, I am in the middle of a rich trainer run because I had some extra time at the end of my run, but I think that might have been actually the best Jimmy run I've had so far. I started at 1,036,000 Pokeyen, and now I ended with 1,304,000. So if we do the 304,000, we'll do 304 minus 36, we end up with 268,000 Pokeyen is what I was able to gain in that 1 hour. Very happy with that. I think it's the best gym run we've done so far off stream. I just skipped every single gym that could cause problems. Not having to have Moltres in the back is honestly really nice as well, because it allows me to have a Garchomp. So not relying on a fly Pokemon in the back allows me to have a better cleanup Pokemon in certain instances of Flash Fire Mons or if something goes wrong. And that puts me at 410 hours played and up to a little bit over 1.3 million Pokeyen now. And now it's time to figure out, what do I want to do today? I want to do something a little more active at first, then maybe move on to something a little bit grindier. A really important thing when asking yourself what goals do you want to do in your PokeMMO day is, how are you feeling? What do you want to do? Are you in a grindy mood? Personally, today I want to use my brain a little bit more, at least for a little bit, and then move on to something grindier after sort of setting up and using my brain for that first part. This could include something like breeding up some more competitive Pokemon, and then later on EV training, XP training them. This could include something like learning hard scale farming and then going and doing it long term. There's many different options, and constantly looking over your goals list is super important. I will say I cannot believe that I told myself that I was going to do the Sinnoh storyline in this episode / this week. I've played 40 hours of Pokemon already this week just with the streamathon. I can't believe I thought I was going to follow that up with a nice 16 hours across 2 days or so, 8 hours a day, usually 10 or 12, doing the Sinnoh storyline. I can't believe that is not going to happen this episode. Based on how I feel right now, it could change, but I doubt it. I know I don't always show my goals list like this in the middle of the episode, because honestly, I like to keep it a secret how many goals I've done so far, but maybe showing it a little bit now and again wouldn't be so bad. I think today might be the perfect day to slowly work towards my Pokedex completion. Now that I have Johto done and I plan to do Sinnoh soon, I should actually be able to complete my Pokedex and get all of the rewards from it. I've said it a million times, there are so many rewards you get for completing your Pokedex on an Iron Man account or on a main account at all. It's ridiculous. PokeMMO was such a game that is built around rewarding you for completing the Pokedex, which feels amazing. I have these 2 rows of Pokemon here that I specifically put over here because I need to do something with them first, and then after I do something with them, I can release them and not have to deal with them anymore. So for example, this Voltorb needs to be XP trained up to level 30, and then after that, I can go ahead and kick it to the curb, release it, get Electro to my Pokedex, and it's done. So we get to clean our box spaces and add to our Pokedex at the same time. I'm starting this little mission off with 223 COD OTs. Let's just go ahead and jump into it. This seems like the perfect thing to do on a chill Friday. Man, I was really hyped there for a quick sec. I actually saw this alpha spawn on my Discord, and I was like, wow, an alpha Pelipper, that would be amazing. You know, you don't need alpha for the hidden ability access to Drizzle. Drizzle's not hidden ability, thankfully. But getting a good 2x31, like, free IV Pelipper would have been amazing. Would have been super good to have some free nice IVs on such a powerful Pokemon. Pelipper and Ninetales being the 2 most important weather setters in PokeMMO. Politoed as well for certain raids like Heatran. But as you can see, it's in Sinnoh. Dude, that is my fault. It's me being punished for not putting in the effort in and getting the region done with. And that's, you know, you got to take the good with the bad. It's unfortunate, but that's, you know, I'm reaping what I sowed there for sure. All right, but anyways, back to the work we were actually doing. Once again, starting my Pokedex here with 223 COD OT, and we are going to be XP training 4 different Pokemon to evolve them to get them in the Pokedex. Ambipom from Apom, you have to actually level him up with double hit as a move. Thankfully, we do have double hit on this mon, caught in the Safari Zone. This Ducklet needs a few more levels, 7 or so. The Ducklet's the hardest one, actually, 8 or so levels. Krabby only needs 1 because it's over leveled. Voltorb only needs 1. A lot of these are actually going to be super quick, except for the Ducklet might take a sec. And even after we evolve the Ducklet, the funny thing is we might still need to actually keep it. I can actually go ahead and put Surf on that, I believe, because I need to get on the water here to actually, yeah, we can do a bunch of different mons, thankfully, to kill the Tentacruels here. The funny thing with something like Swanna, I probably am going to go ahead and release it, but the problem is, if I ever need a good IV Swanna, the question is, what would you need a good IV Swanna for, right? That's the real question. But if I ever need one, it's going to be tremendously difficult to get one, unfortunately. So it might actually be worth to keep this Ducklet and just breed it down or something, like try to breed up a decent one to always have. Those Phenomons, if you ever want a good one in the future, it's going to be a nightmare to re-achieve them. So even though it takes up box space, there's a few mons, things like Audino. Like, Regenerator Audino is a real thing in PvP. A little Mola, you know, there are a few things that have a niche use that I'm definitely going to keep. Swanna historically doesn't really have a PVM or PvP niche, but because it's so difficult to get, I might still breed one up or keep one just in case. That's got to be the Ironman mental. It's going to be so hard to achieve again. Can't just go buy it off the GTL. Might be worth the box space. All right, and there is level 30 on the Voltorb. Here comes the Electrode Evolution and Pokedex entry. And boom, there we go. That should be 224. And I'm going to go throw him in the PC and release him now, so there's no more wasted XP from the XP Reamplifier being put into him. So boom, boom, PC space cleared, Pokedex upgraded, hell yeah. Quick active progress. All right, thankfully, due to the power of the Tentacruel spot and the XP Reamplifier, these are going way faster than I expected. Our Ambipom also evolved without me realizing. Our Krabby's evolved into Kingler here. We're already up to 226, I believe, with this. Beautiful. Oh, what? Shiny... I missed the... Oh, this was like a rare time where I wasn't recording. I mean, that's okay. I mean, What? Oh my goodness. Battle Frontier Channel 1. What is this account? I missed the shiny noise. I'm so sorry. I wasn't recording. Very rare situation. I wasn't recording. I missed the shiny noise. What? Thankfully, we still have it on. Oh my goodness. What? Okay, I think I just... Okay. I actually do need to be a little bit careful. I think I just start dragon clawing these down. Very high level Pokemon, obviously. Man, what the fuck? I looked away for 2 seconds. I wasn't looking at my screen at all. I was just talking to my wife in the background while doing some XP training for these Pokedex Pokemon. Wow. I looked back and bam, there it was. Dude, this account is insane. 9,484 encounters. Another shiny. I'm scared. I'm scared because this account's gonna go super dry at some point. But I guess that'll be the beauty of it, the fun of it. You know, I still haven't reached 30,000 encounters during the account. So a lot of people would be bummed about a shiny Tentacruel. I've never had a shiny Tentacruel in PokeMMO. I've never had one. This is my first one. I've been playing this game for 12 years. This is one of the most common shinies in the entire game, and it has been for a very, very long time. I don't have one. It's my first ever one. Oh, that's so cool, man. Hell yeah. I can't believe how quickly I'm developing a quote-unquote shiny collection on the Iron Man. It's really nuts. The fact that I have like 3 shinies on this account already. Or, I'm sorry, I think it's number 4 if you count the Corsola. Wow. This is shiny number 4 if you count the Corsola. That's just settling in. That's crazy. I was just doing some Pokedex farming. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. I might even go do some like catching wild Pokemon at this point. Man, wow, okay. Good luck to Crack Iron, bro. Here, I'll pass over. I've had plenty of luck, Crack Iron. You take it, dude. You're 58k dry. You take all my RNG, dude. I'm good. I'm good on shinies. I've been lucky enough. Hopefully it passes on to you, dude. Holy, dude. I mean, what a wild episode this has been. I know this was like mostly Streamathon, mostly going for Articuno and like failing, but then we did end up doing a bunch of stuff successfully, in my opinion, after that, and getting a bunch of competitive bonds ready. I'm so excited to do PvP. We've really worked towards our raid Pokemon. I'm so excited. Like, our raid prep has gotten so much better in this episode. I can't believe we get another shiny in another episode. Are these also... I think these are back-to-back shinies in episodes. Didn't I get Ponyta in episode 7? That's wild. That's genuinely ridiculous. What turn is this? Should I timer ball here? It's turn 8. I think netball might be better. I'm going to go ahead and go for a netball. Oh, I don't want to hit it down to 1 HP if possible, just in case. I think it probably should be fine, but maybe there's some confusion chance. I don't know. I don't like to hit mons down to 1 HP if I don't need to. Shiny Tentacruel caught, the first ever shiny Tentacruel for me in PokeMMO, dude. If it has good stats, let's see. Timid nature could be good. 31 speed, I'll take it. It's not, you know, amazing, but like timid nature, 31 speed. This could be a breeder down the road. I don't know if I want to breed into my shinies. If I keep getting this lucky on shinies on my Iron Man account, maybe I will be able to turn some in for prismatic pearls, or, you know, like maybe that's an option, which is insane. So, wow. Thanks for watching. There's a shiny Tentacruel on the Iron Man account. Holy shit. Let's keep slowly work on that Pokedex. I guess I'm gonna go throw that in the box before I forget, so I don't accidentally EV train it incorrectly. Whew. All right, the new counter begins. We're 5 encounters deep. I'm gonna go ahead and keep leveling up these Pokemon. This Ammonite is 29. It evolves level 40. This Pidgeotto is 28. It evolves level 36. And then this Swanna is, or Ducklet, level 33, evolves level 35. So a little bit of XP training here consistently. And I'll just see you guys when I have something evolved. All right, here is that Ducklet evolution. And we now have ourselves a Swanna, one of the rarer Pheno Pokemon, completed in the dex. Once again, I'm probably going to keep this one just in case one day, I don't know, it's possible in PokeMMO, one day Swanna will be the perfect counter to a specific raid. And I want to have one in my box just to be able to breed one up if that ever happens. Raids are so specific and so niche in PokeMMO. It's so cool to see mons like that pop up and be the meta. So I'd rather be prepared just in case. There are also a ton of mons like this Weepin' Bell that I need to use a Leaf Stone on and then go ahead and release. Now, thankfully, things like Leaf Stones and all the Evolution Stones can be bought for pretty cheap, for like 5,000 Pokeyen or less from the shopping malls in PokeMMO. So these are probably some of the easier evolutions. I do have to go spend the money on them, obviously, but it's pretty cheap for a free evolution. So I'm going to go ahead and get this Victory Bell evolved and then just go release it immediately. Sorry, Victory Bell, but also I appreciate your services. I also weirdly grabbed this Lillipup because I need myself a Herdier. I already have a Stoutland, but not the middle evolution. Sometimes that just happens. All right, and here's the Lillipup evolution. All right, here I am mass releasing. It's 3 different Pokemon, but releasing a few different of these Pokemon I leveled for the Pokedex all at once. All right, this is level 36 on the Pidgeotto, so here's the Pidgeot Pokedex entry. I'm going to go ahead and release this really quick and just keep leveling up my Ammonite. And then after this, I don't really have anything that I need to XP train right now to work on Pokedex stuff. So I might just stop after that. I'd love to go around and run around and catch some Pokemon, but it might be time to move on to that streamlined grind. All right, that was much quicker than I expected, but here is the Ammonite evolution as well, getting Omastar. This is a gift Pokemon, so I can't even rebreed this, and it's 15 IVs all across with a neutral nature, so this is just getting released. It could be kept for like sort of a sentimental purpose on the account, but unfortunately, sentiment can only go so far. I need the box space. So as much as it hurts, rest in peace, Omastar. But now I want to do some cool, chill grinding. Thankfully, I have tons of different Pokemon to work on. I could keep XP training my Pikachu a little bit. I think I do want to use this at some point. I need a Light Ball, though. The problem is I actually need a Light Ball before this Pikachu can be functional, so I'm just not going to worry about it. It's really going to be efficient when EV training as well, so I don't need to worry about, using it for XP training right now. So I'm just going to use my XP Reamplifier. I'm going to head over to my UT box. I'm going to go ahead and grab something like, let's grab our Halloween Pokemon, right? Our Rock. We have our, I believe, is our Chandelure level 100. Is it close to it? Level 66. No, we can definitely XP train that. We have a level 100 Typhlosion. Once this and this are level 100, our Pumpkin boss is pretty much done. It's nice to have some backup mons for that fight, but that is pretty much all you need. And then not for the Pumpkin boss, but for similar event reasons for all the different raids, I'm going to work on XP training this Mienfoo into a Mienshao and up to level 100 at some point, at least level 80 for the raid Pokemon. And then I'm going to be leveling this Corsola for fun, because you know what? It'll be cool to have my shiny Corsola be done and fully competitive ready. I can't believe I have 4 different shinies on the account now. Do I have an extra move slot here? Yeah, my Corsola is not fully moveset. I need Surf on this thing. It's funny that I can actually teach this Garchomp Surf. I don't want to teach this Garchomp Surf, maybe a different one, but I'm going to go ahead and put Surf over just Water Gun for this so I can go ahead and actually access these tentacles. You do need the HM for this little spot. What a weird little sprite that passed across the screen. I wish I could use Moltres for this, but unfortunately they just don't do enough damage, so no way to passively farm for elemental orbs here. And that does remind me, I definitely do need to get back to the dreaded legendary hunt at some point soon. But for now, let's just savor the fact that we don't have to do that. Let's have some fun, level up our event Pokemon, our raid Pokemon, a really exciting part of the account, and make some progress towards that endgame PVM, dude. I will see you guys in a few hours. Might even time my progress for how long this takes, but as a starting point, my Krokorok is level 33, my Chandelure is level 66, my Mienfoo is level 33, and my Corsola is level 34. All right, I just got level 50 on my Corsola, which actually means I'm done leveling that. I do not need that any higher level than that. It's just going to be a PvP Pokemon. I doubt Corsola is going to be needed for certain raids or any sort of PVM, so we can level it later if that's needed at some point, but I'm going to go ahead and throw that away. That is my Corsola essentially done with, which is awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and move on. Let's plop her over actually in this box. I started using my UT box, the bottom part of it, to also be completed comps and completed powerful Pokemon. And then next up, I think I'm going to go ahead and just plop this Dragonair in here. I honestly might just want to go ahead and grab something else. I want this Dragonair, I kind of want this Dragonair to be like my HM friend Dragonite. I still really want an HM friend Dragonite. The problem is this Dragonair is not that good, right? It's calm nature. I took the time to EV train this. I kind of put myself in an awkward situation. I probably just shouldn't have EV trained this, but I had the extra space. Whenever you can EV train more Pokemon you want to. This thing is calm nature, so it's minus attack. And then I EV trained it in attack and speed. You know, what's the use in that? What's the value in that? I think instead, what I'm going to go ahead and go do is grab this Rash Dragonair and just level this thing up to level 100 on Tentacruels. It's going to gain a bunch of Spadef EVs, but that's mostly okay. Like, I don't really need 2v2 speed on a utility Pokemon for the most part. And then I'll probably end up EV training the rest in special attack, and then I could use the Surf on an HM Pokemon like this to actually, you know, have the benefits, have the utility. So I think I'm going to go ahead and use that for that purpose. And then also, once I give this Surf, obviously, as you can see, how many TMs can I teach this thing? Dragonite can learn like every TM. He's my favorite HM friend Pokemon. Once I actually, I'm going to teach this thing Surf so I can actually go, you know, train at the Tentacruels. And then on top, I need to heal, actually, looking for my Sweet Sense. Oops. But as soon as I get one level on this thing, it'll evolve into Dragonite. I'll be able to have that actually, well, I already have my Pokedex, oopsie. So, but I'll have it as an HM friend Pokemon. So once this evolves here in a quick sec, we'll be set on a solid HM Pokemon for a long time. Kind of crazy. I've been using my Wingull for Surf and Fly for the longest time. It's like level 23 or so. So I haven't had a proper HM Pokemon this entire account journey. 411, 12 hours. Kind of crazy. I usually get an HM Pokemon pretty early on. This is going to make it way more convenient in the future to just grab that one Pokemon. All right, and with that Horde and Dragonite reaching level 81, I've officially spent 3 hours and a little over 2 minutes XP training. I'm done. I'm exhausted. That's enough for today. 3 hours in a row XP training. I like to grind a lot, but man, 3 hours in a row of a pretty mundane activity like that is rough. Let's cover the positives. What rewards do we get to reap? We went ahead and got Crocodile up to level 83. And I'll go ahead and throw up on the left-hand side of the screen the starting levels for a bunch of these Pokemon. So this was just a measly Crocorock starting at level 33. So this has come an extremely long way. We actually used him to do the XP training with his own Earthquake. We have our Chandelure next, who started level 66 and is now level 87. We then have the Mienfoo, who is now a Mienshao, from level 33 as well to Crocorock, now to level 74 as a Mienshao. And obviously we already know that our Corsola is now level 50. And then I also went ahead and trained up one of my extra Kadabras. I trained the Timid one up, the Timid Synchronized one up to level 37. Still need to EV train that at some point, but the more Kadabras I actually get trained up, the more I can physically and pragmatically use them in catch events. So I probably should go ahead and get rid of that overlay, but there we go. This Timid Synchronized Kadabra now up to level 37. And I got this Dragonair into a Dragonite and all the way up to level 81 from around level 65, I believe, at the start, and gave it Surf, Rock Smash, Waterfall, and Fly. This is my go-to and favorite HM friend Pokemon. And my Pumpkin boss team is coming along swimmingly. But that's it for me. It's about 2:30 a.m. I'm going to go get some rest and do a little bit more work tomorrow on Saturday, and then wrap it up and do our conclusions for this episode. I'll see you guys then. Good morning. It is Saturday morning, the day after all of that XP training that we did. Got a lot of progress done there. And I was thinking about heading inside of the Desert Underpass and doing some Ditto catching. Now that I have this substitute Poison Heal Breloom, it allows me to catch Dittos a lot more consistently. It's very, very, very comfy using this strategy. Being able to use Sub to set up in front of the Ditto and just always fully sustain with Poison Heal. It's really comfy and nice. However, it's not the most efficient strat. The most efficient strat that I probably could employ on the Iron Man is just simply using a False Swipe Spore Smeargle, but with an item called Safety Goggles, which I don't have, obviously, and that's a BP item. So I was thinking about just catching a few Dittos on the Breloom and seeing how that looks, but honestly, since we did it last episode, and I think it was really, really, really amazing progress to do so, I'm actually going to head back to the battle tower and try to earn a little bit of BP. Grab that same exact team that I used last time and just try to earn a little bit BP. Probably not all of it, but earn a little bit BP towards those safety goggles so that I can efficiently catch Dittos. And now it's easy to see all the good IV Pokemon I have in my boxes and ask, why do you need Dittos, Patrouski? Like, you have so many 1x31s Pokemon, you know, why do you need more good IV Pokemon, more breeders? Why would you want to catch more? I would want to add fire to the pile, right? And essentially, it comes down to a lot of these mons are just in very specific egg groups, and it's shocking how difficult it is to breed all of these together, you know? If I look up, like, bug egg group, and then I looked up 31s, right? I need 32 bug egg group 32 1x31 bug egg group Pokemon of differing genders, of different stat allocations, just to breed a 6x31, right? So if I go to my noted, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 of those are male, right? We have one female there. That's a problem. We have way too many males than females in these selections. And then over to 2x31s, you know, we only want to use these later on. Like I actually don't have nearly enough compatible breeders is my main problem. If I look up like, oh, how many of these are all in special attack, right? Like how many of these have Spatak? 4 of them, yeah, at least 4 of them are all overlapping into Spatak. That's not relevant. I have 4 different 31 Spatak males. Keeping these egg group breeders like this is nice, but I'd like to eventually, at some point, the hyper endgame on the Iron Man would be like getting rid of these, or at least keeping very, very few egg group breeders. The hyper endgame is only keeping Dittos, or only allowing Dittos to be my breeders, because they're just so much more flexible. They're just so much more flexible. They'll save box space. There's so much less thinking involved. There's so much less stress-free. The problem with Dittos is you can't like breed them up the same way you can with these breeders. So the end game will be have a box of Pokemon that are all like 2 to 3x31 plus, and then having like 0 1x31s on the account. The hyper end game goal is 0 1x31s of random little Pokemon. These should all be bred up into 2x31s, etc. All right, but I think this is the team that I had last time. Typhlosion, Draco Meteor, Salamence. I think it was Moltres. I can actually go check my battle box. Okay, whew. Yeah, thankfully. I was like, I couldn't remember, and I was like, I remember I registered them. This is the value of registering these Pokemon in the battle box. Beautiful. I forget if I had Choice Band on my Garchomp or not. I think I do want to go ahead and plop it on. I think the damage is going to be relevant, but we'll see if that pops up. I think this should be what we need. Let's go ahead and jump in. I might just lose immediately here. Let's see what happens. Is this my, let's see. I think this is the computer. Double battles level 50, current win streak 42. If I can win just this one next 7 battles, I'll get a lot of BP. I'm currently at 1,890 BP jumping into this. All right, Trainer 1 was against a lead Scizor and Master Rain. Thankfully, outsped both of them. As long as my Typhlosion outspeeds and gets off that eruption, it's pretty hard for things to go wrong. I could miss a Draco Meteor in certain situations, and that can be bad, to be fair, since it is only 90% accurate. So I do have to take at least 1 second to think, like, okay, what Pokemon do I hit with the Draco Meteor? Like, for a really, you know, easy example here, Fortress, really high chance to have Sturdy. To be fair, this could have Focus Sash as well. But even if, you know, this has Sash, we have 2 Mons in the back, so we should be good, and there's the first trainer done. Now, I do think the Safety Goggles is one of the cheaper-ish, like, it's like mid-tier BP item. I think it's like 4,800. It's not like a 9,800 one similar to the choice items. All right, this is a fight where my Typhlosion was taken out, but we still have 3v2. We should be good here. I think I'm just going for the EQ. I don't think Porygon Z has Levitate. I think he has like Trace or one of those, you know, Porygon type abilities. Thankfully, the benefit of having Salamence and Moltres on my team is to be able to not have to worry about. I'm actually gonna go ahead and Fire Blast the Scizor here. That's just, I'm just terrified of Scizor. This might be an incorrect play. I am -4 Spatak here. Let's see. We do get to dodge. We get a nice EQ off. Let's see how much damage was done. I kind of missed it. Doing a lot to Porygon Z. Porygon Z living at 0.5 sucks. Thankfully, it died to its own Life Orb. Let's see how much damage Fire Blast does. We are -4 Spatak, but it might be enough still. Beautiful. That's why I want to go ahead and Fire Blast there against the Scizor. I could have dropped Draco Meteor, but if it goes into the Scizor, it's going to waste a lot of damage. And if it goes in the Porygon Z, like, we can kill it in a different way. Whereas Scizor is notoriously difficult to trickle down. Having Moltres in the back there was super nice. It is kind of funny. I end up having like 2 fire types on my team, and then a third Mon having Fire Blast as one of the coverage moves. But it works, man. Like, well, let's see if it works here. Wait a minute. This might be a good testament to the team build. I think this is trainer number 4 or so in this run. If we can get to 7, we'll get a massive amount of BP. I'm super excited to see if we can reach that. We get Eruption off into both of them, Draco Meteor into Feraligatr. Walrein does barely live. If I had double spread move, I could have taken care of both of them. Blizzard comes out. This won't hit my Typhlosion for too hard, I don't think. It will probably KO my Salamence, but that's okay. My Salamence avoided the attack. A little bit of luck involved. I mean, you just appreciate when you get that, you know, you got to appreciate that. I'm going to drop Draco into the slacking slot. Eruption here. I wonder if after the -2 attack, I doubt Eruption plus Draco Meteor kill. It might though on slacking. No, slacking's pretty. This is gonna be. Ooh, I do miss the Draco Meteor, so the RNG plays out. I normally don't commentate every little Battle Frontier run like this, but these are the later ones. These ones are getting a lot more difficult. As you can see, I'm dying a lot in these instances, so I think these are a lot more interesting to commentate. I kind of want to go Garchomp here. Yeah, this is going to be a little funny / awkward. I think what I do here is just switch to Moltres and then EQ. Slacking is going to be Truanted this turn. Exploud might just die, and if it doesn't, it's fine. I'd rather take this route and have Typhlosion in the back. So I can also switch it off of Eruption if I need to, since it's onto Specs. It gives me a chance, but now we're just good. Like, now this should just be GG's. We'll go Heat Wave into EQ. Beautiful, beautiful. That's fight number 4 out of 7. I just want to get to 7. If I get 7 complete, I'm pretty sure I get like 2,000 BP, which is ridiculous for 7 quick fights. Yeah, on to fight number 5, this little Sailor. Battle Frontier has just been such a good testament to it's always good to go explore and learn new things in PokeMMO. Sometimes I've been playing this game for 12 years, right? And it's so easy to be intimidated. It's, you know, kind of ironically with Salamence popping out his ability, it's so easy to be intimidated with learning new things, you know? But you can teach old dogs new tricks. I know it sounds silly, but it's really important to remember that. This has been such a boon to my account. I was so worried that learning Battle Frontier would be this whole thing, this big to-do, and it really hasn't. Like, I've actually jumped into this extremely quickly. I'm sure there are, not to disrespect the experts, I'm sure there are tons of really cool, like, little nuances in these fights, but just learning it from a stance of spamming Control-Z in a lot of this stuff and just spamming stuff down and doing good damage, like, it's been so fun, refreshing to play PokeMMO in this way, and massively beneficial to the account. It's all the things you could ever ask for. Sorry, I know I keep rambling about it, but I'm just excited. This is also the reason why I started the Iron Man account. The whole point of the account is to do things that are unique and different, do things that you wouldn't normally do. On a main account, I would have never come and tried this, and it never would have been like, there's no point, right? On the Iron Man account, it's like, hey, I need to farm BP. This is something I've never done before. Yeah, like it's a pretty decent method, but there's actually reason to come do this, you know? Like, it's a decent meta-ish method to farm BP. I do think like doing Elite 4 reruns and the Red refight, certain things are better, but even those you can only do every so often. So it's been a fantastic, cool new thing to learn on the Iron Man. On to fight number 6. We are running into some really tanky Pokemon now. Like, both of these guys keep living my eruptions. As you can see, Machamp and Umbreon both living these attacks. I'm getting rid of Umbreon there purposefully. Machamp can Ice Punch into Salamence. That is okay. Stone Edge coming for my Typhlosion is not okay, though. Okay, Eruption should take out Machamp. I just go Draco Meteor into the Blastoise slot. Blastoise only taking 30% from my Eruption there is kind of devious. Tanky waters are definitely my least favorite thing that I want to see here. If that's Stone... What is happening? Stone Edge miss into my Draco Meteor. So many misses on like 90%, 80% accuracy moves. That's so funny. Yup. Dude, 4 different bulky Pokemon. 2 of them being bulky waters. Oh, man. This is a tough... I think I just stand and let my... I'm basically just sacrificing my Typhlosion here. That's totally, I think it's okay and worth it. I almost wonder if it's worth to ever double out my Salamence to get in the extra Intimidate here. We'll have to see. We see Scald from Blastoise. Feraligator's most likely physical. This fight's going to be tough. We see an Ice Punch come out, OKOing my Salamence. Is that from the Feraligator? Yup, from the Feraligator. We see the Scald come out, killing my Typhlosion. This is now a 2-on-2 fight. The problem is we are Firebird. We are a Firebird and a 4 times weak Pokemon to Ice against 2 bulky waters with Ice coverage. This is going to be tough. This might be a loss. I really hope not. I'm so close to the juicy BP. Let me think through every situation here. I'm pretty sure it's heat wave into... I'm pretty sure it's just heat wave into, what's it called? But I could be wrong. Like, maybe it is worth to go for the hurricane. Maybe the hurricane's worth it to try to KO something. Hurricane into Feraligatr. It just sucks if I miss, but what are you going to do? I think it's the better play. EQ, yeah, I think EQ into... EQ, but does this just kill? No way. Oh, Garchomp, you are disgusting. I can't believe that just kills. Okay, I do have to hit something now, though, with my Moltres. I could still lose this. I have wide lens. Okay, we hit the hurricane. The first hurricane, I was expecting to miss that and then have to go into something else. We'll take it. Beautiful. Really close fight, though. Came down to one Pokemon left. These fights literally feel like Elite Four fights at this point. This is battle number 7. Battle number 7 feels notoriously more difficult than the previous fight, so I'm going to really take my time, actually, and think on this one. Moltres and Tyranitar leads. Is he going to set Sand? Is it worth for me to... Oh, this is so awkward. Switch here. You're getting Intimidate off. He's definitely going to set Sand, boosting his Spadef. This is a great counter to my team, and I don't know how to... Do I hit Lava Plume instead, trying to fetch for a burn on the T-Tar? Surely not. I feel like the damage from Eruption's got to be better. I think this is just the strat, and then we go Draco Meteor into T-Tar. This is really tough. Maybe Draco Meteor into Moltres. Do we even kill the T-Tar with that? We can bring in the Chomp after one of our Mons dies to EQ the T-Tar. Yeah, let's Draco Meteor into Moltres. That is relevant. We see a Heat Wave come out, chipping down my Typhlosion a little bit before we get the Eruption off, which is relevant. Draco Meteor comes out, almost one-shotting the Moltres, to be fair. We could switch out the Salamence here, unless he gets Ice Punched or Ice Beamed by the T-Tar. Eruption comes out, KOing the Moltres, only doing 20% to T-Tar. He's getting 50% Spadef boosted by this Sand right now. This Sand is a massive problem for my team. Stone Edge comes out, KOing the Salamence. I was afraid of something coming out to KO the Salamence, but at least things usually target the Salamence, not my Typhlosion, but that might be worse for me here, is the problem. I think I have to go Chomp here. Oh, no. Okay, his whole team is so perfectly positioned to counter me. Oh, man. Do I ever stay in and go Eruption here and just die to my own? I don't think I can. I think I have to go my Moltres and then go EQ here. And the EQ hopefully should kill the T-Tar, but it might be kind of close. This is going to be... I might lose. I'm at a much worse position type-wise in this fight. I think that does kill the T-Tar. Beautiful. Okay, that's a really, really big deal. Oh, we do kill the T-Tar. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's fine. Scald going into that slot is totally fine. A burn would be fine. Sandstorm rages on. We have Suicune into Registeel. You don't see that every day in PokeMMO. It's cool to have a chance to see that. I think I just go... Do I go Fire Blast? Do I go Heat Wave? Do I just go Heat Wave for the... I think Registeel... I do just go Heat Wave. I hope this isn't too troll. I think I just go Earthquake into Heat Wave. Earthquake comes out doing 62% to Registeel, 32% to Suicune. The spread chip does matter from Heat Wave. Heat Wave should clean up Registeel. I think this is it. It does not kill Suicune, though, but our Typhlosion in the back hopefully should... There's a chance that Typhlosion gets outsped and like cannot beat this Suicune, so we actually need something to live here. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Our Chomp is going to live. I'm going to bring out Typhlosion and just click whatever because the Garchomp's going to kill it, actually, and I can't stop that, but that's okay. We're going to click Flamethrower here, EQ here. Whew, that is fight number 7. That should be our BP fight. That was a tough one, though, man. That one felt tougher than the one Pokemon left. I guess there was more on the line. It was a very, very, very close fight. GG's. Okay, give me that beautiful BP. Let's see. 1650, not 2k. Man, okay. Up to 3,540. Let's go see how much that safety goggles cost. But that was, yeah, that was my 50th fight. 49. My current win streak is 49. All right, the safety goggles do cost 4,800 BP. So if I gained like 1,500 more BP, what would that be? Plus 1,500 B. Yeah, that's enough. You know what? Okay, let's go try to do 7 more fights. If I lose, that'll be the perfect ending to this. If I lose, I don't get the safety goggles and I'll have to regrind up from a very low point percentage. If I win, it'll be very difficult. It'll be a new, you know, high streak in the fight. Dude, let's go see. This will be really, really, really exciting and intense. Okay, I just got fucking bopped by a Rapidash and an Electivire. He went Ice Punch into my Salamence, outsped, destroyed me. Drill Run from my Rapidash into my Typhlosion. Critical hit on the Typhlosion, destroyed me. So, this might be the... I mean, I could EQ both of these if my Garchomp outspeeds. We're actually like in a good spot. If my Garchomp does not outspeed, we are in a problem. Let's go ahead and see. Moment of truth. Rapidash is quite fast. Yup. Please don't go. I was saying please don't go. That shouldn't kill. There's no way this kills. Take only 20% or so. This should KO both of these. No questions asked. Yeah, see you later. Send them home, dude. We have to just hope. Okay, we're recovering. We have to just hope that we can kill these last two mons. Claydol is definitely Levitate. Man. Claydol's Levitate. I can't really hit it hard with anything on my... If I get countered by a Claydol, that would be crazy. I would kind of respect, like, that's kind of amazing. Do I go Heat Wave here? The problem is, I probably have to go Hurricane into something and hope to kill. I think what am I more worried about? Wailord having Ice Beam or Claydol having Ice Beam? That's the question you have to ask. I think Wailord, unfortunately. I'm going to go Hurricane into that slot. EQ there. Yeah, I can't even chip down Claydol, so... We do get a crit on Wailord. Please hit the Hurricane. It would be so beautiful. That's so okay. Crit. I literally don't think I kill the Wailord without the EQ crit. Dude, these Battle Frontier fights are so hard that once you get later on, they actually become so unbelievably close. I cannot hit this Claydol now with my Garchomp. So it's just here to draw attention and be a tank. I just have to go Hurricane into this and hope to hit. This Claydol is going to levitate me every time. If he keeps putting Earth Powers into my Garchomp, that's the best case scenario. Because I just need my Moltres. If he goes like Ancient Power into my Moltres, it might be over. We got a Confusion. Are you kidding me, dude? The Hurricane. I'm so lucky, man. The Hurricane Confusion to make it all possible. I think now I go Fire Blast. It has higher likelihood to hit. I am Wide Lens, so it increases my accuracy a little bit, but like not, you know, there's still a decent chance to miss on a lot of these. Beautiful Fire Blast into the Claydol, taking it out. Dude, that fight was insane. I think that was only like fight number 2 out of 7 as well. Let me see. Was that 2 or 3? Oh my god, that was number 2. This is hard, man. At this point, every single fight is like really close. Like every single fight is just seconds away from being lost. Kingdra Crobat is a crazy pair to go against. Oh, I'm gonna have to drop Draco into Kingdra and hope that Crobat, it's gonna outspeed me. Hope that Crobat doesn't go for something that hits me too hard into my Typhlosion. Just go Eruption into Draco into Kingdra. Sludge Bomb into Salamence is ideal. That is totally fine. If yeah, beautiful. If they outspeed me and go into my Salamence, I'm very happy with that. If he outspeeds me and goes into my Typhlosion, it might just be GG's. Let's hit our Draco here. Beautiful. Okay, clean taking out the first 2. I'm on fight 5 out of 7. We have another Tyranitar lead. Setting up Sand. This makes things tremendously difficult. A Stone Edge from the T-Tar puts my Salamence at about 1 HP. Yup. Oh, man. Okay, at least it lived. It living is huge. I'll still get off a nice Draco Meteor, which is nice. The Eruption actually did one-shot the Ursaring. I'm kind of surprised by that. Ursaring can be a bit tanky, but our Draco Meteor misses anyway. And then the Sand kills us. Okay, that gives us... Ooh, what does that even give us? I kind of want to bring in my Garchomp here, but I can't even click EQ. I think I have to go Moltres, or I could go Garchomp and rely on like Dragon Claw into something else. This is brutal. My Eruption's only doing 27% to this T-Tar. I think that... Oh, man. I could go the Garchomp, hope... I think I go Garchomp, hope the switch is nothing crazy. Okay, it's a grounded Pokemon. That's what I needed to see. So I think now I have to go into Moltres and just go EQ here. They go Stone Edge into the Moltres slot. That's okay. Like, Moltres dying there is, well, mostly okay. I have to... No, that's GG's. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I so lost. Man, that's really unfortunate. The fact that the Starmie outspeeds... Oh, that sucks. That's a bummer. That's a bummer, but that's what it is. What it is. That's the Iron Man, dude. Losing like that sucks. Oh, man. It was a well-fought fight. We reached over 50 fights in a row won. That's the win streak finally ended. The first win streak ended on the Iron Man. Thank you for playing. You know what? I had fun. I don't get any BP, do I? Nope. None at all, and that's okay. I guess that'll be a mission for next episode. I love to get the safety goggles to be able to efficiently farm dittos, but we did our best. It was good progress. This team has been pretty good. I don't love the Moltres. The Moltres, I don't love it. I think that's the thing that could definitely be upgraded, but I still want a flying type here is the problem, so we'll have to see. I don't want it to be another, maybe Zapdos. I think Zapdos would actually be the fix that I need. Yeah, actually, Zapdos would be the perfect solution to this team. Oh my god, do I have to go get Zapdos right now in the wild? Maybe that's what's next, but for now, let's go ahead and do our recap. All right, it is time for the most important part of every single episode, going over the conclusions and seeing what goals I achieved. I feel pretty good about this episode. I think I put about 50 hours or so, 45 to 50 hours into this week. Looking at my trainer card, I'm at 415 hours played now. If I log in and out, it might actually be a little bit higher. Sometimes you need to log in and out to reset that. So yeah, up 1 hour, 416 hours played so far, 1.3 million Pokeyen, 3,500 BP, and then our Pokedex is getting slowly pushed up every time, 233 caught OT there. We've definitely been slowly working at a bunch of different things, so we're seeing a bunch of different areas on the account slightly improve each episode, as opposed to the Pokedex OT just going from like 220 to like 500 or complete in one episode. We've really been taking our time to do a little bit of everything and spread out the activities, which is really important in my opinion to playing PokeMMO long term and enjoying it. If I just went straight for the Pokedex completion, I would burn out. I would not have fun. It would be not enjoyable, but doing a little bit of Battle Frontier, a little bit of Pokedex, a little bit of XP training, EV training, legendary hunting, you know, that's what I enjoy about PokeMMO, is changing your activities based on the day. But anyways, over to the goals. We did not complete Sinnoh, no legendaries of course. HM Dragonite, we did go ahead and finally get that done. Next up, train up our shiny Corsola. Finally went ahead and did that, got it up to level 50 and EV trained it appropriately. Another tier 1 goal completed. I almost feel like get another shiny, like that shiny Tentacruel should be an extra goal on this list, but it's not really. I feel like that should count towards something. You know what? I feel like get a shiny. Any episode where I get a shiny, I feel like that should count as a goal completed. You know, getting a shiny is not something that happens every day. Well, unless you're my Iron Man account and have crazy good luck, but it was really cool and crazy to see a shiny Tentacruel kind of just happen out of nowhere. And then I just moved on from it so quickly without really appreciating it for what it is, man. I've never had a shiny Tentacruel on a PokeMMO account, and I think it's an underrated, you know, I don't want to say underrated, overhated shiny. Shiny Tentacruel is visually very cool, but it's just so common that people end up disliking it, which I do understand that sentiment. But I am going to count getting a shiny as a completed goal, so let's go ahead and knock that off the list. As well as a utility Pikachu, we do have that mostly trained up. We do have to get a light ball for that, to be fair, so that'll be done next episode. Definitely don't have 30 amulet coins and have 6 mediocre comps. We might have that. It's tough to consider what do you call a mediocre comp? Like this Garchomp is my definition of a mediocre comp, where it's 2 times 31 and then kind of, well, this is more even like PVM Pokemon that could be used as a mediocre comp. This is what I think of when I think of like a mediocre, and this is like a pretty solid comp to be fair on the Iron Man. I think I do have enough mediocre comps, but let me get a full team together really quick. Yeah, I absolutely do. If we count things like my Salamence, count the new Gliscor that we made in this episode, count the Hitmontop we already had, the Mienshao. Obviously, these are PVM and raid Pokemon as well, but these could definitely be used as mediocre PvP Pokemon to test out a team, see how things fit, and see how the team itself feels. We have the Chandelure over here. Yes, I would absolutely say that I have 6 mediocre comps, and I can even queue up into OU if I really wanted to. I'd have to moveset the Pokemon a little bit more appropriately, but it's something we could do. I do have like 2 fighting types, like the team, or the team's not great, but there's something going on here. And it looks like I'm gonna have to set some more tier 1 short-term goals because we are running out, dude. That's a crazy sight to see. On to tier 2 goals. I don't have a PvP team made in terms of like a structured PvP team where I picked typings on Pokemon, items, movesets. Like this is definitely not achieved in my personal opinion. I don't think any of these have actually been achieved. 3 4 times 31s or 3 3 times 31 Pokemon bred. Let's go check this one. I kind of doubt this. So we have our Charmander, that's number 1. This Salamence was not bred, so I don't count that. I feel like they have to be purposely bred for. We have 1, 2. The Vulpix is number 3. The Larvesta is not 2 times, not enough 31s. This we won an event, so we have 3 so far there. And I think that's it. I think our number right now is 3. We have 3 different, like, really what good IV Pokemon that were bred up, but we are not quite there at wait, the goal is to have 3. Why did I think it was more than that? 3 times 31, 25 plus breeds. The Charmander, the Charmeleon, the Scraggy, the Vulpix. That's it. That's done. Okay, that's a wow. I'd love to make a new version of this goal, but that's amazing, dude. Hell yeah. I'm going to up that to 5 to push myself to do more, but then also go ahead and go add that over to the completed goals list for the 3 times. And then we have our long-term goals list to look over. Pokedex completion, make a raid team / do raids. Definitely haven't done that. Heatran raid, nope. Egg shiny, BP items, ocarinas, ultra rare, yada, 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 yada. Halloween pumpkin boss team. This is actually done, which is crazy. I still need to go buy like one quick safeguard TM, but you don't even want to put the safeguard TM on the Chandelure too early, because then what if I want to use it in PvP? I'm not going to want that safeguard TM. Safeguard TMs are pretty cheap, so I'll just put that on like last minute before the event essentially. That's all I need. That's perfect. That's honestly one of my favorite goals that I've achieved on the account in general, is having that raid team put together. The fact that I can now grind the pumpkin boss when that eventually comes with the Halloween update, I just can't wait. I'm not totally ready for raids, don't get me wrong, but the pumpkin boss itself, I could absolutely take down. This has got me hyped up. One of my favorite goals I've achieved so far on the account for sure. Top 3. All right, and that's all the goals we achieved this episode. I did go ahead and add on 2 new goals to the tier 2, and I'll definitely want to brainstorm and add some new ones to tier 1 and other goals. I did add catch 60 Dittos to tier 1, and then I added 20 gym reruns total on the account. We're at 14 so far on the account, and to get these safety goggles to help me catch those Dittos, of course. Now let's look at our completed goals before this little recap to now our completed goals, and you can see they're both massive lists, dude. It's finally, our completed goals has gotten so long it is running off the page. So on the left we can see down to Fly Ocarina, and that ends here on the right. And then we have HM Dragonite, train up a shiny Corsola, get a shiny, utility Pikachu, have 6 Mudokar comps, you know, the different powerful breeds, and the Halloween pumpkin boss team. We've done so much on the Ironman account in just 416 hours, and I can't wait to keep making progress if you guys keep watching and enjoying the same way that I am. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today's episode. If you did, make sure to like it. Physically like the video helps out tremendously. Dislike if not. Subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO videos every single day, and then weekly Sunday episodes on the Ironman's progress. Discord's down below if you're interested in that. You can follow me on Twitch to see me stream the progress live, usually Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET. And if you want to go above and beyond and support the content, YouTube memberships, Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, PayPal and Venmo donations, as well as if I'm running a sponsorship like HelloFresh or Factor, companies that I've worked a lot with in the past, it's a great way to get yourself 50% off of some amazing food, a product that I believe in and that I've used in the past off of sponsorships, and then also support the content. They give me a really healthy commission, and I try to be honest and upfront about that. But that's it for me. That is all for today. I will see you guys next time on the PokeMMO Iron Man Progress series. But for now, peace Reno. Yo, what's up? Outro Patrouski here, and I wanted to take this time to say thank you to everyone who goes above and beyond and supports my channel. Your names are all listed here. You make it possible for me to make helpful and mildly entertaining content for the game that I love and make it available for free for everyone to enjoy. Thank you so much for allowing me to even be here. Wow, you actually watched this whole flippin' thing? I mean, I love PokeMMO, but damn, that's impressive. How do I even begin to say thank you besides just saying thank you? Thank you so much for all your time, and I hope it was well spent. Once again, you've probably heard it a million times, but you could like the video and stuff, but honestly, after watching this long, you don't even have to do that. Just have a great day.